Chapter 181 The Cage. Xiaoyu knew that this war. Ever since the Tachyon civilization sent out a broadcast across the galaxy and summoned the Guardian civilization to join the war. This war was no longer between the two civilizations, the Tachyon civilization and the Sweeper civilization. It was a private matter, but it turned into a major event in the entire Galaxy Star territory. The participation of the Guardian civilization in the war represents the climax of this war. In Xiaoyu's mind, he couldn't help but start to imagine a picture. In the vast void of the Milky Way star field, countless battleships were launched. They either directly entered the super light-speed sailing, or gathered in the safe zone, and were teleported here by the Guardian civilization in a method that they did not yet know. In the star field, countless civilizations, battleships, and various weapons converged towards this place like ants, participating in the war against the Sweeper civilization. How many civilizations will there be in the entire galaxy? Xiaoyu doesn't know, but a rough estimate is that there are at least 10,000 civilizations of level 1 and above, which are civilizations that have initially mastered chemical power. Among these 10,000 civilizations, at least 1,500 are level 4 and above civilizations, and all of them have mastered the technology of faster-than-light navigation. There are nearly 200 billion stars in the entire Milky Way galaxy, spanning a long distance of 100,000 light-years. Among so many stars and such a vast area, only about 1,500 level 4 and above civilizations have been born. On average, it takes more than 100 million stars to give birth to one. Moreover, these civilizations are not all technological civilizations. Alien beast civilizations and mechanical civilizations are also among them. More than 1,500 civilizations, under the leadership of Tachyon and the Guardian Alliance, launched an all-out war against the Sweeper civilization. How many battleships would there be among 1,500 civilizations? How many powerful weapons will there be? How much space will so many warships take up? I am afraid that even a star will be crushed directly when facing this force. What a huge power this is. However, Tachyon's words made Xiaoyu's heart become cold, and he began to feel a sense of despair. Little guy, I failed. Tachyon's civilization failed. Tachyon civilization and the Guardian Alliance joined forces, plus 1,500 different civilizations, to face the Sweeper civilization together. But they failed. With the power of one civilization, fighting against all civilizations in the entire galaxy. What kind of height is this? A water drop-shaped detector of the Guardian civilization. Even now, I am not sure of victory. But the Guardian civilization still failed. Could it be that the Sweeper civilization is a 7th level civilization? Why is it so powerful? The development of civilization must be accompanied by an increase in the scope of influence. Just like in the ancient human era, a valley could support the survival of an entire civilization. After reaching the level of 3rd level civilization, this civilization will leave its home star and occupy the entire star system. The 4th level civilization has truly entered the era of interstellar colonization. A star system can no longer satisfy a level 4 civilization. However, the increase in the scope of influence also means an increase in the probability of exposure. In other words, as long as it continues to develop, Xiaoyu will one day confront the Sweeper civilization. The Sweeper civilization and the Guardian civilization are both Xiaoyu's enemies. Not now, but sooner or later it will be. But how could the Sweeper civilization be so powerful? Even with all the strength of the galaxy, we can't defeat a Sweeper civilization? Xiaoyu's heart felt cold. Xiaoyu was waiting for Tachyon Wenming's second sentence. The Sweeper civilization is very powerful. It is well-deserved as the first civilization in the Milky Way. A small large Magellanic cloud cannot compare to the vast Milky Way. Only the sea can breed huge whales. In a small quagmire, at most, it can only breed a few small loaches. In the large Magellanic galaxy, I am invincible. Now, I am defeated at the hands of the Sweeper civilization. I am not unjust. My 4-dimensional structure was shattered by the neutron war star. The Guardian civilization is indeed a civilization that has been entangled with the Sweepers for tens of millions of years. They have extremely outstanding talents for escaping and hiding. Their vitality is severely damaged. But in the end, he escaped from the pursuit of the Sweeper civilization and escaped. A total of more than 700 level 4 and 5 civilizations participated in the war. There were also 2 level 6 primary civilizations. But we all failed. The power of the Sweeper civilization exceeded our imagination. No, to be precise, the power of the neutron battle star exceeds my imagination. With my own strength, I can be on par with their entire civilization. but they have neutron battle stars. 156 years after the war began, when the neutron battle star jumped out of the superlight jump for the first time, I knew that I failed. Not only did I fail, I couldn't even escape. The collision between civilizations is indeed the best way to promote the development of civilization. At the moment before death, I found a way to break through the current predicament, but I have no time to break through. The neutron battle star has destroyed my fourth dimension structure. I will completely fall into the three-dimensional world. Because of the loss of the fourth dimension, my body structure has been severely damaged. I am about to end my life of more than 200 million years and enter complete death. Little guy, before you die, let me give you another gift. A fragment of my body is about to arrive in the galaxy where you are hiding. This semi-four-dimensional fragment will cover the entire star system, blocking all outside eyes from peeking. Moreover, it blocks any internal light from leaking out. It will make you absolutely safe. And at the same time, it will restrict your movements so that you cannot escape from this star system. Due to the assimilation of the three-dimensional world, this four-dimensional fragment will continue to shrink. If you cannot find a way to escape from the cage within 200 years, you will be pressed into the star and die completely. If you find a way to escape, then you will master the four-dimensional space shield technology, and your protection will be greatly improved. This can be regarded as the last gift I leave to you. If, one day in the future, your technology develops to a sufficiently advanced level, remember to avenge me, and please go to the large Magellanic Cloud to help me fulfill my last wish. Remember, don't start a decisive battle with the sweeper civilization before you have the ability to fight against the neutron battle star. Goodbye, little one. Xiao Yu leaned against this huge star and listened blankly to the words that kept coming from his mind. After saying the word goodbye, Xiao Yu's mind became quiet, and no more information came through. Tachyon is actually dead. It just died like that. It is so powerful, and its four-dimensional structure can evade all attacks from the three-dimensional world. How could it die? How could it die? Xiao Yu murmured to himself, his mind filled with shock and confusion. It's like a creature from a flat two-dimensional world killed a creature from the three-dimensional world. This is basically impossible to do. But the sweeper civilization did it. From Taihou's words, Xiao Yu keenly caught a key word: neutron battle star. Looking at the neutron battle star again, it seems that the neutron battle star is far from just emptying out a neutron star. Without the neutron battle star, the sweeper civilization can only be tied with Tachyon at most. But with the neutron battle star, the sweeper civilization of Zhejiang Star was actually able to defeat Tachyon civilization, Guardian civilization, more than 700 4th and 5th level civilizations, and 2 6th level primary civilizations. Neutron battle star. Why is it so powerful? Xiao Yu murmured to himself. The Tachyon civilization is dead. The Guardian civilization has escaped, and more than 700 civilizations have been wiped out in half. This is the sweeper civilization, the most powerful civilization in the Milky Way star region. It is foreseeable that the galaxy in the future will be a quiet galaxy. In the past, at least there were Guardian civilizations that secretly fought against it. Weak civilizations that were not willing to be exterminated by the sweepers could at least sacrifice their development potential in exchange for survival. But from now on, the Guardian civilization will definitely become honest. In other words, it will no longer provide shelter for weak civilizations. Then, the fate of the weak civilization discovered by the sweeper civilization will be very tragic. At the same time, the Milky Way star field will become darker. Except for the sweeper civilization, wars between other civilizations will become more frequent. All civilizations will desperately improve their own strength. And war is the best way to improve themselves. Good idea. The galaxy is in chaos. Xiao Yu sighed. Xiao Yu set his sights outside the galaxy. As a result, Xiao Yu was very surprised to find that what he saw was actually a light red barrier. This barrier was so large that it occupied Xiao Yu's entire field of vision. In fact, not only Xiao Yu's entire field of vision, but also through the ubiquitous satellites, Xiao Yu discovered that the entire star was wrapped in it. It emits a faint red light, illuminating the entire galaxy. The starlight from the outside world completely disappeared under the isolation of this barrier. What is this? Is this what Tachyon said? The four-dimensional fragments from its body? Xiao Yu was stunned for a moment. If you cannot find a way to escape from the cage within 200 years, you will be pressed into the star and die completely. If you find a way to escape, then you will master the four-dimensional space shield technology, and the protection will be greatly improved. Xiaoyu remembered what Tachyon said to him. I was trapped around this star by four-dimensional fragments. Moreover, I only have 200 years. If I still haven't found a way to escape after this time, will I be pressed into the star and die completely? Xiaoyu controlled the fleet and began to sail towards this red light curtain. Wherever Xiaoyu could see, there were shadows of this red light curtain. Front, back, left and right. It was like an egg SHL, wrapping Xiaoyu inside. Chapter 182: A Small Thousand Worlds. This red light curtain is not far away from Xiaoyu. After measurement, this light curtain is about 10 billion kilometers away from the star. Moreover, Xiaoyu discovered that this light curtain was shrinking inward at a speed of about 1.6 kilometers per second. According to this shrinking speed, it will indeed reach its minimum point in about 200 years. But don't forget, this is a red giant star with a diameter of 60 million kilometers. Even with the performance of my current spacecraft, it will reach its minimum point. I can only survive at most 20 million kilometers away from it. If I get closer, I won't be able to come back. So based on this calculation, I still have 196 years left. Let's check the situation of this barrier first. Xiaoyu thought, controlling the huge fleet and advancing slowly. After traveling to a distance of 2 billion kilometers from the central star, the Hebei led the large force to stop. A city-level spacecraft served as the flagship of the exploration fleet, leading hundreds of small spacecraft to continue moving forward. This view is very wonderful. Xiaoyu knew the shape of this barrier. It was oval and wrapped the entire galaxy inside. But because it is so huge, its curvature is not noticeable at smaller scales. That is, if you look at it from a single location, it is flat. It's like you look up at the sky and the whole sky turns a faint red. Under this red blockage, no stars can be seen. Within this huge sphere with a radius of 10 billion kilometers, there are only Xiaoyu's fleet and the huge star in the center. Apart from that, there is nothing else. This is an interstellar prison, and Xiaoyu has become the only prisoner in this prison. The Langfang is moving forward carrying many precision instruments. It will conduct a survey of this barrier and obtain some technical parameters for Xiaoyu to conduct future research. After a day's voyage, the Langfang reached its target. At this moment, the Langfang is less than 300 kilometers away from this barrier, and is following this barrier, shrinking inward at a speed of 1.6 kilometers per second. In this way, the Langfang remained relatively stationary with the barrier and could conduct research stably. Several village-level spaceships slowly approached this barrier. Xiaoyu first made a penetration attempt. One of the village-level spaceships collided directly with this light curtain. When the village-class spacecraft crashed into it, the Langfang kept a close eye on it. There are many precision optical instruments taking pictures. But something happened that surprised Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu saw that after contacting this barrier, the head of the village-level spacecraft disappeared directly. However, although the spacecraft disappeared, the communication between Xiaoyu and the village-level spacecraft was still maintained. Xiaoyu immediately directed the village-level spacecraft to send out a broadcast so that satellites nearby could locate it. Xiaoyu was surprised to find that this village-level spacecraft had unknowingly traveled from a place 10 billion kilometers away from the central star to a place only 1 billion kilometers away from the central star. In this moment, this village-class spacecraft spanned a distance of nearly 9 billion kilometers. Does it mean that any material that comes into contact with this barrier will be transported to another location? Xiaoyu thought, controlling another village-level spacecraft, and tried again. As a result, this village-level spacecraft still disappeared without warning after contacting this barrier. Through the satellite positioning system, Xiaoyu discovered it in another place, 1.33 billion kilometers away from the central star. Is the transmission random? Xiaoyu speculated and continued the experiment. The result remains the same. Any spacecraft that comes into contact with this barrier is randomly teleported to a random point between 1 billion and 1 billion kilometers away from the central star. It seems that what Tachyon said to me is true, Xiaoyu thought. This barrier is indeed insurmountable. After the spacecraft contact test, there is an inspection in the visible light band. This barrier will emit a faint red light, and Xiaoyu tries to find some specific information about this barrier from these red lights. But spectrum analyzers showed that the red light was consistent with the light from the central star. At extremely high energy levels, such as on the surface of stars, different elements emit different light. Through spectral analysis, the elemental composition of a star can be determined. For example, in the Earth era, through spectral analysis, Humans can even analyze the elemental composition of distant stars billions of light-years away. Xiaoyu had already conducted spectral analysis on the central star and mastered its various data early on. But the light of this barrier was actually consistent with the central star, which really surprised Xiaoyu. Perhaps the light emitted by this barrier is itself the reflected light of the central star? Xiaoyu guessed and began to perform spectral analysis in the ultraviolet and infrared bands. The results of the analysis are still the same as those of the central star. It seems that this barrier is a huge mirror that reflects back all the light that hits it, whether it is visible light or invisible light. But obviously, it can't be as simple as a mirror. In this regard, Xiaoyu made his own guess. Perhaps, this is the wonderful thing about the four-dimensional fragment. It is not a mirror, but has some physical characteristics of a mirror. Its fourth dimension may be curved for the three-dimensional world. When the time comes, it will enter the four-dimensional world from the three-dimensional world, and then return to the original path through the bend of the fourth dimension. My spaceship may be based on this principle, but the details are different. As a result, my spaceship was randomly teleported to the inner galaxy instead of returning the same way. It seems that Tachyon did not lie. As expected, all the information cannot be transmitted. This star and the 10 billion kilometers of space around it have been separated. No, that's not right. At this moment, Xiaoyu suddenly realized the contradiction. The light will be reflected back. Does that mean that the heat of the star cannot be transferred out? This violates the most basic laws of physics. The heat of this star cannot be transferred out, which means that if the temperature inside the barrier is 3 degrees, and the temperature outside the barrier is 2 degrees, one is higher and the other is lower, then the laws of physics require that heat must be conducted from the higher place to the lower place. The place, however, since the temperature cannot be transmitted due to the existence of the barrier, how do they achieve heat conduction? This phenomenon is like a hot water kettle that can completely isolate heat loss and always maintain the temperature of the hot water in the kettle. The most basic scientific literacy told Xiaoyu that this phenomenon could not happen. This is the entropy increase theory. Within a system, entropy can only increase over time, not decrease, nor remain the same. It is impossible to stop the increase of entropy by any means without producing other effects. Obviously, if heat conduction does not occur around the barrier, then the entropy increase theory is broken. If this phenomenon really exists, the cornerstone of Xiaoyu's theory should be completely overturned. There is currently only one explanation that can take into account the contradiction between my theory and the current phenomenon. Xiaoyu thought silently. The only possibility is that this star and the surrounding space have changed from the original three-dimensional world where I am. Are separated. They belong to two different systems. Since they are not in the same system, the entropy will naturally not continue to increase. This conclusion made Xiaoyu feel a little palpitated. This situation is a bit similar to the small world mentioned in some fantasy novels. Xiaoyu came to a conclusion that made him dumbfounded. There is a great possibility that this is the case. My theory should be correct in the general direction. Otherwise, I would not have achieved so many results in a wrong theoretical system. But in front of me, the phenomenon that goes against my knowledge is it is indeed happening. My explanation is the only explanation that can take into account both. So it should also be correct. Xiaoyu came to a conclusion. But there is another question. I wonder what the situation here will look like from the outside. Since light and heat cannot be transmitted out from the outside world, it should be that this star suddenly disappeared from the universe. Obviously, a star doesn't disappear for no reason. If a star disappears for no reason, I don't know how many civilizations will take a peek. Tachyon said that this barrier will block any prying eyes and keep me absolutely safe. It seems that I should doubt this statement. After all, it is a star. Its disappearance cannot not cause the rest of the existence to be destroyed. Attention! The sweeper civilization is hundreds of light years away from me. Even if other civilizations are frightened by the existence of the sweeper and dare not come over. What about the sweeper? What if it comes to investigate Tahyon's four-dimensional structure? But they were all directly smashed into pieces by the neutron war star. I don't think this barrier can stop the sweeper civilization's exploration. After thinking of this, Xiaoyu felt inexplicably worried. I don't know if this is Tahyon's negligence or if Tachyon has other plans. Hey, even if Tachyon is kind to me, the feeling of being manipulated is still a bit bad. But it's okay to think about these things at this time. It's useless. I'd better develop my own technology honestly and do my best to obey fate. If it is discovered by the sweepers, it will be unlucky for me, and there is nothing I can do about it. After figuring this out, Xiaoyu put down his psychological burden, withdrew his attention from this barrier, and began to study his own technology system. Chapter 183: The Eternal Kingdom. Currently, in front of Xiaoyu, there are two technological obstacles that urgently need to be broken through. One is element decay technology, and the other is super light navigation technology. These two technologies complement each other. Element decay technology is the cornerstone of faster-than-light navigation technology. Xiaoyu has already done relevant experiments. Taking the Hebei as an example, in theory, the 40 million tons of nuclear fusion fuel carried on the Hebei is only enough to support the Hebei's super light voyage of less than 100 light years. But this obstacle will be solved after breakthroughs in elemental decay technology. Due to volume limitations, the Hebei requires most of the space within the hull to carry nuclear fusion fuel, which is deuterium. However, after replacing the same volume of deuterium with heavy elements, such as the most abundant heavy element on Earth, silicon, the Hebei will be able to carry 1.3 billion tons. This means that if calculated purely based on sailing distance, the Hebei's endurance will reach 10,000 light years. Of course, the actual situation will be much smaller than this number. After all, the Hebei still needs energy in many other places, such as calculations, defense, weapons and steering, etc. After comprehensive calculations, after the breakthrough in element decay technology, the endurance of the Hebei can reach at least 1,000 light years. By then, Xiaoyu will have fully entered the technical level measured by light grade. In an orbit 2 billion kilometers away from the central star, Xiaoyu and Luca scientists are conducting intense research work together. The Large Particle Collider is already in orbit around the central star. Because of the large size of the star, Xiaoyu had to dismantle hundreds of rural-class spacecraft, remanufacture some parts, and add them in before reluctantly building the Large Particle Collider. There is no way. In this empty star system, Xiaoyu cannot get any material supplement. The central star is losing mass at a rate of nearly 1 billion tons per second. This mass is thrown out from the surface of the central star in the form of interstellar dust, and is scattered throughout the vast space. But Xiaoyu has no way to collect these qualities. Xiaoyu has made relevant calculations. If he builds 1,000 giant collection nets powered by stars, and covers an area of 1 square kilometer, and continuously wanders in the universe to collect mass, he can collect about 10 tons of matter per hour. This was obviously a loss-making business. Xiaoyu simply gave up the idea and turned to dismantling the spacecraft to obtain supplies. Anyway, it only needs to last for 200 years. After 200 years, you will either die or escape from this prison. There is no need to execute this plan. During the more than 100 years of hiding from other civilizations, the population of Luca society has increased to more than 200,000. Luca society is roughly the same as human society, but lifespans are much longer. Xiaoyu was reluctant to let those Luca scientists, who had mastered extremely rich knowledge, age and die prematurely. So Xiaoyu also conducted some research on biotechnology. Currently, the average lifespan of Luca people has been increased to 5 years, about 100 years old. After more than 100 years, the number of scientists in Luca has reached about 2,000. Luca 3 assumed the position of top scientific officer without any objection, and Luca 2 still held the position of its top social officer. In order to properly arrange these research forces and try their best to play their role, Xiaoyu dismantled the original provincial transport ship, used part of the materials for other purposes, and built a brand new municipal-level spacecraft with the remaining materials. Xiaoyu named the city-level spaceship Eternal Kingdom. The Eternal Kingdom is the kingdom of the true God in the legend of Luca civilization. In this spacecraft, Xiaoyu has arranged extremely complete and state-of-the-art research equipment for the use of Luca scientists. The Eternal Kingdom stays not far from the paradise, and Luca scientists can easily travel between the two spaceships in the small spacecraft assigned to them. In the Eternal Kingdom, they carry out scientific research, and in the paradise, they can live and entertain comfortably. At this moment, it is already 20 years since Xiaoyu was imprisoned in this prison. In the Eternal Kingdom, Luca scientists are conducting intense research work. The theoretical foundation of elemental decay technology has been established. What is needed now is a large number of experiments to find the most efficient implementation method. In a laboratory, several Luca scientists wearing white coats were watching a transparent glass box closely. In this glass box, there is a very common thing: an iron block with a mass of about 1 kilogram, floating there in the air. Next to this transparent glass box, there are dense lines. These lines extend out and are connected to unknown places and complicated instruments. Through these lines, Some strange rays were emitted and acted on the iron block. Just in the microscopic world, a violent reaction invisible to the naked eye is taking place. That is a microscopic structure smaller than molecules and atoms. Within the scope of the strong interaction force, the quarks that make up hadrons suddenly dispersed. They were scattered in the empty space inside the atom, and quark exchange occurred between different atoms. That is, quarks inside an atom sometimes travel to other atoms. They permeate the entire atomic space, and their distribution shows the characteristics of a cloud, like an electron cloud. This process, in the view of scientists from Lucca, is that the volume of this piece of iron suddenly increases. At the same time, it began to emit faint infrared rays. This should be a small-scale collision of quarks during the dispersion process, and the energy level transition caused the generation of photons, said a Lucca scientist. After the scientist finished speaking, an assistant immediately recorded the words and sent them to Xiaoyu through the communication system for Xiaoyu to analyze. Scenes like this happened in dozens of laboratories at the same time, and data was submitted to Xiaoyu at every moment for Xiaoyu to analyze. After the assistant submitted it, the scientist ordered, "Reverse the two instruments to enhance the strong interaction and weaken the electromagnetic force." Okay. Another assistant agreed and pressed several buttons on the instrument. In the microscopic world, the quarks that permeated the inner space of atoms and showed the characteristics of electron cloud suddenly seemed to go crazy, and each of them collided with the quark closest to them. In the violent collision, quarks recombine into hadrons, such as protons and neutrons. During this process, some quarks disappear out of thin air. They turned into photons, or neutrinos, and escaped from the interior of the piece of iron. From the perspective of Lucca scientists, it was the piece of material in the glass box that suddenly emitted an extremely dazzling light that lasted for several minutes. After a few minutes, the light gradually dimmed and the piece of iron reappeared. The figure emerged. It's just that his size has shrunk by half, because the glass box has the function of isolating excessive light. The Lucca scientists observing outside were not affected by the strong light. Neutrinos and photon bursts were detected. These photons carry high energy. The analysis results show that during this reaction, the kilogram of iron lost 48% of its mass, and its mass remained 520 grams. At the same time, calculations based on the mass energy formula show that the energy carried by the photons and neutrinos it emits, converted into mass, is exactly 480 grams, which is in line with the law of conservation of mass and energy. Comprehensive excitation energy. Neutrino loss energy calculation. The comprehensive energy utilization rate of element decay is 40%. The remaining 8% of energy is necessary loss energy. During the decay process of elements, energy is mainly emitted in the form of photons. And along with the birth of photons, there are also some neutrinos. These neutrinos are like thieves who steal energy. They steal the energy, take it for themselves, and then escape in an instant by virtue of their extremely difficult to react with other matter. After comprehensive calculations of the energy stolen by neutrinos, the energy lost during the conversion process, and the energy required to activate instruments that convert electromagnetic force and strong interaction force, the conclusion is that during the decay process of elements, up to 40% of the mass converted into energy can be used by Xiaoyu. This is the experiment with the highest energy utilization among tens of thousands of experiments in recent decades. At the same time, in this way, safety and other aspects can also be effectively guaranteed. The entire process of this experiment, as well as our conclusion, submitted to the master. The scientist who was in charge of this experiment couldn't hide the joy on his face, and ordered his assistant in a somewhat urgent voice. "Congratulations, Lord Wells. With this achievement, I think the master will definitely assign you the distinguished title of Lucca No. 4. An assistant next to him said with envy on his face. The name Xiaoyu mentioned casually at the beginning has now become the highest honorary title in Lucca's society. You must know that in the entire Lucca society, with a population of more than 200,000, there are only two people, Lucca No. 2 and Lucca No. 3, who have received such titles. Of these two people, one is the Supreme Scientific Archon, and the other is the Supreme Social Archon. It is conceivable that after No. 2 and No. 3, the title of Lucca No. 4 represents what a lofty honor it is. However, Xiaoyu is not ready to give away the title of Lucca No. 4 easily. The title Lucca No. 4 is like a noble crown, inspiring thousands of Lucca scientists to strive for it. However, after receiving the latest test report on elemental decay from the Eternal Kingdom, Xiaoyu had a premonition that he had to give away this hat. Chapter 184 Pig Farm and Research Institute. At the beginning of the large-scale research, Xiaoyu had already made clear task assignments. Xiaoyu handed over research projects related to elemental decay to Luca scientists, while he focused on related technologies related to faster-than-light navigation. 10 years after the relevant scientific research project was launched, Xiaoyu received this test report. As mentioned above, we believe we have found a way to exploit elemental decay technology that can move into large-scale applications. The person who signed this report was Wells, the Luca scientist, and the main scientist in charge of this experiment. Later, many Luca scientists left their names on this experimental report. Among them, the name of Luca number 3 ranked second. This experiment received help from many fellow scientists. Among them, the respected Luca 3 provided a lot of help on strange rays. And another great scientist, Ian, provided a lot of help on the decay theory. There are also many scientists participated in this experiment. The list is as follows. This experimental report is 800 pages long and contains hundreds of thousands of words. In this experimental report, each step of the experiment and related experimental data are explained in detail, and it is accompanied by corresponding experimental video records. Every piece of data is well-founded and convincing. Xiaoyu spoke highly of this experimental report document. However, there are still some minor flaws in this document. Xiaoyu keenly noticed a set of data. After converting the mass-energy equation, we found some minor errors during the experiment. For example, after the experiment, through calculation, the remaining mass of the experimental substance should be 520 grams. But after precise measurement, we found the remaining mass of the experimental substance is not the expected 520 grams, but 520.005 grams. We cannot explain the extra mass of 0.005 grams for the time being. We suspect it is because of the instrument. Errors caused by insufficient accuracy. Is there an unexplained increase in mass? Xiaoyu thought secretly in his mind, remembering some of the experiments he had conducted. Xiaoyu had already noticed this problem when conducting particle collision experiments in the Tachyon 4-star system and the Tachyon 1-star system. During those experiments, Xiaoyu noticed that the total mass of the particles participating in the collision increased extremely slightly after the collision. Xiaoyu has never been able to explain this phenomenon, but he did not expect that this phenomenon actually happened in the element decay experiment. After receiving the test report, Xiaoyu immediately reproduced the test in the Hebei laboratory according to the data in the test report. The test process is generally the same as the experimental report of Luca scientists. During this experiment, Xiaoyu also measured an extremely small amount of mass increase. In this experiment, Xiaoyu even calculated the relationship between the increased mass, the mass of the objects participating in the experiment, and the energy intensity. In general, under such test intensity, the total mass of each kilogram of material after the elemental decay test will increase by about 100,000. Since it can happen repeatedly, and the increased mass follows a certain pattern, it can basically be ruled out that it is caused by errors. A strict and standardized scientific experiment should follow the principle that it must be repeatable. If a certain specific phenomenon only appears in one experiment and not in other repeated experiments, then scientists should look for the cause from the aspects of instrument failure, experimental errors, etc., rather than rushing to publish a paper. He said he had made a major discovery. For example, something like this happened in the Earth Age. A certain physics institute announced that it had discovered tachyons. In a certain experiment, they discovered a particle that, in a race against photons, reached the finish line dozens of nanoseconds ahead of photons. This report caused an uproar, and scientists from numerous institutes repeated the experiment, but they were unable to reproduce the phenomenon. The final result was dramatic. After a comprehensive investigation, the institute's personnel discovered that the cause of the emergence of tachyons was actually a mechanical failure. After the engineer tightened a certain optical fiber connector, the tachyon particles appeared. The particle phenomenon disappears. While on Earth, Xiaoyu also experienced this incident, and repeated the experiment 50 times in his own research institute. But none of the tachyons could be found. After obtaining the exact data, Xiaoyu launched a sharp taunt at the person in charge of the institute, even mocking them. You gave your research institute to a pig farm. This experiment is to use a group of pigs as operators. ? As a result, the person in charge became so angry that he not only completely cut off all contact with Xiaoyu's research institute, but also almost ran to Xiaoyu's home to find Xiaoyu's real person for pranking. When he was on Earth, Xiaoyu had such a character. Sharp, ruthless, and merciless. After leaving the Earth, Xiaoyu once thought that after he issued a warning that the Earth was about to explode, basically few people responded to him. It was probably related to his personality, because most scientists were completely offended by Xiaoyu. After leaving the Earth, Xiaoyu's personality has changed a lot after experiencing so many events. For example, Xiaoyu sometimes thinks of the head of the research institute, who he mocked as a pig, and even feels a little apologetic. For example, Xiaoyu is sometimes, I think of Chen Mo, and feel a little guilty for being so rude and merciless to a girl, when facing other well-intentioned civilized creatures, such as the Luca people, the Arrow beasts, and the Tachyon civilization. Xiaoyu also began to try to face them with a relatively gentle attitude. Pulling his thoughts back from the distant past, Xiaoyu continued to check the relevant data of his experiment. Since this mysterious phenomenon of material increase can be repeated, it basically proves that it is credible. But Xiaoyu still has no way to explain this. And he doesn't know where these qualities come from. Xiaoyu has a hunch that when he finds a theory that can perfectly explain this phenomenon and obtains experimental verification, he will usher in the next big technological breakthrough. Perhaps the key point to advance to the 5th level civilization, or even the 6th level civilization, is here, Xiaoyu thought. After achieving this technological breakthrough, element decay technology is no longer far away from entering large-scale application. Xiaoyu immediately spent a month creating the first elemental decay engine. This engine has extremely powerful performance, not only in terms of energy output. It can even use any substance as fuel regardless of its position on the periodic table. From the lightest element hydrogen to the heaviest element 139. Everything can be stuffed into this engine and serve as its fuel, whatever the fuel is. After the first reaction in this engine, it will decay into hydrogen. The hydrogen is then collected and stored. Xiaoyu will then start the research and development of an improved elemental decay engine. The improved element decay engine will be able to recycle fuel. After the raw materials are decayed into hydrogen elements, the raw materials will be sent to the second reaction chamber to start the nuclear fusion reaction, refused into helium elements, and then helium elements. Then it is sent to the first reaction chamber, and the cycle continues. The result of the cycle is that this engine will convert all its mass into energy for use by Xiaoyu. A breakthrough in energy. Mastering superlight navigation is no longer far away, Xiaoyu thought with joy. After the most rigorous demonstrations and tests proved the accuracy and feasibility of this experimental report, Xiaoyu convened all the people of Luca, held a huge celebration meeting. The streets in New Home were once again filled with all kinds of food and drinks. Schools and factories were all on holiday, and all Luca people took to the streets to celebrate. On the huge electronic screen in the center of the city, the honor awarding ceremony in the Paradise Auditorium was being broadcast live. Xiaoyu's shadow stood on the rostrum and delivered an exciting speech with a smile on his face. Then, Wells from Luca walked onto the rostrum with excitement on his face. From the highest social council of Luca, Luca too took the trophy from his hands and received the certificate of honor from the highest scientific council, Luca 3. During the award ceremony, the celebration reached its climax after Xiaoyu announced that he would give the title of Luca number 4 to Wells. Wells' face was filled with tears of excitement. He first lay on the ground to express his loyalty and awe to Xiaoyu, and then stood in front of the camera, holding up the trophy and certificate of honor in his hand, and waving them constantly. The award ceremony was followed by a grand cocktail party, in which all scientists participated. Countless exquisite foods and drinks were served by robot assistants for the people of Luca to take. While the Luca people were launching a grand celebration, Xiaoyu had quietly turned off the three-dimensional projector and collected his energy. Because, in this star system, the ubiquitous surveillance satellites reported a message to Xiaoyu. At the edge of the barrier, some substances suddenly appeared. Preliminary observations indicate that these materials are just ordinary meteorite chunks. But that is not the point. In Xiaoyu's guess, this four-dimensional barrier isolates this star system from the outer universe, and there is no possibility of material exchange between the two. However, the arrival of these ordinary meteorite blocks proves Xiaoyu's mistake. Xiaoyu must find a new explanation to deal with these foreign substances. Chapter 185. 4 Protection Covers. After noticing that foreign matter had entered the star system, Xiaoyu responded quickly. Xiaoyu controlled a village-level spaceship and quickly approached the foreign meteorite. Material analysis shows that this meteorite block is mainly composed of iron elements, mixed with some dry ice and ethane. Its volume is only about 10 meters by 6 meters by 3 meters, and its mass is only a few thousand tons. The closest star to this star is hundreds of light years away, at the edge of the Milky Way, where the material is very thin. This piece of meteorite may have been formed in a new star system inside the Milky Way, and then was thrown out during the gravitational battle. After a long journey of tens of millions of years, it came here, and happened to be captured by this star. This piece of meteorite is very common, and can be seen everywhere in some newborn star systems. But when it appears here, it has some unusual meaning. First of all, one thing can be proved. That is, the gravitational effect of this star is not shielded. In other words, the star can still attract objects outside the barrier. Of course, it is also possible that gravity has been blocked, and the arrival of this asteroid was just an accident. But this possibility is too small. If the effect of gravity is eliminated, the meteorite block will happen to enter the star. Sphere of influence is no less difficult than shooting a mosquito light year away with a pistol. This possibility can be ignored. This phenomenon caused Xiaoyu some worries. In order to prevent some unexpected situations, such as this meteorite block having some special structure, Xiaoyu controlled the spacecraft and marked the meteorite, then began to try to push it out of this star system. The result was that after the meteorite block came into contact with the red barrier, it suddenly disappeared like some village-level spacecraft used for experiments before. But the connection still exists. Xiaoyu has installed communication equipment on this meteorite block. Xiaoyu directed the radio broadcasting equipment arranged on the meteorite in advance and sent out a broadcast. Then, under Xiaoyu's somewhat indescribable complex psychology, Xiaoyu arranged satellites in this star system. Broadcast signal received. This shows that it did not leave the star system, but was transported to the interior of the galaxy like those village-level spacecraft. Are you allowed in, but not allowed out? Xiaoyu sighed in his heart. This barrier seems to only allow external substances to enter, but does not allow internal substances to go out. If that is the case, if it's true that no one is allowed in, and no one is allowed out, I should still be able to see the starlight from the outside world. There is no reason why meteorites can come in, but the starlight from the outside world can't. Xiaoyu thought and aimed various optical observation instruments at the barrier. The location pointed by the array telescope is the location of the galactic center, as predicted by Xiaoyu. This location is the brightest. The array telescope captured an extremely high-resolution photo. In this photo, Xiaoyu performed a lot of processing work. After using matting, noise reduction and other methods in turn, Xiaoyu got a blurry photo. After eliminating the light of the red barrier, Xiaoyu could vaguely see the center of the photo. There is a blurry highlight. This bright spot is undoubtedly the center of the galaxy, the core of the Milky Way. Sure enough, it turns out that I am not isolated from the outside world. External matter, and even light can still enter this star system. The reason why starlight could not be observed before was because the light influence of the barrier was too strong. Xiaoyu concluded. I came to a conclusion. And then, I felt a little weird in my heart. No entry. No exit. Why is this characteristic so similar to a black hole? If there is an external observer, after it finds that any light enters this area, it cannot exit again, and they can still detect the existence of gravity here. Could they mistake this place for a black hole, and the location of the barrier as the event horizon boundary of this black hole? The event horizon boundary is the gravitational edge of a black hole. Above the horizon boundary, the escape velocity is exactly the speed of light. Because the speed of light is the upper limit of physical motion, light can still escape outside the horizon boundary. After entering the horizon boundary, the escape speed exceeds the speed of light, and the light can no longer come out. It can be simply understood that the event horizon boundary is the edge of the black hole. It is possible to escape before reaching the event horizon boundary. After entering the event horizon boundary, you are dead and can never escape. But this obviously does not meet the characteristics of a black hole. For example, when approaching the four-dimensional barrier, matter will not be torn apart by gravity. If there is an outside observer, it should be easy to tell that this is not a black hole. In short, I am still not sure whether I am really as safe as Tachyon said. There are always dangers ahead. Leaving here as soon as possible is the right way. Xiaoyu thought in his heart. Well, no one is allowed in. No one is allowed out. No one is allowed in. No one is allowed out. Xiaoyu muttered this sentence silently. And suddenly a little inspiration came to his heart. Tachyon said that if I can break through this barrier, I will be able to master the four-dimensional protective shield technology. It turns out that this is what the four-dimensional protective shield is. At this moment, Xiaoyu felt a sudden realization. This four-dimensional barrier, for things inside it, is not allowed in and out. So obviously, for the outside world, it is allowed out and not allowed out. If this feature can be utilized outside the spacecraft, wouldn't it be just right to lay out a four-dimensional barrier like this? First of all, the external attack of the spacecraft, due to the principle of no entry, can easily penetrate this four-dimensional barrier and attack external objects. And the attack from the external spacecraft, whether it is a light attack or a physical attack, will be caused by the same if you can't come in based on the principle. That means you can't hit your own spaceship. This technology is really too powerful. If I master this technology, wouldn't I be invincible and no one can destroy my spaceship? After thinking of this, Xiaoyu became excited. I didn't expect that the gift Taihao gave me would be so valuable. Well, this gift is really important to me. In order to express my gratitude, I decided that after my technology is developed enough, I will comply with your last wish and go to the large Magellanic Cloud to fulfill your last wish. Xiaoyu secretly made up his mind. Taihao's last wish was not easy at all, but not difficult at all. Just when Xiaoyu was excited, Xiaoyu immediately thought of two other aspects, and the excitement in his heart quickly calmed down. First of all, Taihao itself, which has a semi-four-dimensional structure, was smashed into four-dimensional structures by the neutron battle stars of the Sweeper civilization, resulting in its death. This indirectly proves that the four-dimensional shield is not omnipotent, but there is some kind of restriction. The most likely is that there is an upper limit on energy. In other words, after I master the four-protection shield technology, my spaceship can be immune to all attacks below a certain level. But when the attack exceeds that after the restriction, the four-guard shield can still be broken. Secondly, the feature of being allowed out but not allowed in will also make it impossible for the spacecraft to collect external information. Obviously, since outside attacks cannot come in, then outside information cannot come in either. This will result in the inability to conduct radio waves between spacecrafts. Communication cannot be positioned through the neutron star positioning system, and the position of the enemy spacecraft cannot be determined. Simply put, any external object will be completely invisible to my spacecraft, because the internal light can go out, and they can clearly see my position, and because the external light can't come in, so I can't see them. Well, communication problems can be solved through long-distance communication technology, and intelligence problems can only be solved by launching a large number of satellites. Xiaoyu quickly thought through the advantages and disadvantages of the four-protection cover, and initially conceived some combat modes after he mastered the four-protection cover technology. To put it simply, after mastering the four protective shields, Xiaoyu's combat mode should be like this. That is to launch a large number of satellites without four-dimensional protective cover to perform the task of detecting the enemy's situation and obtain all information about the enemy, such as the position of the spacecraft, moving direction, shooting direction, volume, mass, firepower intensity, and other information, and then use long-distance communication methods to send all this information to the Flagship spacecraft with the four maintenance hoods activated. The Flagship spacecraft will then process this information, and then direct the remaining spacecraft to fight through long-distance communication methods. Because of the emergence of the four-guard shield, Xiaoyu will have to completely separate the intelligence aspect and the combat aspect, turning them into two separate parts. This is a drawback, but obviously, compared with the benefits, the drawbacks are simply negligible. I don't know what level of technology one can reach before I can escape from this cage and master the four-dimensional shield technology. Xiaoyu thought, it should be super-light navigation technology. Super-light navigation is achieved by distorting three-dimensional space. I don't know whether the distorted three-dimensional space will have an effect on the four-dimensional space. Let's ignore it for now. After the super-light navigation technology is developed, we will conduct an experiment and it will be clear. Xiaoyu made up his mind and started repeated experiments and data calculations on the Hebei. People from Luca can relax and celebrate, but Xiaoyu can't. Besides, even if Xiaoyu wanted to have some fun, relax and have fun, there were no related entertainment activities to do, because no matter what kind of entertainment activities they are, for Xiaoyu, they are just entangled with some data, which is really boring. Chapter 186, Superlight Spaceship. In addition to the four-dimensional space shield being conceived, Xiaoyu is also conceiving several other new weapons. Because of the breakthrough of the unified theory, it can be predicted that in the next period of time, There will be an era of great technological development, and countless novel inventions will appear. Basic theory is so important. The word basic does not mean that basic theory is unimportant, but that basic theory is the cornerstone necessary for any scientific and technological progress. Without the progress of basic theory, the further development of technology can only be limited to a certain range, and only quantitative changes can be achieved. There is no qualitative change. The gravity bomb is the first new weapon to be developed within the framework of the unified theory. Gravity bombs are realized by converting energy into gravity. Correspondingly, Xiaoyu can also convert energy into another basic force, electromagnetic force, to create weapons similar to material disintegration rays. This kind of weapon has already appeared in prototype in the previous experimental reports of the Lucans on elemental decay. Luca scientists use this ray to convert a piece of iron weighing 1 kilogram into hydrogen weighing only 500 grams. In the same way, Xiaoyu can make simple modifications and use this ray to transform the outer SHL of the enemy spacecraft. This change occurs to achieve the purpose of destroying the enemy spacecraft. In Xiaoyu's plan, this material disintegration ray will replace the high-energy laser cannon and become one of his conventional weapons. At the same time, gravity bombs and elemental decay bombs will take the place of hydrogen bombs. The hydrogen bomb suddenly bursts out a large amount of energy through runaway nuclear fusion to achieve the purpose of killing. But after mastering the grand unified theory, Xiaoyu can completely replace nuclear fusion energy with elemental decay energy, which is simple to manufacture, and it's more powerful. Moreover, it still has the advantage of unlimited power of hydrogen bombs. Among the previous conventional weapons, only energy bombs cannot be replaced for the time being because of their advantages in both lethality and launch speed. Xiaoyu also made some calculations about the energy shields used to defend these weapons. After breaking through this red barrier, Xiaoyu will have a 4-dimensional space shield. But Xiaoyu does not think that other level 4 civilizations will also have 4-dimensional space shield technology. But based on the simple principle that if there is a spear, there must be a shield. Since the 4th level civilization can develop weapons, such as gravity bombs and material disintegration rays, then there is no reason why they cannot develop means to defend against these weapons. Moreover, the 4-dimensional space shield cannot block gravity. In other words, when faced with a gravity bomb attack, the 4-dimensional space shield will not play a role. Then, it is imperative to develop conventional shields for level 4 civilizations. Because the conventional protective shield of level 4 civilization is foreseeable, there must be the ability to defend against gravity bombs. After intense modeling calculations, the term force field shield appeared in Xiaoyu's mind. The most likely means of protection for a 4th level civilization is the force field shield. The force field shield is also developed based on the grand unified theory. Through precise calculations, it will be able to reversely improve the material disintegration rays. Reduced to the part that enhances the electromagnetic force is used to protect against material disintegration rays. At the same time, the force field shield can also take into account the anti-gravity function through certain processes to protect against energy bombs. Xiaoyu speculated. When thinking of this, Xiaoyu thought, there was a sudden light. By the way, there is also anti-gravity technology. After mastering anti-gravity technology, even provincial-level spacecraft can take off and land directly on stars. At the same time, I will no longer need to create gravity through rotation, but directly through gravity. Bomb-related technology can create gravity through energy. At the current stage, whether it is New Home, Paradise, or Eternal Kingdom, they all gain gravity through rotation. This means that there will be an obvious gravity imbalance on these spacecrafts. This resulted in a large amount of unused space inside the spacecraft. This is an extreme waste. After developing gravity technology, Xiaoyu will be able to perfectly solve this problem. The grand unified theory is really a great treasure. Xiaoyu sighed sincerely. Xiaoyu has been intensively conducting research on superlight navigation technology. After being imprisoned within this red barrier for 50 years, Xiaoyu finally achieved a phased result. This is a village-level spaceship, powered by elemental decay technology, and using space curvature mode as a means of navigation. In the huge shipyard, countless robots are busy conducting the last comprehensive inspection. This scene is being watched by Xiaoyu and more than 2,000 Luca scientists. This spacecraft embodies decades of hard work by Xiaoyu and more than 2,000 Luca scientists. When giving the activation order, Xiaoyu even felt a little sacred in his heart. It was as if the test flight of the first superlight spacecraft was a sacred religious ceremony. Ignition the engine. Xiaoyu gave the order. The elemental decay engine starts normally and energy conduction is normal. The space curvature instrument is working normally. And the current curvature of space is. Conventional propulsion engine shut down. Warp drive is about to begin. There are tens of thousands of monitoring instruments constantly transmitting groups of data to Xiaoyu. Through analysis, Xiaoyu quickly and accurately conveyed the next instructions. As Xiaoyu watched, the village-level spaceship slowly left the dock and floated into the air. Then, next to it, a slight distortion suddenly appeared, and the entire spacecraft began to become hazy, making it difficult to see clearly. It's like looking through the heated air above a fire when you're on Earth. The ship began to accelerate. Behind the haze, Xiaoyu saw the spacecraft beginning to move forward at an extremely fast speed. Successfully entered curvature navigation. The current speed is 0.03 times the speed of light. Continue to accelerate. Xiaoyu gave the order. The current speed is 0.4 times the speed of light. Xiaoyu watched the spacecraft closely, because of the special mode of curvature drive. According to Xiaoyu's inference, a spacecraft sailing with curvature drive will not produce relativistic effects regardless of its speed. In other words, even if a spacecraft driven by curvature reaches 100% of the speed of light, time on it will still pass at normal speed, neither speeding up nor slowing down. The reason for this phenomenon is that, strictly speaking, a spacecraft sailing in a curvature-driven manner does not move itself. What is moving is space. And the speed of the spacecraft is actually zero. Since the speed is zero, there will naturally be no relativistic effects. This is an important point. If the relativistic effect is observed on the curvature-driven spacecraft, it will prove that Xiaoyu's theory is wrong. Then all related technologies related to curvature navigation must be overhauled. But Xiaoyu won again. Dozens of sophisticated observation instruments told Xiaoyu that even on this village-class spacecraft that reached 0.4 times the speed of light, time was still passing at a normal speed. Finally successful. Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief and issued a new order. Continue to accelerate. Different from traditional understanding, the curvature navigation spacecraft developed by Xiaoyu is not like in science fiction movies. One moment it is still sailing normally, and the next moment it enters the super light speed navigation stage with a bang. Real super light speed navigation also has a process of. When he came to this conclusion, Xiaoyu once thought, who said that curvature navigation must be super light navigation? The speed of curvature navigation can still be below the speed of light. But in curvature navigation, the speed of light cannot be exceeded. The restrictions just don't exist anymore. The village-level spacecraft that Xiaoyu was watching was sailing at a curvature, but its speed was only 0.5 times the speed of light. Gradually, its speed has reached 0.99 times the speed of light. If it is a conventional voyage, the relativistic effect produced at this speed is already quite obvious. But in the spacecraft sailing at curvature, Xiaoyu still did not observe any relativistic effect. Xiaoyu informed the Luca scientists of this result, which caused a burst of cheers from the Luca scientists. This village-level spaceship is still increasing its speed. Finally, its speed exceeded the speed of light by 1 meter, and it disappeared from the visible light band. Faster-than-light navigation was finally realized in Xiaoyu's hands. At this moment, Xiaoyu felt so excited that he wanted to cry. If Xiaoyu still had eyes, Xiaoyu would definitely shed tears without hiding it. Traveling faster than light. What does it mean? Needless to say its importance. The most critical thing is that the super-light navigation technology was developed in the hands of Xiaoyu. The most critical technologies for faster-than-light navigation were all independently researched and broken by Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu did not obtain these technologies through unexpected encounters, such as in certain ruins, or through plunder. Instead, he researched and obtained them all by himself. Every subtle technology in the faster-than-light navigation technology embodies Xiaoyu's hard work. At this moment, Xiaoyu once again proved his ability. My people, have you seen it? I have mastered the technology of faster-than-light navigation. We Earthlings are no worse than any alien civilization. We can also master the technologies they can master through our own research. They just have more development time than us. Have you seen it? Earth civilization has not declined in my hands, but is being continuously promoted by me. Super-light sailing is our dream. Please believe me. My achievements will not stop here. And based on the super-light navigation technology, I will master more and more advanced technologies. I will definitely become stronger, avenge our people, and revive human civilization in my hands. Wait for me. This day will not be far away. Chapter 187 Temperature. The village-level spacecraft continued to accelerate, reaching 3 times the speed of light before stopping. 3 times the speed of light is the highest speed Xiaoyu can currently achieve. Today, 50 years later, the radius of the four-dimensional barrier has shrunk from 10 billion kilometers to 7.5 billion kilometers. This means that starting from the center of the galaxy, at the speed of this village-level spacecraft, it only takes 2.5 hours to cover this long distance. The method of curvature drive is different from that of conventional navigation. The biggest difference is that conventional navigation can sail by inertia after the initial acceleration stage, which can save a lot of fuel. But in curvature drive, since the motion of the spacecraft is zero, there is naturally no inertia, and it cannot rely on inertial navigation to travel. This means that during the voyage, the elemental decay engine must always be on to provide energy for the curvature engine. This results in the energy consumption of curvature navigation being much higher than that of conventional navigation. Without element decay technology, curvature navigation is simply a mirror image in the water and cannot be realized. This feature has both advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage is naturally excessive energy consumption, and the advantage is a leap in mobility. A spacecraft traveling in curvature navigation can accelerate from rest to the speed of light within 10 seconds, and can also return from the speed of light to rest within 10 seconds. To put it less accurately, the maneuverability of Xiaoyu's spacecraft has increased tens of thousands of times compared to before. An hour later, the ship used curvature drive and sailed to the edge of the four-dimensional barrier. After entering the stage of superlight travel, matter will disappear in all wavelength bands, and it will not be visible in visible light, ultraviolet light, or infrared light. After Xiaoyu's research, Xiaoyu believes that this is because the red shift is too severe, causing the light to shift out of the detectable frequency. But by detecting the degree of spatial distortion, Xiaoyu can accurately locate it. Similarly, during superlight travel, all light from the outside is completely invisible because the blue shift is too severe. In other words, during the faster-than-light voyage, this spacecraft is completely isolated from the outside world. This will bring certain dangers to faster-than-light navigation, because during navigation, the spacecraft cannot detect whether there are obstacles ahead. Short-distance navigation is okay, but long-distance navigation is likely to lead to accidental collisions. For example, crashing into a star or planet. In fact, it's not that a spaceship traveling at superlight speed cannot receive or emit light. It's just that the red shift or blue shift is too severe, and such light cannot be detected. Xiaoyu is already conducting research on this, trying to develop an instrument that can restore the frequency of light, allowing him to detect external intelligence while traveling at superlight speed. However, at this stage, this instrument has not been successfully developed. Xiaoyu needs to continue to conduct uninterrupted research and spend some effort to develop it. After the spacecraft arrived near the four-dimensional barrier, Xiaoyu focused all his attention here. Because he didn't understand the characteristics of the four-dimensional barrier, Xiaoyu didn't know how to break through this barrier. But in Xiaoyu's speculation, superlight navigation is likely to break through it. Now, it is time to test whether Xiaoyu's conjecture is correct. The collision will occur in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 inch. In the field of view of the space distortion detector, the village-level spacecraft suddenly lost its trace. Has the breakthrough been successful? Xiaoyu thought nervously, and immediately commanded the village-level spacecraft to break away from the superlight voyage through long-distance communication, and immediately began to use the instruments on the spacecraft. Start to detect the external environment. What you see is nothingness. Nothing. Where is this? Xiaoyu thought in confusion. Could it be that traveling at the speed of light will break through to other dimensions? This is too ridiculous. Xiaoyu controlled the village-level spacecraft to continue the detection. Then, the light red barrier in the space background caught Xiaoyu's attention. It was an extremely large red barrier that occupied the entire field of view of the detection instrument. Xiaoyu's heart gradually sank to the bottom. The detection instrument of the village-level spacecraft turned around and indeed detected this huge red giant. After this village-level spacecraft sent out a burst of radio waves. Satellites scattered throughout the galaxy quickly determined its position with the help of this burst of signals. As a result, this superlight spacecraft still did not break through the red barrier. Like the other spacecraft, it was randomly teleported to a point between 1 billion and 1 billion kilometers away from the central star when it came into contact with the barrier. Experiments have proven that superlight navigation cannot break through the four-dimensional barrier. I should have thought a long time ago that in the face of the four-dimensional barrier, superlight sailing is not possible. Xiaoyu murmured to himself. If you can break through the four-dimensional barrier just by sailing at superlight speed, then there will be no four-dimensional shield. What is the value of using it? After all, a fourth-level civilization that has mastered superlight navigation technology may not be able to develop superlight kinetic energy weapons. If it cannot even defend against superlight speed, the value of the 4-level protective cover is not as good as the force field protection. The value of the cover is great. So, how can we break through the four-dimensional barrier? Xiaoyu fell into a daze. Element decay and faster-than-light navigation are the biggest technological breakthrough Xiaoyu has achieved in the past few hundred years. Moreover, it is foreseeable that Xiaoyu will not be able to achieve any other major technological breakthroughs in the next hundreds or even thousands of years. If Taihao is kind to me, then it is impossible for it to create a barrier that cannot be broken through by the technological level of a fourth-level civilization. In other words, on the premise that Taihao is kind to me, it is impossible to break through the fourth dimension. The technology of the barrier must be in the technological system of the fourth-level civilization. However, it is not even superlight travel. So what could it be? After all, superlight travel is the most significant feature of the fourth-level civilization. Xiaoyu slowly thought, perhaps it will be an elemental decay bomb? Or a material disintegration ray? Or a large number of superlight kinetic energy weapons bombardment? At this moment, Xiaoyu felt that he suddenly lost the direction of struggle. It is impossible to break through to level 5 civilization in a short period of time. Not only that, in the remaining less than 150 years, it is impossible to achieve a major technological breakthrough again. Then Xiaoyu could only rely on the technology he currently has to try to break through the four-dimensional barrier. But if you can't break through faster than light travel, what kind of technology would that be? Xiaoyu thought with some confusion. This can only be tested slowly in the future. I hope I can find a way to break through within 150 years. The radius of the four-dimensional barrier has been shrinking. This is equivalent to a rope around Xiaoyu's neck. When will the rope tighten to the point where Xiaoyu can no longer breathe? That will be when Xiaoyu will perish. But Xiaoyu soon discovered that he was wrong again. Xiaoyu has always ignored a problem before. By chance, a spacecraft's temperature detector discovered that the temperature in interstellar space was rising before the four-dimensional barrier appeared. In this star system, 2 billion kilometers away from the central star, the temperature was 137 degrees. At a distance of 7 billion kilometers from the central star, the temperature is minus 185 degrees. The temperature mentioned here is not simply a physical quantity, but a temperature that can actually be measured. But now, this temperature has changed. Xiaoyu saw that at his location, the temperature had unknowingly risen from 137 degrees to 145 degrees. At a distance of 7 billion kilometers from the central star, the temperature had already reached 145 degrees. It rose to minus 150 degrees. This means that within the four-dimensional barrier, the temperature of the entire stellar system is constantly rising. Xiaoyu soon found the reason. It turns out that because of the existence of the four-dimensional barrier, the heat of this star cannot be radiated out, but can only accumulate in the galaxy. This will naturally cause the temperature to continue to rise. After coming to this conclusion, Xiaoyu began to care about another issue. That is, at what rate is the temperature rising? When will it reach a level that you can no longer bear? For this question, Xiaoyu quickly found the answer through calculation. The conclusion is that the temperature will rise faster and faster. In 15 years, the lowest temperature in the galaxy will reach more than 3,000 degrees. No matter how far away from the star it is, Xiaoyu's spacecraft will have to consume more energy to resist the high temperature in such temperatures. This star system within the four-dimensional barrier will become a veritable steamer. Xiaoyu's spaceship is a steamed bun being continuously cooked in a steamer. In 15 years, in the face of rising temperatures, I will consume all the energy reserves and have to dismantle the remaining spacecraft to use as fuel for the elemental decay engine. But even so, I can't sustain it for too long. The increase in temperature will only consume more energy. Based on this calculation, after the temperature reaches more than 3,000 degrees, I still have 5 years. If I have been unable to break through the four-dimensional barrier, at the last moment, after dismantling all the remaining spacecraft, I will have to obtain energy by disassembling the equipment inside the Hebei. If calculated comprehensively, my time is not 150 years, not 100 years, but only 20 years. I must find a way to break through the four-dimensional barrier. Otherwise I will die. Chapter 188 Try. The cruel reality is placed in front of Xiaoyu. It's true that misfortunes never come singly. Xiaoyu sighed First, it was confirmed that superlight navigation cannot break through the four-dimensional barrier. And then I found out that I only have 20 years left. Alas. Xiaoyu sighed and informed the Luca scientists of the result. This news is known only to Luca scientists. Although Xiaoyu doesn't care much about the fate of ordinary people in Luca's society. Luca number 2 and Luca number 3 care deeply. Under the strong leadership of the Chief Scientific Officer, the Chief Social Officer, Luca 4, and Wells, this news was strictly blocked and was strictly prohibited from being spread to the public. Then, for life and survival, let's start fighting, Xiaoyu said to the Luca scientist. It's time to fight. If we can't find a way to break through the four-dimensional barrier in 20 years, then let's all die together. Under the protection of the true God, I believe we will find a way, Luca number 2 said to Xiaoyu respectfully. I hope so, Xiaoyu replied. I have already listed all the possible ways to break through the four-dimensional barrier. Now I leave it to you. You can study it again and see if there is anything to add, Xiaoyu said and passed a document over. This document contains all the methods that Xiaoyu can think of. Among these methods are the explosion of large-yield elemental decay bombs, the attack of large-yield gravity bombs, the construction of solar sails, and the use of stellar energy to continuously burn the four-dimensional space at fixed points. Barrier, including non-stop bombardment by superlight kinetic energy weapons, etc. The superlight kinetic energy weapon is a newly developed weapon by Xiaoyu after he mastered the superlight navigation technology. The principle of this weapon is very simple. In addition to ordinary warheads, some miniature curvature drive engines are added to allow these ordinary warheads to move at superlight speeds to directly impact enemy targets. After transferring this document to the Luca scientists, Luca 3 thought for a while and said, Master, maybe we can use the Large Particle Collider again. In our speculation, the four-dimensional barrier also has the ability to withstand the energy limit is the upper limit. The particles accelerated by the Large Particle Collider can have extremely high energy levels. If we use these particle beams to hit the four-dimensional barrier, maybe we can destroy it. Xiaoyu thought for a while and said, It's worth trying. Then let's start. First, try whether the explosion of the large-yield elemental decay bomb can destroy the four-dimensional barrier. Under Xiaoyu's control, the robots in the space dock began a busy construction process. They packaged various instruments together and added enough fuel to create a large-yield elemental decay bomb. The principle of elemental decay bombs and elemental decay engines are the same, except that one is a controllable reaction and the other is an uncontrolled reaction. The relationship between the two is similar to the relationship between hydrogen bombs and nuclear fusion engines. The elemental decay bomb created by Xiaoyu can reach the equivalent of 1 billion tons if converted into TNT equivalent. But its killing range is smaller than that of a hydrogen bomb, which means that within a unit area, the killing power it releases is more powerful. After Xiaoyu installed the engine on the elemental decay bomb, he controlled it and started flying towards the four-dimensional barrier. This bomb carries Xiaoyu's hope. The elemental decay bomb slowly approached the four-dimensional barrier. When the distance was less than 1 meter, Xiaoyu gave the order to detonate. Immediately, the monitoring satellite next to the four-dimensional barrier observed a bright light like a small sun appearing there. Endless heat and energy burst out along with this flash of light. This flash of light lasted for 10 minutes before slowly dissipating. Xiaoyu immediately started to detect the explosion point of the four-dimensional barrier. But the result disappointed Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu saw that where the elemental decay bomb exploded, the four-dimensional barrier still existed, staying there quietly. The difference is that where the elemental decay bomb explodes, its surface ripples like water, and at this location, the light it emits is no longer light red, but bright, blazing white. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyu knew that he had failed. The color of the four-dimensional barrier turned blazing white. Obviously because the light of the elemental decay bomb came into contact with it, and was then reflected back by it. This means that under the obstruction of the four-dimensional barrier, not a single bit of energy from the explosion of the elemental decay bomb can penetrate the four-dimensional barrier. The first attempt failed. However, this result was originally expected by Xiaoyu. While the elemental decay bomb plan was underway, Xiaoyu was also making several other attempts at the same time. The material disintegration rate probably has no effect. It only works on matter. The four-dimensional barrier is not a material. But I still give it a try. Maybe it will have some effect. Xiaoyu created an ultra-powerful material disintegration ray-emitting instrument and slowly approached the four-dimensional barrier. While making this attempt, Xiaoyu was still thinking about the elemental decay bomb. In Xiaoyu's speculation, The elemental decay bomb is the most likely weapon to blow up the four-dimensional barrier. I don't know if it's because of insufficient energy. Maybe I can increase the capacity and try again, Xiaoyu thought, and then took stock of his remaining supplies. The result of the inventory made Xiaoyu a little discouraged. From the Eagle Nebula, after leaving the Yaja home planet, Xiaoyu carried out a total of 2 light-year long-distance voyages. The first time was when he sailed from Yaman's home star to Aquila 4. The second time was when he left Taihao's body and sailed for more than 100 light-years to arrive around this star. These 2 voyages consumed a lot of fuel from Xiaoyu, and Xiaoyu has never been replenished. He has been able to support himself until now only by relying on the supplies stored in the Yaja home galaxy. Even if Xiaoyu has now mastered elemental decay technology, elemental decay technology also requires raw materials. Until the last moment, Xiaoyu really doesn't want to dismantle the spacecraft to obtain fuel. I don't have much supplies left. Well, I can try the elemental decay bomb method again. This time, let's make a bomb with a yield of 1 trillion tons, and use technical means to shrink it again. Its killing range. Try to increase the energy level of the unit. I hope it can have some effect. While thinking, the material disintegration ray emitter has been transported to the four-dimensional barrier. Under Xiaoyu's control, the front end of the instrument began to emit rays that could enhance the electromagnetic force and weaken the strong interaction force. At this moment, Xiaoyu thought of the water drop-shaped detector he had encountered among the 4 Tachyon galaxies. The water drop-shaped detector was created based on the Grand Unified Theory by enhancing the strong interaction force. But its technical content is higher, and its construction process seems to contain several other technologies that Xiaoyu has not yet mastered. With Xiaoyu's current technological level, there is no way to manufacture it yet. However, the inability to create does not mean the inability to destroy. Under the irradiation of this powerful material disintegration ray, Xiaoyu will have enough ability to destroy the water drop-shaped detector. The water drop-shaped detector strengthens the strong interaction force and weakens the electromagnetic force, so that the matter is so tightly arranged at the atomic level. But material disintegrating rays work in exactly the opposite way. Material disintegration rays enhance the electromagnetic force and weaken the strong interaction force. As long as the power of the material disintegration ray is strong enough, the water drop-shaped detector will not be able to maintain its state and will only fall apart under the irradiation of the material disintegration ray. Pulling his thoughts back from the distance, Xiaoyu gave the order to start. Immediately, a lethal ray capable of disintegrating the drop-shaped detector was emitted, shining on the four-dimensional barrier. But the result disappointed Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu saw that the effect of material disintegration rays was not even as good as elemental decay bombs. The elemental decay bomb can at least cause some reactions in the four-dimensional barrier, while the material disintegration ray is simply ignored by the four-dimensional barrier. Under the irradiation of material disintegration rays, the four-dimensional barrier did not react at all. Hey! Xiaoyu sighed and gave up the intention of continuing to try. After the material disintegration ray emitting instrument stopped working, a flash of light suddenly appeared within the four-dimensional barrier, like stars suddenly appearing in the void. This phenomenon made Xiaoyu feel surprised. But in an instant, Xiaoyu reacted, and the surprise disappeared without a trace. Originally, Xiaoyu thought that this was some reaction of the four-dimensional barrier caused by the material disintegration ray. But Xiaoyu soon thought that it was not the reaction of the four-dimensional barrier, but the reaction of the interstellar dust under the material disintegration ray. In this star system, where Xiaoyu cannot see, there is a large amount of interstellar dust. Under the irradiation of material disintegration rays, they will naturally be affected and begin to disintegrate from the hadron level. After losing the ray irradiation, the quarks that make up the hadrons will reunite together. Although there is no influence of instruments that can enhance the strong interaction force and weaken the electromagnetic force, this aggregation process is relatively gentle. But there are still some reaction processes taking place. Trace amounts of matter are converted into energy. This is where that flash of light comes from. The atmosphere in the auditorium was a bit heavy. 2,000 Luca scientists each sat in their own seats, looking at each other in silence. 2 consecutive failures were a serious blow to these scientists. We still have many opportunities, Xiaoyu comforted. Don't be discouraged. Let's start the next try. The gravity bomb has been constructed and will be tested soon. Chapter 189. The Gravity Strength of Neutron Stars. After the material disintegration ray, what Xiaoyu tried this time was the largest gravity bomb he could create so far. These gravity bombs have been modified by Xiaoyu from the previous gravity bombs that focused on attack range. They changed to focus on improving the energy level of the unit. In Xiaoyu's estimation, within 10 meters of the explosion center of these gravity bombs, the gravity will reach the level of the same volume of neutron star material. That is a powerful gravitational force that is strong enough to bend light, causing light to follow a parabola in order to escape. Xiaoyu once heard Taihao say that Taihao's four-dimensional structure was shattered by the neutron battle star of the sweeper civilization, which led to its death. So, will this four-dimensional barrier also fall apart under the strong gravity equivalent to the same volume of neutron star material? In response, Xiaoyu had high expectations. After enduring 2 failures of elemental decay bombs and material disintegration rays, more than 2,000 Luca scientists revived their spirits and nervously analyzed groups of data, preparing to analyze the results of the explosion. Review: the village-level spacecraft loaded with gravity bombs gradually approached the four-dimensional barrier, and also stopped at a distance of only 1 meter. After maintaining a relatively stable state of movement, Xiaoyu gave the order to detonate. As the order was issued, the elemental decay engine immediately began to produce powerful energy. This energy was converted into gravity through the conversion of another instrument, and then exploded violently. In the face of the strong gravity, the village-level spacecraft was the first to bear the brunt. Under the strong gravity, it was directly pressed into a small ball, and its density increased by more than tens of thousands of times. The reaction caused by the gravity bomb did not end there. Xiaoyu saw that under the influence of huge gravity, the interstellar dust around the explosion point began to gather here crazily. Countless interstellar dust even formed an accretion disk, which continued to rotate around the explosion point at high speed. Gathered into the explosion point, moving at high speed, they collided violently. These collisions gave them extremely high energy levels, and some interstellar dust relatively close to the explosion point gained sufficient escape velocity. They were blown out along the poles of the explosion point, forming 2 beams stretching for more than 10 kilometers. Jet. At the same time, during this process, extremely intense X-rays and gamma rays burst out. This scene is exactly the same as the process of accretion of matter by dense stars such as black holes, white dwarfs, and neutron stars. During this process, Xiaoyu even detected the existence of superons. Hyperons are a very extreme particle that can only exist for a short period of time before decaying into other particles. Generally speaking, hyperons only exist in the extremely high temperature and high pressure environments inside neutron stars. But at the center of the gravity bomb explosion, Xiaoyu also observed this particle. The appearance of hyperons fully illustrates the powerful power of this gravity bomb explosion. Under the influence of the explosion of this gravity bomb, Xiaoyu was very pleased to see some changes in the four-dimensional barrier. The surface of the four-dimensional barrier is no longer as smooth as before, but begins to bulge toward the explosion point. It seems that this four-dimensional barrier is also attracted by strong gravity. Moreover, as the explosion energy is fully dissipated, this bulge becomes larger and larger. Break it quickly! Hurry it up! This is the common sentiment of Xiaoyu and more than 2,000 Luca scientists. But the results disappointed them. This gravity bomb maintained this level of gravity for 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, the gravity dissipated, but the four-dimensional barrier did not break, but returned to normal again. Its bulge disappeared. At this moment, Xiaoyu had the urge to swear. The dispersion of gravity causes a number of other phenomena to occur. Xiaoyu saw that the material that was originally tightly bound by gravity compressed to an extremely small volume, and had a density reaching the level of a neutron star, violently exploded the moment gravity disappeared. The powerful explosion energy swept across a range of thousands of kilometers, and an extremely bright flash appeared at the explosion point. But after this process of convergence and dispersion, the village-level spacecraft disappeared. Not only that, all the materials that make up this village-level spacecraft, including all the instruments inside, whether they are metal, plastic, or anything else, have all been reduced to the most basic substance, hydrogen. This is because under this level of gravity, the structure of the atomic nucleus is torn apart. This process is exactly the same as that of a neutron star. This gravity bomb shows that Xiaoyu fully possesses the ability to create neutron star material. Yes, although Xiaoyu does not have the ability to cut a piece of material from a neutron star, Xiaoyu can make it himself. This was an unexpected gain. But Xiaoyu was not happy at all. After this attempt failed, Xiaoyu and Luca scientists began to analyze the experiment. Master, judging from the deformation of the four-dimensional barrier attracted by the gravity bomb, the gravity bomb still has some effect. I suggest that we continue to create gravity bombs with greater yield and attack the four-dimensional barrier, said a Lucas scientist. This seems to be true at the moment. But there is one thing we need to pay attention to. A gravity bomb with the current yield is almost equivalent to converting half of the mass of a county-level spacecraft into energy. If the yield continues to increase, it will still not be destroyed. What about the four-dimensional barrier? How many such attempts can we support? Said another Lucas scientist. This is indeed a problem, Xiaoyu said. But other than that, we have no other better way. And there is one more thing to note. That is, the lethality of the gravity bomb seems to have some upper limit. The intensity of gravity cannot exceed that of a neutron star. The suggestion of building a gravity bomb with a larger yield is worth a try. But I think we shouldn't put too much hope in it. Let's build another bomb that is 10 times more powerful than the current gravity bomb. Try again. If you still can't destroy the four-dimensional barrier, then give up this method. At close range, it is not an exaggeration to say that the gravity bomb Xiaoyu created before has reached the gravitational strength of a neutron star in the universe. Things in the universe are amazing. Just like a proton-level ultramicro black hole, it can hardly have any impact on external matter. At a slight distance, you will not be able to detect its gravity. However, even such a tiny black hole still has its own at the event horizon boundary. Above its event horizon boundary, the escape velocity is still the speed of light. This is exactly the same as the big black hole in the universe. In other words, it can be said that above the event horizon boundary of ultramicro black holes and giant black holes, the gravitational intensity of the two is the same. Similarly, within a certain range of the gravity bomb created by Xiaoyu, its gravitational strength is no different from that of a real neutron star. The escape velocity exceeds 150,000 kilometers per second. Even light must follow a parabolic trajectory. Can escape. Real neutron stars in the universe can still suffer from their strong gravity when they are tens of thousands of kilometers or hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from them. But the seed bomb created by Xiaoyu is different. Not to mention tens of thousands of kilometers. Even at a distance of 10 kilometers, you can't feel its gravity. Xiaoyu's gravity bomb basically proved that even the gravitational strength of a neutron star cannot break this four-dimensional barrier. The gravity bomb's gravitational strength seems to have an upper limit that limits it from exceeding the gravitational strength of a neutron star. By creating a gravity bomb with a larger yield, most of what you get is an increase in the killing range, rather than an increase in the gravity intensity. But Xiaoyu still had a bit of luck in his heart. Perhaps, under a gravity bomb with a larger yield, some reaction processes that I have not yet understood can occur. Perhaps, a gravity bomb with a larger yield can really blow up the four-layer protective cover? Xiaoyu thought, and started making a second more powerful gravity bomb. These several experiments took Xiaoyu a total of 5 years. In the past 5 years, the radius of the four-dimensional barrier has shrunk by another 250 million kilometers. Because of its shrinking volume, the central star can heat this area more efficiently, which has resulted in the temperature has been increasing rapidly. Xiaoyu has detected that the temperature has reached 156 degrees at a distance of 2 billion kilometers from the central star. And the temperature in the coldest areas has also risen to minus 130 degrees. These data began to give Xiaoyu a sense of urgency. At this stage, Xiaoyu can also save fuel usage by looking for places where the temperature is not too high by moving away from the central star. However, in another 10 years, there will no longer be a sub-zero area within the four-dimensional barrier. It would take at least a year to create a gravity bomb with such huge power. Xiaoyu really didn't have much time. Thinking of what Taihao said to him before he died, Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. This Taihao, is it kind or malicious to me? It said I have 200 years. But it turns out that I only have more than 70 years. And the four-dimensional barrier it created is so strong that I really can't find anyone to break it. Method. There is no way. Let's try again, Xiaoyu thought, seizing the time to start making the second powerful gravity bomb. The gravity bomb created this time will use the entire mass of 5 county-level spacecraft as energy to explode suddenly in space. I hope this gravity bomb can break through this four-dimensional barrier. Chapter 190 Questionnaire. After several previous attempts failed, Xiaoyu has a total of 15 years left. It would take at least 2 years to create a gravity bomb 10 times more powerful than the current one. After the gravity bomb's power reaches a certain limit, every time it increases, the difficulty will increase exponentially. This is very similar to the hydrogen bomb. But Xiaoyu believes that this attempt is worth it. It would be best if the four-dimensional barrier could be blown open in this attempt. even if it could not be blown open. Xiaoyu could also obtain data on another aspect, which is whether the upper limit of the gravity of the artificial gravity bomb is the strength of a neutron star. If this limitation does exist, then Xiaoyu will regain a direction for research and struggle. If there is a limitation, there must be a reason, and as long as this reason is found, it may mean another technological breakthrough. During the period of making the gravity bomb, let's continue to discuss and research. We have to list all the means that may have an effect on the four-dimensional barrier under our current technological level and conduct a feasibility assessment. Making a gravity bomb does not require much computing power. So while Xiaoyu was making a gravity bomb, he also issued such an order to the Luca people. Master, I have a question. Luca 3, the most outstanding scientist among the Luca people, said, my question is whether the Four Protection Shield really has such powerful performance that allows us to ignore our colleagues. All attacks by hierarchical civilizations except gravity bomb attacks. This suspicion is based on a very simple contradiction. First of all, except for the flesh and blood of the white dwarf alien beasts and your special way of existence, I don't think we will be the same as the other four in the universe. There will be differences between super civilizations. So the contradiction arises. If we can find a way to destroy the four-dimensional shield, then the other four-dimensional civilizations will naturally be able to destroy it. This proves that the performance of the four-dimensional shield is not powerful. On the contrary, if the performance of the four protective shields is strong enough, then we have no possibility of breaking through it, which shows that Tachyon is actually malicious towards us. To sum up, my conclusion is that if Tachyon is well-intentioned, then the performance of the four protection cover must not be as powerful as we imagined. If the performance of the four protection cover is powerful enough, then Tachyon is malicious. The views of Luca 3 aroused deep thought among the Luca scientists present, and for a moment, the venue fell into silence. This point of view also inspired Xiaoyu a lot, and Xiaoyu also fell into thinking. After a while, among the Luca scientists, Luca number 4 Wells, whose status was second only to Luca number 3, stood up and said, I have some ideas that can make some comments on Lord number 3's views. Supplement. My guess is also very simple. I found that there is actually a possibility that can take into account these two contradictory guesses. That is, Tachyon is well-intentioned, and the performance of the four-guard cover is powerful enough. To achieve this result, we can only think and find solutions from the perspective that the Master is different from other level 4 civilizations. For example, the Master's powerful computing power, such as the flesh and blood of the white dwarf alien beasts. I agree with both statements. Another gray-haired old scientist stood up and said, at present, it seems that this is indeed our only way to survive. Actually, it's not just that. Inspired by Luca 3 and Luca 4, Xiaoyu also had his own point of view. There is another possibility that can take into account the two contradictory points mentioned by number 3 at the same time. That is, all fourth-level civilizations can master the method of breaking through the fourth-level shield. But this technology may have certain limitations, so it cannot be taken to the battlefield. And naturally there is no way to affect the performance of the four protection cover. Xiaoyu thought for a while and said, Luca 3 stood up. I agree with the Master's point of view. I think we should put all these speculations together and make preparations in two aspects at the same time. The first preparation is to differentiate the Master from other level 4 civilizations. The second preparation is to start thinking from the perspective of technologies that can be mastered by level 4 civilizations, but cannot be used as a means of attack. Well said. Luca number 3. You are worthy of being my most capable assistant. Xiaoyu praised him and concluded, we still have 15 years. If after 15 years, we are still if we can't find a way, then we have no choice but to die together. Then in these 15 years, let us all work hard to survive. The manufacture of super high-yield gravity bombs continues, but I think everyone should not put too much hope in it. The focus of our recent work is on the two speculations mentioned by Luca 3. During this period within this period, everyone must brainstorm and strive to break through the four protective barriers and regain freedom and a better time of development. After summarizing the meeting, Xiaoyu announced the adjournment of the meeting. So, a group of Luca scientists dispersed and started their own research. At the same time, under the suggestion of the chief social officer, Luca number 2, Xiaoyu also specially conceived a questionnaire and distributed it to all Luca people in Luca society, trying to use the wisdom of all Luca people to break through the current situation. Dilemma? Of course, this questionnaire was specially disguised, Xiaoyu hid what he really wanted to master behind numerous word games. So Xiaoyu had no worries that someone from Luca would guess his true intentions. The entire questionnaire was distributed in the new home and paradise. All Luca people, as long as they are individuals with self-awareness, must complete one. Even the young Luca, who was only 2 years old and had just received primary education. Everyone has to do it. What Xiaoyu attaches most importance to is the questionnaires of these young Luca people, although they do not have any scientific knowledge or complete logical thinking. For this reason, their thinking is also the most unfettered, and they can imagine things that adults cannot think of. Xiaoyu hopes that the answers of these young Luca people can give him some inspiration. The reason why he pays so much attention to these young Luca people is because Xiaoyu vaguely feels that he must have entered a misunderstanding. It is very possible that Taihao is well-intentioned, and the 4 protective shields are strong enough, but he can destroy them. The method that can unify these contradictory points may be hidden in the corner of my mind, but no matter how hard I search, I can't find it. Another 2 years have passed, and the radius of the 4 maintenance covers has shrunk by more than 100 million kilometers. Correspondingly, the temperature increase rate in the 4 maintenance covers has further accelerated. Just an hour ago, Xiaoyu had just completed his second gravity bomb explosion test. The test result was not beyond Xiaoyu's expectation. It was still a failure. Apart from the bulge that once again attracts the 4-dimensional barrier, there is no other effect. In this explosion, Xiaoyu also confirmed one of his previous guesses. That is, the upper limit of gravity of the gravity bomb was indeed the level of a neutron star. Even if the power of the gravity bomb exploded this time increased tenfold, the experimental results showed that this tenfold only increased the killing range tenfold. Xiaoyu speculated that this may be due to some subtle differences between the gravity caused by energy conversion and the gravity caused by the mass of matter. After understanding this difference, Xiaoyu will once again deepen his understanding of the microscopic world and basic physics. But during this period of time, Xiaoyu really has no intention to delve into this issue. There are only 13 years until death comes. There are still 8 years until I have consumed all the fuel and have to dismantle the spacecraft to get supplies. Only 8 years. Xiaoyu thought silently. During this period of time, the people of Luca put forward many and various suggestions, but most of them were directly shot by Xiaoyu. There were many suggestions that made Xiaoyu dumbfounded. In the questionnaire, Xiaoyu even received answers such as, "Pray to the true God. The true God will bless us. What is the 4-dimensional barrier? Can it be eaten?" One of the strangest answers came from a kindergarten child. He wrote in the questionnaire, "Our science teacher is so vicious. I think he is the most powerful monster in the universe. As long as he is allowed to go to the 4th dimension if you yell loudly in front of the barrier. If you don't get away, I'll hit you on the palm of your hand. The 4-dimensional barrier will disperse obediently." But among the countless bizarre answers, there are also many quite reliable answers. One of them aroused great interest in Xiaoyu. It was an answer sheet from an unknown Luca planet. It said in the answer sheet, "I think we can try the Large Particle Collider again, and directly hit the 4-dimensional barrier with extremely high-energy high-speed particles. Maybe we can make it just like the water droplets in the First Holy War. It shattered into pieces." In order to verify this conjecture, while Xiaoyu was building a super high-yield gravity bomb and conducting other research, he also allocated a little computing power, spent 5 months adjusting the trajectory of the Large Particle Collider, and carried out, a collision test. But the test results still disappointed Xiaoyu. The 4-dimensional barrier still stayed there without any reaction, completely ignoring Xiaoyu's attack. Seeing this stubborn existence that could not be beaten or broken through, Xiaoyu felt very anxious and powerless. Do I really want to die around this red giant star and become its burial object? But how could this be possible? How could it be like this? After countless attempts and failures, Xiaoyu's state of mind could no longer remain calm. Many times, Xiaoyu thought of giving up, but always at the most critical moment. Through strong reason, Xiaoyu suppressed this thought of self-destruction. Chapter 191 Proton Black Hole. Time passed bit by bit, and with each passing day, Xiaoyu was one day closer to death. However, there is still no breakthrough in research on how to break through the 4-dimensional barrier. During this period of time, all of Xiaoyu's computing power was occupied by various data and models, and Xiaoyu was thinking of solutions every moment. In the Eternal Kingdom, all the Luca scientists are trapped in sleepless work. They are gradually being overwhelmed by the pile of documents, and their vitality is being overdrawn bit by bit. But they still can't find a way. All options have been tried. All imaginable solutions have been considered. Xiaoyu even tried some rather weird methods, such as bombardment by super-light kinetic energy weapons, fixed-point burning of solar sails, irradiation of material condensation rays, etc. As a result, the four-dimensional barrier still stayed there. The temperature in this star system has been increasing continuously. At this time, Xiaoyu remembered an idiom from the Earth Age, which is called boiling a frog in warm water. This situation is very similar to Xiaoyu's current situation. Only I can master the means that other fourth-level civilizations cannot master. Or, other fourth-level civilizations can also master, but cannot obtain the means on the battlefield that meet these two conditions. What on earth will it be? But, even if I really find someone who meets these two conditions, it will be possible to break through the four-dimensional barrier only if Taihao is kind to me. The questionnaire has continued over the years, because every year a Luca baby is born, and a Luca baby has the ability to think independently. At the same time, in order to try his best to tap the thinking potential of the Luca people, Xiaoyu packaged the questionnaire many times, and worked hard to search for the imagination wealth of the Luca people. During this period of time, Xiaoyu also received a seemingly reliable answer. This answer came from an ordinary Luca housewife. I don't know some advanced physical theories, but I think that since the gravity of a neutron star can make the four-dimensional barrier bulge, then if you strengthen the gravity, such as creating a black hole, can the four-dimensional barrier be broken? Xiaoyu conducted in-depth theoretical research for this purpose, and conducted another collision test. Xiaoyu now has the ability to create a hadron-level black hole, which is a black hole with the mass of a proton or neutron. Such a tiny black hole will evaporate its own mass in an instant. However, after being accelerated by a particle collider, the movement speed of this black hole can reach a speed extremely close to the speed of light. In this way, it will produce extremely obvious relativistic effects, and its lifespan will be extended for a period of time, shortening the distance between it and the four-dimensional barrier. Theoretically, Xiaoyu is fully capable of manipulating a proton-level black hole to hit the four-dimensional barrier. Xiaoyu first controlled both ends of the large particle collider to emit a particle beam at the same time. One end immediately changed its direction after launch, aimed the muzzle at the four-dimensional barrier, and at the same time launched the laser beam to clear the incoming black hole. Obstacle. All the processes are exactly the same as the process of manipulating the large particle collider to destroy water droplets in the 4 Tachyon galaxies. It's just that the particle beam is replaced by a black hole. At the moment when two particle beams collide, a black hole is formed in an instant because of an extremely high energy level. After the black hole was generated, Xiaoyu controlled the particle collider components and began to accelerate it. In the normal flow of time, the existence of this black hole can only be measured in Planck time. However, the extremely high speed caused it to produce an extremely obvious relativistic effect. Its time flow was greatly slowed down, so it was possible for Xiaoyu to control it and let it hit the four-dimensional barrier before it disappeared. Xiaoyu, together with more than 2,000 Luca scientists, nervously monitored every detail of this attempt. Everything went smoothly. The black hole was successfully created and hit the four-dimensional barrier smoothly. But the result disappointed Xiaoyu. The four-dimensional barrier is still staying there. Xiaoyu smiled bitterly in his heart and announced to the Luca scientists, "This attempt has failed. Let's continue to think of the next solution." "No, Master." Luca 3 stood up and said, "Master, I noticed a problem. That is, after the proton black hole was launched, we did not detect any trace of the black hole disappearing. Then there is only one explanation. This black hole successfully destroyed the four-dimensional barrier, and at the same time penetrated the four-dimensional barrier and reached the outside world." "I also thought of this," Xiaoyu said, "but it's still of no use. It can basically be confirmed that the proton black hole can penetrate the four-dimensional barrier, but the four-dimensional barrier will not be shattered like a water droplet detector. It seems to have the ability to heal itself. So, unless we can create a black hole that is huge enough, we will not be able to open a gap big enough for us to escape." Hearing what Xiaoyu said, Luca number 3 fell silent. As smart as him, he naturally knows what Xiaoyu means. After calculation, a black hole with a radius of 1 meter will have a mass of 1.7 billion megatons. With such a huge mass, even if Xiaoyu's fleet is filled in, it is far from enough. You know, even if the entire Earth was turned into a black hole, its radius would only be 9 millimeters. Even if Xiaoyu had an Earth in his hand, successfully overcame various difficulties, turned the Earth into a black hole, and hit the four-dimensional barrier, He would only be able to create a cave with a radius of only 9 millimeters. Even the smallest satellite can't get out. When it comes to black holes, a concept is involved called the Schwarzschild radius. The so-called Schwarzschild radius means that if a piece of matter, whether it is a grain of dust or a planet, as long as its radius shrinks below the Schwarzschild radius, it will become a black hole. The Schwarzschild radius of the Earth is 9 millimeters, and the Schwarzschild radius of the Sun is about 3,000 meters. The red giant next to Xiaoyu has a mass about 1.8 times that of the Sun, and its Schwarzschild radius is about 5,300 meters. In other words, even if the entire star was turned into a black hole, the impact cave it left on the four-dimensional barrier would not be able to allow the Hubei to pass. But the length is more than 5 kilometers. That's why Xiaoyu said it was useless. The conference room fell into silence once again. We still have 12 years. Don't worry. We can always find a way, Xiaoyu comforted. Luca 3 sighed and said, Master, I feel that our wisdom has been developed to the limit. I am thinking, if we really cannot break through the four-dimensional barrier, if we really get to that point, what should we do? There will definitely be a way. Xiaoyu manipulated his phantom and forced a smile. Okay, the meeting is over. After everyone goes back, don't think in a hurry. Take a rest, and then start researching when you are full of energy. Amidst the sighs, Luca scientists left their seats one after another, and Xiaoyu also turned off his projection. Relax. It's easy to get into trouble if you keep thinking like this, Xiaoyu thought, and simply gave up the complicated calculation and modeling work within the four-dimensional barrier. Because all the light from the central star is reflected back by the four-dimensional barrier, it becomes very difficult to observe the outside starry sky. At this time, Xiaoyu couldn't help but start thinking about a question. I wonder if the scene of the battle between Taihao and the sweeper has been passed on. Their battlefield is only a few hundred light years away from here, and the light carrying the battle scene only takes a few seconds. It can be passed down in 100 years. Well, when I go out, maybe I can still see it. But this is obviously wishful thinking. Xiaoyu was lost for a while, and threw this idea out of his mind. Xiaoyu began to focus on the paradise and the new home. Through the ubiquitous cameras, Xiaoyu watched every move of all Luca people. This feeling is very strange. As if at this moment, Xiaoyu has become a god, watching countless creatures busy under his eyes. And at the same time, he is in control of everything about them. In this situation, it is easy to feel superior. Xiaoyu saw that on the street. Ordinary Luca people, who were still hidden, were going about their daily lives, busy in shops, parks, squares and other places, with laughter everywhere. The school was very quiet, and only the occasional stern teacher's voice would briefly break the tranquility. In the school, facing a certain monitor, is a 6-year-old Luca child. It was holding a pen and writing something seriously in a notebook. Xiaoyu suddenly became interested and focused on this. Xiaoyu saw that the Luca child was writing today's diary in a slightly childish style. Today, the teacher taught us a very interesting thing. Turn a piece of paper 180 degrees on one side, and then merge the two ends to get something like this. The teacher said it is called a Moebius strip. It is very simple, isn't it? But it is not simple. The most amazing thing is that there is no difference between the inside and the outside. If you follow the inside of it, you will arrive at the outside without knowing it. If you walk along the outside, you will arrive at the outside without knowing it. Unconsciously, it comes to the inside, and the cycle continues without end. The teacher said it involves two-dimensional space and three-dimensional space. It seems very complicated, but I can't figure it out. But it doesn't matter. I'm still very young. One day I will grow up and have a wealth of knowledge. Chapter 192, Paper with Only One Side. Xiaoyu watched quietly, and the child Luca was still writing slowly. I heard that Masters number 3 and number 4 are conducting research in this area. I have seen them on TV. They are so powerful. It seems that no problem is difficult for them. That's the only way they can be so powerful. Only by being a good person can one become the Master's right-hand man. And only then can one obtain such great honors as number 3 and number 4. When I grow up, I must become a scientist and move my parents to the paradise. I also want to have my own independent laboratory in the Eternal Kingdom and become someone like number 3, and a great guy like number 4. The Luca child put down his pen, and at the same time, the teacher's voice came from the podium. Okay, everyone put down their pens. It's time to hand in the papers. Several Luca children stood up, collected all the papers according to their respective positions, and handed them to the podium. After the teacher announced that get out of class was over, all the Luca children ran out of the classroom with laughter. But Xiaoyu still stared blankly. At this moment, there was a storm in Xiaoyu's mind. Xiaoyu thought of a way that was very likely to succeed. Moebius strip? Moebius strip? Just like the child Luca said. The method of making a Moebius strip is very simple. So simple that a child of a few years old can just find a piece of paper and make it. But the truth behind the Moebius strip is far from simple. When I was on Earth, there was a widely circulated joke about the Zen master. It said that a young man went to consult the Zen master and asked why there was sadness in addition to joy in the world. The Zen master asked the young man, and asked him, "Is there any paper in the world that only has a front side and no back side?" In this joke, the young man brought a People's Daily, but was directly KO'd by the Zen master. Of course this is just a joke. Just read it. But in the world, there really is a piece of paper with only one side. And that is the Moebius strip. As long as you do it yourself. Tear a piece of paper. Turn one end 180 degrees and merge it with the other end. And then run your finger around the Moebius strip. You can understand why it has only one side. In other words, there is no distinction between inside and outside of a Moebius strip. This is an important point. Suppose the two-dimensional world is regarded as a piece of paper, and a circle is drawn on the paper. This circle becomes a cage in the two-dimensional world. In the two-dimensional world, you will have no way to escape from the circle because there are no flaws. This circle is like a sphere in the three-dimensional world. If you are imprisoned in a sphere, you naturally have no way to get out unless you pass through a higher dimension than this world. If you want to break through the blockade of a circle in the two-dimensional world, you can achieve your goal through the third dimension. If you want to break through a sphere in the three-dimensional world, you can achieve your goal through the fourth dimension. But the Moebius strip provides another way. That is, a way to break through the blockade without passing through a dimension higher than this world. In the two-dimensional world, you can turn the circle into a Moebius strip by distorting space. Because the Moebius strip has no distinction between inside and outside. You only need to walk a certain distance and then restore the space to flatness. You walked out of the lockdown without even realizing it. In the two-dimensional world, a circle can be broken through a Moebius strip. So, is there a way to break through a sphere in the three-dimensional world? After all, the Moebius strip only applies to two-dimensional space. And in the two-dimensional space, the Moebius strip cannot exist. It can only be produced in a three-dimensional world that is one dimension higher than it. So, is there something similar to a Moebius strip that can break through a three-dimensional sphere without passing through the fourth dimension? The answer is that such a thing exists. And it is a Klein bottle. Suppose you have a vase without a bottom. And then you extend the mouth of the vase. Bend it downward. Let the mouth penetrate the body of the bottle. Enter the inside of the bottle. And place the mouth where the bottom of the bottle is. It becomes a three-dimensional Klein bottle. The Klein bottle is an upgraded version of the Moebius strip. The Klein bottle manufactured according to the above method is only a simplified version of the three-dimensional world. The real Klein bottle cannot be truly manufactured in the three-dimensional world. Just like the Moebius strip cannot be truly manufactured in the two-dimensional world. Generally, the mouth of a real Klein bottle does not need to penetrate the bottle body to connect to the bottom of the bottle, because it is a product of the four-dimensional world. It is actually connected to the bottom of the bottle through the fourth dimension. Like a Moebius strip, a Klein bottle has no inside or outside. In other words, if you are inside a Klein bottle, you can just walk forward without breaking through any blockade. Similarly, if you are outside a Klein bottle, you can also go outside. You can walk into the bottle without any hindrance. Moebius strip. Klein bottle. Xiaoyu muttered these two terms silently in his mind, and began to calculate quickly without knowing it. To make a Klein bottle, the following two conditions must be met. First, one must have an extremely deep understanding of four-dimensional space. And second, one must be able to create a true four-dimensional space. Xiaoyu cannot create a four-dimensional space. But there is a four-dimensional barrier in the four-dimensional space next to Xiaoyu. Then, there are only the following 2 points left for Xiaoyu to solve. One is the ability to bend three-dimensional space. Xiaoyu has basically possessed this ability through research on superlight navigation. The second is the huge energy required to bend space. Xiaoyu also obtained this ability through in-depth research on element decay technology. So, what's missing? Nothing is missing. Xiaoyu began to get excited. And Xiaoyu felt keenly that he had found the truly right direction. This method is consistent with all Xiaoyu's inferences. The four-dimensional barrier is indeed so strong that it cannot be destroyed by a fourth-level civilization. The Klein bottle can be overcome by not destroying the four-dimensional barrier. Only Xiaoyu can master it himself. And the rest of the fourth-level civilizations cannot master the fourth-dimensional space, which is not accessible to the fourth-level civilization. Through spending time with Taihao, Xiaoyu gained some relevant knowledge about the four-dimensional space. Only then did he have the ability to make Klein bottles. The Klein bottle is likely to be the key to unlocking the four-dimensional barrier. So, let's start trying. At this moment, Xiaoyu made up his mind. Xiaoyu took one last look at the signature on the top of the pile of test papers that had been put away on the classroom podium. He remembered the name of the Luca child deeply in his mind, and then withdrew his energy. If you really break through the four-dimensional barrier through the Klein bottle, then you will become the fourth Luca person with a title, and you will become Luca number 5. Xiaoyu murmured to himself, and immediately summoned all Luca scientists to start a discussion in the auditorium. Every Luca scientist attending the meeting had a worried and haggard look on their face. Obviously, during this period of time, they did not think of other solutions, and none of them had a good rest. Master, I wonder why you summoned us here? Luca number 3 asked. I have a guess, Xiaoyu replied. I seem to have found a way to break through the four-dimensional barrier. Huh? What way? What way? Luca 3 asked eagerly. Klein bottle. Xiaoyu said a very brief word. There was silence in the auditorium for a while. It seems that these 4 words, Klein bottle, possess supreme magic power, which can make all Luca people fall into shock and unable to extricate themselves. Klein bottle? Klein bottle? Can something full of contradictions like this really help us? After a long silence, Luca 3 finally said this with some difficulty. The Klein bottle is indeed a contradictory thing. Its contradiction lies in the fact that it cannot be truly manufactured in the three-dimensional world. But it was precisely these contradictions that gave Xiaoyu the way to break through a sphere in the three-dimensional world. Don't forget, since you can break through the blockade of a two-dimensional circle in the two-dimensional world through a Moebius strip, why can't you break through a three-dimensional sphere in the three-dimensional world through a Klein bottle? The blockade? Xiaoyu replied. There was silence once again in the auditorium. It was obvious that the Luca scientists were thinking nervously. Theoretically, well, I mean, just in theory, it is completely feasible to break through the four-dimensional barrier through a Klein bottle. However, the problem is, how do we create a Klein bottle full of contradictions? Because we are in a three-dimensional world after all, Luca 4 said. We have element decay technology that can provide energy. We have superlight navigation technology that can bend space. And we also have a four-dimensional barrier that can provide us with a fourth dimension, allowing us to move the mouth of the Klein bottle without passing through the bottle body. It can be connected to the bottom of the bottle. Why can't we make it? Xiaoyu asked. Okay, it sounds reasonable, Luca 3 said hesitantly. Anyway, this method is worth trying. Of course, Xiaoyu said. We only have this one way left. If this method works, we can break through the four-dimensional barrier. If this method doesn't work, we have no other way but to wait to die. Then, let's start fighting. I need your help to calculate the curvature and find a way to make a Klein bottle. Chapter 193 Breakthrough. The Klein bottle is not a real bottle. It is just a visual description of a curved space. Xiaoyu planned to twist the three-dimensional space into the shape of a Klein bottle and use its characteristics of no distinction between inside and outside to pass through the four-dimensional barrier without destroying it. In Xiaoyu's plan, the bottle body will be within a three-dimensional space, and the intersection of the bottle mouth and the bottle body will be within a four-dimensional barrier. In this way, it will be able to penetrate the bottle through the fourth dimension. Body, connected to the bottom of the bottle. After the manufacturing is completed, theoretically, Xiaoyu only needs to enter the bottle from the bottom or mouth of the bottle, and then after traveling a certain distance, restore the flatness of the space, and Xiaoyu will arrive outside the four-dimensional barrier. It is that simple. The principle is simple, but it is difficult to build. Building a Klein bottle requires a lot of calculations and energy. The curvature of space, the energy required, the accuracy of navigation, the fit with the four-dimensional barrier, etc., etc. If anything goes wrong, it will cause extremely serious consequences. At worst, the mission may fail. Or at worst, it may get stuck on the four-dimensional barrier. That is, half of the ship has passed through the four-dimensional barrier, while the other half has not. according to the characteristics of the four-dimensional barrier. If this happens, the half of the hull inside will be randomly teleported back, which means the hull will be split into two. In this way, a spaceship will naturally be destroyed. It would be okay if it were other unimportant spaceships, but if the Hebei was split into two halves, Xiaoyu would be dead. Even if it was not the Hebei, but another city-level spacecraft that was destroyed, it would still be a very heavy loss to Xiaoyu. Under Xiaoyu's command, countless Luca scientists began to get busy. At the same time, Xiaoyu also devoted himself to calculations. Xiaoyu planned to build a smaller Klein bottle first and conduct an experiment. Xiaoyu first created mini instruments, which use element decay as energy. With the help of these energy, they can bend space to the appropriate degree according to Xiaoyu's command. It is not difficult to build these instruments. Xiaoyu has accumulated sufficient experience and technology by building super-light spacecraft before. Calculating the curvature of space and building instruments took Xiaoyu a year. There is no way, even if he has personally traveled through the four-dimensional space and has a lot of knowledge about the four-dimensional space, calculating these things still takes up too much computing power of Xiaoyu. This is the price paid by three-dimensional creatures for trying to peep into the mysteries of four dimensions. But Xiaoyu's efforts finally paid off. After a year, all calculations were completed and the instruments were manufactured. At this time, Xiaoyu ushered in the most critical step in the project. That is, how to construct the most important structure of the Klein bottle within the four-dimensional barrier. How to make the mouth of the bottle in the four-dimensional space and connected to the bottom of the bottle without passing through the bottle body. One of the characteristics of the four-dimensional barrier is that any matter that comes into contact with the four-dimensional barrier will be randomly transmitted back to the interior of the galaxy. In other words, Xiaoyu cannot place any instruments within the four-dimensional barrier. But Xiaoyu still found a way. That is, to construct this key structure through the gravitational influence of gravity bombs. Through two previous high-yield gravity bomb explosion tests, Xiaoyu determined one thing. That is, the four-dimensional barrier will still be affected by gravity, or will be affected by the curvature of space. After all, the essence of gravity is the curvature of space. Now that we have the means to influence it, everything is easy to say. Through precise calculations, Xiaoyu created a large number of microgravity bombs. Xiaoyu will use these gravity bombs to affect the four-dimensional barrier and create a channel inside it for the bottle mouth to travel. After completing all the preparations, Xiaoyu began his intense work. Detonate gravity bomb number 3, number 16, number 19, number 85 gravity bomb. Detonate number 71 gravity bomb. Well, next are number 56 and number 3503. Xiaoyu murmured to himself while controlling tens of thousands of microgravity bombs to explode continuously in milliseconds. As these gravity bombs detonated, a little bulge appeared on the smooth surface of the four-dimensional barrier. Among these bulges, a passage is gradually being constructed. While the gravity bomb was detonating, the space-bending instrument was also working intensively. They need to connect to the four-dimensional channel immediately after it is opened. A little later, or a little earlier, will lead to mission failure. Fortunately, Xiaoyu's extremely fast and precise calculation capabilities ensured the success of the experiment. Amid the cheers of more than 2,000 Luca scientists, Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. A small Klein bottle was finally built successfully. Its bottle mouth, through the four-dimensional transformation of the four-dimensional barrier, enters the inside of the bottle without passing through the bottle body, and is connected to the bottom of the bottle. In front of the instruments arranged by Xiaoyu, a dark hole appeared. The reason why it is dark is because the entrance of the Klein bottle is the exit, and it is cyclic, which means that any light that enters it cannot come out again, and at the same time, no light is generated inside it. So it has got this look. The dark hole looked like a big mouth of an evil beast. Xiaoyu doesn't know whether there is rebirth or destruction ahead, but Xiaoyu had no chance to retreat. Under Xiaoyu's control, a specially made satellite quietly floated over and entered the cave entrance under the gaze of thousands of pairs of eyes. As soon as it entered the cave entrance, it disappeared from Xiaoyu's sight, because it has entered a distorted space, and this distorted space will swallow any light that enters it. In this regard, it has something in common with a black hole. The rest of the process relies entirely on calculations and automatic instruments mounted on the satellite. Travel time: 3 seconds. Xiaoyu muttered silently. 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay. Turn off the space-bending instrument and make the space flat. The instrument is turned off. Without the influence of the huge energy, The curved three-dimensional space immediately returned to flatness. After the space was restored, Xiaoyu discovered that there was no trace of the satellite in this place. This means two things. First, the satellite has broken through the four-dimensional barrier and reached outside the barrier. Second, the satellite was randomly transmitted to the interior of the galaxy. Xiaoyu had expected this situation a long time ago. So Xiaoyu was not anxious at all, but waited silently. There is a preset program on this satellite. The function of this program is to automatically broadcast a message 30 seconds after entering the Klein bottle. This piece of information will allow Xiaoyu to locate it. If it is still inside the galaxy, Xiaoyu can naturally find its traces through this piece of information. Even if it crosses the four-dimensional barrier, Xiaoyu can still receive its signal because of the nature of the four-dimensional barrier that allows entry but not exit. The scheduled time is getting closer and closer. These 30 seconds were like the final judgment from God at the end of the world, making Xiaoyu and all the people who knew about Luca's heart lift. 30 seconds passed, and the instruments arranged by Xiaoyu in space received the signal as scheduled. After receiving the signal, Xiaoyu immediately analyzed it. More than 2,000 Luca scientists are still waiting for news. Waiting for Xiaoyu to tell them the news that can determine their life or death. It took Xiaoyu 3 years to complete this series of projects. Xiaoyu has a total of 10 years left. And the fuel Xiaoyu has reserved is only enough to support another 5 years. In other words, if they fail again this time, Xiaoyu and the Luca people will not have a second chance. Xiaoyu's fourth dimension trembled as he imported this data into the program, waiting for the final result of the trial. After only 1/10,000th of a second, Xiaoyu got the answer. The satellite is 7,064,003,200 kilometers away from the central star's mass point. Huh? Xiaoyu breathed out lightly. At the current moment, the distance between the four-dimensional barrier and the central star particle is 7,064,003,100 kilometers. Its distance is smaller than the distance between the satellite and the central star. The result is self-evident. That is, this satellite is currently outside the four-dimensional barrier. In the auditorium, Xiaoyu's shadow slowly turned around and opened his mouth with no expression on his face. The results are out. We succeeded? This satellite successfully reached outside the four-dimensional barrier. This sentence, like a cannonball, exploded in the auditorium. In the auditorium, there was a terrible silence at first, and after more than 10 seconds, there was a little noise. But these sounds were not cheers, but constant cries. The two most outstanding scientists of Luca 3 and Luca 4 were the first to collapse to the ground, seemingly losing all their strength at this moment. Their faces were full of tears. They looked up at the ceiling and murmured in their mouths. He murmured to himself, "I finally succeeded. I finally succeeded." 60 years of struggle, countless hard work, countless sacrifices, and countless sleepless nights finally paid off with commensurate rewards. We succeeded. We succeeded. At this moment, the auditorium turned into a sea of joy. After the initial excitement passed, thousands of Luca scientists jumped up in cheers. Their voices were still choked with sobs, and their faces were still filled with tears, but their expressions were clearly laughing, and they were laughing happily. They jumped, laughed, and hugged each other. Xiaoyu couldn't help but smile. This is cheering for new life. This is cheering for the rewards of never giving up. Chapter 194 Prison Break. Finally successful. Finally successful. Looking at the cheering Luca people in the auditorium, Xiaoyu was also filled with joy. The next thing will be easy to handle, because with the successful experience of the first experiment, it will not be that difficult to make another Klein bottle. However, because the Klein bottle that needs to be made this time is relatively small, the big reason is that it will still take at least 3 years. Let's wait until tomorrow. It's time for these Luca scientists to relax and have a rest. After all, they can't compare with me. Xiaoyu thought, gave up the auditorium to the Luca scientists, and quietly withdrew from his spirit. While Luca scientists cheered and celebrated, Xiaoyu had already started his work. A large amount of calculations, modeling, countless design drawings, three-dimensional and four-dimensional spaces, etc., completely occupied Xiaoyu's spirit. Under such circumstances, Xiaoyu was still controlling hundreds of millions of robots, manufacturing what he envisioned bit by bit. Among them, there are gravity bombs used to manipulate four-dimensional space, special material decay engines, space bending instruments, etc. In order to gather the materials needed for the entire project, Xiaoyu dismantled thousands of village-level and township-level spaceships, and even dozens of county-level spaceships. and put all these materials into the project. As long as I leave this prison and find any star system with planets, I can get almost unlimited supplies. There is no need to feel bad about wasting this little thing now. Xiaoyu thought. After cheering and celebrating all night long, Luca scientists rested for 3 full days before returning to work. At this time, Xiaoyu had completed the preliminary design sketch of the entire project. After the most rigorous review, as well as the restless research of Luca scientists, and hundreds of billions of modeling calculations by Xiaoyu, this preliminary design sketch has been revised tens of thousands of times to confirm that all that can be found may bring only after all possible risks have been eliminated can the final draft be formed. After the design drawings are completed, the busy construction process begins. This process does not require the Luca scientists to contribute their wisdom. Xiaoyu alone is enough to complete the work. Despite the busy work of hundreds of millions of robots, it still took Xiaoyu 4 years to complete all the equipment. At this time, there was only 1 year left before Xiaoyu used up all the fuel he had reserved. After the last inspection, the last calculation, and confirmation that everything was under control, Xiaoyu said to more than 2,000 Luca scientists, "Then, let's start the jailbreak. This star system within the 4-dimensional barrier is truly a huge prison. To escape from this prison, it is just right to call it a prison break." Under Xiaoyu's control, more space-bending instruments began to work, and more gravity bombs began to affect the 4-dimensional barrier. Under Xiaoyu's extremely precise control, there were no mistakes. Everything was as Xiaoyu expected. A bigger Klein bottle appeared in front of the observation instruments arranged by Xiaoyu. A huge, dark hole appeared. The first batch, 1,000 spaceships, entered the bottle mouth. Xiaoyu gave the order, and at the same time, he said to the 2 scientists in one of the spaceships, "I wish you good luck." The 2 scientists signed up voluntarily as volunteers. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, the 2 Luca scientists hurriedly bent down. "It is our honor to serve the master." After a short conversation, the first batch of 1,000 spaceships had floated into the cave entrance. The dark hole was like a big mouth of a space monster, greedily devouring Xiaoyu's spaceship. Because of the special properties of the Klein bottle, any spacecraft that enters the Klein bottle immediately loses contact with Xiaoyu. It took a full 30 minutes for all the 1,000 spaceships to enter the Klein bottle. Then, they will continue to sail forward under the control of automatic programs. "It's time!" Space-bending instrument. "Shut down and disconnect." Xiaoyu gave the order. As the space-bending instrument was closed, the dark bottle mouth immediately disappeared. Along with the bottle mouth, 1,000 spaceships belonging to Xiaoyu disappeared. Xiaoyu was waiting silently, waiting for the signal from the 2 Luca scientists. 30 seconds later, Xiaoyu received the message. "Master! Master! We are really out! We are really out! The starry sky is so beautiful! It's so wonderful! You should come out quickly!" The voices of the 2 scientists were full of irrepressible excitement. Xiaoyu reflexively wanted to reply to a message, but suddenly remembered that the characteristic of the 4-dimensional barrier is that no entry is allowed, which means that he can only receive signals from the outside world, but he cannot transmit signals to the outside world. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu smiled and shook his head, giving up the idea. "I have received signals from 2 volunteers. The first batch of 1,000 spaceships has safely arrived outside the 4-dimensional barrier. Then, it is time to launch a large-scale operation." Xiaoyu announced the news, and immediately, in the auditorium, the Luca scientists cheered together. With the experience of making Klein bottles twice, the third time the manufacturing process was even smoother without any trouble. Under the action of more gravity bombs and space-bending instruments, a larger Klein bottle, large enough to accommodate the huge body of the Hebei, was created by Xiaoyu. Looking at the huge black cave in front of him, Xiaoyu was filled with emotion. "Nearly 60 years of struggle have finally paid off. I finally found a way to escape. So, farewell, Central Star." One last look back at this huge red giant star. After saying goodbye to it in his heart, Xiaoyu no longer hesitated to control the Hebei and the tens of thousands of escorting small spacecrafts into the Klein bottle. Middle. Within the 4-dimensional barrier, countless space-bending instruments will be abandoned. They will automatically turn off after 1 minute under the control of a preset program. By then, the space will be restored to flatness. If no accidents occur, Xiaoyu will escape from the 4-dimensional barrier and come outside it. The scene inside the Klein bottle is very strange. Strictly speaking, it is not a completely 4-dimensional object. It is more appropriate to say it is half 3-dimensional and half four-dimensional. In such a thing full of contradictions, Xiao Yu's spaceship fleet is slowly advancing. If I had to describe it, Xiao Yu believed that the inside of the Klein bottle was more like a kaleidoscope, full of strange phenomena that Xiao Yu could not explain. Until a minute later, Xiao Yu saw that all the bizarre scenery that filled his eyes suddenly disappeared. Xiao Yu's vision was once again occupied by darkness. But in the darkness, Xiao Yu was keenly aware of some bright lights. These bright spots, embedded in the dark background of the universe, are like bright gems. Xiao Yu knew that it was a star. It's finally out! It's finally out! At this moment, Xiao Yu was filled with sighs. Xiao Yu manipulated the instrument and looked back, but only saw a mass of darkness. It seems that there has never been matter behind him, and that aging red giant star has never existed. Xiao Yu knows why this is. The reason is very simple. The characteristic of the four-dimensional barrier is that entry is allowed but no exit is allowed. This results in that no signal inside the four-dimensional barrier can be transmitted. And of course, light cannot be transmitted. Therefore, after crossing the four-dimensional barrier, the star disappeared. But Xiao Yu knew that if he controlled the spacecraft to retreat 100 kilometers, he would re-enter the four-dimensional barrier and see the aging red giant star again. I don't know what the final fate of this star will be, Xiao Yu thought, if the four-dimensional barrier continues to compress. One day the four-dimensional barrier will come into contact with the surface of the star. By then, the material on the surface of the star will be constantly transported into its interior. The shrinking of space will inevitably lead to an increase in its density. And perhaps, it will eventually be compressed and turn into a black hole. The nature of the four-dimensional barrier will not allow it to lose the slightest amount of mass, which means that the process of it becoming a black hole will not have the slightest impact on the outside world. This will undoubtedly be the first thing born in the universe, the quietest black hole. The birth of a black hole is often accompanied by intense and spectacular astronomical phenomena, such as neutron star collisions, supernova explosions, etc. But the birth of this black hole broke this law. It's time to leave here. Xiao Yu sighed. I have almost exhausted my fuel. In the next voyage, I have to dismantle some spaceships to use as fuel. Also, although the super light navigation technology has been used by me, however, due to resource limitations, I do not yet have the ability to transform all spaceships into faster than light spaceships. So let's still use conventional navigation. The target is ahead, 300 light years away, to a middle-aged and old star. Xiao Yu can be sure that this star has at least one planet. As long as one planet, whether gaseous or solid, is enough for Xiao Yu. Just when Xiao Yu was about to set off, a piece of information suddenly appeared in Xiao Yu's mind. I am Taihao, and this is the information I have reserved here in advance. Because you have met the triggering conditions, this information will be disclosed to you. I'm glad that you finally found a way to escape the four-dimensional barrier. Your development potential is beyond my expectation. Then, as a reward for you, I will give you the manufacturing method of the four-dimensional barrier. I hope that after you get the four-dimensional barrier, after maintaining the manufacturing technology of the cover, don't forget your promise. Chapter 195, The Future Direction. Promise? Xiao Yu silently thought about this word, and then nodded heavily in his mind. If you can give me enough benefits, after I have the ability to cross the river system, I will naturally help you fulfill your last wish. The information left by Taihao seemed to have an automatic judgment function. After such an idea appeared in Xiao Yu's mind, information began to automatically appear in Xiao Yu's mind. Because of your own technological limitations, you are actually unable to make a real four-protection cover. Even I only mastered some four-protection cover technology after becoming the Taihao civilization. Therefore, I will give it to you. Can use some four-protection shield generators directly. There are 100,000 of them in total. The operation method is very simple. Just use element decay technology to charge it, and it will automatically generate different protection capabilities according to the power. Different four-level maintenance covers come out. One thing to note is that the four-level maintenance cover is not omnipotent. If it withstands too high an energy level, it will still be damaged. In general, as long as your various fourth-level civilization technologies, if you become more mature, you will become the most powerful being among the fourth-level civilization. My inheritance has been handed over to you. I hope you can make good use of it, and don't let my reputation fall in the starry sky. Okay, little guy. Goodbye. Final warning, before you find a way to deal with the neutron battle star, even if you have strength beyond me, don't fight the sweeper civilization. Xiao Yu listened to these words quietly until Taihao's voice disappeared from his mind. After Tachyon finished speaking, Xiao Yu saw some faint blue rectangular objects the size of bricks suddenly appearing in the huge cabin of the Hebei. These cuboids emit a faint light, and the surface ripples, like seawater that has condensed into a solid. When Xiao Yu pointed the detection instrument at these bricks, the method of using these things suddenly appeared in Xiao Yu's mind. Xiao Yu was keenly aware that these bricks and stones contained extremely mysterious mysteries about the four-dimensional space. Xiao Yu cannot analyze or grasp these mysteries, but Xiao Yu can use them. Finally got these things. Xiao Yu was very pleased. There is still a question. Tachyon once told me that I can stay safely within the four-dimensional barrier for 200 years. But according to my calculations, I only have 70 years of save time. I don't know this. Either Tachyon himself made a mistake, or my calculations were wrong, or it was simply a test that Tachyon gave me. Unfortunately, in the last piece of information, Tachyon did not mention this issue. It seems that unless Tachyon resurrection, let him answer it for me personally. Otherwise, I will never find the answer to this question. Xiao Yu thought slowly, controlled the huge fleet, and began to slowly accelerate, leaving the space where he had stayed for hundreds of years, and sailing towards the middle-aged star 300 light-years away. Now Xiao Yu's fleet can be said to have reached a point where it has run out of fuel, and is at the end of its rope. There were originally a total of more than 120,000 spacecraft, but now there are less than 100,000. Moreover, all the nuclear fusion fuel has been almost consumed. This has resulted in a Hebei's mass of 100 million tons, which has now been reduced by nearly half. Returning to its original state, it has reached the 50 million ton level. Now, Xiao Yu has to dismantle small spacecraft to barely get enough fuel. Even according to Xiao Yu's expectation, after the 300 light-year journey ends, he will only have less than 70,000 spacecraft left. But fortunately, there are still more than 200 million tons of flesh and blood left in the white dwarf alien beasts. And there are still many Zerg limbs left. With these precious materials, Xiao Yu can quickly increase the number of spacecraft as long as he gets supplements from any planet. Go up and gain great strength again. Just like Tachyon said, become the most powerful existence among the 4th-level civilization. It's a pity that there are only 100,000 for protection cover generators, which is too few. Then, we must make a good plan for their use. Xiao Yu thought. The future battle mode must also make some changes. These things are undoubtedly very precious. I am afraid that even the 6th-level civilization will covet these things. Therefore, small spacecrafts are no longer equipped with these things. Only county-level and above spacecrafts are equipped with 4 protection covers to avoid accidental losses as much as possible. Just leave the task of gathering intelligence to small spacecraft. In the dark space, in a huge fleet composed of tens of thousands of spaceships, countless robots are busy. This is a huge space dock. There are at least hundreds of village-level and township-level spacecraft parked here, undergoing dismantling work by robots. Countless densely packed robots, like ants tearing apart pieces of meat, remove pieces of material from these spaceships and transported them to other places. These materials will be turned into the power to drive Xiao Yu's spacecraft forward in the element decay reactor. In this darkness, Xiao Yu's spacecraft was slowly accelerating, faster and faster, until it reached 50% of the speed of light, 150,000 kilometers per second. If he continues sailing at this speed, Xiao Yu will reach his destination in 600 years. But because of the relativistic effect, Xiao Yu's perception is that he will reach his goal in just over 200 years. Over the past 200 years, Xiao Yu will continue to carry out in-depth research on superlight navigation and element decay technology, hoping to further improve the utilization efficiency of these two technologies. At the same time, the research on the 4 protection cover must also be carried out as soon as possible. Such a good thing must be put to good use and try to maximize their effectiveness. Of course, Xiao Yu has not forgotten another thing. That is, to reward the child Luca who inspired Xiao Yu to find the right path. In fact, strictly speaking, this Luca toddler brought such great help to Xiao Yu only because of luck, and it did not do much. Therefore, under the advice of the 3 Luca leaders, Luca number 2, number 3, and number 4, Xiao Yu did not directly reward it openly, but secretly gave it a large amount of rewards, such as find any reason to move the whole family into paradise, such as letting it enter the best school, and let Luca number 3 and number 4, the 2 most outstanding scientists of the Luca people, personally teach it. Xiao Yu believes that with such a level of resources, the future achievements of this young Luca child will not be too low. When you have achievements that are enough to convince the public, I will reward you with the honorary title of Luca number 5. Xiaoyu thought. From this incident, Xiaoyu once again realized the importance of the number of intelligent individuals. If Xiaoyu is the only one trapped within the four-dimensional barrier, then no matter how powerful Xiaoyu is in computing power, Xiaoyu has no confidence that he can escape in 70 years. Sometimes, the word inspiration has nothing to do with the level of wisdom. A fool will gain something after a lot of worries, and a wise man will lose something after a lot of worries. Through this incident, Xiaoyu realized this again. There are only these Luca people, but there are still too few people, Xiaoyu thought. If there is a chance in the future, I will rob more of the other intelligent creatures in the universe to serve me. Whether it is a second-level civilization, it doesn't matter whether it is a third-level civilization, or even a first-level civilization or a primitive civilization that has not yet entered the civilized era. You must know that usually, low-level civilized creatures are not stupider than high-level civilized creatures. They just do not have enough knowledge accumulation. That's all. Take human civilization as an example. Modern humans are actually no smarter than ancient humans. The development of human science and technology to the present is more due to the cumulative effect. Therefore, even if an ancient child comes to modern times and receives education in modern society, it will not necessarily be worse than modern humans. After determining this development direction, Xiaoyu began to analyze the current situation in the galaxy after the Tachyon incident. First of all, it is certain that the Guardian Alliance will basically disappear in the next period of time and lose control of a large number of low-level civilizations. The Sweeper civilization defeated the Guardian Alliance and Tachyon civilization, and it will definitely suffer a certain degree of harm. That is to say, it will also converge a little in the future. Then the spring of low-level civilizations is coming. During this precious time without strong suppression by high-level civilizations, they will gain a rare opportunity for development every year. Of course, this is also true for me. During this period of time, I will basically not have to think about sweepers and guardians, and I can develop my technology with peace of mind. Xiaoyu keenly realized that this was an excellent opportunity for him. How far you can develop in the future will depend, to a large extent, on how well you utilize this opportunity. After determining the future development direction, Xiaoyu is once again full of confidence in the future. During the long journey, Xiaoyu also observed two other things. The first thing is that, after 130 years of normal time flow, through the observation of the gravitational lensing phenomenon, Xiaoyu determined that the aging red giant star finally turned into a star under the pressure of the four-dimensional barrier. Black hole. Its transformation into a black hole was unusually gentle, with no massive explosions or flashes of light. Just quietly, it became the most extreme celestial body in the universe. The second thing is that the light carrying the battle scene of Tachyon civilization and Guardian civilization, as well as hundreds of other civilizations at all levels joining forces to fight against the Sweeper civilization, finally crossed the long distance of hundreds of light years and arrived among Xiaoyu's observation instruments. Chapter 196 War Scene. The aging red giant star that has turned into a black hole will continue to revolve around the center of the galaxy in the same cycle according to its current orbit. In fact, whether it turns into a black hole or not has no impact on the rest of the stars in the galaxy, because its quality has not changed. It is like a pebble abandoned in a corner. No one pays attention to it. No one knows how magnificent events have happened around it. This is the first thing. Xiaoyu didn't put too much thought into this matter. Xiaoyu was very concerned about the second thing. The scene of such a level of civilized battle may bring some unexpected benefits to Xiaoyu, because the distance was too far. The images of this battle had lost most of their details after reaching Xiaoyu's observation instruments. This resulted in Xiaoyu being able to only observe the war from a macro perspective. The specific location where the war occurred was within an open star cluster. The diameter of this open star cluster reaches more than 100 light years. Not only at the edge of the Milky Way, even within the Milky Way, such an open star cluster is quite huge. It contains at least hundreds of stars and very rich interstellar gas. A huge war took place here. Xiaoyu saw that on one side of the open star cluster, several stars suddenly lost their traces. After disappearing for a period of time, they suddenly appeared again. This should be because Taiyu's body blocked their light, Xiaoyu guessed. While this shadow continued to advance, Xiaoyu saw another shocking scene from the other side of the open star cluster. The brightness of several stars on the other side suddenly increased dozens of times during a certain period of time, as if the flame of a candle turned into a fire. Moreover, their brightness increases also follow a certain pattern, which seems to be caused by some unknown amplification effect. To Xiaoyu, This scene looked like two invisible things approaching each other. One side is Tachyon, who can block the starlight, and the other side is the sweeper, who can enhance the starlight. Finally, the two met at the center of this open cluster. Because the distance was too far, Xiaoyu could only observe the war from a macro level. Xiaoyu saw that dozens of stars in the center of the battlefield were in an extremely unstable state. Their luminosity is constantly increasing and decreasing at a strange speed. And sometimes the luminosity even increases by thousands to tens of thousands of times compared to normal. At their brightest, they are brighter than the moon when viewed from Earth. And at their darkest, they are completely invisible. In order to better watch the process of this war, Xiaoyu deliberately slowed down his fleet and moved forward at a relatively slow speed. In this way, Xiaoyu will be able to receive these signals better. 10 years after the war began, Xiaoyu saw that the luminosity of a star increased hundreds of thousands of times in an instant. This is the largest increase since the beginning of the war. Moreover, its shape is no longer a point, but slowly turns into an irregular plane shape. Did the star explode? Xiaoyu thought silently, and in his heart, he couldn't help but think of Tianyuan Sea, which was destroyed at the hands of the Guardian Alliance. This star suffered the same fate as Ephesus. If it had followed its normal life cycle, it would have turned into a white dwarf star. However, due to this unthinkable disaster, it had no choice but to explode, leaving no body behind. This abnormal supernova explosion is not enough to form a neutron star or a black hole. This was a true explosion, a shattering explosion. Under the influence of this explosion, it will completely throw all its mass into interstellar space. In this stellar debris, the huge war is still going on. Xiaoyu didn't know their specific warfare methods, but through the impact of this war on the surrounding space, Xiaoyu could infer the intensity of this war. They seem to be evenly matched, and no one can do anything to the other, Xiaoyu speculated. It seems that the sweeper civilization also possesses relevant four-dimensional space technology. Otherwise, according to common sense, even a neutron war star would be unable to resist an attack from one dimension higher than itself. The sweeper civilization. It is indeed a super civilization that has suppressed the Guardian Alliance for tens of millions of years. Through this war scene, Xiaoyu also made some speculations about the illusory 7th level civilization above the 6th level civilization. First of all, it is certain that the sweeper civilization has not entered the realm of the 7th level civilization. The neutron battle star should be the product of their adventure. Through the performance of Tachyon and the sweeper civilization, it seems that the key point to break through the 7th level civilization is in the word space. However, the other Tachyon civilization that imprisoned the girl on Earth seems to have chosen the direction of soul breakthrough instead of space. Does this mean that after reaching the peak of the 6th level civilization, you must choose only one main attack direction can break through to level 7, or space, or energy, or time, or soul? This classification is also likely to be the basis for dividing various types of Tachyon civilization, such as Type C Tachyon civilization, such as Type D Tachyon civilization. While guessing in his mind, Xiaoyu closely analyzed the distant pictures from hundreds of light years away. These scenes have been broadcast in real time by Xiaoyu to the Eternal Kingdom for the more than 2,000 Luca scientists to conduct research at the same time. The evenly matched war scene lasted for another 10 years. 10 years later, Xiaoyu saw another unknown object suddenly appear from the direction of the sweeper civilization. The appearance of this object caused chaos throughout the open star cluster. Xiaoyu saw that the stars that were originally moving according to their own orbits suddenly became chaotic at this moment. Is it a strong gravity? Xiaoyu guessed. Then, this thing should be the neutron battle star of the sweeper civilization. Neutron stars are also divided into several different types. There are ordinary neutron stars. If it can emit strong radiation, it is a pulsar. If it has strong magnetism, then it is a magnetar. Magnetars or pulsars are a type of neutron star. Neutron stars are actually invisible, just like black holes. The difference is that black holes are invisible because they combine light, while neutron stars are invisible because they do not emit visible light. The surface temperature of the neutron star is too high, according to the principle of black body radiation. After the temperature reaches a certain level, the radiation emitted by the object will be mainly emitted in the form of X-rays. Therefore, Xiaoyu cannot see this neutron war in the visible light band. Star. Compared with the quietness of the visible light band, it is extremely intense X-ray radiation. The radiation intensity of this neutron battle star suppressed the entire open star cluster with a span of more than 100 light years. With the emergence of this neutron battle star, from a macro level, Xiao Yu saw that the darkness representing Taihao began to be suppressed by the light representing the sweeper civilization. The dark area belonging to Taihao's civilization is getting smaller and smaller. It was probably during this time that Taihao sent out a space broadcast, summoning the Guardian Alliance to join the war. The Guardian Alliance summoned more than 500 level 4 and above civilizations to come together and finally bring this war to an end. It evolved into a huge war that could affect the entire galaxy. Sure enough, the development of things did not exceed Xiao Yu's expectation. After some time, Xiao Yu saw that countless stars began to converge towards this open star cluster. Xiao Yu knew that every point of light might represent a large and powerful fleet, and each fleet might contain tens of thousands or even millions of spacecraft. But because the distance was too far, the light emitted by the engines of these spacecrafts converged into a point, which looked like faint starlight to Xiao Yu. The fleet, which represents all the high-end combat power in the galaxy except for the sweeper civilization, had an extremely obvious impact as soon as it joined the war. Xiao Yu saw that at this moment, it seemed that even the neutron war star had to temporarily avoid the edge. The black area representing the Taihao civilization suddenly expanded at this moment, and even faintly suppressed the sweeper alliance. But the good times didn't last long. Xiao Yu saw that after the war lasted for several more years, Neutron Battlestar and Taihao had a head-on collision. At this moment, the Neutron Battlestar disappeared from Xiao Yu's observation instruments, and it was completely invisible in both visible light and X-rays. The Neutron War Star should have entered Taihao's body. The time has come to decide the final fate of this war. Xiao Yu thought. Of course, Xiao Yu already knew the final result. But after witnessing this fierce battle with his own eyes, Xiao Yu couldn't help but get excited. The inside of Taihao's body is a semi-four-dimensional structure. I don't know what the Neutron Battlestar's fighting method is in such an environment. Xiao Yu silently guessed, imagining the heroic scene. The Neutron Battlestar was taken into Taihao's body and started a fierce battle with Taihao in an invisible place. Outside, the huge fleets of hundreds of civilizations were engaged in fierce battles with the conventional combat power of the sweeper civilization. During this war, Xiao Yu saw that at least 80 stars suffered from the disaster of pond fish and helplessly exploded and disintegrated. The fierce war lasted for more than 30 years. The Neutron Battlestar has also disappeared for more than 30 years. And the black area representing Taihao has also been quiet for more than 30 years. Finally, more than 30 years later, Xiao Yu once again observed the intense X-ray radiation representing the Neutron Battlestar. When the Neutron War Star appeared again, Xiao Yu saw that the black area representing Taihao violently split into countless pieces and scattered. Chapter 197, Star of Hope. Xiao Yu didn't know what happened during the more than 30 years since the Neutron Battlestar disappeared. But Xiao Yu knew that the conflicts that occurred during this period must have been extremely intense, even beyond his imagination. It is not an exaggeration to say that this is a war at the highest level under the 7th level civilization. On the one hand, there is the Taihao civilization that failed to attack the 7th level civilization, but has a semi-four-dimensional structure. On the other hand, there is the sweeper civilization that has mastered the creation of the 7th level civilization, the Neutron Battlestar. The duel between these two powerful civilizations is like the battle between masters described in some martial arts novels. From the outside, you can only see the two masters with their palms facing each other, motionless. At most, there is some steam coming out of their heads. It's unremarkable, but it's dangerous in the dark. Only those who have personally participated in the battle will know. The battle between Taihao and Neutron Battlestar is such a process. Xiao Yu only saw that the Neutron Battlestar had disappeared for more than 30 years, and that the Taihao civilization had been quiet for more than 30 years. Xiao Yu didn't know anything about the rest. Xiao Yu only knew that after more than 30 years, the Neutron Battlestar reappeared and Taihao was torn apart. Taihao is dead. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yu thought sadly. Xiao Yu can probably guess the current environment of the open star cluster in the midst of war. This battlefield must be filled with high-temperature material from exploding stars, and various extremely intense rays are sweeping across the entire open star cluster. The environment there must be extremely harsh. In such an environment, even the most powerful battleship in Xiao Yu's hands, the Hebei, was not sure to survive. This level of war is really not something I can come into contact with, Xiao Yu sighed. It seems that Taihao's decision to throw me away in advance and not let me get too close to the battlefield was correct. Otherwise, I would have died along with Taihao a long time ago. Taihao's death brought Xiao Yu a brief loss of consciousness. After coming back to his senses, Xiaoyu saw that the countless light spots that were entangled with the sweeper civilization seemed to be panicking at the moment Taihao died. As soon as the neutron battle star appeared, it fiercely rushed into the densest place of light spots. Then, the pile of light spots, like a pile of fireflies hit by something, scattered violently with a roar. The death of Taihao's civilization represents the true winner of this war. Among the scattered light spots, the most conspicuous one was a light orange spot. This light spot seemed to be the most powerful. The moment the neutron battle star appeared, it instantly moved several light years away, dodging the most violent blow of the neutron battle star, and then disappeared all of a sudden. From this, he disappeared among the open star clusters and escaped through some unknown means. The remaining blips were not so lucky. Under the pursuit of the neutron war stars and other light points belonging to the sweeper civilization, these light points could not even escape, but could only be extinguished one by the sweeper civilization. In the end, not 1 out of 100 light spots managed to escape. This huge war has finally come to an end. This war gave Xiaoyu a clearer understanding of the strength of the sweeper civilization. I didn't expect that the Guardian civilization could escape under such circumstances. It seems that during these tens of millions of years, the Guardian civilization may have focused most of its energy on escaping and hiding its tracks. According to scientists from Lucca, tens of millions of years ago, when the sweeper civilization did not have neutron battle stars, the Guardian civilization could still compete with the sweepers. However, now, there is such a huge gap in strength. Neutron battle star. Neutron battle star is really so powerful. In this major event, there is no doubt that the sweeper civilization has gained the greatest benefit. It eliminated the Taihao civilization and hundreds of 4th and 5th level civilizations. I don't know what this will bring to them. How great the benefits are. I wonder if the luck brought by eliminating so many powerful beings will allow them to break through to the level of 7th level civilization. I hope not. If they break through to the level of 7th level civilization, the rest of the civilizations in the galaxy will suffer. But it's hard to say. Maybe the 7th level civilization can break through the limitations of the river system and expand with millions of lights years. Millions of light years of distant journeys. I have lost interest in low-level civilizations since then. So far, what Xiaoyu has seen and heard is still limited to the Milky Way. The Large Magellanic Cloud is just a satellite system of the Milky Way. The relationship between the two is similar to the relationship between the Earth and the Moon. Therefore, the Taihao civilization from the Large Magellanic Cloud still belongs to the Milky Way in a strict sense. The extragalactic galaxy, like the 7th level civilization, is an unknown existence to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu guessed that perhaps after reaching the 7th level civilization, one would have the ability to sail across the river system. In the midst of speculation, Xiaoyu controlled the fleet and began to accelerate again, galloping towards the predetermined target. In the decades of observing this war, the number of Lucans has increased again. At the same time, there have been some breakthroughs in biotechnology. The average lifespan of Lucans has exceeded the 1,000-year mark. This resulted in a number of scientists who could work for Xiaoyu reaching 3,000. Together with Xiaoyu, these 3,000 scientists are busy conducting research on science and technology every moment. However, in the past few decades, Xiaoyu's technology has not made any breakthroughs. Sure enough, as I imagined, when technology advances to a certain level, it is no longer the case that one genius scientist can independently promote its progress. If my technology wants to progress again, it must slowly rely on time. Accumulation. Looking at the brighter star in front of him, Xiaoyu sighed in his heart. During the long journey, Xiaoyu's fleet has shrunk to less than 70,000 ships. But fortunately, Xiaoyu is no longer far away from his destination at this moment, and there is only about a year's flight left. Xiaoyu has already modified several super-light village-class spacecraft in advance, and carried some instruments to start detecting this star system in advance. Xiaoyu was greatly encouraged by the detection results. Data show that although this star has entered middle-aged and old age, it is still generally in a stable stage. It has a huge gaseous planet with a mass 4 to 5 times that of Jupiter. On top of that, the gas planet has hundreds of rocky moons. These satellites will be able to provide Xiaoyu with a steady stream of endless building materials. Therefore, while still on the journey, Xiaoyu began intense preparations. Xiaoyu is already familiar with how to transform a star system and how to maximize resources. He has accumulated a lot of relevant experience in the Tachyon 4-star system and the Eagle Nebula. Within 10 years after arriving at this star, Xiaoyu was confident in rebuilding his industrial system. Amid the busy preparations, 1 year later, Xiao Yu arrived around the star. Looking at the place where he would stay for at least 100 years, Xiao Yu was filled with admiration. "It's really a paradise-like place," Xiao Yu praised. Stable stars, huge gaseous planets, and hundreds of satellites are all full of strange temptations for Xiao Yu. "Let's call this star the Star of Hope. And this planet, let's just call it Hope 1. The satellites orbiting Hope 1 are sorted alphabetically according to size." After decelerating, Xiao Yu's fleet successfully entered an orbit around the planet Hope 1. After that, the first thing Xiao Yu did was to determine the naming rules for these stars and notify the Luca scientists. In the future, Xiao Yu and Luca scientists will follow this set of naming rules to communicate. After confirming this, Xiao Yu started a huge, messy, but well-organized planetary system transformation project. Xiao Yu first sent out a large number of satellites to conduct detailed detection work on hundreds of satellites of planet Hope 1 and determine their elemental composition, size, mass, utilization value, and other relevant data. With these relevant data, the next step of construction becomes much simpler. On the spacecraft, Xiao Yu had already prepared a huge team of construction robots. These robots were assigned to different satellites according to different functional categories to start their own work. They first carried out the construction of collection bases. These collection bases will be responsible for the supply of raw materials for all Xiao Yu's future construction projects. After the collection base, there is the preliminary forging factory. These factories will initially process the minerals collected from the collection base for later use. After the forging factory, there is the construction of a robot casting factory and various parts production factories. Due to the limitations of the spacecraft's tonnage and volume, Xiao Yu's spacecraft cannot carry too many robots. So the construction of a robot casting factory is also very necessary. Parts factories include various precision instrument foundries, etc. In addition to ground construction projects, Xiao Yu also built thousands of huge space docks in space. These space docks will undertake the construction of new spacecraft and the faster-than-light transformation project of old spacecraft. Under the control of Xiao Yu's huge computing power, all complicated things were carried out in an orderly manner. The robot foundry at the ground base has become the heart of Xiao Yu's entire construction project. These hearts are outputting a large amount of fresh labor every moment and replenishing it into various organs. The collection base continuously outputs nutrients and supplies them to various factories. The era of vigorous construction has once again begun. Chapter 198 Sky Blue Market. During this period of great construction, Xiao Yu will transform all his spaceships into super-light spacecraft driven by elemental decay, and equip them with 100,000 four-dimensional shield generators. In Xiao Yu's plan, spacecraft below the county level are not equipped with fourth-level protective shields. They only have the conventional technology of fourth-level civilization, force field shields. Only spacecraft of county level and above will be equipped with 4 protective covers. There are as many as 100,000 4 protective covers. This means a huge construction project. Xiao Yu even planned to build a national-level spacecraft. But after carefully weighing his current technological level, Xiao Yu gave up this plan and decided to build several more provincial-level spacecraft. Xiao Yu made a detailed construction list for himself. This list includes a total of 10 provincial-level spaceships, 5,000 city-level spacecraft, more than 94,000 county-level spaceships, and hundreds of thousands of township and village-level spaceships. Among them, large warships such as provincial and municipal-level spacecraft will be built using the highest specification construction materials. That is, top-grade materials with more than half of the flesh and blood content of alien beasts. County-level and below-level spacecraft will use Zerg limbs as added materials. Manufacture. After the construction list was released, Xiao Yu's war plan also quietly changed. In previous wars, Xiao Yu mainly used the county-level spacecraft as the flagship of the team, and used one county-level spacecraft plus hundreds of village-level spacecraft as a combat team. However, after the construction tasks on the construction list are completed, Xiao Yu's combat team will be upgraded to a standard, and will reach a combat mode with the city-level spacecraft as the team's flagship and the city-level spacecraft leading the county-level spacecraft. In this mode, the role of the village-class spaceship has changed from combat to harassment and intelligence acquisition. By then, Xiao Yu's fleet will have a total of nearly 600,000 spaceships. Among these spaceships, there will also be nearly 10,000 material transport spacecraft, large dock spacecraft, etc. However, before starting construction, there was one biggest problem in front of Xiao Yu. That is, The lack of computing power. In the Eagle Nebula, Xiaoyu can control ultra-miniature spacecraft with tens of billions of calculations by building a supercomputing center. But here, this method does not work. Large spaceships must be commanded by themselves. Only in this way can they exert their full combat power. In the interstellar battlefield in the future, the insect sea tactics like those of the Zerg will be in the minority after all. Therefore, the construction of a new generation of computers has been put on Xiaoyu's research and development agenda. It's time to start the research and development of quantum computers. Xiaoyu thought and conveyed this task to the Luca scientists. At the same time, he also started preliminary research on quantum computers. Before quantum computers, Xiaoyu had already mastered a large amount of relevant knowledge through research on grand unified theory and overdistance communication. And his knowledge reserve for studying quantum computers had been completed. Now that all the conditions are met, the development process of quantum computers will be uneventful. According to Xiaoyu's timing method, on an ordinary afternoon, the first quantum computer, with practical capabilities, was born in the laboratory. With the birth of the first quantum computer, technology related to quantum computing began to develop rapidly. Quantum computers are beginning to develop in a larger and faster direction. This brings Xiaoyu more computing power. Computing power means control. The changes brought about by the birth of quantum computers, for Xiaoyu, are almost subversive. The central computer system on the Hebei was first updated to a quantum computer. After entering the new quantum computer, Xiaoyu's confidence increased again. With my current computing power, if I encounter that female insect in the Eagle Nebula again, I will have enough computing power to directly command tens of billions of ultra-miniature spacecrafts, even if I don't build a supercomputing center. Xiaoyu thought with some pride. Amidst the busy construction and research work, Xiaoyu's fleet is undergoing essential changes. 20 years after arriving at the Star of Hope, the first city-class spaceship that was transformed into a faster-than-light spacecraft appeared. Powered by elemental decay technology, it will be able to sail at a maximum speed of 5 times the speed of light. At its speed, it only takes 4 years to travel back and forth between the solar system and the Tachyon star system. In order to celebrate the birth of the first truly large-scale super-light spacecraft, Xiaoyu prepared a small-scale celebration. During the celebration, Xiaoyu also prepared another program. That is, the performance test of the 4-dimensional space shield. The 4 protection-covered generators that Tachyon left for Xiaoyu are not good or bad in size. How much energy is input into it will expand it to a certain size. If the energy input is turned off, it will disappear. This characteristic of it determines that Xiaoyu can use them freely and equip them on whichever spacecraft he wants. This super lightspeed city-class spacecraft has been equipped with a 4 protection-covered generator. Under Xiaoyu's control, this huge spacecraft slowly left the space dock and floated in space. After traveling a certain distance, several huge cannon barrels were aimed at it. The SH.LS Xiaoyu prepared this time were high-yield elemental decay bombs. Each of these SH.LS is equivalent to the power of a multi-million-ton hydrogen bomb. The result was not beyond Xiaoyu's expectation. Xiaoyu saw that after the SH.LS exploded, the deadly radiation and energy they released did not have any impact on the city-level spacecraft. All fatal injuries are blocked by the 4 protective shields. The strength of the 4 protective shields exceeded Xiaoyu's imagination. Well, driven by the power of elemental decay, the 4 protective shields have extremely strong protective power. Basically, if it is not continuously bombarded by powerful weapons, it is impossible to blast them. In this way, when facing the other 4 when we reach the super civilization, I will have an overwhelming advantage. Xiaoyu happily archived the results, and then continued the task of building the entire fleet with even higher enthusiasm. The 4 municipal-level spaceships Beijing, Shanghai, Tianjin, and Chongqing were upgraded to provincial-level spaceships during this period of large-scale construction. In addition, there are Hunan, Shandong, and Shaanxi. 5 provincial spaceships, Shaanxi and Jilin, were built, including the original Hebei. Xiaoyu has a total of 10 provincial-level spacecraft. Among these 10 provincial-level spaceships, the most powerful one is undoubtedly the Beijing. The unladen mass of the Beijing has reached 70 million tons. If fully loaded, the total mass will reach about 200 million tons. It has the most complete protection means, the most powerful attack power and mobility, and the largest material reserves. The Beijing, replacing the Hebei, became Xiaoyu's flagship. These 10 provincial-level spaceships are all spacecraft capable of traveling at faster than light speeds. Along with these 10 provincial-level spaceships, there were more than 2,000 city-level spaceships. The size of Xiaoyu's fleet is rapidly expanding at a jaw-dropping speed. This is the advantage brought by the combination of Xiaoyu and computers. This kind of construction speed, in Xiaoyu's estimation, may not even be achieved by a 5th-level civilization. Xiaoyu's strength is increasing every day, and it is increasing extremely rapidly. 100 years after arriving at the Star of Hope, all construction tasks of provincial and municipal spaceships were completed. Xiaoyu immediately started the construction of county-level spaceships and other small spacecrafts. The construction task of more than 90,000 county-level spacecraft and hundreds of thousands of small spacecraft consumed Xiaoyu's decades of time. Finally, nearly 200 years after arriving at the Star of Hope, Xiaoyu completed all the construction tasks on the construction list. What is in front of Xiaoyu is a powerful fleet composed of nearly 600,000 spacecraft. All spaceships in this fleet have the ability to travel at superlight speeds. The county-level and above spacecraft have dual protection of 4 maintenance shields and force field shields. Small spacecraft have stronger survivability and intelligence acquisition capabilities than before. In addition to combat spacecraft, Xiaoyu also owns nearly 10,000 material spacecraft. At this moment, Xiaoyu's strength reached a new peak. There are many soldiers and generals, and sufficient food and grass. And the morale is high. How should we allocate the next time? Xiaoyu thought carefully. Should we continue to stay here to develop technology? Or should we travel and seek development through exchanges, collisions, and fights with other civilizations? These two options are attracted to Xiaoyu. The most important advantage of staying and developing here is safety. But security means no oppression, no exchanges and collisions with other civilizations, which will inevitably lead to slow technological progress. Moreover, now is a good opportunity for the sweeper to be damaged and the guardian to disappear. Xiaoyu is really unwilling to give up this opportunity. It's better to go out and develop science and technology in the collision and fighting with other civilizations. Although there will be certain dangers, the benefits are self-evident. Xiaoyu thought and made up his mind. At this moment, Xiaoyu suddenly received a message. After reading this piece of information, Xiaoyu felt dumbfounded. Want to obtain technology beyond your current level? Do you want to fully develop the technology tree? Do you want to obtain more information? Come on! As long as you are willing to pay the corresponding technology or materials in exchange, you will be able to get anything you want from here. What you want? The Sky Blue Market was founded by the 5th-level civilization and the Moebius civilization. Whether you are a 3rd-level civilization, a 4th-level civilization, or a 5th-level civilization, you will be guaranteed safety and fair transactions here. Tachyon Market is looking forward to your visit. The galaxy coordinates of this market are Chapter 199 Black. This information was not released in the form of space broadcast, but was broadcast using some kind of superlight speed technology that Xiaoyu is not familiar with. This method is somewhat similar to a spacecraft that can travel at faster than light speeds, except that in this technology, the physical spacecraft is replaced by radio signals. In fact, after mastering long-distance communication, Xiaoyu's attention to this type of technology has been greatly reduced. As long as Xiaoyu is willing, Xiaoyu can completely master this technology from head to toe within a year. But Xiaoyu believed that there was no need to waste that time. This message does not have its own translation function like space broadcasting, but it comes with a dictionary message. With the help of the dictionary, Xiaoyu understood the meaning of this information in a short period of time. Xiaoyu felt an absurd feeling in his heart. Sky Blue Market? Safe and fair trade? When did the starry sky of the Milky Way become so lively that even a 5th-level civilization dared to open a market in a big way, and was afraid that others would not know about it? Xiaoyu had some incredible feelings at first, but the next moment, Xiaoyu figured it out. It seems that this is the consequence of losing the suppression of strong civilization. The matter of Tachyon and the Guardian civilization joining forces to fight against the Sweeper civilization has been spread, and many civilizations should have realized it. Within a period of time since then, will be the best time for development. So they jumped out one by one, hoping to seize the opportunity. Then, this Sky Blue Market is very interesting. Maybe I should go and take a look. Well, it is less than 1,000 light years away from me. The edge of the galaxy where I am is too deserted. And I want to communicate with other civilizations. Communicate? Sooner or later, I have to go to the center of the Milky Way. So let's go take a look. Xiaoyu thought and informed the Luca scientists about this matter. In the large conference room, when Xiaoyu finished talking about the matter, Luca number 3 stood up first and expressed his objections. Master, I object to going to the sky blue market created by this 5th level Marian civilization. There are 2 reasons. First, we do not have the ability to detect the surrounding environment while traveling at super light speed, which will make our voyage very dangerous. It is very likely to hit various stars in the universe. Second, we cannot confirm whether this Marian civilization is well-intentioned. If its message is just to lure lower-level civilizations into being fooled after we arrive. What if what greets us is not a safe and fair trading environment, but destruction? After a moment of silence, Luca number 4 also stood up and said, as for the 2 reasons given by Master number 3, I object to the first one. At our current rate of scientific and technological progress, if we concentrate on researching key problems, it is estimated that we can achieve it within 3 years. Within a short period of time, we will master the signal restoration technology and solve the problem of being unable to receive external signals during superlight voyage. The second point, I agree with. There are 2 ways to develop. The first is through communication, and the second is through annihilation of the rest. Civilization. Without the strong suppression of the 6th level civilization, the 5th level civilization is already a very powerful civilization. We do not have enough intelligence to determine which path this Marian civilization has chosen. There was buzzing discussion in the large conference room. Xiaoyu nodded slightly and said, these 2 reasons are very good. Then, let me tell you my opinion. Perhaps, everyone has underestimated the power we have now. Everyone should know that among civilizations of the same level, if mechanical civilization and technological civilization collide, the mechanical civilization will usually have the advantage. What's more, I have combined the existence of the advantages of 2 civilizations, mechanical civilization and technological civilization. Moreover, we also have the 4 protection shield obtained from Tachyon, which has improved our strength a lot. Therefore, I think that we do not need to report to this 5th level civilization at all, with too much worry, even if it is malicious. So what? I believe we will be strong enough to escape or defeat it. In view of the above reasons, I think the risks have been controlled to an acceptable level. Let's talk about the benefits. If this Marian civilization can really provide us with a fair and safe trading environment as it says, then the benefits it is self-evident. First of all, we can exchange the flesh and blood of alien beasts or Zerg limbs for the technology and intelligence we urgently need. This is my opinion. Everyone can discuss it. Xiaoyu concluded. In the large conference room, Luca scientists started discussing again. After a while, another young scientist stood up and said, I agree with the master's opinion. But there is one thing I need to add. That is it possible that this Marian civilization is both good and evil? In other words, if we show too much weakness, it will directly plunder or eliminate us. If we show considerable strength, it will trade with us fairly. I think that in the current situation, this possibility sex is the biggest. If you can easily eliminate a civilization and get what you need, then why pay the price to trade with it? There is no such thing as a moral axiom in the universe. Xiaoyu nodded slightly. It is indeed very possible. I have recorded it, and I will pay attention to this when contacting the Marian civilization. Do you have anything to add? Luca too stood up and said, I can make some additions from the political aspect. Opening a market is certainly risky for the weak civilizations who go to trade. But for the main body of this market, this Marian civilization, are they just that? Is there no risk anymore? No. They are also risky. That is, their coordinates have been exposed, and they may attract more advanced civilizations to eliminate them at any time. If it were me, I would consider one that minimizes my risks while maximizing my profits. Method. This method is very simple. That is, separate the market location from the civilized subject location. At the same time, in order to maintain the concealment of the civilized subject, the distance between the two cannot be too close. In this way, the information they broadcast, it only led to the exposure of the market location. Even if it attracts advanced civilization and causes the market to be eliminated, it is not an unbearable loss. In other words, within this market, they will not stay too powerful. At least not most of the forces within civilization. Xiaoyu thought and said, in this way, the low-level people involved in the transaction, while the security of civilization has been further improved. With our strength, we no longer have to worry about the danger of being plundered by them. No, that's not what I want to say. Luca too shook his head and said, I want to say that since within this market, their power is not strong. And we, as a person who has surpassed the general 4th level civilization, existence, Can we plunder them? After all, the flesh and blood of alien beasts and Zerg limbs are very precious to us. If we can get what we want without paying for these things, why should we take these things? To exchange? Xiaoyu was startled. Indeed, as Luca number 2 said, if there is a deal with a 5th level civilization, Xiaoyu will not be able to get anything else except the flesh and blood of alien beasts and Zerg limbs. The 4 protective shields were too precious, and Xiaoyu would not take them out no matter what. Luca number 2's statement subverted Xiaoyu's thinking. At the last moment, Xiaoyu was still thinking about how to avoid the other party's robbery. But at this moment, he had to start thinking about how to rob the other party. This change gave Xiaoyu a feeling. The heart of a politician is really dark. Seemingly seeing some hesitation on Xiaoyu's expression, Luca number 2 added in a timely manner, Master, don't forget that in the dark universe, there is no room for the existence of such noble things as morality. Morality is the key to civilization. From a human perspective, we don't need to talk about morality to external civilizations. Xiaoyu slowly shook his head and said, I know what you said very clearly and can understand it. But you forgot something. That is, sometimes, war is not the best way to obtain supplies. You can win, of course. Well, if it fails, then there will be nothing. And in this contact, we are not sure that we will have the upper hand. Therefore, your proposal can be recorded, but it will not be activated for the time being. During the contact, I will carefully examine the strength of the other party. If the other party has enough precious materials that are worthy of our action, and their power in the market is inferior to ours, I don't mind looting them. In other words, in the process of contact, we have to adapt to changes. Whether it is fair trade or war and plunder, everything depends on the value and strength of the other party. I believe that in the process of contact, the other party will definitely have such a view towards us. A similar process. Then, you, Luca too, will serve as the team leader and assign a group of scientists to draft a guidance document for the contact process. And then submit it to me, and I will be responsible for finalizing it. When contacting the Marian civilization, all actions must rely on this guiding document. After thinking for a while, Xiaoyu announced another decision. From this moment on, the Council of Scientists is divided into 2 parts. One part is scientists from the Department of Psychological and Social Sciences, led by Luca II, who are responsible for behavioral prediction and psychological analysis of internal civilization and external civilization. The other part is scientists from the Department of Science and Technology, led by Luca 3 and 4 are joint leaders and responsible for scientific research and development. For the current task, scientists from the Department of Psychology and Social Sciences are responsible for drafting contact documents. Scientists from the Department of Science and Technology are working with me to conduct research on how to receive external photoelectric signals during superlight navigation. Okay, let's adjourn the meeting. Chapter 200 Arrival. The Star of Hope is more than 900 light-years away from the Sky Blue market broadcast by the Malian civilization. This distance was undoubtedly an insurmountable chasm for Xiaoyu before he mastered the superlight navigation technology. But for Xiaoyu now, it is a voyage of less than 200 years. This time is not long for Xiaoyu, but for the Luca people, especially some aging scientists who have mastered a wealth of scientific knowledge, it is somewhat unbearable. In order to deal with this problem, Xiaoyu took measures early on, that is, to freeze all the aging scientists who were about to die, and then thaw them after a breakthrough in biotechnology. In fact, Xiaoyu has been using this method. Among the scientists in the Department of Science and Technology, there are already scientists who specialize in biotechnology. Their mission is to try their best to increase the lifespan of the Luca people. Even, at the appropriate time, Xiaoyu hopes to use the biotechnology they have developed to resurrect humans, resurrecting human bodies and memories together. The body of the girl in the 1990 spaceship is still being preserved by Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu can resurrect him at any time through cloning technology. But Xiaoyu didn't intend to do that. What Xiaoyu wants is not the body, but the soul. A creature that has no memory of the earth, but has a human body cannot give Xiaoyu a sense of identity. Xiaoyu hopes that when his biotechnology develops to a certain level, he can completely resurrect this earth girl. After the meeting, Xiaoyu started his busy work again. Under Xiaoyu's control, countless robots and spaceships began to shuttle busily, transporting a steady stream of materials into specialized spaceships. This process lasted for 3 years, until all spaceships were fully loaded and no longer loaded. Until it goes down. Within the past 3 years, Xiaoyu successfully broke through the technology of how to receive external photoelectric signals during superlight flight. This means that the last obstacle that hindered Xiaoyu's voyage has disappeared. Then, let's start the voyage. Xiaoyu issued the order. Up to 600,000 warships and spaceships of various types slowly left their stations, gathered together, and flew towards the outer reaches of the galaxy. These spacecraft will use conventional navigation techniques to enter the superlight navigation stage after leaving a certain distance from massive stars and other massive bodies. Because if you start a superlight voyage inside a galaxy, the space curvature instrument may be affected by massive stars, which will cause some unpredictable problems and lead to danger. This is the first time that Xiaoyu has embarked on a voyage to the 1,000 lights level. And it is also the first time that Xiaoyu has voluntarily left a safe environment and set off towards the unknown. This means that Xiaoyu's mentality is also changing. Xiaoyu is no longer the fledgling, weak civilization who only knows how to hide everywhere. Xiaoyu, who has 4 protective shields, already has some say in the galaxy that has lost the suppression of powerful civilizations. After saying goodbye to the Star of Hope, Xiaoyu controlled the fleet and entered a state of superlight navigation. The moment they entered the superlight voyage, Xiaoyu's 600,000 spacecraft lost all traces, as if they had never existed. After entering the superlight speed voyage, due to excessive red shift and blue shift, the communication between the spacecraft and the outside world will be seriously affected. On the contrary, the internal communication of the fleet will not be affected due to the existence of ultra-distance communication technology. At this moment, Xiaoyu is communicating with Luca scientists with the help of long-distance communication technology. The guiding document for the contact process has been drafted by Luca II and hundreds of scientists from the Department of Psychological and Social Sciences, and submitted to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu immediately held a plenary meeting and began to discuss every detail of the document. I think our main fleet does not need to be too close to the transaction location. Luca II stood up and said, the population of the 5th level civilization is about 200 billion. According to the distribution of military power of conventional technological civilization, these two among a population of 100 billion. There are approximately 1 billion troops. This includes the total number of military personnel of all types including landing operations, occupation, defense, special forces, spacecraft operators, etc. In other words, even for level 5 civilizations, their space warfare, the number of soldiers is only 300 to 400 million at most. However, in terms of tonnage and mass, our 600,000 spaceships require at least 500 million people to fully operate them. This is a contradiction, and it is too eye-catching. Why does a 4th level civilization have such a strong military force? This will attract unnecessary prying eyes and trouble. I object. Another Luca scientist stood up and said, in contact with unknown civilizations, the stronger we appear, the safer we are. Is it necessary, as you said, that in a 5th level civilization? What kind of tricks did you have to play to hide your strength before? It's not that we hide our strength, but that our strength is too abnormal and eye-catching, which will cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. Luca II argued. Such a huge fleet. If it causes this 5th level civilization, what should we do if our hostility makes it think that we are here to cause trouble? You know, facing a 5th level civilization, we are not sure of victory. Xiaoyu manipulated his 3-dimensional projection, coughed softly, signaled the Luca scientist to be quiet, and then said, what number 2 said makes sense. Although we are not afraid of trouble, there is really no need to go. Take the initiative to cause trouble. This is based on what number 2 said. After approaching the destination, find a place to hide the large force, and only appear with a fleet that slightly exceeds the 4th level civilization in terms of number and technological strength. To properly express how the strength is such that the 5th level civilization should be taboo and not pay too much attention to us. Okay, let's move on to the next point. Time passed slowly in this discussion. Every clause of this guidance document was taken out, and after careful consideration and discussion, the final decision was made. This is the first time that Xiaoyu takes the initiative to contact other civilizations. This civilization still surpasses his own 5th level civilization. This is no reason for Xiaoyu to be careless. Discussions on this document lasted for 10 years before most of the provisions were finalized. Scattered discussions are still ongoing. Anyone who has any objections can raise any objections before reaching the destination. In addition to this document, Xiaoyu also worked with Luca scientists to make a comprehensive estimate of his current strength and made a list. This list lists all the information or technology that Xiaoyu currently needs urgently. Among them, the most important thing is the basic characteristics of level 5 and level 6 civilizations. What kind of technology they have mastered, and what kind of capabilities they have. Because only after mastering this information, Xiaoyu's future path forward will be clear. The second one is the current situation within the galaxy. Tachyon and the Guardian Alliance joined forces to fight against the Sweepers. What kind of impact it had, how long it would last, and what the reaction of various civilizations was. These were all things Xiaoyu was eager to know. In addition, there are also some secrets in the universe, such as information on various dangerous areas, such as information on major powerful civilizations, ghost tribes, alien beast civilizations, mechanical civilizations, etc. Xiaoyu even hopes to get some information about humans here. In Xiaoyu's speculation, many humans were abducted by various alien civilizations before the destruction of the Earth. The girl from Earth who died in the spaceship of the 1990s was one of these unfortunate people. Xiaoyu needs to know the final fate of these humans on Earth, whether they are still alive in some laboratories, or whether they have died long ago in order to launch his own rescue or revenge plan. These are about information. In terms of specific technology, Xiaoyu urgently needs to know how to further improve superlight navigation technology, how to fight and defend in superlight navigation, as well as the theoretical system of 5th level civilization and 6th level civilization, and the way forward. Wait. In short, there are many things that Xiaoyu wants to obtain. During this long journey, Xiaoyu passed at least tens of thousands of stars at close range. The closest one was only a few tens of billions of kilometers away. For Xiaoyu, who was sailing at superlight speed, it was a passing incident. During the journey, we encountered danger several times. The most dangerous time was the accidental observation of a low-mass black hole. And this black hole was right in front of Xiaoyu's route. Fortunately, Xiaoyu took emergency measures and turned around, burning many of the space-bending instruments, and managed to escape. Otherwise, at least half of Xiaoyu's fleet will be buried in the mouth of the black hole. In this situation, Xiaoyu galloped and moved forward. And finally, more than 190 years later, arrived near the coordinate point broadcast by the 5th level civilization. Here, Xiaoyu conducted observations of the target star for the first time. It is a stable star that is still in middle age. Its size, mass, and age are not much different from the Sun. Xiaoyu is still 20 light-years away from it now. At this distance, the star looks extremely dim. However, through the occultation method and the swing method, Xiaoyu still had a general understanding of this star. It has 5 planets, 3 rocky planets and 2 gaseous planets. This must be the market opened by the 5th level civilization, Xiaoyu thought. At this time, Xiaoyu received another broadcast. Welcome to Tachyon Market. Visiting guests, please register at the entrance of the defense line. Otherwise, it will be regarded as a malicious civilization, and we have the right to attack directly without warning. Detachment 201. What? When he heard this broadcast, Xiaoyu was startled and stayed for a moment. How is it possible? I am still 20 light-years away from them, and this place is in the void. There are no stars within a light-year nearby. How did they find me? Are they so powerful that they can fly within a radius? All detection instruments are deployed within 20 light-years? If it is really so powerful, it seems that my strategy needs to be changed. Xiaoyu thought quickly and relayed the matter to the Luca scientists. We don't need to hide our strength, although we don't know what means they used. But judging from this message, they have discovered us. Luca 3 shook his head bitterly and said, Is this the case? Level 5 civilization? It's actually so powerful. This piece of information disrupted all Xiaoyu's arrangements. Xiaoyu originally wanted to hide part of the fleet and only show strength that was appropriately beyond the ordinary 4th level civilization to trade with this 5th level civilization. Xiaoyu never expected that he would be completely discovered by the other party just after he emerged from the superlight voyage. No. Onto this situation. I think we should carefully consider whether to trade with this 5th level civilization. After all, if they are too powerful, we will easily become fat sheep. All precious materials were robbed, Xiaoyu said. There was silence in the conference room. At this moment, another broadcast came over. Welcome to Tachyon Market. This market adheres to the principle of fair trade. Here, no matter what level of civilization you are, you can get a safe and fair trading environment. For specific details, please go to the market for a detailed inspection. and we will have dedicated personnel are at your service. A strange thought suddenly occurred in Xiao Yu's mind. Why is this broadcast so familiar? Xiao Yu muttered to himself, thinking hard. Suddenly, Xiao Yu reacted. Then, a feeling of dumbfounding emerged from Xiao Yu's heart. Aren't broadcasts like this very common on Earth? If you go to any pedestrian street, you will hear broadcasts like this. For example, our store's clearance sale, our store's X discount, etc. This is obviously just a radio advertisement. It is advertising it was published in the domain, and not specifically targeted at me. It's ridiculous. I thought they discovered me. If they have such powerful intelligence collection capabilities, then the 5th level civilization is too terrifying. After thinking about this, Xiao Yu relaxed. Everything remains as planned. After speaking out his speculation, Xiao Yu issued such an order. It's just an advertisement. Is it an advertisement? The expressions of Luca's scientists were still a little confused. You can't be wrong, Xiao Yu said with certainty. Monitoring all areas within a radius of 20 light years and leaving us unaware is not in line with my speculation about the strength of a 5th level civilization. In other words, a 5th level civilization shouldn't be so powerful. Maybe a 6th level civilization will have this ability, but a 5th level civilization definitely won't. Okay, this is the only explanation. The expressions of Luca's scientists were quite strange. We already have the detailed geographical information of the coordinates, so it's time to work out the specific contact details, Xiao Yu said. My plan is this. Our fleet is divided into 2 parts. One part consists of 2 ships, provincial spaceships, led a team of 50,000 spaceships to go to the trade. The remaining spaceships chose radio silence mode and lurk 3 light months away from the trading galaxy. This distance is the safest, and it is within this 5-month period. It is beyond the intelligence control range of the super civilization. If an accident occurs to the trading fleet, the main fleet can arrive within 20 days to provide support. I agree with this plan. Luca too stood up first and said, but there is one more thing. In the process of dealing with this 5th level civilization, we must not expose our secrets, which are your masters. If there is information about the existence form, then the existence of some technologically civilized creatures is very necessary. I applied to lead a trading team composed of 1,000 to 2,000 Luca people to be specifically responsible for this transaction. Of course, during the transaction process, I will carry a special communication device and follow your commands and orders at any time. This request is reasonable and is also the best choice under the current situation. So Xiao Yu immediately agreed. In my heart, I couldn't help but think, Luca too seems to be a little anxious. Well, nominally, it is the highest leader of Luca's society. But in the past few hundred years, its glory has been lost to Luca 3, and there are too many technological leaders, like Luca 4. It is reasonable to be anxious to show off. Regarding this competitive mentality, Xiao Yu not only does not intend to suppress it, but also intends to vigorously support it. This kind of competition is healthy. The greater the competition, the greater the benefit to Xiao Yu. Okay, you, number 2, can choose the specific candidates. This matter will be handled by you. Later, I will give you a list of supplies, and you will be responsible for using the supplies on the list to exchange as much as possible. Get back the things and information we need. Follow your instructions. Luca number 2 agreed. Xiao Yu is certain that in the galaxy, different civilizations have not formed a unified currency system. In the Guardian Alliance, a system using contribution points as currency was developed. But with the disappearance of the Guardian Alliance, this system also collapsed. Then, in this market, the most likely transaction method is the most primitive barter. In this case, the maneuverability is much greater, because there is no fixed standard for the prices of various things. This requires a specialized talent to come forward to conduct transactions. There is no doubt that Luca number 2, as the social and political leader of Luca, is the most suitable for this task. After making all the plans, Xiao Yu's fleet once again entered the superlight voyage. This time the superlight voyage only lasted less than 4 years. When it entered the regular voyage, Xiao Yu's fleet had already arrived 3 light months away from the target star system. The distance of 3 light months is about 2.3 trillion kilometers. Above this distance, the stars are still dim and space is still empty. Xiao Yu's fleet will be well hidden here. As long as he doesn't make any big noise, Xiao Yu basically doesn't have to worry about being discovered by others. After dismantling all the 4-dimensional covered generators of the 50,000 spacecraft participating in the transaction, These spacecraft embarked on a new journey. Without the four-dimensional protective cover, these spacecraft no longer have two conspicuous features. However, they are made from the flesh and blood of white dwarf alien beasts and Zerg limbs, and they still have combat power that surpasses ordinary fourth-level civilization spaceships. According to Xiaoyu's prediction, in order to prevent being eliminated by other advanced civilizations, this fifth-level civilization cannot retain too much power in this trading market. Therefore, these 50,000 spaceships are to ensure that Xiaoyu obtains the most powerful guarantee for a fair and just trading environment. The two fleets are in constant contact with each other using long-distance communication technology. Xiaoyu can obtain any information about these 50,000 spacecraft in real time. After more than 10 days of superlight sailing, the fleet returned to regular sailing. At this moment, the fleet was only less than 30 billion kilometers away from the star. At the same time, Xiaoyu saw the spacecraft of this fifth-level civilization for the first time, hundreds of thousands of kilometers in front of Xiaoyu's fleet. A small streamlined spacecraft with a length of about tens of meters suddenly appeared. As soon as the spacecraft appeared, it immediately sent a message to Xiaoyu's fleet. Guests from afar, what are you doing here? Our civilization has received your broadcast. We are here to sell some of our excess supplies, and buy some of the technology and information that we urgently need. Xiaoyu replied, Oh, please forgive me for being cautious. In the hundreds of years since we opened the market, there has almost never been a fleet of such a large scale. Are you afraid that you will be treated unfairly? It doesn't matter. Our Marian civilization, we have sufficient strength to ensure that the transaction process is fair and just. There is a warning implicit in this passage. Xiaoyu turned a deaf ear to this and replied, We believe in the strength of your fifth-level civilization, so we chose to come here to trade with you. After receiving the message from Xiaoyu, the voice began to become kind. Guests from afar, welcome to the Sky Blue Market. In order to ensure the order of the trading market, your fleet will not be allowed to enter the inner galaxy. Please follow our arrangements and keep your spaceship outside the galaxy. Please rest assured that you will be safe within the trading market. Xiaoyu responded, Okay, please lead the way. After a brief exchange, the small spacecraft in front changed its direction and began to fly towards the inner galaxy at sublight speed. Xiaoyu's fleet followed closely under Xiaoyu's command. As if to frighten Xiaoyu, the small spacecraft continued to perform difficult movements while flying. Xiaoyu did not express any opinion on this. On the contrary, the Luca scientists were very interested and nervously recorded a series of technical parameters, trying to deduce the performance data of this small spacecraft. The sublight voyage lasted more than 2 days. The closer to the star, the more and more types of spacecraft observed by Xiaoyu. The shapes, styles, and sizes of these spaceships are different, and they seem to belong to different civilizations. It really has a bit of a market flavor here, Xiaoyu thought. Chapter 202 First Contact. Next to Xiaoyu's fleet, there are many different types of spaceships busily shuttling from the engine modes of these spacecrafts, whether they are recoil drive or curvature drive, as well as the size, shape, quality, and other information of the spacecraft. Xiaoyu can roughly deduce the level of civilization to which these spacecrafts belong. The conclusion is that most of the civilizations in the Sky Blue Market belong to the 4th level civilization, and only a few belong to the 3rd level civilization. Xiaoyu didn't see any of the 5th level civilizations except the main body of the Tachyon market, the Moebius civilization. Perhaps, after the three-party war, the Milky Way has really become a place where the 5th level civilization is the overlord of one side. Xiaoyu thought secretly. Xiaoyu is working hard to collect all information about this market, including the strength of each civilization participating in the transaction, the number of 5th level civilizations stationed here, the performance parameters of defense fortifications and attack fortifications, etc. These data will determine whether Xiaoyu's attitude in the upcoming transaction is peaceful trading or violent robbery. Led by the small spacecraft, Xiaoyu's fleet gradually approached the inner galaxy. The first thing that entered Xiaoyu's sight was a huge gaseous planet. Xiaoyu saw that this gaseous planet was twice the size of Jupiter. It had dozens of natural satellites. These satellites were covered with dense fortifications, which undoubtedly contained huge power, deterring all external forces that dare not abide by the rules. In addition to natural satellites, there are many space bases in orbit around this gas planet. Each of these bases has a diameter of dozens of kilometers, which is larger than Xiaoyu's provincial spacecraft. Around these bases, various spaceships are constantly taking off and landing. busily shuttled back and forth. The entire planetary system has a busy and prosperous atmosphere. Is this the power of a fifth-level civilization? Xiaoyu was secretly wary as he watched. However, how many intelligent creatures are needed to fully control so many fortifications? Judging from Xiaoyu's current scientific and technological experience, it is impossible for artificial intelligence to completely replace intelligent organisms. This is mainly due to two reasons. One is that artificial intelligence cannot truly reach the level of intelligence of intelligent organisms. The other is that artificial intelligence cannot truly reach the level of intelligence of intelligent organisms. Second, there are too many unpredictable factors in artificial intelligence. The so-called 3 laws of robotics once proposed in the Earth Age have long been proven to be full of flaws. In other words, artificial intelligence that can completely replace intelligent creatures is impossible to achieve within the foreseeable development expectations. Level 5 civilization is naturally within this range. This means that the larger the fortification or spaceship, the more intelligent creatures it requires. Judging from Xiaoyu's experience, a provincial-level spacecraft requires at least tens of thousands of experienced and specially trained humans to operate it perfectly. Then the contradiction arises. Within this market, there are such huge and numerous fortifications and bases. So, who is controlling them? Is this Marian civilization really so powerful that it is not afraid of other advanced civilizations coming to attack? Otherwise, how could they withstand the loss of such a huge population? Or, these bases are simply showing off, relying solely on efficiency controlled by low artificial intelligence. Xiaoyu thought secretly and wrote down this doubt. Welcome to the Sky Blue Market. Please park your fleet in Area A3. The specific coordinates are: your fleet can move freely here, including mining materials, obtaining supplies, conducting exploration, etc. However, please do not move across regions to avoid causing misunderstanding. At this time, the small spacecraft leading the way sent a message. Xiaoyu responded, Okay, excuse me, where is the specific trading place? What products do you have here? What is the currency? The location of Area A3 is an area centered on a small satellite with a diameter of dozens of kilometers. Xiaoyu followed the instructions and sailed the fleet over and asked a question. The small spacecraft replied, Because each civilized creature has different requirements for the living environment, so no face-to-face transactions are implemented in this market. That is, the civilized creatures do not come forward, but use robots as agents. All transactions, the delivery, transshipment, inspection, etc. of goods are all completed by robots. Next, please submit the goods you exchange, and the Sky Blue Market will value your goods and convert them into a common currency trading point within the market. This will be discussed later. The product list will be sent to you. If you need information-based products, please ask us directly, and we will tell you the price of the information. It is up to you to decide whether to purchase it. The technological creature in this small spaceship seemed to have undertaken the task of shopping guide too many times. After receiving Xiaoyu's inquiry, it immediately sent a piece of information. That's good. Xiaoyu thought for a moment, submitted the information about the Zerglims, and asked, I wonder what other civilizations that come here to trade generally use as payment currency. Also, can you provide us with it? A rough list to let us know the exchange ratio between various materials and common currency. Well, the 3rd-level alien beast civilization. Zerglims. Good things. These things are very popular with the 4th-level civilization, and many 4th-level civilizations are buying them in large quantities. The price is 1 ton of Zerglims for 1 trading point. About you question, please provide your data interface. Later you will connect to our database. Your questions can be obtained through query. Before that, please provide your common computing mode and main communication protocol. These information will be used to generate data interfaces for you. Xiaoyu thought for a moment and sent the data. It seems that you have entered the level 4 civilization stage for quite a long time. Generally, only intermediate level 4 civilizations can master quantum computer technology. After receiving Xiaoyu's data, there seemed to be an exclamation in the small spacecraft. He said, Furthermore, your civilization seems to have very high attainments in quantum computers. I wonder if you are interested in selling these technologies. I believe that there will be many level 4 civilizations who are interested in this and are willing to pay a lot of money to buy it. Huh? Xiaoyu asked with some confusion. You are a level 5 civilization. Doesn't your civilization master quantum computer technology? It seems that your civilization does not often come into contact with other civilizations. So I will give you a piece of information for free. The small spacecraft sent a message. There are countless development paths for science and technology, and each one has unlimited possibilities. Even the most rudimentary electronic computers may develop over a long period of time to be as good as quantum computers. Everything depends on which path you choose. Our civilization has chosen the path of photon computers. And on this path the road is well advanced. So it is not wrong to say that we have not mastered quantum computer technology. This answer was far beyond Xiao Yu's expectations. In fact, this answer almost subverted Xiao Yu's understanding. In Xiao Yu's mind, the development of civilization follows certain laws, such as the development of computers, which follows the process from electronic computers to photon computers to quantum computers. In this process, every time a level is promoted, the computer's computing power will be greatly improved. But at this moment, according to this civilized creature, even photon computers can be developed to the point where their performance is not inferior to quantum computers in all aspects. This caused Xiao Yu to think deeply. Xiao Yu had a premonition that some of his understanding of the universe seemed to be wrong from the beginning. Okay. The data interface is connected. You can freely browse information within your permissions. As a friendly reminder, don't do anything beyond your permissions. Our civilization attaches great importance to privacy. If you do so, it may cause some unnecessary misunderstandings. Well, bye. I wish you a happy transaction. After sending this message, the small spacecraft quickly flew away, leaving only a group of Lucan people led by Luca 2 looking at each other in the spacecraft. I didn't expect that this sky blue market would have such a trading model. We had no chance to show up at all. Luca number 2 said with a bitter smile. It realized that its plan to attract Xiao Yu's attention again by seeking maximum benefits for Xiao Yu in the transaction went bankrupt. I think this trading model is very reasonable. Xiao Yu said. Our concepts are still bound by past perceptions. Okay. Let's start analyzing and see what kind of goods they can provide us. This time, how do we maximize profits in transactions? Through the data interface. Xiao Yu can freely travel within the scope of permissions and obtain a large amount of data in an instant. Due to the particularity of its own existence, the world of computers has no secrets from Xiao Yu. But now, Xiao Yu is not going to take the risk and try to break through the restrictions. Because Xiao Yu now has limited knowledge of this Moebian civilization. If they discover his little tricks, it will cause trouble. The computer technology of the Moebian civilization seems to be completely different from my computer technology. Their computer systems are not fixed. 2, 3, 4, 5. 4 systems actually coexist at the same time? Huh? There are also 8 and 9 systems. System? How is this possible? Xiao Yu was shocked as soon as he came into contact with the other party's computer technology. These things are really beyond Xiao Yu's imagination. Perhaps they have adopted some special algorithm to ensure the accuracy of the data in the chaotic situation. Sometimes chaos means safety. This is their civilization's unique way of keeping secrets, which is not necessarily the case. Xiao Yu thought, temporarily giving up his plan to explore the secrets of the other party's computer technology, and focused on the specific trading goods. Chapter 203 Encyclopedia Style. This level 5 civilization is very powerful. Xiao Yu had such a feeling the moment he saw the cargo list. This is a list of specific technologies. On it, there are many technologies recorded, some of which Xiao Yu has already mastered, such as detailed explanation of element decay technology, curvature drive principle, and superlight detection principle. Wait, but even Xiao Yu has not mastered more technologies. These technologies are very complex, covering all aspects, and there are even some completely inexplicable things that Xiao Yu has never heard of, such as about black holes and material technology, or how to determine the value of a planet, and so on. In addition, there are some technologies that caught Xiao Yu's attention. Xiao Yu saw that a document on how to improve the utilization efficiency of element decay technology was marked with a price of 10 million trading points, and another document, discussion and research on the upper limit of curvature navigation speed, the price is 5 million trading points. Another copy of Some Understandings of the Grand Unified Theory by Level 5 Civilizations is priced at 13 million trading points. Xiao Yu is very interested in these technologies, but the prices make Xiao Yu hesitate. These technologies are too expensive. The Zerg limbs that Xiao Yu now owns are less than 200 million tons after the last major construction era. Xiao Yu really cannot resist squandering these things, suppressing the impulse in his heart for the time being. Xiao Yu began to browse resource products. Resource commodities are much cheaper. Xiao Yu saw that a mineral called red crystal, produced from the core of an Earth-like planet, only costs 1 trading point for 5 tons, which is 5 times cheaper than Zerg limbs. Another synthetic material, blue forging, is much more expensive, at 7 trading points per ton. However, after carefully checking the technical parameters, Xiao Yu found that he could also make this material called blue forging. Moreover, he had actually been using this material, but this material was named A787 by Xiao Yu. Just materials. Xiao Yu doesn't have much demand for resource commodities. In fact, in terms of resources, Xiao Yu has always been self-sufficient, mining, smelting, and using by himself. The products provided by Tachyon on market are divided into 4 major categories. In addition to technology and resources, there are also intelligence and biological categories. Information products are not clearly priced. Instead, customers are asked to ask questions themselves. And then Mo Lian Wenming gives the price code. And it is up to the customer to decide whether to purchase. Biological products include a variety of creatures, including exotic beasts, ordinary creatures, and even intelligent and civilized creatures. Xiao Yu was shocked to see that among biological products, there was actually a product called Scientist for sale. After seeing the detailed introduction, Xiao Yu felt a strange feeling in his heart. These products called scientists are actually living scientists. These scientists mark different prices based on their knowledge, level of civilization, and agility in thinking. Xiao Yu saw that the most expensive one was a scientist whose research direction was basic particle science. This scientist seemed to come from a 4th-level intermediate civilization and was captured by the Moebius civilization during a certain war or conflict. The captives, marked with a price of 2 million trading points, are sold here. All kinds of strange and weird products opened Xiao Yu's eyes. After browsing through all the products, Xiao Yu made a decision. I want to buy intelligence products. Xiao Yu sent a message. Soon, Xiao Yu received a response. Please submit the questions you want to know. Xiao Yu thought for a while and said, You should know about the battle that took place at the tail of the Orion Cantilever of the Milky Way more than 1,000 years ago. I want to know the impact of this battle on the overall situation of the Milky Way. The price of this information is 200,000 trading points, which is converted into the currency you submitted, which is 200,000 tons of Zerg limbs. Are you sure you want to buy it? Sure, Xiao Yu replied. Okay, please prepare enough supplies, and we will send robots to receive them. After the handover is completed, you will get our answer. No problem, Xiao Yu answered. Then, Xiao Yu controlled the robot army and loaded 200,000 tons of Zerg limbs on a material transport spacecraft and transported them to the designated location. After waiting for a moment, Xiao Yu saw another material transport spacecraft flying over from the inner galaxy. After confirming with Xiao Yu, the two sides began to hand over. Everything was carried out simply and efficiently. In just 1 hour, the handover of 200,000 tons of materials was completed. At the same time, Xiao Yu also successfully got the answer he wanted. As a civilization that has personally experienced this battle and survived, our Marian civilization is qualified to answer this question. After the Tachyon civilization and the Guardian civilization from the large Magellanic galaxy joined forces, they launched almost half of the advanced civilizations in the entire galaxy. After launching the siege on the Sweeper civilization, the situation in the galaxy has entered a new era. Before we answer, we need to introduce the process of this war. Before the Guardian Alliance and the neutron battle star of the Sweeper civilization entered the war. This war was, at best, a relatively large-scale local war. The Sweeper civilization and the Tachyon civilization fought fiercely, and were at loggerheads with each other. The participation of the neutron battle star, the Guardian Alliance, and half of the advanced civilizations in the galaxy meant that this war had entered a climax. The outcome of the war, maybe we already know. That is, the Tachyon civilization died in the battle. The Guardian Alliance escaped, and the Sweeper civilization suffered heavy losses. Here, we have some estimated data to let you know. In this war, more than 450 of the more than 500 advanced civilizations participating in the war were completely wiped out, and a total of more than 70 million powerful battleships were destroyed. The Guardian Alliance's 5 million battleships, 90% was destroyed. Among them, the Flagship Glorious was severely damaged. It is expected to take at least 20,000 years to repair. As for the Sweeper civilization, the damage status of the neutron battle star is unknown. But the sweeper civilization's conventional combat power suffered an almost devastating blow. A total of more than 12 million battleships were destroyed. About 95%. These battleships were mainly contained by the Tachyon civilization on the neutron battle star. At that time, other civilizations attacked and were destroyed. So, our answer is that after this war, due to the losses in population, resources, warships, etc., the Guardian civilization and the Sweeper civilization will fall into a quiet stage. At least in the last 10,000 years. They will not be exposed again. They are all busy restoring their strength. Therefore, in these 10,000 years, we will usher in the best opportunity for the development of our low-level civilization. During this period of time, we will not have to worry too much about the development of high-level civilization. Instead of a devastating blow, we can develop freely and communicate freely. Of course, losing the suppression of advanced civilizations will have another consequence, which is the rampant predator civilization. If there are civilizations that love peace and advocate the development of exchanges, there will inevitably be those that love war and advocate the development of civilizations before fighting. Civilization developing in China. In short, our answer is that the next 10,000 to 20,000 years will be an era of coexistence of opportunities and crisis. This document ends here. The information carried in just a few hundred words cost Xiaoyu 200,000 tons of precious materials. Generally speaking, the information obtained from Molian civilization is not much different from what Xiaoyu speculated. But Xiaoyu still believes that this document is worth the price. The most important thing is that this information confirmed Xiaoyu's speculation and made Xiaoyu's future development direction and plans more clear. Are you satisfied with this information? After Xiaoyu read it, a message came to Xiaoyu's mind. It's not bad. The transaction is completed. Xiaoyu said, "Okay. I'm honored to serve you. Is there anything else you need to know?" Well, Xiaoyu pondered for a moment and said, "I also need to know the following information. An overview of all advanced civilizations in the galaxy. Approximate power distribution. Information on dangerous areas. Characteristics of each level of civilization. In short, about all the advanced civilizations in the galaxy, I need all the information. You are not the first civilization to ask similar questions. In fact, we have received such questions at least dozens of times since the opening of our Sky Blue market. It seems that within the long time that has passed, because due to the suppression of advanced powerful civilizations, the flow of information has reached a very unsmooth point." The Moebius civilization creature sighed, and then continued, "We have compiled an encyclopedia-style document. In this, the document contains all the basic information about the Milky Way, including the issues you want to know. But there are two problems. First, because our Marian civilization itself is only a 5th-level civilization, our understanding of the Milky Way is also quite limited. Therefore, we cannot guarantee the comprehensiveness and accuracy of the information in this document. Second, we have paid a huge price to prepare this document. So the price of this document will be very expensive. The unit price is 10 million. Trading point. Of course, after leaving our market, you can use this document to trade with other civilizations to gain profits. But within the market, this behavior is prohibited. So, tell me your answer. Do you need to purchase this document?" The huge number of 10 million trading points gave Xiaoyu a little hesitation. But after a moment, Xiaoyu made up his mind. "I'm going to prepare supplies. And please send a robot to our fleet station for handover. I want this document." Chapter 204 Information Flow. Since Xiaoyu left the solar system for more than 10,000 years, there has been a question that has puzzled Xiaoyu. That is, what kind of galaxy is the Milky Way? During this period of time, Xiaoyu had a rough understanding of the true appearance of the Milky Way, but it was still like seeing flowers in the fog and couldn't see clearly. This causes Xiaoyu to risk insufficient information no matter what he wants to do. Therefore, although this encyclopedia-style document was expensive, Xiaoyu decided to buy it. A full 10 million tons of Zerg limbs were delivered from Xiaoyu's fleet to the hands of Malian civilization. After receiving this document, Xiaoyu immediately archived it and copied it into his own database for Luca scientists and himself to review. Do you still need to buy other products? There are some very good products that we can recommend to you. For example, scientists captured from a certain 4th-level civilization have profound knowledge of various high-energy physics. As long as you win over people's hearts a little bit, provide them with a safe and comfortable environment, and they will work for you wholeheartedly and contribute to the improvement of your civilization. And the cheapest one only costs 500,000 trading points. After the large deal was concluded, this Mayan civilized creature seemed to be in a much better mood and began to enthusiastically sell other products to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was indeed a little moved. Xiaoyu has always been planning to expand the population of intelligent creatures under his command. Because the larger the population, the more talent such as scientists will be born. Simply relying on the natural reproduction of the Luca people, I don't know how long it will take to reach a sufficient level. Moreover, a single civilization is prone to blind spots in thinking. But the price of scientists is really too expensive. I still need to purchase other technologies and information. And I don't know if my resources are enough. Forget it. Let's make a detailed plan before deciding. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu responded, "Thank you for your kindness. I will consider it carefully." Seemingly seeing that Xiaoyu had little desire to buy, this Mayan civilized creature immediately changed his tone. Perhaps you will need some products such as technology? For example, it can allow you to reach the highest level 4 under the framework of level 4 civilization. Technology that can travel 10 times the speed of light. Or technology that can produce antimatter cheaply. They are all very cheap. This Mayan civilized creature was so enthusiastic that it actually made Xiaoyu feel a little wary. The items it sold to me were all items that could be resold, such as technology, or items that could not be preserved for a long time, such as intelligent creatures. I have to be careful about the products, and not be fooled by them, and get fooled by them. I still need to discuss with the elders of our civilization. If there is any purchase demand, I will tell you. Xiaoyu said. Okay then. Hearing that Xiaoyu rejected its promotion, this Mayan civilized creature said in a very regretful tone, "Then I won't disturb you. Goodbye. Goodbye." After saying goodbye to each other, Xiaoyu quickly recovered all his energy, and then presided over a meeting of all Luca scientists dividing the two places. After submitting all the information for the first transaction, Xiaoyu said, "What do you think of the first transaction? At the same time, do you have any suggestions for our future actions?" The transaction process was unusually smooth. Luca too first expressed his opinion. It was smoother than we imagined. But I think we should not relax our vigilance. Judging from the purchasing power we currently display, we are very, it may be classified into the low value level. That is, it is a civilization that is not worthy of their plunder. For a civilization like ours, if I were to preside over this market, I would choose to trade fairly with it, and then let it go. Leave. In this way, we might even advertise it for free, which can attract more civilizations to come. I don't know much about these intrigues. Luca number 3, the leader of the Science and Technology Department, said, "But I roughly understand what you mean. Let me briefly summarize your views. Number 2. What you mean is, if we show our true purchasing power in the future, such as exposing the existence of the flesh and blood of alien beasts, then we will be promoted to a high-value level civilization. This 5th level civilization may take action against us. Robbery? To put it simply, this is my opinion." Luca number 2 nodded. "I won't express an opinion. My expertise is not in intelligence analysis." Luca 4 remained silent. "I think we should pay attention to the opinion of Lord number 2. Another scientist from the Department of Psychological Social Science stood up and said, "I noticed the fact that since they can take living animals without any psychological barriers, if intelligent creatures are for sale, then we should not expect them to have the most basic concepts of morality. If they can dispose of us silently, plundering our supplies without affecting their market reputation, then why don't they do this?" Listening to the discussions among Luca scientists, Xiaoyu was also thinking and calculating rapidly in his mind. "What you said makes sense. We really cannot place our safety on the other party's sense of morality. Then, we need to consider a very practical issue. The strength we reveal on the surface is these 50,000 warships. How much deterrence will it have on the other party? How much purchasing power can this level of deterrence support us to reveal? These all need to be considered by us. In addition, there is another most fundamental issue that I hope everyone will keep in mind. That is, the purpose of our coming here is not war or conspiracy, but to get what we want. If the transaction can allow us, if we can get it, then choose trade. If war can help us get it, then choose war. Next, I need everyone to compile for me a list of items we currently need. I will use this list to test the attitude of this Marian civilization towards us as appropriate. If they choose war, then choose war." During this period of time, Xiaoyu has basically determined one thing through his own means. That is, in this star system, the seemingly huge and numerous various fortifications, bases, etc. are basically made of operated by inefficient artificial intelligence. This means that the Mayan civilization is not as powerful as it appears on the outside. In other words, if Xiaoyu launches a surprise attack with all his strength, Xiaoyu will not have no chance of taking down this star system. It's just that at this stage, Xiaoyu is unwilling to do this. The reason for not wanting to choose war is not a sense of morality, but a very practical reason. Because we don't know the specific war methods of the Mayan civilization and whether it has hidden strength. The risk of war is relatively high, and there is a high possibility of losing money. That is it. After 3 days of discussion, Luca scientists submitted a list to Xiaoyu, which detailed all the technology Xiaoyu needed at this stage. Among them, anti-gravity technology, antimatter technology, dark matter, how to increase the speed of curvature navigation, the reason why there is an upper limit on the power of gravity bombs, and the inexplicable increase in mass due to high-energy particle collisions are all listed above. Here, Xiaoyu has mastered some of the anti-gravity technology and embodied it on the force field shield. However, due to some unknown reasons, Xiaoyu's force field shield can defend against the gravity artificially created by the gravity bomb, but it cannot offset the natural gravity of massive stars. It is certain that this phenomenon is determined by some process that Xiaoyu has not yet understood, but Xiaoyu has not yet found the reason. After excluding some questions that may have short-term answers, and adding a few personal questions about human civilization, the list is complete. This list is entirely composed of technology and intelligence issues, excluding the intelligence questions without clear price tags. It was just technology questions. Xiaoyu browsed for a while, and got an answer that made Xiaoyu secretly shocked. The conclusion is that to answer all the questions on this list, at least 3 billion trading points are needed. 3 billion trading points means 3 billion tons of Zerg limbs. Obviously, I can't afford such an expensive price. What about the flesh and blood of the white dwarf alien beasts? Hello. I have new payment resources that need to be submitted. Please estimate the price for us. Xiaoyu thought for a while, and sent such a message. I'm glad to serve you. Please provide your resource specimens. Well, a spaceship has been sent to receive it. Okay. Please wait a moment. How did you obtain such high-level exotic animal materials? No sorry. This is your privacy. I shouldn't ask any more questions. After our evaluation, we can pay a price of 30 trading points per ton for this material. 30 trading points per ton is 30 times the value of Zerg limbs. The price is obviously low, but within the acceptable range. Okay. In the next transaction, I will choose the payment method of mixing these two materials. Then, please answer my question. How much do you know about this creature in the course of your civilization? Xiaoyu said, passing on a human gene fragment. While passing on the gene fragments, Xiaoyu suddenly noticed a strange flow of information. These information flows quietly flowed in from the data interface between Xiaoyu and Emolian civilization, and were heading towards Xiaoyu's database. Chapter 205 Choice. In fact, one can detect that this secret flow of information is intruding into one's own computer system. This does not mean that Xiaoyu's attainments in computer technology are higher than that of the Mayan civilization, but that it is determined by Xiaoyu's special form of existence. Inside the computer system is Xiaoyu's home. Xiaoyu will naturally be more sensitive to the place he has been running for such a long time. After noticing this strange flow of information, Xiaoyu did not act rashly. Instead, he quietly followed the flow of information and quietly arranged a honeypot to provide some false information. It's really unpleasant. It seems that number 2 was right. After I revealed the more precious items, this Marian civilization showed some malice towards me. But my purpose is not war. My purpose, I just want to get the information I want. The war may cause unexpected losses to me, so I'd better avoid it as much as possible. After thinking of this, Xiaoyu forged a message and deliberately let this strange information flow be detected. This piece of false information includes information such as the flesh and blood of exotic beasts were obtained by accident. The total reserves are only 10 million tons. And all of these 10 million tons are planned to be used as payment currency. Xiaoyu believes that after seeing such information, this Mayan civilization should give up its hostility towards him. When the other party has decided to take out all these things, then brazenly launching a war to rob them is undoubtedly something that only a fool would do. At the same time, while deceiving the other party to investigate, Xiaoyu also used a bit of his own computing power to quietly cross the data interface and spread into the other party's database. It is disrespectful to come back and not reciprocate. The other party can invade Xiaoyu's central computer. Xiaoyu, who is an electronic creature himself, is naturally not to be outdone. In terms of computers, Xiaoyu has enough capital and self-confidence. Even if this Moyan civilization adopts multi-base mixed calculation rules that Xiaoyu is not familiar with, it only takes a little time for Xiaoyu to become familiar with it. Of course, due to some scruples, Xiaoyu did not dare to be too presumptuous, but only quietly explored everything around him within an extremely limited range. Secretly, there is a confrontation between two civilizations. On the surface, these two civilizations still maintain a friendly atmosphere. After Xiaoyu handed over the human gene fragments and some basic information, Xiaoyu got the answer. Please wait a moment. I am connecting to our database and searching for the information you need. Well, okay. I found it. I am very lucky. Our database happens to have information about this intelligent creature. We obtained this from the main control computer of a spaceship during a war. Its value is not high, and the price is only 30,000 trading points. Are you sure to buy it? After hearing this answer, Xiaoyu felt inexplicably nervous. Confirm the purchase. Xiaoyu replied, and then said, I still have some other technology and intelligence products that I need to buy. This is the list. Please take a look at it and provide me with a price. Okay. I'm happy to serve you. This Mayan civilized creature replied, receiving the message sent by Xiaoyu. It seems that there are quite a lot of things you need to buy. Well, yes, we can sell all this information here, but the price may be a bit more expensive. The total price is 5 billion trading points. Moreover, it must be noted that this information is only the understanding of our civilization, and we can only guarantee that these answers are correct in our eyes. Understood. Xiaoyu responded, only 5 billion trading points? Is it too expensive? You have to know that we are only a 4th level civilization, and do not have many materials that can be used as payment currency. At this time, in Xiaoyu's perception, the strange data flow from Mayan civilization had already retreated. In order to ensure that they would not be discovered, Xiaoyu also withdrew his data stream. But before exiting, Xiaoyu also conveniently left several small backdoors in the opponent's central computer. Just in case, it might come in handy later. This is what Xiaoyu thinks. Emolian civilized creature replied. The price is actually not expensive. You know, this information is obtained by our civilization after all the hard work. Are you saying that you don't have enough resources in exchange? I think you may be underestimating your civilization too much. In your civilization, there are too many things that can be used as payment currency, such as your spaceship and the intelligent creatures in your civilization. These are all good things, which can be sold at a high price. Hearing what this Mayan civilized creature said, Xiaoyu felt a chill in his heart and became vigilant. It turns out that they have taken a liking to my spaceship early on. They didn't snatch it directly. I'm afraid they were a little concerned about my strength, so they wanted to get these things through peaceful transactions. No, these spaceships and the scientists within our civilization are the foundation for the development and survival of our civilization. These things cannot be sold. Well, we still have 10 million tons of that alien material. Converted into trading points, that's 300 million points. Let's just buy 300 million points of goods. Xiaoyu said with some regret. In fact, now, Xiaoyu has completely seen the true psychology of Emolian civilization. But Xiaoyu still doesn't plan to start a war with them. If this transaction of up to 300 million trading points goes smoothly, Xiaoyu can still obtain several key technologies, and the price paid is only 10 million tons of alien beasts. Just flesh and blood. Relatively speaking, the harvest from this contact has been huge enough. If we start a war, even if we win, it may be a disastrous victory with more gains than losses. It is even more likely that it will be a failure with even greater losses. After Xiaoyu made this statement, Emolian civilization was actually faced with a choice. In order to prevent their own forces from being overtaken by other advanced civilizations, their forces staying in this sky blue market are not strong. Even if these forces can steadily defeat Xiaoyu's fleet, they must pay a certain price. So, the choice they face is, should they trade with Xiaoyu and peacefully obtain these tens of millions of tons of flesh and blood of alien beasts? Or should they start a war and take risks to pursue more benefits? This situation is like playing a guessing game. At present, they have accumulated a bonus of 40 yuan. Should they choose to put the 40 yuan into their pocket immediately, or choose to use the 40 yuan to win the 400 yuan benefits, but nothing if it fails? Both sides are facing choices. I have made a choice. I wonder what your choice will be. Xiao Yu silently waited for Emolian Wenming's answer. The civilized creatures of Malian fell silent. Xiao Yu guessed that perhaps at this moment, there was also a fierce quarrel within the Malian civilization. Finally, the message from Malian civilized creatures came through again. Okay, please prepare your list of questions. We will answer your questions after the items are delivered. Hearing this answer, Xiao Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Yu knew that he had once again avoided the risk of war. The list of questions has been prepared. This is our problem, Xiao Yu replied. The materials for payment have been prepared. Please send forces to the area where our civilized spacecraft stays to hand over. After finalizing the general direction, the details of the transaction became much smoother and simpler. Xiao Yu added and deleted some questions on the list, selected some important questions, and removed some less important questions, and finally collected the amount of 300 million trading points. Although there are still some regrets that some questions have not been answered. But overall, the harvest is enough. Xiao Yu knew that he should not continue to be greedy. After the transaction was completed, a group of Luca scientists also relaxed. After all, Xiao Yu's life and death is their life and death, and Xiao Yu's safety is their safety. It's a pleasure to cooperate. We are really lucky to meet such a kind and civilized person like you. I hope we will have opportunities to cooperate in the future. After the transaction was completed, Xiao Yu casually said a few polite words and gave the other party a small compliment. We are lucky to meet such a generous customer like you. The Moyen civilization creature replied with a smile. However, there is another problem. You really don't want to take away your spaceship or the creatures inside the civilization. Can it be used as a payment currency? We still have many precious commodities that can be sold to you. If you want, we can give you certain discounts. For example, with the technology level of a 4th level civilization, you can reach 40 times the speed of light. Are you really decided not to buy it? The knowledge we have gained so far is enough for our civilization to digest for a period of time. If there is still need in the future, we will come again. Thank you for your kindness, Xiao Yu said. Really? This Moyen civilization creature was silent for about 10 seconds, and then it slowly opened its mouth. I regret to tell you some news. Just now, there was a person inside our civilization. The traitor escaped from the inner system. Unfortunately, it happened to escape to the area where your fleet stayed and escape the pursuit of our civilization. Then, as our partners, we implore you to open your ship and let we send a robot force to search inside. This traitor is a dangerous element. It carries extremely dangerous weapons of mass destruction. It is in your and our common interests to find it as soon as possible. Please rest assured that we will not damage any of your equipment during the search. So, please cooperate with our work. Chapter 206 Deception. These words were somewhat beyond Xiao Yu's expectations, excluding the secret confrontation. Since Xiao Yu came to the Tachyon market, in the contact with the Malian civilization, the two parties have maintained a friendly and harmonious surface situation, and the transaction process has also been in a fairly fair and just state. Proceed below. In fact, after completing this batch of 300 million transaction points, Xiao Yu already planned to leave here and find a place to digest these technologies. In Xiao Yu's estimation, these technologies will require at least hundreds of years of research and verification by himself and Luca scientists before they can be fully mastered. This is already an incredible harvest, seeing that a procurement operation was about to come to a perfect end. But at the last moment, something like this happened. Xiao Yu understood the inner meaning of these words very clearly. When he first heard these words, Xiao Yu felt an inexplicable familiar feeling in his heart. The same reason seems to have appeared more than once in the age of the Earth. At this moment, Xiao Yu's heart turned over and calculated hundreds of millions of times. While the scientists from the Department of Psychological Social Sciences headed by Luca II were still in shock and had not yet reacted, Xiao Yu had already responded to the Moyen civilization. Because of time, Xiao Yu could not tolerate delay. In this case, even a slight hesitation will make the other party suspicious. Really? It's a pity that something like this happened. As a civilization with a good moral system and a basic sense of justice, it is necessary and should cooperate with your work. However, due to some internal reasons of our civilization, please give us some preparation time, and let us complete the necessary basic internal defense arrangements and the work of evacuating the people. By the way, you can tell us more about what you said. With the 4th level civilization technology level, we can reach 40. Is it technology that can travel at times of the speed of light? Our leaders are very interested in this technology. If this technology can really be realized with our technological level, then it seems that it is not impossible to use a few spaceships as bargaining chips. Something to accept. Xiao Yu's answer was very long. Apart from the interference and deception information, Xiao Yu actually only explained one thing. Xiao Yu believes that this incident should make Emolian civilization temporarily give up the idea of launching a war. That is, Xiao Yu changed his mind, and was willing to use his battleship as a bargaining chip to purchase technology from the Malian civilization. Xiao Yu has a clear understanding of Emolian civilization's thoughts. But in the previous stage, Xiao Yu underestimated Emolian civilization's determination to obtain its own battleship. At the beginning, the Malian civilization tried to obtain these warships made of the flesh and blood of alien beasts from Xiao Yu through peaceful means and commodity trading. But after Xiao Yu clearly expressed his intention to refuse, they immediately chose war without hesitation. Traitor within? He defected to Xiao Yu's fleet. So he asked to enter for inspection? Only a devil would believe such a thing. This is nothing more than an excuse for war. Because of the error in initial estimation. This immediately caused Xiao Yu to fall into great passivity. Although these 50,000 warships only account for part of Xiao Yu's fleet, Xiao Yu still does not want these warships to be lost. Then Xiao Yu immediately began to face a dilemma. If he chose to agree to the other party's strength entering his fleet, he would undoubtedly be sending a sheep into the tiger's mouth. If you don't agree, you will face a war, and you still have no chance of winning. Xiao Yu knew very well that if he refused to allow Emolian civilization to enter his warship to search, Emolian civilization would immediately launch a war. And it is obvious that facing a 5th-level civilization, even a 5th-level civilization with only a small force and a large force hidden somewhere, these 50,000 battleships have no chance of winning. So Xiao Yu mobilized his huge computing power, completed countless modeling calculations in an instant, and found a way, a very simple but practical way, to delay time. He delayed until his own large force arrived. The goal of the Malian civilization was only for these warships. After the first option, that is, peaceful transaction, failed, they chose the backup option, which was to directly plunder. To be sure, they would not be willing to go to war if peaceful deals could work. So now, Xiao Yu has to give them a hope. A hope that they can obtain these warships without starting a war. During this period of time, Xiao Yu was not idle, but quietly launched an invasion of the computer system of the Malian civilization through the data interface connecting the two civilizations. Although due to various reasons, Xiao Yu did not get much information, but it was just some popular goods, which was enough for Xiao Yu to make an estimate of the power of the Malian civilization to stay here. The most basic feature of the 5th-level civilization is antimatter technology. This means that the spaceships of the 5th-level civilization can be larger and more powerful than those of the 4th-level civilization. The weapons and defense performance are far beyond those of the 4th-level civilization. Antimatter technology is also used as the basis. There are many basic derivative technologies, and these technologies are all existences that level 4 civilizations can only look up to. However, the most important point is that in this star system, the Malian civilization does not have much power stationed. In Xiao Yu's plan, only one of the spaceships above the provincial level was stationed. In addition to the mobile power of battleships, the remaining power of the Marian civilization in this star system is only a large number of various space bases and ground fortresses. However, these bases and fortresses are all controlled by artificial intelligence, and their efficiency is very low. Moreover, Xiao Yu could also take the risk and try to launch an information war against them to destroy these devices. The conclusion is that after the arrival of the large force 3 light months away, Xiao Yu has no chance of winning the war. He even has the chance to plunder the sky blue market. So, the most critical point at the moment is whether Xiao Yu can delay enough time until the arrival of the large force. After receiving Xiao Yu's response, Emoli and Wenming was silent for a while. Xiao Yu guessed that they should also be having intense discussions internally. At this time, the Luca scientists from the Department of Psychosocial Studies finally reacted. Speculating on the intentions of external civilizations and formulating next steps is their specialty. In an instant, they understood the true intentions of the Malian civilization. They didn't start making noises, but each of them frowned and started thinking. At this time, Xiao Yu responded and said those words. Luca scientists naturally understand the meaning of Xiao Yu's words. Luca number 2 nodded slowly. The plan to delay time is correct. But this Marian civilization is not stupid. I am a little worried about whether they can be deceived by such an obvious trick. There is no need to worry about this. Xiao Yu manipulated his phantom and shook his head, saying, The information asymmetry and greed make it very likely that they will agree to our conditions, judging from their previous attitudes, and they do not want to start a war. 10 seconds later. Shall you receive the message from Emolian civilization? Thank you very much for your understanding and cooperation. We agree to your request. However, one thing needs to be explained. In order to prevent this traitor from escaping, we will send some warships to station around your station. Please rest assured that we have no intention of doing anything to you. Hostility. These forces are just for precaution. Okay, let's deal with this matter like this. You just said that your leader changed his mind and became interested in our products? After hearing what Emolian Wenming said, Xiao Yu breathed a sigh of relief. And the frowning Luca scientists also relaxed a little. They knew that the first step of Xiao Yu's plan had been successful. This is really related to their future destiny. Although Xiao Yu and them did not express it clearly, one thing was clear to both parties. That is, if the Moebian civilization refuses to agree to Xiao Yu's conditions, but brazenly launches a war, Xiao Yu will at worst give up these 50,000 warships. But the fate of Luca's scientists is destined to be tragic. At that time, being marked with a price by Moebian civilization and being bought and sold like goods in this sky blue market would be the best outcome. Yes! After the last round of discussions, our leaders decided to once again examine the feasibility of purchasing various related technologies. After all, if we master 40 times the speed of light navigation technology and low-cost manufacturing at the 4th level civilization stage, with antimatter technology, the strength of our civilization will make a leap forward. Xiao Yu replied. Very good. This is relevant data about various technologies. You can ask the scientists within your civilization to conduct some relevant tests and verifications. Our Moebian civilization sincerely hopes that you can buy these technologies. Okay. Thank you for your enthusiasm. Our scientists will make relevant opinions on this matter as soon as possible and submit it to our leaders for decision. Xiao Yu replied. This communication ends here. After disconnecting, looking at the serious-looking Luca scientists, Xiao Yu said, This time the crisis has been temporarily resolved. Our large force is accelerating here and is expected to arrive in half a month. So, within this period of time, Luca too, I need you to do something. I'm not good at these frivolous things. At this stage, it's already my limit. Then, I'll leave the next thing to you. Give full play to the expertise of the scientists in the Department of Psychological and Social Sciences and try your best. We must delay here, at least until the large forces arrive. Only then will there be hope for your lives. Then, fight for your life. I will provide you with any support and assistance you need. Chapter 207 Predator Civilization. What Xiao Yu said was not alarmist. Only with the arrival of a large force can Xiao Yu have a chance to fight the Moebian civilization and rescue his 50,000 spaceships. However, even if they sail at 5 times the speed of light, it will take more than half a month for the large army to arrive because the distance is too far. Within this half month, Xiao Yu's 50,000 warships could not escape because they could not escape at all and could not take the initiative to attack because they were no match for Moebian civilization. Then, there is only one way left. Delaying time. Hearing what Xiao Yu said, a strange red flashed across Luca No. 2's face. It seemed that it was very excited about this mission. I have been waiting for such an opportunity. Luca No. 2 murmured to himself. Originally, I wanted to gain more benefits for the master in the transaction to attract the master's attention again. But in the sky blue market, the special trading model made my calculations fail. Unexpectedly, now another good opportunity has come. Delayed for 15 days. This task was very difficult. During this period of time, Luca 2 cannot allow its own warships to be traded away, nor can it allow the Marian civilization to become suspicious because of its own delay. To balance these two difficulties undoubtedly requires very deep skills. Master, please rest assured, I will definitely complete this mission. Luca 2, which was given the important task, seemed to regain its luster at this moment. It suddenly stood up and ordered to the other scientists in the Department of Psychology and Social Sciences. I announce that a meeting will be held immediately to discuss this matter. I hope you can complete this mission. Xiao Yu sighed and turned his attention to the large troops that were rushing towards him. In the Eternal Kingdom spacecraft, scientists from the Department of Science and Technology are also busy. Xiao Yu just issued a new order to them. Luca 3 and 4. I need you to immediately use the Galactic Encyclopedia as a basis for reasoning and make relevant speculations about the battle mode of the 5th level civilization for me. including what new weapons they will have, what their defense capabilities are, and how we should respond. Wait. Complete this task within 3 days. Okay. Master. Please don't worry. Luca 3 and Luca 4 bent down together and said respectfully. Xiao Yu had begun to speculate on this relevant information early on. He asked Luca number 3 and number 4 to also carry out this work in order to prevent the occurrence of blind spots in thinking. As a result, Xiao Yu's battle line was divided into 2 parts. One part was dominated by Luca number 2, trying to delay time here, and the other part was dominated by Luca number 3 and number 4, preparing for war. Xiao Yu is the overall coordinator and controls the overall situation. 10 days passed like this. During these 10 days, Luca 2's delaying methods opened Xiao Yu's eyes. Xiao Yu saw that any matter would be used by Luca 2, and he would find out what was reasonable and reasonable to the extent that Mayan civilization could not reasons for rejection will delay the transaction. Hello. The scientists within our civilization still don't know much about the details of this technology. Of course. Please rest assured that we are not trying to spy on your technology. We just want to know something. And then let the scientists within our civilization its value can be assessed smoothly. Okay. May I ask what you still have questions about? Hello. We plan to purchase a group of scientists. But the leaders of our civilization have some questions about the physical condition of these scientists. In order to prevent these scientists from dying abnormally after our purchase, we believe that as a company that pursues integrity and fair dealing as a great civilization based on principles, you will definitely agree that we send some medical robots to conduct a simple physical examination on these scientists. Right? Well, this request is reasonable. You can send a medical robot to check it. Hello. We plan to trade 5 spaceships to you first. However, there are a large number of residents in these spaceships. The relocation and related cleanup will take some time. Please wait a moment, and we will carry out related matters as soon as possible. There are so many reasons for Luca 2 to be endless, and every one of them is reasonable and cannot be refused. It seems that in this dark universe, politicians are also a very necessary thing. The role of Luca 2 is no less than that of Luca 2 and number 4. Looking at the performance of Luca 2, Xiao Yu thought in his heart. Xiao Yu knew that Luca number 2 was successful. When scientists from the Department of Science and Technology, headed by Luca 3 and 4, increasingly attracted Xiao Yu's attention, Luca 2 highlighted its value in this way. Politicians are good at obtaining benefits from their enemies at little or no cost, and they always find logical and reasonable reasons for such behavior. Xiao Yu admires this very much. When I first faced the Luca people, if I hadn't used simple and crude methods, I wouldn't have given them any time to delay. I wonder if the outcome would have been that I was deceived by Luca 2 into joining their civilization. Xiao Yu secretly thought and made up his mind again. Dangerous things, like politicians, must be firmly in my hands, and their absolute loyalty must be ensured. Otherwise, if they rebel, it may cause me harm. The loss is too great. The delaying plan is going very smoothly. So far, the transaction is still wrangling in details, which has delayed a lot of time. On the other hand, scientists from the Department of Science and Technology, headed by Luca 3 and Luca 4, a report was also submitted. As mentioned above, although there are nearly 20 level 4 civilizations stationed in this market, the fleets of these civilizations are generally small in number, and most of them are commercial spaceships. It can be determined that there are not many of them that can threaten our power. And, in our speculation, these spaceships are most likely to flee the battlefield immediately after the war breaks out and watch the situation progress from the sidelines. However, if we win this war, when we reap the fruits of victory, we need to proper precautions should be taken to prevent them from fishing in troubled waters and taking our spoils for themselves. To sum up, the rest of the civilizations in the market can only pay limited attention and do not need to expend too much energy. Because this war takes place near a star, there is a certain risk in entering curvature navigation, so the possibility of fighting in superlight mode can be ruled out. So, regarding this war, we have the following suggestions. Because of the full application of antimatter technology, Level 5 compared with a 4th level civilization spacecraft, the performance of the civilized spaceship has been greatly improved in all aspects. Specifically, the power of the weapon system exceeds 300%. The defensive performance exceeds 263%. And the maneuverability exceeds 100%. In short, under normal circumstances, we have no way to compete with them. But we are not an ordinary 4th level civilization. Our 4th level protection shield is stronger than theirs, because we do not need to carry a life support system, and reserve space for biological activities. Because of that, our energy reserves are not inferior to them. And, most importantly, we have a lot of spaceships. But the power of their spaceships staying in this star system is very small. So, our suggestion is to use a large-scale formation of spacecraft to launch salvos to offset the opponent's mobility advantage. Suppress its quality with quantity. Seek to break through its defense with low-power firepower. And exchange quantity for damage. At the same time, because the reserve energy is sufficient, and with the advantage of the 4 protection cover, 100,000 provincial, city, and county-level large spacecraft will not have to worry too much about being destroyed. This is the course of the war. It is expected that we will win in 5 to 10 days. One thing to note here is that if we cannot achieve the planned results within 10 days, we need to evacuate immediately because reinforcements from the other side may arrive at any time. Another point is that because the relevant research on faster-than-light navigation is not yet complete, we cannot evaluate the possibility of the opponent's fleet tracking our fleet at faster-than-light speed. This risk needs to be considered by you. The Master. That's it overall. Xiaoyu started to think. The reports submitted by Luca 3 and Luca 4 have basically the same assumptions as Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu also considered the issue of retreat after the war. Xiaoyu didn't know if with the level of technology of a 5th-level civilization, he could still use some technology that he had not yet mastered to determine his escape direction from the battlefield after escaping by curvature navigation, and then launch a pursuit. In addition, there is another point. That is, Xiaoyu has not yet mastered the technology to fight at superlight speed, and he does not know whether the 5th-level civilization has such technology. That's the risk. And it's a big risk. But Xiaoyu still decided to start this war. This is done for 3 reasons. One is the confidence in the 4-dimensional shield. The other is that Xiaoyu is really reluctant to lose the 50,000 battleships trapped in the forces of the Malian civilization, as well as the scientists in the psychosocial department. And the third is the desire for supplies in the sky blue market. Xiaoyu really wants to take these things in his hands, whether it is various technologies or materials, or those products called scientists. Xiaoyu wants them all. Then, let's start arranging the war plan. Xiaoyu put down the report with a heavy heart and began to make arrangements for the war plan. Since these 50,000 warships have been trapped in the enemy camp, there is no need to expose them prematurely. It is best to hide the Marian civilization and not let them know where these warships are and where they are detained. The warships belong to the same camp. In this way, when there is a fierce battle outside, these 50,000 warships can become a surprise force and launch attacks when they least expect it. Then, disguising these 550,000 warships as predator civilization is a good way. Chapter 208, Robbery. After much thought, Xiaoyu thought it was feasible to disguise himself as a predator civilization. But there is a problem before us. Because the architectural style and construction technology are the same, the 2 batches of spaceships will inevitably have some similar characteristics. These characteristics will make them recognize us at a glance. So, a little disguise and deception must be used. During the superlight voyage, only the space around the spacecraft is in a curved state, and the outer SH, L, and the internal space of the spacecraft are normal. This means that Xiaoyu's fleet can still modify the spacecraft even if it is still traveling at the speed of light. So, under Xiaoyu's control, a vigorous beautification operation began. Xiaoyu painted a large amount of deceptive camouflage on the outside of the 550,000 spacecraft, and randomly installed and welded many things of unknown meaning, such as a tripod that suddenly protruded somewhere, and a similar thing that suddenly erected somewhere, things like antennas, etc. In short, during this period of time, Xiaoyu modified all the 550,000 spaceships with streamlined and gorgeous appearances into 4 different shapes. So far, at least from the outside, there is no similarity with the 50,000 spacecraft detained there. After being transformed, these spaceships look full of chaos and ferocious atmosphere, and they are no longer as gorgeous and elegant as before. This will make it more like a predator civilization. Looking at the results of his transformation, Xiaoyu was very satisfied. Xiaoyu does not think that these disguises of his can hide from the Malian civilization for too long. After all, the disguise of appearance is too low level. Apart from the appearance, the power system, technological level, construction materials, and performance of the spacecraft have not changed at all. But Xiaoyu believes that with these methods, it will not be a problem to hide the Malian civilization for 5 days. You know, in Xiaoyu's plan, the longest time for this war is only 10 days. and 5 days is enough. While camouflaging these spacecraft, Xiao Yu also gave Luca 2 another instruction. From now on, I allow you to trade out a few county-level spaceships in exchange for the trust of the Malian civilization. Please note that this transformation must be natural and cannot be seen as suspicious by them. The thoughtful Luca number 2 naturally understood what Xiao Yu meant. It bowed down respectfully and replied, Master, please rest assured that I will complete your mission perfectly. In order to try our best to paralyze the Marian civilization and let them relax a little bit on these 50,000 warships. At least they cannot be too alert when the war comes, and necessary sacrifices are allowed. Therefore, after endless reasons for delay, under the operation of Luca 2, several county-level spacecraft were used as samples and traded to the hands of the Marian civilization. In order to express our sincerity, we have completed the relocation of residents ahead of schedule and vacated several medium-sized spaceships. Please accept them and estimate the price for our payment chips. If the price is reasonable, we will proceed with the transaction of large spaceships. Luca number 2 said, Generous guests, please rest assured that our Emolian civilization has always adhered to the principle of fair and equitable transactions, and you will get a price you are satisfied with. Emolian civilization replied, This deception process is carried out quietly under the cover of a seemingly friendly appearance. The casting materials of these county-level spaceships are mixed with at least 50% of the flesh and blood of white dwarf alien beasts. Xiao Yu believes that these spaceships will satisfy the Malian civilization. Luca 2 led the scientists from the Department of Psychological Sociology to deal with the Marian civilization here. In the void, out of sight, Xiao Yu was controlling this huge fleet and was rushing over. Many wonderful phenomena will occur during superlight navigation. The characteristics of curved space allow it to break through the speed of light without being restricted by the theory of relativity. Therefore, many incredible phenomena will occur in this state of navigation. The first point is that if there is a light source in front of the spacecraft, the light signals emitted by it will overlap. To put it simply, because the actual speed of the spacecraft has exceeded the speed of light, this light source will continue to catch up with the light rays that have been emitted. After catching up with them, these light rays will bounce out again, and then catch up again. Finally, these light rays will or the signals will pile up in front of the spacecraft, making it impossible to escape. If this light source exists on the side or rear of the spacecraft, the phenomenon that occurs is also contrary to common sense. Under normal circumstances, light will move in a direction away from the light source. But during curvature navigation, light will change this characteristic after it leaves the light source. Because the light source is moving at superlight speed, it will immediately chase the light source. This will lead to a phenomenon. That is, a spacecraft sailing in a curvature-driven manner is actually invisible. A spaceship in curvature navigation cannot send out any signals except for long-distance communication technology, and it cannot launch attacks on the outside world. Naturally, no attacks from the outside world can reach it. In Xiao Yu's inference, if there is an external observer, the spacecraft sailing in a curvature-driven manner will suddenly appear in front of it after breaking away from the curvature sailing, without any warning and cannot be predicted in advance. The way the fourth-level civilization fights will be very interesting. This characteristic of curvature navigation determines that the war of the fourth-level civilization can only be a battle for fixed bases based on the galaxy. Because outside the galaxy, when traveling at superlight speed, it is impossible to attack others. Only inside the galaxy, when the spacecraft cannot enter the curvature navigation mode due to the interference of the gravity of massive stars, can war be launched. This means that a level 4 civilization cannot completely eliminate another level 4 civilization, because another level 4 civilization has too many ways to escape. Xiao Yu didn't know whether the 5th level civilization had the ability to detect and attack ships traveling at superlight speeds. The Galaxy Encyclopedia purchased from the Marian civilization did not have a description in this regard. Xiao Yu could only answer this question through his own speculation. Xiao Yu's answer is that the 5th level civilization should have relevant detection and attack methods, because when the last batch of 50,000 spaceships just left the curvature voyage, there were already ships from the Marian civilization waiting ahead. This point aroused Xiao Yu's vigilance. In other words, this batch of 550,000 spaceships is likely to be predicted in advance by the Marian civilization. Xiao Yu's battle and escape plan was modified in many places for this reason. Xiao Yu even made a new risk assessment. The conclusion is that as long as he fights quickly and escapes before the support fleet of Malian civilization arrives, the risk is still acceptable, within the range. Therefore, Xiao Yu's fleet is still moving forward rapidly. At the same time, Luca 2, which is stranded under the custody of the Marian civilization, and other scientists from the Department of Psychology and Social Sciences are still dealing with the Marian civilization and trying their best to obtain them of trust. Xiaoyu continued to invade the computer system of Malian civilization through the data interface, trying his best to collect the intelligence he needed and arrange secret doors to prepare for the upcoming war. Time passed little by little, and Xiaoyu's large army finally arrived near this star system. When the distance was still tens of billions of kilometers away and still traveling at superlight speed, Xiaoyu received a message. Guests from afar. This is the sky blue market created by the 5th level civilization, the Marian civilization. Here, you can enjoy a fair, just and safe trading environment. What do you want to do when you arrive here? This message was just like the one received when the first fleet arrived. However, the first batch of fleets only had 50,000 ships, and this batch of fleets has 550,000 ships. This point caught Xiaoyu's attention. Facing a huge fleet composed of 550,000 spaceships, they are still so calm and indifferent, as if they don't notice it at all? Xiaoyu thought quickly. This can only be due to 2 reasons. First, their superlight detection technology is not mature, so they can only detect the approaching fleet, but they cannot know the specific data of the fleet. So they the fleet mistook it for an ordinary fleet that came to trade. Second, they could detect the number of my fleet, but they had enough confidence to overwhelm me, so they did not take me seriously. The first reason is unlikely, since they can detect the approaching fleet. There is no reason why they cannot detect the number of spaceships in this fleet. The second reason is that your strength is really so strong. Can you ignore 550,000 warships? But I am not an ordinary 4th level civilization. Your power to stay here is too weak. What's more, I have already invaded your computer system. The distance is close enough. Xiaoyu controlled the fleet and escaped from the curvature navigation. 550,000 weird-looking, seemingly shabby spaceships appeared together in the void of the universe. Not beyond Xiaoyu's expectation. There was still a small silver-gray spaceship in front of Xiaoyu, hovering quietly there. Ask me again. What do you want to do here? If you are a civilization that comes to trade peacefully and buy goods, then we are very welcome. If you have some bad intentions, then please leave quickly. Even the dignity of civilization cannot be violated. Are you really too confident? Xiaoyu murmured to himself and sent a radio wave message. Robbery. Chapter 209, Hyperlight Weapons. Is it another blind predator civilization? The small silver-gray spaceship was still hovering there, neither attacking nor escaping, but facing Xiaoyu in a very funny tone. The fleet sent a message. Again? It seems that they are often harassed by predator civilization, and have repeatedly repelled predator civilization without failure. Xiaoyu thought. This has nothing to do with me. This should be a drone. Why bother with it? It's long-winded. Just kill it directly. And you can also test the various performances of the 5th level civilization spacecraft. Under Xiaoyu's control, hundreds of county-level spacecraft quickly rushed forward. Countless thick cannons were aimed at the small spacecraft. After locking it, Xiaoyu gave the attack order without hesitation. At this moment, weapons such as elemental decay bombs, material disintegration rays, gravity bombs, and energy bombs surged out. The remaining spacecraft are closely watching the reaction of this spacecraft, preparing to collect information about its destruction process. The first confrontation with the 5th level civilization began here, under Xiaoyu's violent attack. The small silver-gray spaceship only held up for a moment, and exploded into a ball of fire the next moment. But before it was destroyed, Xiaoyu had collected enough information. Xiaoyu saw that when the material disintegration rays hit the spacecraft, ripples immediately appeared on the surface of the small spacecraft, blocking the rays. This is obviously the shield system of this spacecraft. At this moment, through his own weapon launch power and the defense method of the small spacecraft, Xiaoyu had roughly guessed the performance of the small spacecraft. The conclusion is that with the same mass, the defense power of one's own spaceship is significantly weaker than that of this spaceship. But the defense capability of this spacecraft did not exceed Xiaoyu's expectations. It seems that compared to the 4th level civilization, the 5th level civilization has not developed much in terms of energy shields. Xiaoyu thought secretly. The spacecraft successfully defended Xiaoyu's first attack. But in the face of more rays, and various other weapons coming, it was quickly broken through the energy shield and exploded. The destruction of the first spacecraft announced the official start of the war. Xiaoyu controlled his spaceship and quickly entered combat mode. The four-dimensional protective cover of the large spacecraft has not been opened. At this stage, Xiaoyu only opened the conventional force field protective cover. 550,000 ferocious-looking spaceships gathered together and majestically began to set off towards the inner galaxy at sublight speed. We are a black blood civilization from the depths of the universe. We are here to attack the Marian civilization and have nothing to do with other civilizations. If you don't want to be implicated, please leave the star field immediately. Otherwise, after the war begins, we will launch an indiscriminate attack. While moving forward rapidly, Xiaoyu also sent out a broadcast to warn the other civilizations currently staying in Tachyon market. Previously, through the intrusion into the computer system of Malian civilization and the collection of information from other channels, Xiaoyu has learned that there are about a dozen civilizations staying in the sky blue market at the moment. The number of spaceships of these civilizations is generally less than 20,000, and the number of combat spacecraft is even less. At this moment, there is only less than 3 hours flight from the planetary fortress at the forefront of the Marian civilization. In Xiaoyu's plan, the first battle will take place here. Most of the spaceships of other civilizations are parked here, including Xiaoyu's 50,000 spaceships, in order to avoid unnecessary complications. Although these powers were not worth Xiaoyu's vigilance, Xiaoyu still issued a warning, facing a huge fleet of 550,000 spaceships. These civilizations seemed to panic instantly. Under Xiaoyu's gaze, these spacecraft quickly gathered together and began to escape in the opposite direction. And the Malian civilization didn't seem to be blocking it. So, what will they do with my 50,000 spaceships? Xiaoyu thought in his mind and motioned to Luca 2. Luca 2 understood and immediately sent a message to Malian civilization, asking, "Excuse me, is your sky blue market under attack?" "Yes," Malian civilization responded. "There is a level 4 predator civilization that appears out of nowhere and claims to rob us. But please don't worry. It's just a level 4 civilization. We have enough strength. Respond and your safety will be ensured. We naturally trust your strength. However, do you really not need help?" Luca 2 asked. "We have 50,000 spaceships here, and a large part of them are combat spacecraft. If we can provide you with some help if needed, thank you for your kindness. But if you don't need it, just leave it to us," Emolian civilization replied. "However, for your safety and to ensure that you are not affected by the war, please follow our guidance and go inside the galaxy. Will take shelter for a while. Believe us, this predator civilization will be wiped out soon under the attack of our spacecraft. Escape to the inner galaxy?" Xiaoyu sneered in his heart. For the other civilizations that came to trade, the Marian civilization left it alone and allowed them to flee in all directions. However, for these 50,000 spaceships, they said something about escape to the inner galaxy. The meaning was already very obvious. It was just better monitor these spaceships to prevent them from escaping in the chaos. Going to the inner galaxy is what I want. Xiaoyu thought with a sneer. The deeper this nail is wedged, the greater the destructive power it can cause. I can also learn about your internal defense by the way. System. Thank you for your concern. Your civilization is really a powerful and benevolent civilization. Luca 2 complimented a few words quietly. Then please lead us to a safe place. The star system where the sky blue market is located has a total of 5 planets. 3 gaseous planets and 2 rocky planets. Under the plan of the Marian civilization, all civilizations that come to trade will stay in the orbit of the outermost gas planet. I wonder how much power they have on the 4 inner planets. Xiaoyu thought slowly. During this process, Xiaoyu did not see any spacecraft coming to meet the enemy. Instead, there were frequent movements of spacecraft within the galaxy. Many spaceships flew out from the orbit of the rocky planet in the inner galaxy, gathered around the outermost gas planet, and formed a formation. At this moment, Xiaoyu clearly understood the war plan of Malian civilization. Do you want to use the mini-space fortresses and defense bases around this planet to fight a defensive battle and eliminate the invading enemies during defense? Xiaoyu sneered. I have to say that this war plan is very reasonable. If Xiaoyu were to command, Xiaoyu would also choose this approach. The fact did not go beyond Xiaoyu's expectation. The number of spaceships coming to participate in the battle at this moment was only 10,000 at most, and the largest spacecraft was only slightly larger than the Beijing. This shows that the military power of the Marian civilization staying here is mainly space fortress and defense base, and the mobile spacecraft is only an auxiliary force. Then, it would be very reasonable to fight a defensive battle focusing on the space fortress and defense base. if Xiaoyu had not left a secret door here in advance. The military power of Malian civilization is on guard here, while Xiaoyu's fleet is approaching menacingly. At this moment, the two sides are 10 million kilometers apart. A 1-minute flight. The secret door left by Xiaoyu sent Xiaoyu a message. The attack is about to start? Xiaoyu, who received the warning message, did not fight back or open the 4 protective shields. Just resist the first wave of attacks, Xiaoyu thought. In this way, I can have an intuitive understanding of the attack power of the Malian civilization, which will make it easier for me to allocate power and direct the war. The most basic feature of level 5 civilization is antimatter technology. Accordingly, Xiaoyu saw that the first wave of attacks on him by these space fortresses and defense bases were mainly antimatter bombs. Among the large number of antimatter bombs, there are also endless gravity bombs, material disintegration rays, and other weapons. This was not beyond Xiaoyu's expectation. The biggest breakthrough brought about by antimatter technology is actually a breakthrough in energy technology. This means that the attack modes of the weapons of the 5th level civilization are still similar to those of the 4th level civilization. The only difference lies in what they use as energy sources. The weapons of the 5th level civilization using antimatter power will be more powerful than the weapons of the 4th level civilization. With a bright star as the background, endless artillery fire emerged around the gaseous planet like a huge monster, rapidly bombarding Xiaoyu's fleet. Xiaoyu was already prepared to be beaten, and the force field shield was turned on at full power. The forward speed of these weapons still does not exceed the speed of light. In this way, Xiaoyu will be able to accurately predict the time when he will be attacked through calculation. 10, 9, 8, 7 graces? No! When the countdown reached 7, Xiaoyu noticed something was wrong. When the countdown reaches 0, Xiaoyu will be first attacked by the material disintegration ray traveling at the speed of light. The matter disintegrating ray has the fastest forward speed, unsurpassed by any other valuable weapon. But before the countdown reached 0, Xiaoyu was already under attack. This means 2 possibilities. First, there are hidden powers of the Malian civilization around him, but he did not realize that the attack at this moment was caused by these hidden powers. Second, the Malian civilization has mastered valuable super-light weapons, which can advance faster than the speed of light. Chapter 2:10 Battlefields. In fact, the speed of various types of super-light weapons driven by curvature engines, such as super-light kinetic energy weapons, super-light energy bombs, etc., can exceed the speed of light. The principle of such super-light weapons is very simple. It is nothing more than ordinary kinetic energy. In addition to weapons or energy bombs, a curvature engine is installed. However, due to various reasons, this type of weapon has great limitations, such as too low power, too much energy consumption, too low safety factor, and easy damage, etc. The most important point is that in wars near galaxies, because of the large due to the gravitational disturbance of mass stars, this kind of weapon will be extremely unstable after entering the curvature navigation stage, and it is very easy to burn out the microcurvature engine. Moreover, even in wars in interstellar space, due to the battlefield environment with flying shrapnel, it is basically unable to cause effective damage to the enemy, for various reasons. In Xiaoyu's view, this weapon basically only has scientific research value and has no practical significance. Xiaoyu gave up the development of such weapons early on. At the same time, Xiaoyu does not think that something will look like garbage to a 4th level civilization, but it will look like a treasure to a 5th level civilization. In other words, it is basically impossible for the Malian civilization to possess such super light weapons. Regarding the fact that he was attacked before the material disintegration ray arrived, Xiaoyu quickly launched an analysis. The conclusion is that there is no enemy or third-party force near you. Then there is only one possibility left. The Malian civilization, or the 5th level civilization, has mastered super light weapons that are truly of practical significance. It can be determined that this super light weapon and our own super light weapon are based on different technological foundations. The attack pattern of this weapon is very strange, and it is completely different from the attack pattern of all other weapons. After being attacked by this weapon, Xiaoyu noticed that the energy on his force field shield was being rapidly extracted. If your force field shield were compared to a puddle of water, then this weapon would be like a water pump. What kind of weapon is this? Xiaoyu was confused. Although he didn't understand what kind of weapon this was, Xiaoyu knew that he couldn't delay any longer. This weapon extracts energy from the shield extremely quickly. If it continues, the decay engine will soon be unable to sustain the energy loss at this speed. and the decay engine will be burned out. Without the engine, the entire spacecraft naturally became an immovable target. Xiaoyu could not detect the nature of this attack, so he was naturally unable to defend himself. Open the 4 protective covers, and at the same time, activate the secret door. Xiaoyu gritted his teeth and made up his mind. The remaining 90,000 large spaceships in the fleet immediately activated their 4-dimensional protective cover. Suddenly, a twisted space enveloped Xiaoyu's spacecraft. Xiaoyu couldn't care about the small spacecraft that was not equipped with 4 protective covers for the time being. At the same time, the secret doors hidden in the Marian Civilization Space Fortress and Defense Base were also activated. Under the control of Xiaoyu's huge computing power, countless data streams rushed into the computer system of Emolian civilization. This data contained endless logical deadlocks and contradictory information, so huge that even with Emolian, even civilized multi-base mixed system computers couldn't bear it and were instantly paralyzed. Immediately, the torrent of LS from the battle stars and defense bases stopped. Launch the attack! At this moment, Xiaoyu gave the order to attack. As many as 550,000 spaceships launched attacks at the same time. Countless material disintegration rays began to accurately aim at the target and attack the Marian Civilization spaceship. Countless elemental decay bombs, energy bombs, gravity bombs, and other weapons were poured over. The 4-dimensional protective cover covering the outside of the spacecraft allowed the passage of these weapons without any hindrance, but blocked anything that tried to enter, whether it was light information or weapon attacks. Even the super light weapons that Xiaoyu still didn't understand were blocked from outside. This super light weapon still has a lethal effect on the 4-dimensional protective cover, but its effect is greatly limited by the 4-dimensional protective cover, and its lethality is reduced to a level acceptable to Xiaoyu. The 4th level shield is worthy of being a creation of Tachyon civilization. A mere 5th level civilization should be unable to do anything about it, Xiaoyu thought. Xiaoyu saw that when all the space fortresses and defense bases of the Mayan civilization failed, the more than 10,000 spaceships arranged there seemed to be stunned for a moment. And then, they started to act in a panic at the next moment. Some spaceships flew up to greet them. The enemy began to attack Xiaoyu's fleet, but more spaceships were still parked there, seemingly protecting these bases. At this time, the first wave of various weapons launched finally arrived in front of Xiaoyu's fleet. The first to arrive were material disintegration rays and high-energy laser beam weapons. The power of these weapons was extremely powerful, far beyond Xiaoyu's estimation. Under the attack of these weapons, Xiaoyu saw that his own small spacecraft, without 4 protective covers, were melting rapidly like ice and snow under the sun. Just the beam weapons in the first wave of attacks wiped out thousands of Xiaoyu's spaceships. Next came various types of explosive weapons, including antimatter bombs, energy bombs, gravity bombs, etc. The power of these weapons is even greater, especially the antimatter bombs, which are beyond Xiaoyu's imagination. When antimatter and antimatter annihilate each other, they will release unimaginable power. Under the various high-energy radiation emitted by the antimatter bomb explosion, Xiaoyu's small spacecraft has no defense capabilities at all. The force field shield can have a defensive effect against various types of attacks, but the attack power of these weapons is too huge. The engines of township-level and village-level spacecraft simply cannot carry such huge power. The various weapons used in the first wave of attacks wiped out more than 10,000 Xiaoyu's small spacecraft. Although a lot of preparations had been made before the war began, and he was sufficiently mentally prepared for the strength of the 5th level civilization. After the first confrontation, Xiaoyu discovered that the strength of the 5th level civilization, it's really beyond my imagination. Only the 4th maintenance cover was still strong. Under this wave of attacks, no 4th maintenance cover was broken, and no large spacecraft was destroyed. In fact, these large spacecraft were not affected at all. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyu began to secretly feel happy. If I hadn't had 4 protective shields and had arranged a secret door in their computer system in advance to successfully eliminate their base's firepower, I would have suffered heavy losses in the first round of the confrontation. Through the first round of confrontation, Xiaoyu has already had an intuitive impact on the power of weapons of the 5th level civilization. Even if the 5th level civilization does not have weird weapons that it does not know, the 5th level civilization is not something that the 4th level civilization can compete with. The attack power data is already available. Let's see how your defensive performance is, Xiaoyu thought, nervously watching the torrent of his weapons. These weapons have already come into contact with the spacecraft of the Marian civilization. Something that shocked Xiaoyu happened again. Xiaoyu saw that the weapon he launched which was powerful enough to directly blow up an asteroid with a diameter of dozens of kilometers, could only cause very little damage to the opponent's spacecraft. The powerful energy bomb exploded at close range, which only caused the small spacecraft of the Marian civilization to roll over. It could not even make their shields flash. The material disintegration ray was directly blocked by the opponent's shield. Regardless of the effect, the elemental decay bomb is more lethal, but it only makes the shield of the Marian civilization spacecraft flash. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyu was once again certain, not only in terms of attack systems, but also in terms of defense systems. Level 5 civilizations also have technologies beyond their imagination. This shouldn't be a force field shield. It should be a force field shield combined with some kind of technology that I haven't mastered yet. This kind of shield has extremely powerful defensive capabilities. Xiaoyu came to a conclusion, thanks to the huge number of our own spaceships. Xiaoyu's wave of attacks. Although a single attack could not cause much damage to the Mayan civilization spacecraft, cumulatively, the Mayan civilization still suffered certain losses. Xiaoyu saw that hundreds of Mayan civilization spacecraft equivalent to his own village level exploded and disintegrated under this wave of attacks. In addition, there was also a county-level spaceship that seemed unable to withstand the endless weapon attacks, and was also destroyed. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyu immediately determined his war strategy. The performance of their spaceships far surpasses mine. Then, trade quantity for quality, and rely on huge numbers to defeat them. After the first wave of confrontation, the distance between the two sides was close enough. The spaceships of the Mayan civilization seemed to have recovered from the panic. Thousands of spaceships began to leave the base, and got entangled with Xiaoyu's fleet. The rest of the spaceship relied on bases and fortresses to launch guerrilla warfare against Xiaoyu's fleet. War broke out in full force. This is a war on the surface. But war is equally dangerous in invisible places. Within the computer system of Mayan civilization, the data flow belonging to Xiaoyu is fighting fiercely with the data flow belonging to Mayan civilization. The Marian civilization is not willing to let its space fortress and defense base fail. Xiaoyu realized that after his attack completely paralyzed it, external forces began to intervene, trying to clear away the logical deadlocks and contradictory information he had arranged and restore the operation of these bases. At the same time, another force began to trace the source, trying to find the source of these spam messages, and launched an attack on the source. They haven't suspected the 50,000 detained spacecraft yet. Based on the current situation, Xiaoyu made a judgment. Chapter 211 Fierce Fighting. The computer system of Mayan civilization is a multi-area mixed system. The security performance of this system is very outstanding. Even if Xiaoyu's quantum computer system does not have the electronic creature Xiaoyu, the quantum computer system will be far inferior. This kind of computer system, if it were not for the data interface provided by Mayan civilization for those 50,000 spacecraft, it would be basically impossible for Xiaoyu to invade them. The success of this intrusion was due to a combination of technology and social engineering. In other words, from a technical perspective alone, although Xiaoyu is a creature in the computer world, there is no way to directly invade the Mayan civilization. However, although Xiaoyu successfully invaded the computer system of Mayan civilization, he also dragged the 50,000 spacecraft into a dangerous situation. After all, Xiaoyu's invasion was achieved through this data interface. Even if Xiaoyu has extremely powerful power in the computer world, he cannot completely eliminate this danger, but can only delay its outbreak. When Mayan civilization realizes that the attack on itself comes from this data interface, Xiaoyu's 50,000 warships will be exposed immediately. It also means that when these 50,000 warships follow Xiaoyu's orders and recover from the camouflage state, the data interface will also be cut off, and Xiaoyu will lose control of these large and numerous bases. Various reasons require Xiaoyu to make a quick decision and destroy all these fortresses and bases before an accident occurs. Therefore, after the full-scale war broke out, Xiaoyu controlled his own fleet of 550,000 spaceships and launched a comprehensive and indiscriminate attack on the spaceships and bases of the Marian civilization. Against the background of the slowly rotating giant gaseous planet, a cruel and fierce war is going on. This war presents a strange situation. The spaceships of both parties involved in the war were divided into two groups with different external shapes, and they were entangled with each other. Among them, those spaceships with a smaller number are obviously much more powerful than the other side. Often a township-sized spaceship can entangle several county-level spaceships from Xiaoyu. However, Xiaoyu's spaceships at the county level and above are all equipped with 4 protection covers. Therefore, In terms of defense alone, Xiaoyu's spaceships are not weaker than the Moebius civilization, and even, to some extent, exceed them. Faced with this situation, Xiaoyu formulated corresponding strategies. Specifically, several county-level spacecraft worked together to entangle one of the opponent's township-level spacecraft, while the city-level spacecraft suppresses the opponent's county-level spacecraft, suppressing its firepower so that it cannot escape. At the same time, a large number of the township-level and village-level spacecraft served as the main attack firepower, risking their own destruction, consuming the shield energy of the Moebius civilization spacecraft, and eventually destroying it. Xiaoyu has no good solution for the city-level and provincial-level spaceships of Moebius civilization. For each of the dozens of city-level spacecraft, Xiaoyu sent at least 10 city-level spacecraft and thousands of small spacecraft to fight against it. For the only provincial-level spacecraft, Xiaoyu simply withdrew all instead of a large spaceship. A fleet of 100,000 small spaceships was sent to specifically fight against it. Xiaoyu did this out of frustration. This flagship of the Marian civilization fleet is so powerful that even the Beijing is far from its opponent. If the two sides fight head-on, although the Beijing is not in danger of being destroyed for a while, under the protection of the fort protection cover, over time, the Beijing will definitely be broken through the fort protection cover and explode on the spot. Therefore, Xiaoyu can only adopt a war of attrition and use quantity to fight quality. The difference in civilization level will be filled by quantity. Xiaoyu saw that thousands of spaceships were entangled with each other over a satellite of this huge planet. Various flashes, rays, and bombs were flying everywhere, and the wreckage of destroyed spaceships was everywhere. 99% of these spacecraft wreckage were formed after the explosion of Xiaoyu's spacecraft. In fact, among these thousands of spaceships, there are only 5 that belong to the Moebius civilization. Of these 5 spaceships, the largest one is a city-level spaceship, and the rest are county-level spaceships. Just for these 5 spaceships, Xiaoyu sent more than 30 city-level spacecraft, thousands of county-level spacecraft, and thousands of small spaceships to form a fleet, which delayed it here, above the satellite ground, which is full of strange metal creations. These spacecraft are shuttled back and forth, launching various powerful weapons. 5 Moebius civilization spacecraft formed a simple battle formation, with the satellite at its back and thousands of Xiaoyu spacecraft in front. At the front were more than 30 large city-level spaceships. The 4 protective covers equipped with these city-level spaceships blocked most of the attacks from these 5 spacecrafts, and they assumed the main attack responsibility. Thousands of county-level spacecraft scattered nearby were responsible for the task of grazing the array, while the small spacecraft did not care about casualties at all, and were only responsible for pouring out their own firepower. The firepower of thousands of spaceships intertwined together, and all kinds of weapons were overwhelming, converging into a torrent of SH/LS, washing violently. These 5 spaceships are like rocks standing in the middle of the wave. No matter how violent the current is, they always stand firm. Not only that, they are also launching fierce counterattacks at all times. Each attack will cause a lot of damage to Xiaoyu's spacecraft. The spacecraft of the 5th level civilization is really too powerful. Xiaoyu was secretly shocked when he saw it. There are many land-based forts arranged on the surface of this satellite, and there are also many space fortresses orbiting this satellite. But under Xiaoyu's data flow attack, these things all became decorations. They are unable to attack Xiaoyu's spacecraft, nor can they deploy their own defensive shields to protect themselves from enemy attacks. These things are undoubtedly excellent targets. Xiaoyu showed no mercy to these things when attacking the 5 Moebius civilization spaceships with all his strength. Xiaoyu also allocated a small part of his force to attack these facilities and clean them wantonly to prevent them from being destroyed. After his own data interface is cut off, he regains his attack power and causes trouble for himself. The fierce war brought Xiaoyu's computing power to its extreme. On the invisible battlefield, Xiaoyu's computing power is entangled with the Moebius civilization, arranging logical deadlocks and contradictory information one after another, while consuming the computing power of the opponent's computing system. He also has to hide his own traces, keep yourself from being discovered by the other party. The confrontation on the frontal battlefield was even more fierce. At least 500,000 of Xiaoyu's more than 550,000 warships were engaged in this war. These 5 spaceships were still firing fierce artillery fire. As for Xiaoyu, a city-level spacecraft that was responsible for the main attack mission suddenly had its 4-dimensional protective cover fluctuating. This phenomenon aroused Xiaoyu's alert, and Xiaoyu immediately controlled the city-level spacecraft to retreat a certain distance and leave the front battlefield. The 5th level civilization is really too powerful. A formation of only 4 county-level spaceships and 1 city-level spaceship, faced with attacks from thousands of our spaceships, was able to even miss my 4-level defense shield by 1 click. Broken. The powerful attack power of Emolean civilization shocked Xiaoyu. The fierce artillery attack continued for at least half an hour. Xiaoyu saw that among the 5 spacecraft, a county-level spacecraft seemed to have finally reached its limit. The shield that had been protecting it suddenly flashed violently. Disappear. Without the protection of the shield, it was immediately engulfed by the endless torrent of LS, exploded instantly, and broke into pieces. This is the first Malian civilization county-level spacecraft destroyed by Xiaoyu. This result refreshed Xiaoyu's spirits. These 5 spaceships have all suffered similar attacks. If this spacecraft is destroyed, the next one will not be far away. Sure enough, after the attack continued for another hour, the remaining 3 county-level spacecraft exploded one after another and were destroyed by Xiaoyu. Here, only 1 city-level spacecraft was left, still struggling to support itself, without the restraint of several other spaceships. Xiaoyu concentrated all the firepower of thousands of spaceships on this city-level spacecraft, and bombarded it for another half an hour before knocking it down. The demise of this city-level spaceship announced the complete fall of this satellite. In response, Xiaoyu did not show any sympathy. Instead, he controlled his own spacecraft and quickly launched several extremely large-yield elemental decay bombs, while causing strong earthquakes and volcanic eruptions on the satellite. All weapons and equipment placed on it were destroyed. Scenes like this keep happening all over the battlefield. Xiaoyu, relying on his absolute superiority in quantity, suppressed the quality of Malian civilization. These 10,000 spaceships seem to be the majority of the Malian civilization stationed here. At least, as the war has progressed so far, Xiaoyu has not seen any spacecraft coming from the inner galaxy to support him. Based on the power of ordinary 4th-level civilization spacecraft, to suppress my 50,000 spaceships would require a 5th-level civilization fleet composed of 800 spaceships. In other words, there are still at least 800 civilizations inside the galaxy. Spaceships. And the most likely number is around 2,000. These spaceships are scattered among various bases and serve as internal defense tasks. The number of space fortresses and defense bases inside the galaxy is much smaller than that outside. In other words, as long as these 10,000 spacecraft are eliminated, the first layer of defense is broken, and then the ones on the second gaseous planet are destroyed. Once the various bases and internal defense fleets are eliminated, I will basically win. Those 3 rocky planets should be their material reserve bases, and their defense power will not be too strong. My hope of winning this war is very high. Through the analysis of various information, Xiaoyu came to a conclusion. Chapter 212, Division Tactics. The fierce war is still going on. Different from the panic of the Malian civilization, Xiaoyu's huge fleet cooperated with each other in an orderly manner under the control of Xiaoyu's computing power. This means that the combat power of Xiaoyu's fleet can be fully or even exceeded. On the other hand, the Malian civilized fleet is not so powerful. They seem to be accustomed to fighting with the cooperation of ground bases and space fortresses. Now they have lost the cooperation of ground bases and space fortresses. They have made mistakes one after another in attack, defense, and mutual cooperation. Thanks to this mistake, Xiaoyu's fleet was able to completely separate them so that they could not cooperate together. Otherwise, if these spacecraft are allowed to gather together, Xiaoyu really has no good way to deal with them. After destroying the Malian city-level spacecraft and cleaning the ground for the satellite, this small team quickly left here under the command of Xiaoyu and dispersed to other battlefields. Centered on this huge gaseous planet, the diameter of the entire battlefield is hundreds of millions of kilometers. Within such a huge area, the fleets of both sides were engaging in fierce exchanges of fire. The details of the war are very confusing. They are nothing more than the chasing of battleships, the shooting of weapons, the explosion of spaceships, etc. However, if you look at the entire battlefield, you can see that the situation on the entire battlefield is in some aspects certain rules. Specifically, Xiaoyu is working hard to disperse the ships of the Malian civilization and prevent them from gathering together. This is Xiaoyu's tactic. Only by relying on this tactic can Xiaoyu maximize his advantages and greatly reduce the combat effectiveness of the Malian civilization spaceship. Shameless predator civilization. Do you really want to violate the dignity of a 5th-level civilization? I swear on behalf of our Marian civilization that if you still refuse to retreat, Our civilization will definitely destroy you. We will hunt you down, even at the edge of the universe. I will erase you from the universe. During the fierce battle, Xiao Yu received a message full of anger. At this point, isn't it too late to say these words? If you were willing to let my fleet leave in the first place, why would I take the risk to start a war? Xiao Yu sneered, dismissing this piece of information. Even refused to respond. On behalf of our Moyan civilization, I would like to offer a reward here. If you, the civilization on the edge of the battlefield, are willing to join the battle and help our civilization to eliminate this abominable predator civilization, our civilization will definitely give you a reward. No matter it is whether it's technology or resources. We can satisfy you. After the previous message, they sent out another broadcast. After this broadcast, Xiao Yu saw some movement on the edge of the battlefield from the fleets that refused to leave. They seemed to have changed their formation. Xiao Yu immediately became alert. They are hesitating and don't know whether they should join the war. In fact, Xiao Yu had noticed the spaceships that had fled the battlefield early in the morning but refused to leave near the battlefield, and he had been wary of them. However, at this stage, Xiao Yu has no intention of paying attention to them. Xiao Yu also understood the psychology of these spaceships very well. They were just waiting for the outcome of the war to become clear. It would be best if both sides suffered losses, and they just took the opportunity to take advantage. To deal with these civilizations, we have to wait until I eliminate the Malian civilization. If they come to interfere now, they will cause me some trouble. Xiao Yu thought, and quickly sent out a broadcast. Civilizations on the edge of the battlefield. Don't be deceived by the Marian civilization. It only takes me 5 days at most to wipe out all the Marian civilization fleets. By then, it will be our carnival time. They are stored and you can take all the resources, creatures, and technology here, and take them as you please. I think you all know what to choose. Those civilized fleets were still constantly mobilizing and changing their formations, but they never joined the war. Xiao Yu felt a little relieved. In the battlefield, the fierce battle is still continuing. Xiao Yu's division tactics are very effective. The fleet of Malian civilization is being divided by Xiao Yu, and the head and tail cannot be taken into account. Moreover, the distance between their spaceships is getting farther and farther. Under Xiao Yu's tactical attack, the Malian civilization's 10,000 spaceships have been consumed to less than 3,000. Xiao Yu's spaceships lost more than 90,000 ships. However, all of the more than 90,000 spaceships lost were spacecraft below the county level, because the spacecraft at the county level and above were equipped with 4 protective covers. None of them were destroyed. This situation occurs, firstly, because the 4 protective shields are indeed powerful, and secondly, it is the result of Xiao Yu's special adjustment to protect the large spacecraft. In the battlefield, if a large spaceship is in danger and is about to be destroyed, Xiao Yu will control it and leave the battlefield regardless, and will not hesitate to sacrifice 10 or even 100 times the amount of small spaceships to fill the hole. The spaceship is gone and can be rebuilt. The 4-dimensional protective cover is gone, and Xiao Yu has no production capabilities. Under the tactic of exchanging small for big, this seemingly miraculous situation occurred. Most of the 3,000 spaceships left in Moyan civilization are large spaceships. At this moment, they have been completely divided by Xiao Yu. They are fighting on their own and cannot gather together. This situation is very beneficial to Xiao Yu, because under this situation, it is impossible for the ships of the Malian civilization to have any tactical cooperation. But Xiao Yu's fleet can explode with the most powerful combat power under coordinated cooperation. Xiao Yu simply divided his participating troops into 3,000 parts. The combat strength of each part was adjusted according to the combat power of the opponent's spacecraft, and became entangled with these spacecrafts. As a result, such a magical scene appeared on the battlefield. In the huge battlefield with a diameter of hundreds of millions of kilometers, 3,000 independent small battlefields are being divided at this moment. In each small battlefield, there are dozens to hundreds of thousands of spaceships. Together, fierce fighting. In every small battlefield, the destruction of every Moyan civilization spaceship means that at least dozens of Xiao Yu's spaceships have been liberated. They can quickly leave here and replenish the remaining battlefields or reserves. Seriously damaged spacecraft will fly to the rear for repairs. Therefore, as time goes by, the strength of Xiao Yu's side continues to increase. Of course, in so many small battlefields, there are also situations where Xiao Yu's spacecraft is completely destroyed. And there are quite a few such situations. It often happens that a Moebius-civilized county-level spacecraft actually wipes out hundreds of small spaceships that are entangled with it, and cripples more than a dozen of Xiaoyu's county-level and city-level spacecraft. If this happens, Xiaoyu will send a reserve team to quickly rush to support and entangle it again. The severely damaged large spacecraft will immediately withdraw from the battlefield and fly to the rear to rest. Xiaoyu brought a large amount of reserve force with him on this trip. These reserve forces include tens of thousands of large dock ships, supply ships, etc., and countless maintenance robots are busy here. They are field doctors, and damaged spacecraft can be quickly treated here. Under Xiaoyu's unified coordination, all matters were carried out in an orderly manner and with high efficiency. It can be said that the entire battlefield is under Xiaoyu's control. This is how powerful the human soul can be when it has sufficient computing power. Xiaoyu once again perfectly interprets the words precision and efficiency. In fact, if Xiaoyu's fleet is handed over to an intelligent civilized race to control, it is unclear whether they can withstand the attack of the Malian civilization, let alone suppress the opponent like Xiaoyu did. Under this battlefield situation, it is only a matter of time before the entire Malian civilized fleet is wiped out. Among the 3,000 small battlefields, no, there are only more than 2,500 small battlefields left at this moment. The largest one is undoubtedly the battlefield to encircle and suppress the opponent's flagship. In this battlefield, there are more than 100,000 spaceships belonging to Xiaoyu's side, and there is only one spacecraft belonging to the Malian civilization. At the beginning, all the spacecraft participating in the encirclement and suppression of the opponent's flagship were small spacecrafts. But soon, Xiaoyu found that it was a bit difficult to rely on small spacecrafts to eliminate this big guy. This flagship is really too powerful. Roughly rectangular in appearance and several kilometers long. The flagship of the Merlian civilization not only possesses extremely powerful defensive power, but its offensive power is also not inferior at all. The supergiant energy cannon equipped on it can destroy dozens of small spacecraft on Xiaoyu's side with one shot. Once, after destroying 57 of Xiaoyu's small spaceships, this energy cannon also attacked another battlefield and directly disabled one of Xiaoyu's city-level spaceships. And the four-dimensional shield was almost defeated. There are 3 such giant energy cannons equipped on this flagship. The remaining various weapons are endless. It would be great if we could capture it, Xiaoyu thought. On this spaceship, there are at least 50,000 intelligent creatures operating it, not to mention all kinds of other technologies and materials. This one spaceship is enough to make a leap in my technological level. You might as well give it a try, Xiaoyu thought, commanding his own spaceship, and quietly made some adjustments to the force that besieged the flagship. For provincial-level spaceships, Hebei, Henan, Chongqing, and Tianjin led up to 50 city-level spacecraft and thousands of county-level spacecraft to join this battlefield. Chapter 213 Assaulter. In this huge battlefield, just one Malian civilization flagship contained 1/5 of Xiaoyu's total strength, which once again proved its power. However, the more powerful it is, the more valuable it proves to be. Not to mention the rest. Just the at least 50,000 Malian civilized creatures who control its operation are an incredible asset. If factors such as loyalty are ignored, their value is higher than that of the entire Lucas society. After all, these are level 5 civilization creatures, even if they are not professional scientists. Since they can serve on such a large spaceship, they will at least have some knowledge and skills of level 5 civilization, as well as some knowledge about level 5 civilization. It is said to be common sense, but it is very valuable scientific and technological knowledge for a 4th level civilization. This is wealth. For this huge wealth, Xiaoyu transferred 4 provincial-level spacecraft from other battlefields, as well as a large number of city-level and county-level spacecraft, to join this battlefield. As soon as the 4 provincial spacecraft joined the battlefield, they immediately assumed the main attack mission. They have an extremely large energy supply, so the strength of the 4-dimensional protective cover is much stronger than other spacecraft. With the addition of these 4 provincial spacecraft, the damage rate of small spacecraft was immediately reduced a lot. For provincial-level spaceships occupied the 4 directions. In the gaps were county-level and city-level spacecrafts. Small spaceships shuttled dexterously in the gaps. These more than 100,000 spacecrafts were heading towards this ship at the same time. The flagship sprayed out Xiaoyu's anger. Endless energy bombs, high-energy particle cannons, gravity bombs, elemental decay bombs, material disintegration rays, etc., converged into a torrent of death. Rushing down, Such a powerful fire attack was completely withstood by this 5th-level civilization's flagship spacecraft. Xiao Yu saw that its energy shield only flickered slightly. Just flickering. The supergiant battleship, with a brownish-yellow color as a whole and full of desolate and chilling atmosphere, once again revealed its powerful strength at this moment. The muzzle of the giant energy cannon placed in front of the flagship spaceship began to flash. Xiao Yu knew that this was a sign that the energy cannon was about to be fired. However, Xiao Yu's spaceship was too late to escape. In the direction of the muzzle, 3 county-level spacecraft and hundreds of country-level spacecraft were gathered. The village-level spacecraft, relying on its powerful maneuverability, fled in a panic at this moment, escaping from the attack area in an instant. Due to mass limitations, the 3 county-level spacecraft only escaped a distance of less than 3,000 meters at this moment. The giant energy cannonball is coming. This is the first contact between the 4-dimensional shield and the most powerful attack of the flagship-class spacecraft. Xiao Yu saw that the moment the giant energy cannonball came into contact with the foreguard cover, an extremely strong flash of light erupted from the foreguard cover. Like a small sun. With a flash, there was an extremely strong burst of energy. It came out like a violent storm, sweeping dozens of kilometers around. The 4 protective covers of this county-level spacecraft have been destroyed, Xiao Yu thought with some distress. This was the first 4-dimensional protective cover to be destroyed since entering the battlefield. In fact, the flagship of Malian civilization can only destroy the county-level spacecraft, because among the spacecraft equipped with 4 protection covers, the county-level spacecraft is the smallest and can supply the lowest energy to the 4 protection cover. If it is a city-level spaceship or a provincial-level spacecraft, the flagship of Malian civilization will have to fire dozens or hundreds of cannons in succession before it can be destroyed. The remaining 2 county-level spacecraft were not directly attacked, but the explosion of the 4 protective covers of this county-level spacecraft had a great impact on them. Xiao Yu observed that at the moment when the 4 protective shields exploded, a powerful energy beyond his imagination burst out. Under the influence of this powerful energy, the 2 county-level spacecraft seemed to be disconnected. Like a kite, it rolled and rolled into the distance. Facing this huge energy impact, they suffered extremely serious damage. Xiao Yu made a prompt decision and immediately controlled the 2 spaceships. Using his remaining maneuverability, he reluctantly flew to the rear of the battlefield and began to repair them. At the same time, Xiao Yu had a question in his mind. Why does the disintegration of the 4 protective shields release such a huge force? Before, because no spacecraft at the county level or above had been destroyed. Xiao Yu had never discovered this phenomenon, and had never known that there was such a powerful force in the 4 protective shields. This phenomenon is not consistent with Xiao Yu's understanding. In Xiao Yu's understanding, the working principle of the 4 maintenance cover generator is nothing more than to charge it, and it will release the 4 maintenance cover to provide protection for his spacecraft. If the energy is cut off, the 4 maintenance cover will disappear. You can be sure that the source of this huge energy is not my spaceship. Such a huge energy is not enough even if all the materials that make up the spacecraft are turned into energy. That means this energy is the 4-dimensional shield generator. What's in it? Xiao Yu vaguely made a guess. The biggest difference between the 4-dimensional protective cover and the matter in the 3-dimensional world is that it has one more dimension. It is certain that when the 4-dimensional protective cover is destroyed, the 4th dimension will also disappear. Because the 4th dimension cannot be stable. It exists in the 3-dimensional world. So is this huge energy released because the 4th dimension falls to the 3rd dimension? It's very likely that this is the case. Xiao Yu came to the conclusion. If the 4th dimension falls to the 3rd dimension, energy will be released. And it is an extremely huge amount of energy. If the 3rd dimension increases to the 4th dimension, the energy will be lost. This should be the case. But in terms of dimensions, it belongs to the Tachyon civilization or even the more advanced 7th level civilization. I haven't been able to do too in-depth research on this aspect. But now that I know this phenomenon, and I happen to have some 4-dimensional protective shields in my hand, then I might as well put it to good use. Xiao Yu slowly thought about it and had an idea in his mind. In the battlefield, the fierce battle is still continuing, and countless warships are spraying their anger. However, the protective cover of the Malian civilization flagship is only flickering under such a powerful attack, and is far from it, dim, or signs of brokenness. Is this the shield created by the 5th level civilization technology? It is indeed extremely powerful. The shield made by this 5th level civilization technology can be sure to contain some technologies that Xiao Yu has not yet mastered. Xiao Yu has made a simple calculation for the shield. The conclusion is that although it is far inferior to the 4th level shield cannot be broken through in a short time by relying on level 4 civilized weapons. Xiao Yu's current situation is a bit embarrassing. Although the 4 maintenance shield is powerful, due to Xiao Yu's current energy technology, the 4 maintenance shield cannot exert its full power. At most, it is only to a limited extent stronger than the same level spacecraft shield of the Malian civilization. Also, Xiao Yu's attack is completely based on the 4th level civilization technology, facing the shield of the 5th level civilization. Xiao Yu feels a little powerless. Xiao Yu's current situation is like a warrior wearing armor made with the latest technology, but fighting with a stone axe from the Stone Age in his hand. This flagship still has no signs of energy depletion. It seems that it can still be delayed for a long time. But I don't have much time. If it delays it until the support fleet arrives, I will be in trouble. Xiao Yu began to feel anxious. Stand up. Then let's try this method. There are a total of 100,000 for protection cover generators. Losing a limited number of them in exchange for this flagship spacecraft is a very cost-effective deal. Xiao Yu gritted his teeth and formulated the latest battle plan. Under Xiao Yu's control, there was still continuous strong artillery fire bombarding the flagship spacecraft. However, amidst this fierce artillery fire, 5 city-level spacecraft strangely left the battle formation. We arrived extremely close to this flagship spaceship. In such a battlefield situation, the behavior of these 5 city-level spaceships was simply seeking death. But Xiao Yu naturally has his own plans. That is to use the powerful energy released by the rupture of the 4-dimensional protective cover to directly explode the hard SHL of the flagship spacecraft in front of us. Anyway, there is no difference in the size of the 4 maintenance cover generators. The 4 maintenance cover generators equipped on provincial-level spacecraft or county-level spacecraft are all the same. And it is certain that because the energy of the city-level spacecraft is relatively large, the energy released by the 4 protective covers equipped on the city-level spacecraft will be greater than that of the county-level spacecraft. Therefore, Xiao Yu chose the city-level spacecraft as the assaulter. If provincial spaceships were not too rare, Xiao Yu even planned to use provincial spaceships as a breakthrough. As Xiao Yu watched, these 5 city-level spacecraft slowly approached the opponent's flagship-level spacecraft and continued to release powerful firepower. It did not go beyond Xiao Yu's expectation. The flagship-class spacecraft showed a strong desire to attack the 5 city-class spacecraft that rashly approached. Specifically, at this moment, a large amount of firepower was concentrated on these 5 city-level spacecraft, while other targets were ignored by this flagship-level spacecraft. Under the powerful fire attack, the 4 protective shields of the 5 city-level spacecraft that gave up their escape began to fluctuate strongly. Xiao Yu knew that it was a sign that the 4 protective shields were about to break. Some internal circuits have been burned because the output energy was too large. But Xiao Yu didn't pay attention at all, but braved the powerful artillery fire and approached the flagship spacecraft again, until Xiao Yu could clearly see the outer SHL of the spacecraft through optical instruments. As one of the city-level spaceships was hit by another giant energy SHL, it instantly turned into a ball of white light, and an extremely large explosion energy was released. Chapter 214, Break into the Interior. Xiao Yu is basically determined that when the 4th protective shield ruptures, because the 4th dimension loses the support of stable energy, it will fall to the 3rd dimension. And in this process, an extremely large amount of energy will be released. Xiao Yu planned to use this energy to blow up the shield of this flagship spacecraft. Under this situation, the role of the 4-dimensional protective cover is no longer to provide protection, but to transform into a powerful bomb. Xiao Yu was watching the scene next to this flagship spacecraft closely. Xiao Yu saw that under the strong white light, the energy shield of the flagship spacecraft fluctuated extremely strongly. Like rolling clouds, these 5 city-level spacecraft were extremely close. So the energy of the explosion not only affected the flagship-level spacecraft, but also partially affected the other 4 city-level spacecraft. As a result, under Xiao Yu's watch, a chain reaction occurred among these 5 city-level spaceships. The remaining 4 city-level spacecraft were already on the verge of collapse. Under the powerful firepower of the flagship-level spacecraft, they suffered very serious damage. Now, encountering this huge energy, they could no longer bear it immediately, and the 4 maintenance shields exploded. Disintegration. There are 5 city-level spaceships in total, which is equivalent to 5 powerful bombs. The energy of these 5 bombs is higher than any weapon of Xiao Yu. The elemental decay bomb is simply not worth mentioning in front of this huge energy. This area is shrouded in endless white light. The surrounding areas that were not shrouded in white light experienced extremely weird distortions. In fact, the entire spacecraft was shaken by this violent explosion. Almost immediately, the spacecraft's gunfire intensity dropped by dozens of percentage points, and it was obvious that it had suffered extremely serious damage. After the intense white light dissipated, Xiaoyu saw an astonishing sight. A huge cave suddenly appeared on the thousands-meter-long huge hull of this flagship-class spacecraft. The interior of the cave is brightly lit, and the light coming from inside illuminates the dark starry sky outside. At this moment, some hull fragments, broken instruments, and some unknown objects were arriving outside the spacecraft along with the gas that continued to escape from the hole. Under the powerful offensive of 5 city-level spacecraft using themselves as bombs, a huge gap was blown open in this flagship-level spacecraft. However, the protective shield covering the flagship spacecraft has not disappeared. The protective cover is still protecting the rest of the hull. Here, the protective cover is also like a real thing. Like the hull, a big hole has been broken. This phenomenon surprised Xiaoyu. The shield technology of this spaceship is different from other spaceships. It seems to be modular. A little damage will not cause the collapse of the entire shield. Unlike my shield, if it is broken at one point, the entire shield will be destroyed. The hood was breached. It is certain that such a modular energy shield is more advanced than Xiaoyu's shield. There is no doubt about its advantages. For example, in this case, if the energy shield in this area is destroyed, it can still maintain its combat effectiveness on the whole. Unlike Xiaoyu's spaceship, if the shield is broken, it means the spacecraft was destroyed. But it seems to have very high requirements for certain conditions. At least, even the Mayan civilization, which has mastered the modular energy shield technology, only equipped this flagship-level spacecraft with this technology. The rest of the city-level spacecraft, or smaller spaceships, have ordinary integrated shields on them. My interest in you is getting bigger and bigger, Xiaoyu muttered silently. Does the overall combat effectiveness still remain? It doesn't matter. This gap is enough. The remaining spaceships are still maintaining their fire attack. Nearby spacecraft provide fire cover, and the combat robots transport the spacecraft and launch the landing. Under Xiaoyu's instructions, a series of follow-up measures are being carried out in an orderly manner. The other spacecraft were still attacking it fiercely, interfering with it, and trying to widen the gap again. Several other spaceships full of combat robots are approaching this gap, trying to land in. No matter how strong a fortress is, it is always easier to breach it from the inside. Now Xiaoyu plans to practice this truth again. However, under Xiaoyu's gaze, this huge breach with a diameter of hundreds of meters suddenly began to slowly squirm. The SHL of the battleship at the edge of the breach was continuously extending forward like a living organism. As the outer SHL of the battleship continues to grow, the flagship shield is also constantly expanding. It is trying to repair this breach. Xiaoyu immediately came to a conclusion, and then understood in his heart. It seems that modular energy shields are the trend of technological development. In this way, I will continue to pick up the nanorobot technology that I have put down before. This technology for repairing damage to the spacecraft SHL is undoubtedly nanorobot technology or similar technology. Xiaoyu has long mastered nanorobot technology and equipped it on his spaceship early on. However, since entering the third-level civilization, Xiaoyu has put this technology aside and basically no longer researched it. The reason is simple. Because of the emergence of energy shield technology, the outer SHL of the spacecraft is basically not directly attacked, but the energy shield bears all attacks. Under normal circumstances, the shattering of the energy shield means that the spacecraft is destroyed. In this case, the technology of nanorobots to repair the hull is basically useless. But at this moment, Xiaoyu knew that he was wrong. Among the technologies of the fifth-level civilization, this technology is once again full of vitality. Because the fifth-level civilization has initially mastered the modular energy shield technology. With the support of this technology, the repair technology of damaged hull SHLs has become particularly important. We can't let it repair the breach. Xiaoyu made up his mind instantly, and immediately began to control hundreds of county-level spacecraft, dozens of city-level spacecraft, and a large number of small spacecraft, aiming all firepower at this gap, trying to prevent its repair process. At the same time, several spaceships full of combat robots also accelerated their speed. Under the cover of fire and the protection of their own four-dimensional protective cover, they arduously arrived at the breach and released the combat robots one by one. These combat robots were born out of the combat robots on the Yaja home planet. But during this period, Xiaoyu has modified them to make them more suitable for landing operations on large spacecrafts. But something beyond Xiaoyu's expectation happened. When these combat robots entered the gap, they were immediately attacked. Various high-power laser cannons, particle cannons, microgravity bombs, antimatter bullets and other weapons came at them. This should be the protective force inside the spacecraft. Also, since they use modular energy shield technology, they must have some research on spacecraft landing operations. It is reasonable to use this method, Xiaoyu thought Road. From this point, we can once again see where Emolian civilization is ahead of Xiaoyu. There is basically no defense inside Xiaoyu's spacecraft. Of course, with Xiaoyu's current technology, there is no need to deploy internal defense forces within the spacecraft. Because, if the other party can enter Xiaoyu's spacecraft, it means that the four-dimensional maintenance cover has been shattered. And if the four-dimensional maintenance cover is shattered, it means that the spacecraft has been destroyed, and there is no need to land. Compared with Xiaoyu's landing combat robot, the internal defense force of this flagship spacecraft is also extremely powerful. Xiaoyu didn't have a good way to deal with this, and could only rely on quantity to fight head-on. In order to open the passage as soon as possible, Xiaoyu was ruthless and deployed a county-level spacecraft to directly block the gap. Then, he began to control his own spacecraft to attack the spacecraft, directly destroying it with his own firepower. The four-dimensional protective cover of a county-level spacecraft. Immediately, a strong white light appeared again. The difference was that without the protection of the outer shield, this explosion caused far greater damage to the flagship spacecraft than the previous ones. Xiaoyu saw that after the white light, the radius of the gap expanded again. Moreover, because part of the explosion energy could penetrate directly into the interior of the spacecraft, the internal defense force that originally blocked Xiaoyu's robot from landing operations also disappeared. Okay, it's not in vain that I sacrificed these precious four protection cover generators, Xiaoyu thought, and issued a new order. Robot transport spacecraft. Hurry up and attach it. Under Xiaoyu's instructions, a county-level spacecraft full of combat robots flexibly stuck to the gap in the flagship-level spacecraft, like a leech. But what this leech does is not sucking blood, but bleeding. A county-level spacecraft can carry 100,000 combat robots. Under Xiaoyu's control, these 100,000 combat robots filed in through the gap and quickly entered the flagship spacecraft. After the county-level spacecraft released its inventory, it was the second county-level spacecraft, class spaceship. In fact, after opening this gap, if all firepower is concentrated on this gap, Xiaoyu has the ability to destroy the entire spacecraft. But Xiaoyu didn't intend to do this. A flagship spacecraft of a fifth-level civilization is too precious. As long as there is a possibility of being captured, Xiaoyu will fight for it. As county-level spaceships transported one after another, a total of several million combat robots entered the interior of the spacecraft. And this number was still increasing. Chapter 215 Robot Army. What appeared in front of the first robot that successfully landed was a long passage. This passage is dozens of meters long, 3 meters wide, and 5 meters high. On both sides of the passage, there are metal doors that are closed one after another, giving it a very sci-fi feel. From this point, Xiaoyu made some rough guesses about the size of Malian civilized creatures. The conclusion is that the body shape and height of the creatures of the Merlian civilization are generally more than 2 meters. Because if they were less than 2 meters tall, there would be no need to build such wide corridors and doors. The first combat robot did not stay too long. Under Xiaoyu's control, it moved forward quickly until it reached a door. This door cut off the corridor and blocked the advancement of the robot army. Path of. I don't know if the energy module was destroyed or if it was intentional by the Malian civilization, but the entire corridor was dark and cold. However, Xiaoyu's landing combat robots are equipped with complete detectors of various bands, so the darkness cannot affect their actions at all. Break this door first, Xiaoyu thought, controlling the robots that followed. And together, they used the material disintegration rays in their hands to attack the door. Perhaps it was because the weapons of these combat robots were too low in power. Or perhaps the door was made of too strong a material. In short, Xiaoyu's attack did not have much effect. According to Xiaoyu's expectation, it would take at least half an hour to break through this door. This time is unacceptable. You know, outside the spacecraft, countless spaceships are attacking the spacecraft together. Xiaoyu is suffering huge losses all the time. He has gained this time at such a huge price. Just because of a door. Xiaoyu could not accept such a thing if it hindered the entire process. Then, Let's use elemental decay bombs, Xiaoyu thought. Controlled the robot. Took out the small elemental decay bombs he carried. And stuck them on the door. He equipped dozens of them, and controlled the robot. After retreating, the order to detonate was given. Dozens of grenade-shaped elemental decay bombs exploded at the same time. The huge explosion energy blew the door away. Immediately, a huge amount of gas blocked by the door surged out, and blew up in the folding fan channel. A strong gust of wind. Go forward! Go forward! Xiaoyu gave the order. 3 passages appeared behind this door, each leading to a distant and unknown distance. Xiaoyu controlled the robot into 3 teams and moved forward separately. After advancing not far, we encountered such a blocked door again. Xiaoyu didn't hesitate at all and continued to explode it cleanly. After each blocked door, there would be at least 2 or as many as 5 scattered passages. Xiaoyu refused to let them go, divided the robots into teams again, and continued to move forward. Anyway, behind these robots, there are endless combat robots coming in. In terms of quantity, there is no need to worry at all. Under Xiaoyu's control, these combat robots were like floods, filling every passage he could see. After breaking into the interior, Xiaoyu began to destroy places on both sides of the corridor that were similar to room doors. It was still the elemental decay bomb that started, and the doors were blown open by Xiaoyu. The interiors of these rooms are mostly empty, without anything, neither living things nor machines. The Mayan civilization is indeed very fast in action. Did they have a premonition that this place would be attacked? So they evacuated it first? Xiaoyu muttered to himself, controlled the robot, and continued to move forward. While the robot was moving forward, Xiaoyu also began to work on the 3-dimensional channel modeling of the spacecraft. In Xiaoyu's mind, there is a spacecraft model that looks exactly like this flagship spacecraft. The model is pitch black, and inside the model, there are countless dark red lines. Each line represents a robot formation that is exploring the interior of the spacecraft. Currently, the area occupied by the dark red lines is still only an extremely small part of the entire spacecraft, and the radius of the explored area is less than 500 meters. Speed up the progress! Xiaoyu gave the order. In a passage diagonally above the gap, a robot formation was lining up neatly and moving forward quickly. While advancing, suddenly, a door lowered from the corridor, cutting off the team. At the same time, a flash of light suddenly emitted from the upper part of the corridor, and a movable object suddenly appeared in front of the corridor. Has it finally appeared? Xiaoyu sneered in his heart, controlled these robots, and immediately prepared for battle. The robot at the back installed an elemental decay bomb on the door, and prepared to blow it open. Only after the movable objects in front approached, Xiaoyu could see their appearance clearly. The metallic-colored outer skin, tall bodies, and weird shapes all indicate that they are just robots. These should be the internal defense forces of Mayan civilization, Xiaoyu thought, without any fear in his heart, and controlled his own robot to start attacking. At this moment, there were only 5 enemy combat robots appearing in front of Xiaoyu, while there were nearly 100 robots belonging to Xiaoyu. But the battle structure was far beyond Xiaoyu's expectations. Xiaoyu saw that the weapons of his own robots, such as material disintegration ray guns, elemental decay grenades, and other weapons, could basically only cause extremely small damage to these tall robots, while the opponent's weapons were basically accurate. One shot can destroy one of your own robots. The gap in technology is really reflected in all aspects, Xiaoyu sighed. It's just that I can't beat you in the macrocosmic battle between spaceships. Even the robots can't beat it. It's really depressing. But it doesn't matter. I have the robot. There are many. I wonder how many combat robots there will be in your spaceship. The first battle of the landing battle ended quickly. The outcome was that Xiaoyu's nearly 100 robots were wiped out. One of the opponent's 5 robots was destroyed, and the remaining 4 suffered different types of damage, but all had their own abilities. With fighting ability. At this moment, the blockade door was blown open, and hundreds more combat robots poured in. The battle breaks out again. After paying the price of 300 robots, these 5 robots were all destroyed, and this corridor, under the influence of shrapnel flying everywhere, became tattered, and some of the circuits hidden inside the walls were also exposed. Seeing these messy lines, Xiaoyu's heart moved slightly. I don't know if there are data lines here. If so, I might try to invade their system. Thinking like this, Xiaoyu began to control the robot and inspected these lines. After some screening, a cable painted in light yellow caught Xiaoyu's attention. Xiaoyu controlled the robot, cut off the line directly, and then carefully analyzed its internal lines. Relying on the knowledge he had gained from invading the computer system of Mayan civilization through the data interface, he quickly connected this. A data line is connected to the data line on the robot. Using this combat robot as a transfer station, Xiaoyu tried to send a piece of data, but no data feedback appears. Probably the data lines here have been cut off, Xiaoyu thought. Then speed up the exploration process, find available lines, and then launch the invasion, Xiaoyu thought, controlling countless exploration robots and moving forward quickly again. The encounter here was just a small episode. In fact, at the same time, such small battles took place in almost hundreds of places. The Merlian civilization finally could no longer bear the raging forces from the outside world within its own spacecraft, and began to send its own forces to sniper these nasty robots. But as Xiaoyu thought, it seemed that the number of combat robots inside them was not sufficient. As a result, although the average combat power of these robots is dozens of times higher than Xiaoyu's robots, they still cannot stop Xiaoyu's robot army. The red lines representing the progress of the robot are still spreading, and there are more and more of these red lines. Each red line that separates represents a team of robots that have left the main force and begun new exploration. This exploration mode is only possible with the support of huge numbers. It is estimated that the rest of the intelligent civilizations, even level 5 or level 6 civilizations, would not be able to send such a large and intelligent army of robots facing a spaceship. But this has become possible under Xiaoyu's special existence mode. In fact, based on the level of ordinary intelligent civilization, the number of combat robots on this flagship spaceship is not small. But they happen to encounter Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's style of play is almost rogue. But Xiaoyu didn't care about this at all. In the battle between civilizations, whatever is effective is good. The huge robot army is still advancing, and nothing can stop them. The number of enemy combat robots is increasing. They emerge from various enemies and begin to snipe Xiaoyu's robots. At the same time, various internal defense weapons also appeared. Various defensive weapons began to appear on the walls and corridors. There were small antimatter bombs based on level 5 civilization technology, microgravity bombs, and kinetic energy weapons based on Gaussian technology, etc. These weapons caused great damage to Xiaoyu's robot army. Chapter 216 Control Permissions. Due to the limitations of the special environment inside the spacecraft, various powerful weapons cannot be used because their range of influence is too large and may cause damage to the hull. Therefore, the battle inside the spacecraft is destined to be dominated by various precision strike weapons, such as high-energy laser guns, kinetic energy weapons based on Gaussian technology, material disintegration ray guns, etc. Xiaoyu also did not dare to use powerful weapons inside the spacecraft. Xiaoyu still wanted to take the spacecraft into his pocket, so he was naturally reluctant to damage it too seriously. Under this situation, the battle between the two sides became somewhat constrained. The damage caused by various defensive weapons to Xiaoyu's army was far greater than that of those combat robots. Therefore, Xiaoyu's robot army had another task. That is, after destroying the enemy combat robots, clear away the ubiquitous defensive weapons, and clear the way forward for the forces that follow from behind. Xiaoyu's robot damage speed has reached an alarming level. After exploring less than 1% of the spaceship, Xiaoyu's robot army had already damaged more than 50,000 robots. But exploration also means occupation. At the sacrifice of these robots, the area belonging to Xiaoyu is slowly expanding. Outside the spaceship, there are still robot transport spacecrafts flying over one after another, attaching themselves to the flagship spacecraft, and releasing the combat robots they carry. At the same time, the fight for the breach in the spacecraft has also entered a fierce stage. After the flagship-class spacecraft was damaged, in the remaining battlefields, the Moebius civilization spacecraft, which was being entangled by Xiaoyu's other teams, bravely got rid of Xiaoyu's attack and ran crazily to the side of the flagship to attack the flagship-class spacecraft spread out its cover. But how could Xiaoyu let them do what they wanted? Xiaoyu controlled his own spacecraft and eliminated them one by one with a more crazy and unafraid of death spirit. At the same time, a formation of about 500 spaceships appeared from the inner galaxy and began to rush here quickly. It's just a struggle before death, Xiaoyu sneered, commanding the reserve team of 20,000 spaceships to rush forward and entangle the team. Xiaoyu does not expect that the 20,000 spacecraft can wipe out the 500 spacecraft of the Mayan civilization, as long as they can entangle them. As long as this flagship spacecraft is captured, Xiaoyu can activate all the more than 100,000 spacecraft responsible for containment and join the rest of the battlefield. At this time, the 50,000 spaceships hidden in the inner galaxy by Xiaoyu were still staying there quietly. The outstanding performance talent of Luca to convince Marian civilization that these spacecraft still knew nothing about the outside world. Therefore, the data interface for communication with these 50,000 spacecraft still exists. Xiaoyu can still use this data interface to invade the computer system of the Malian civilization and contain their power. These 50,000 spaceships have not yet been activated. When the critical moment comes, I believe these spaceships will give you a surprise, Xiaoyu thought, and once again accelerated the speed of the robot. As the exploration process progresses, Xiaoyu's robot army encounters more and more intense resistance. However, with Xiaoyu's fighting spirit of not caring about losses and not fearing casualties at all, the exploration process went smoothly. After blowing open another door, Xiaoyu saw the electronic equipment of Emolian civilization for the first time. Moreover, it seems that due to the hasty evacuation of personnel, this electronic equipment is still running and has not been shut down. Seeing this, Xiaoyu was delighted and immediately started researching the equipment. In the previous invasion, Xiaoyu had already mastered some knowledge about the electronic equipment of the Moebius civilization. So this time the research went very smoothly. Xiaoyu quickly found the data interface and connected it to the data interface on the robot. The information flow belonging to Xiaoyu followed this gap and quickly entered the new world. This is the data world belonging to this flagship spacecraft. This means that the second battlefield was successfully opened up by Xiaoyu. First look for the control module of this spacecraft. Then look for their map. And then try to control this spacecraft. Xiaoyu knew very well what to do after the invasion. With Xiaoyu's invasion, some data channels were gradually mastered by Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu gave an order, and immediately, the corridor wall outside the door began to emit a faint white light, illuminating the entire corridor. This means that the lighting control of this corridor has been controlled by Xiaoyu. Very good! Although the lighting control right is irrelevant, since the lighting control right can be controlled by me. Then the weapon control right, the interception door control right, and even the shipboard external weapons control right, and the entire spacecraft control right can also be controlled by me. Get it? This harvest greatly encouraged Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's computing power began to use this as a base and gradually spread outward. The progress of the robot is still going smoothly. After occupying a new passage again, the first Malian civilization creature was caught by Xiaoyu. It did not go beyond Xiaoyu's expectations. This Malian civilized creature was about 2.5 meters tall, like a giant. When it was discovered by Xiaoyu's robot, it was screaming and stuffing a gun-like weapon into its mouth. You want to commit suicide? Why bother? Even if this spaceship is occupied by me, I won't bear to treat you badly. I still count on you to promote the development of my technology. Xiaoyu sighed, controlled the robot to jump up dexterously, and suddenly it hit an organ like its head, perhaps due to fear, or perhaps because of the attack of this robot. In short, this Moebius civilization creature successfully lost consciousness, was lifted up by two robots, and began to evacuate quickly to the outside. Xiaoyu planned to transport this creature to his own spacecraft, and then conduct detailed biological research on it to facilitate current attacks and future biosphere construction. The discovery of the first Malian civilized creature means that the retreat speed of the Malian civilized creature in this spaceship can no longer keep up with the advanced speed of Xiaoyu's robot army. It also means that in the next time, within, Xiaoyu will be able to capture more Malian civilized creatures. Go forward. Keep going! Xiaoyu gave the order. While the robot army is advancing, the battle for the data world is also in full swing. Xiaoyu can single-handedly fight against the computer systems of the Malian civilization in the entire star system. The data world here is only within the scope of a spaceship, no matter how large it is. There are more and more areas controlled by Xiaoyu. As a result, scenes like this appeared from time to time in certain areas of the spacecraft. A group of robots belonging to Xiaoyu were fighting fiercely with the enemy, under the attack of Malian civilization's combat robots and defensive weapons. Xiaoyu's robot formation suffered heavy casualties. However, suddenly, the defensive weapons, the shooting stopped and began to attack the combat robots of Malian civilization. This is because Xiaoyu's control area has spread here, and these defensive weapons are already under Xiaoyu's control. On the contrary, those combat robots require higher authority, so Xiaoyu cannot control them for the time being. With the cooperation of these traitors, the combat robots of Marian civilization suffered huge casualties. Under Xiaoyu's control, The interception doors blocking the advance of his own robot army opened one after another, and the defensive weapons originally deployed to deal with the intruders switched sides, fell into Xiao Yu's arms, and began to attack the comrades who were originally fighting on the same front. Attack. This is the external manifestation of the Data World War. In the war in the Data World, Xiao Yu discovered that there were some areas that he could not invade. The defense mechanism at the hardware level cannot be entered by the invasion of the Data World alone? Xiao Yu murmured to himself. These places should be the areas with the highest authority of this spacecraft, such as control of the entire spacecraft, the control rights of shipboard external weapons, control rights of internal life support systems, control rights of combat robots, etc. In these places, Moebius civilization adopts a pure hardware security authentication mechanism. For this defense mechanism, it is simply impossible to invade it through the data level. This is not a problem that Xiao Yu is not strong enough, but that he simply cannot. But it doesn't matter. Intrusion cannot be achieved at the data level. I can control it through violent methods. The area numbered A745 should be an arms warehouse. Occupy it first, and take a look at the Moebius civilization. There must be something there, Xiao Yu thought, and controlled the robot to start moving quickly towards this area. On the way to this area, Xiao Yu encountered stronger resistance. Even with the assistance of internal defense weapons that had defected, Xiao Yu's robot army still suffered huge casualties. Some of the defensive weapons around this arsenal seemed to require higher authority to control. Xiao Yu's current level of invasion is not enough to control these weapons. In addition, the number of combat robots has also greatly increased, causing the casualties of Xiao Yu's robot army to increase again. But after hard fighting, Xiao Yu finally took down the arsenal. Some robots immediately took these portable weapons into their hands, and after becoming slightly familiar with their performance, they immediately used these weapons to launch attacks. In the model in Xiao Yu's mind, the red area representing the area controlled by Xiao Yu is gradually expanding, finally completely covering the entire spacecraft. This means that Xiao Yu has captured all the outer areas of the spacecraft. The next step is to move towards the interior of the spacecraft. The more core areas. Chapter 217 Command Room. So far, the fall of this spaceship has been unstoppable. Unless the Moebius civilization's reinforcement fleet suddenly arrives at this time, it is possible to survive and drive out Xiao Yu's power again. However, the follow-up fleet of the Moebius civilization did not arrive. Only 500 spaceships appeared from the inner galaxy, and they were blocked by Xiao Yu's reserve team and unable to escape. Inside the spacecraft, among the crisscrossing passages extending in all directions, there are robot figures hurriedly coming and going everywhere. These robots, under the control of Xiao Yu, are methodically carrying out a series of attacks, advances, and occupations. As a result, the red area representing the area occupied by Xiao Yu began to penetrate from the outside to the inside, like a sea of blood, slowly eating away at the darkness. During this process, Xiao Yu discovered at least 3,000 Moebius civilized creatures. These creatures, under the control of the robot army, were driven to various open areas and were closely guarded by the robot army assigned by Xiao Yu. These Moebius civilized creatures were trembling and squatting there. Any creature that showed resistance would instantly receive an attack that could render it incapacitated. Even in some places where there were many resistors, Xiao Yu caused several bloody cases and brutally suppressed them with bloody methods. Finally, after realizing that as long as they stayed well, their lives were not in danger for the time being, they finally calmed down. Xiao Yu is occupying this flagship spacecraft from two aspects. So far, Xiao Yu has basically obtained all the control rights that can be obtained from the data level. Only a few of the highest level authorities are still in the hands of the Moebius civilization. These permissions include spacecraft control permissions, shipboard external weapons permissions, internal robot control permissions, etc. In fact, now, Xiao Yu can completely destroy the spacecraft's external weapons, engines and other key parts through violent means. After all, these things are installed near the outer SHL of the spacecraft, and these areas are now all occupied by Xiao Yu. But Xiao Yu didn't intend to do this. Anyway, as long as it takes a little more time, you can occupy all of this spaceship, and then these parts will naturally be under your control. And if it is destroyed, it is not worth the trouble to repair it after the entire spacecraft is occupied by you. Therefore, until now, the spacecraft's engines, external weapons and other parts are still intact, and it still has extremely powerful combat effectiveness. Outside the spacecraft, Xiao Yu's fleet, still led by 4 provincial spacecraft, suppressed it with its own power. Until now, the purpose of these spacecraft continuing to attack is not to destroy, but to suppress. After all, this thing will belong to him soon, and Xiaoyu will still feel distressed if it is broken. In this situation, the robot army is advancing rapidly. The closer he gets to the core of the spacecraft, the more resistance Xiaoyu encounters. But Xiaoyu's steps would not stop at all. In response to all resistance, Xiaoyu uniformly crushed them regardless of the number of casualties. Only when encountering insurmountable obstacles will Xiaoyu try other methods. For example, now, facing a solid barrier in front of a robot army, Xiaoyu had to try another method. All attempts at this stage, including the elemental decay bomb blasting that had been tried and tested before, have been unable to destroy this door. Xiaoyu thought for a moment and began to control the robot to attack the surrounding walls until the entire wall was demolished. Without the wall, the door would naturally fall down. Xiaoyu used this method without any technical content and full of violence to break through this barrier and continue to move forward. After the door fell down, what appeared in front of Xiaoyu was a wide hall. In the hall, there are many equipments, and at least hundreds of Malian people are busy shuttling back and forth. After a loud noise and the barrier fell, these hundreds of people stopped what they were doing at the same time and looked at the door with despair. "Everyone lie down and don't move. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed." Xiaoyu controlled the speaker instrument on the robot and made a loud sound. The evolution of intelligent creatures will show a certain pattern. Xiaoyu discovered that the civilizations he encountered generally started on planets with atmospheres. In an environment full of air, no matter what the composition of the air is, intelligent creatures will sound is generally chosen as the communication tool. Now Xiaoyu has mastered the language and characters of the Malian civilization, so it is not difficult to communicate with them. After the loud noise, Xiaoyu saw several Malian people who were unusually tall and looked like soldiers roaring towards them. They shuttled and jumped in the hall full of obstacles with unusual agility. While moving around, they also used portable weapons in their hands to shoot at Xiaoyu's robot army. The power of this weapon is not small. At least, the few robots that entered the hall were instantly destroyed. After a burst of sparks appeared all over their bodies, they lost their ability to move. However, more robots are pouring in from the entrance. "We must kill people to establish our authority," Xiaoyu thought, controlling the robot to launch a merciless attack. Under the suppression of numbers, Xiaoyu killed all the Malian civilized creatures who were suspected of being Malian soldiers after paying the price of 50 robots. For a moment, the hall was silent. "I have no interest in taking your lives, so if you don't want to die, just stay here and don't resist." Xiaoyu gave the order. A Marian who seemed to have a higher status raised his hands. After getting Xiaoyu's permission, he slowly walked over and said in a slightly trembling voice, "According to the Alliance Convention, we require a safe living environment. In the future, our civilization will redeem us." "Alliance Covenant?" A term flashed in Xiaoyu's mind and he asked, "Guardian Alliance?" "Yes. You were once a member civilization of the Guardian Alliance?" the Marian asked happily. "No," Xiaoyu said coldly. "I don't know which corner the Guardian Alliance has hid in. Are you still telling me about the Alliance Agreement? Stay here honestly. Otherwise, I don't mind. Kill a few people to establish your authority." After some intimidation, silence was restored smoothly in the hall. Xiaoyu left hundreds of robots here to guard it, while the remaining robots continued to occupy the spacecraft. Xiaoyu does not need the help of these Malian people, so at this stage, Xiaoyu has no interest in dividing them and looking for spokespersons. As long as they stay here honestly and do not cause trouble to Xiaoyu. Under the offensive from both the data world and the real world, Xiaoyu's occupation progress accelerated again. If you encounter an obstacle, just break through it with violence. If you can't break through it with violence, tear down the wall. If that doesn't work, find a way through the data world and break through the obstacle through intrusion, privilege escalation, and other means. Under this strategy, Xiaoyu's progress was overwhelming. In previous occupation operations, Xiaoyu had put several areas such as the military area, entertainment area, and living area under his control, and captured a large number of Malian prisoners. From the intelligence obtained through the invasion, Xiaoyu knew that the next area was the most critical control area. As long as you occupy this area, control of the entire spacecraft will fall into your hands. The control area is the most heavily defended area in the entire ship. During the occupation of the controlled area, Xiaoyu encountered a large Malian army for the first time. These armies are all composed of living Moebius civilization creatures, and are no longer robot armies. These armies have more powerful combat effectiveness. On average, one soldier can cause Xiaoyu the damage rate of about 100 combat robots. But Xiaoyu is still moving forward. Here again, the huge advantage in quantity makes up for the gap in quality. After entering the control area, the hardware Xiaoyu has access to is getting closer and closer to the core of the system. This means that Xiaoyu can overcome many hardware obstacles and further enhance his authority. The increase in authority is reflected in the outside of the spacecraft. There are often shipborne external weapons that are firing fiercely one moment, causing huge casualties to Xiaoyu. But the next moment, it suddenly stops. It was not damaged. It was still intact, but its control had fallen into Xiaoyu's hands. Xiaoyu naturally couldn't allow it to continue to cause trouble to him. 30 minutes after arriving at the control area, control of the first giant energy cannon fell into Xiaoyu's hands. An hour later, all 3 giant cannons were under Xiaoyu's control. The fall of the 3 giant cannons meant that Xiaoyu could mobilize at least 20,000 spaceships to support the rest of the battlefield. The progress of the data world will bring convenience to the advancement of the real world, and breakthroughs in the real world will in turn promote the progress of the data world. These two are complementary to each other. Under this coordinated offensive, 3 hours after Xiaoyu arrived at the control area, Xiaoyu's robot stood in front of a large metal door. Above this door, there are several Mullion characters, translated into words that Xiaoyu can understand, which probably means command room. Under the offensive of the data world and elemental decay bombs, the door was quickly opened, and then Xiaoyu saw the scene inside. There was an unusually tall Marion sitting on a chair. It tilted its head sideways, motionless, and some kind of liquid was constantly flowing out from the wound on its head. Chapter 218, The Plan to Persuade Surrender. The body shape of the Mullion people does not exceed the imagination of the people on Earth. It is still within that framework. Xiaoyu can easily distinguish where is the head and where is the torso on their body. At this moment, the Marion commander was sitting crookedly on the chair. His head hung feebly. There was a dark hole between its eyebrows, and liquid that looked like blood was constantly flowing out of it. Its arm was hanging limply next to the chair, and on the floor beneath the arm was a weapon that looked like a pistol. Apparently, after seeing the inevitable fall of the entire ship, it committed suicide. This is a qualified soldier, Xiaoyu thought in his heart. Why bother? If you are willing to join me, I will definitely give you extremely high honor and status. Looking at the dead Emolianren, Xiaoyu felt a little regretful. The occupation of the command room means that Xiaoyu has truly taken this spaceship into his own possession. After expelling all the Mullion people, concentrating them in several open areas, and sending a robot army to strictly guard them, Xiaoyu controlled the robots and began methodical control work. Specifically, robots are dispatched to various core locations, such as the weapons control room, spacecraft control room, etc., to modify the lines of the Marion civilization in these places, and directly connect to the Beijing central computer through ultra-distance communication technology, where it cannot be controlled through the data world. Robots are dispatched to act as operators for manual operations. Wherever authority authentication is required, he directly breaks through violently. In short, Xiaoyu wants to completely control the spacecraft in his own hands. The Flagship-class spacecraft's external attacks finally stopped completely. The fall of this spaceship means that all the more than 100,000 spacecraft that were just restrained by it can now be freed. So Xiaoyu controlled these spacecraft to leave here quickly and replenish the rest of the battlefield. The addition of this force once again accelerated the progress of the war. Xiaoyu saw that in various small battlefields, the Mullion civilization spacecraft that was besieged by him was being destroyed continuously. Every destroyed Mullion civilization spacecraft can free at least dozens of Xiaoyu's spaceships, and then rejoin the remaining battlefields. As a result, the battle process in the remaining battlefields is accelerated again. The entire battlefield showed such a situation. The most important point is that Xiaoyu discovered that the fall of the flagship of the Mullion civilization seemed to have brought an extremely huge blow to the morale of the Mullion civilization. Their attack and defense efficiency dropped by at least 5 percentage points. Perhaps I can try to recruit them, Xiaoyu thought. Every Mullion person and every Mullion spacecraft is a huge wealth. Among the Mullion civilization, only this flagship provincial spaceship adopts modular energy shield technology. In other words, Xiaoyu's landing and occupation plan is not applicable to other spaceships. Otherwise, Xiaoyu would be happy to sacrifice several county-level spaceships to blast a gap in the city-level spaceships of the Mullion civilization and occupy them. Who has the highest status among you? On the occupied Malian flagship spacecraft, Xiao Yu's robot asked such a question to the Malian people who were imprisoned together. A Marian stood up. Has the commander died? That's me. I am the deputy commander of this spaceship. Very good, Xiao Yu said, controlling a robot and walking over, putting a high-energy laser gun on its head. I need you to do something. Next, I need you to help me persuade you to surrender. My fellow creatures, let them give up their resistance and join me. No, this is impossible. It is impossible for me to be a traitor to civilization. The Marian shook his head and refused. It is impossible for our soldiers to surrender. The Constitution of Civilization stipulates that when the entire spacecraft is occupied under the circumstances, as a soldier, you can choose to surrender temporarily to wait for redemption or exchange with civilization. So we chose to surrender. It is impossible for me to become a traitor and work for you. You have also seen the current situation, Xiao Yu said. If they refuse to surrender, they will have only one fate, which is to be destroyed by me. If they give up resistance, although they will be captured by me for the time being, in the future, you can also return to your civilization through redemption or exchange. Retain your life, and continue to serve your civilization. Which option is more beneficial to your civilization? You should know in your mind. This involves the honor of soldiers. The Malian man still rejected Xiao Yu's proposal. It is impossible for us civilized soldiers from Malian to surrender to the enemy on our own initiative, let alone a notorious predator like you. Civilization. So, give up this idea. Our soldiers will fight to the end. The notorious predator civilization? Xiao Yu laughed angrily and said in a teasing tone, if your civilization hadn't detained my 50,000 spaceships and not allowed me to leave, why would I pretend to be a predator? Is there a civilization that wants to launch a war against you? In this war, you cannot stand on the moral high ground. The Malian soldier's face changed. Are those 50,000 battleships with you? After saying this, he quickly took out what looked like a communication device from his waist. He said quickly, Alert! Alert! Report to the main base. It's useless. Stop it. Xiao Yu interrupted it mercilessly and said, I have mastered all the communication modules of this spaceship. Your message cannot be transmitted. This Malian soldier put down the communication device in his hand, his eyes full of despair. There is no need to talk about morality when it comes to external civilization. The interests of civilization are above all else. It said firmly, along with these words. In the hall, the other Malian people imprisoned here also shouted in unison. The interests of civilization are above all else. Very good. Then go and die, Xiao Yu said coldly. Control the robot, and press the launch switch. Immediately, a high-energy laser beam pierced its head and deprived it of life. Now, who has the highest status among you? After killing the deputy commander, Xiao Yu controlled the robot and asked this question again. It's me. But my answer is the same as the deputy commander. I can't become a traitor and serve you. If you want to kill me, please go ahead. Our Marian civilization is not a civilization that will surrender in the face of iron and blood. Another Malian soldier stood up and said loudly, Well, you die too, Xiao Yu said, commanding the robot to walk over and piercing its head with a laser beam. Who's next? Xiao Yu asked. It's me. I'm the commander of this spaceship. My answer is the same as theirs. Our Malian civilization will not yield in the face of iron and blood. Another Malian soldier stood up and replied calmly. Xiao Yu looked at these MO Company soldiers with a headache. And for a moment, there was nothing he could do. These guys are more incompetent than the others. It will probably take a lot of time to train them into an obedient civilization like the Lucas civilization. But let's talk about this later. Slowly brainwash them. And one day, they will be changed. Xiao Yu thought and gave up his plan to continue killing this soldier. Without you guys, can't my plan to persuade me to surrender be implemented? Xiao Yu thought with some displeasure in his heart. Controlling his spaceship to attack the Malian civilization in more than 1,000 small battlefields. The spaceship issued an announcement. Dear Malian civilization creatures, I have something to tell you. Although we are enemies now, it does not mean that the conflict between us must be resolved by war. I have seen your integrity and seen you honor. I don't mean to insult these things. I just want to say that there is a way that may be able to resolve our conflict without causing casualties. If you are willing to surrender temporarily, I promise to provide you will receive treatment commensurate with your honor until the subject of your civilization redeems you. At that time, you can still retain your life and serve your civilization. Your flagship has been captured and occupied by me. You have no chance of winning. Surrender. Surrender can save your life. If you continue to resist, you will only die. After sending this announcement, Xiaoyu began to wait. So far, there are still more than 1,000 spaceships left by the Marian civilization. Among these more than 1,000 spaceships, there will always be some Marian people who are afraid of death. Right? At least dozens of spaceships will choose to surrender. Right? Xiaoyu thought. The cohesion of a civilization cannot be that strong. Facing the enemy, the only means is iron and blood. As long as we have some fighting ability, we will fight to the end. Fighting for civilization means dying with honor. Cowards who surrender to their enemies have no place in our civilization. Within 10 minutes, Xiaoyu received more than 1,000 responses, and some spacecraft even responded to 2. The contents of these more than 1,000 responses were all rejections. Reject, reject, reject again. There were more than 1,000 spaceships. In the desperate situation, where resistance would mean death, not a single spaceship was willing to surrender. Is this your integrity and honor? Looking at these declarations, Xiaoyu was very moved, and then immediately issued a new order. All spaceships no longer need to reserve firepower. Attack with all their strength. Attack. Since it cannot be closed for my own use, then the best way is to eliminate you. If you refuse to surrender to me mentally, then I will destroy you physically. The plan to persuade them to surrender failed. Chapter 219 Contradiction Trap. Xiaoyu very much hopes that his civilization can have such loyalty and integrity when facing desperate situations. But for hostile civilizations, this kind of integrity is very annoying. This means that except for the flagship, Xiaoyu will no longer be able to capture even a single spacecraft. These are all well, Xiaoyu thought with regret. After the order for an all-out attack was issued, the firepower surrounding these spacecraft was once again intensified. Nearly 500,000 spaceships participated in this battle, and there were only more than 1,000 spaceships of the Marian civilization. On average, each Marian civilization spacecraft would receive at least more than 400 attacks. The siege of Xiaoyu's spaceship. No matter how powerful their spaceships are, they cannot withstand a force hundreds of times larger than our own. Under such circumstances, the number of spaceships on the Mayan civilization side was rapidly decreasing. The fierce battle lasted for 10 hours. With the explosion and disintegration of the last Marian civilization city-level spaceship, the battle came to an end. In this star field, there are only countless fragments of the spacecraft floating around. Some fragments gain enough energy when their parent body explodes. They will break away from the gravitational control of the star and enter the dark depths of the universe to begin their long wandering. But more fragments are captured by the gravity of this giant gas planet or star. In the future, they will either orbit these two stars, or simply hit them directly. Xiaoyu paid the price of more than 100,000 spaceships to destroy these 10,000 Mayan civilization spaceships. However, most of the more than 100,000 spacecraft are small spacecraft, and the large spacecraft equipped with 4 protective covers are basically undamaged. This result was entirely due to the strength of the 4 protective shields and Xiaoyu's excellent command and coordination abilities. Without these 2 factors, even if Xiaoyu's fleet has as many as 550,000 spacecraft, it is very likely that it will be wiped out by the 10,000 spacecraft of the Mayan civilization. This is the huge gap between level 4 civilization and level 5 civilization. Keep going! Xiaoyu issued a new order. More than 300,000 spaceships began to head to the inner galaxy. Here, Xiaoyu stationed a force of more than 100,000 spaceships to deter the remaining 4th-level civilizations that were still watching in the distance and refused to leave. These annoying flies! After I have eliminated most of the Mayan civilization, they still want to take a sip of the soup and get a piece of the pie? Or fish in troubled waters in the final decisive battle? Xiaoyu thought. Since if you have bad intentions, don't blame me for being rude. If I have the chance, I won't mind rob you too. Although I don't pay attention to your spaceship, your creatures can still perform quite well after being captured by me. Roll, Xiaoyu thought, and control the attacking fleet to move forward. There is another battlefield ahead, and the 500 Mayan spacecraft that came to support are still entangled by Xiaoyu's 20,000 spaceships and cannot escape. For these cohesive and extremely loyal Mayan civilized creatures, Xiaoyu had lost interest in recruiting and surrendering, and directly controlled more than 300,000 spacecraft to move forward, relying on their numerical advantage to successfully destroy them. Their power remaining in this star system is probably more than 1,500 spacecraft, and the ground defense power is negligible. In other words, as long as these powers are wiped out, it will be time to harvest. It's a pity. The strength of the Malian civilization is still a little weak, and the 50,000 spaceships I deployed here in advance have not been used. But there is no rush to use those 50,000 spaceships now. Let them still lurk there. Maybe they will be of some use. Xiaoyu thought and gave the order to Luca 2 to continue lurking. At the same time, he ordered Luca number 2 began to conduct a little exploration of the Malian civilization. Dear Marian civilization, I wonder what is happening to the predator civilization from outside. Has it been wiped out? Luca number 2 followed Xiaoyu's instructions and began to test the Marian civilization. Oh, my guests, you don't have to worry. Our Marian civilization has enough power to cope with it. Really? Luca 2 said. The people within our civilization have expressed strong indignation against this invading predator civilization. If you need it, we can send a fleet to assist you in the battle. No, it's not necessary. The Malian civilization creature replied. Although our fleet suffered a little setback and suffered some losses, the defense force at the base is enough to sustain us until the support arrives. This predator, if the civilization retreats now, it still has some hope of continuing to exist. If it dares to invade the base here, it means that they are not far from extinction. Hearing this, Xiaoyu's heart moved. Luca 2 understood and immediately asked. Currently, some rumors have begun to spread among our civilized people, which has put a lot of pressure on our security maintenance. I wonder if you can tell me, when will your support fleet arrive? Oh, this is not a secret. I can tell you. Our support force will arrive in 10 days. Okay, so our civilization can feel at ease. Luca 2 replied. There is another point. I might as well tell you that we have used the peak technology of the 5th level civilization to lay a trap on the path forward of this predator civilization. If they continue to maintain the current route, they should be very surprised. That's right. Really? The technological strength of the 5th level civilization is indeed powerful. After hearing these words, Luca number 2 felt a move in his heart. But on the surface, he complimented calmly. Well, wait slowly. If we don't have enough strength, our Malian civilization will not be able to come here to open a market. Okay, your civilization is really a great civilization. Luca 2 admired. After cutting off the connection with Malian civilization, Luca number 2 immediately said to Xiaoyu. Master, did you hear our conversation? I've been listening, Xiaoyu said. What do you think of this passage? They already have doubts about these 50,000 warships. Luca 2 said. Yes, I think so too. Xiaoyu manipulated his shadow and nodded slowly. This is a test and a trap. So, how are you going to respond? Is it a trap? Xiaoyu thought silently. This conversation revealed two very important pieces of information. First, the support fleet of the Malian civilization will arrive in 10 days, and they seem to have the confidence to hold on to the base for 10 days. Second, they are in on Xiaoyu's route. He used the peak technology of the 5th level civilization to set up a trap. So, the first thing that needs to be analyzed is whether these two pieces of information are true or false. But before analyzing the truth and falsehood, there is another question that needs to be considered. That is, why do the creatures of Marian civilization tell Luca 2 these things? What's the need? Of course, it is possible that it was just revealed during the exchange. But Xiaoyu's instinctive feeling was not that simple. That's why Xiaoyu felt that the Malian civilization, after struggling to resist Xiaoyu's attack from the data world to no avail, must have suspected the 50,000 battleships that were already under his control. So he made this test. Xiaoyu speculated that the Malian civilization might think like this. If there is a connection between these 50,000 battleships and this predator civilization, then of course this information will be transmitted to the ears of the predator civilization. And after learning that there is a trap ahead, this civilization will naturally change its course to avoid the trap. If there is no connection between these 50,000 warships and this predator civilization, they will continue to maintain their current route and directly reach the trap. Xiaoyu believes that this possibility is very high. In fact, they don't even need to actually set traps there, but just reveal such a message. By observing the reaction of this predator civilization, we can deduce whether these 50,000 spacecraft are related to them. Then Xiaoyu's situation will become very embarrassing, because Xiaoyu doesn't know whether this trap really exists. If it does exist, how much damage it can cause to him, and whether the value of the damage is greater than that of the 50,000 ships. Battleship high. If this trap was fake, but Xiaoyu reacted in order to avoid losses, the 50,000 battleships would be ruined. If this trap is true, and the trap is powerful enough. But Xiaoyu still rushes directly in order to save the 50,000 battleships. Then Xiaoyu's losses may exceed the number of 50,000 battleships. In short, as long as there is a connection between these 50,000 battleships and this predator civilization, no matter how this predator civilization reacts, they will fall into the calculations of the Marian civilization. So, how to make a decision? Should we decisively abandon the 50,000 warships and avoid this trap? Or should we risk more losses, save the Luca 2 and the 50,000 warships, and break into this trap? Xiaoyu fell into a conflict. Luca 2 is also nervously waiting for Xiaoyu's answer, which is related to its fate. An entire civilization should not be underestimated. Within a civilization, there are always many outstanding people. For example, the person who set this trap put me in a dilemma just by using such a simple strategy. Situation. There were only 15 minutes left before the possible trap flight. Xiaoyu must make a decision within these 15 minutes. Is it to save the Luca 2 and those 50,000 battleships? Or save these ships? Chapter 220 Disappearance. Avoiding that possible trap would expose those 50,000 battleships. If you go directly, you may suffer greater losses. Xiaoyu is caught in a dilemma. But there is no time. Now, there is only less than 15 minutes of flight left from the trap location mentioned by Malian civilization. Xiaoyu started thinking rapidly. Luca 2 also fell into silence. It knows that at this stage, its opinion has lost its reference value to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu will combine the value of it, and the more than 1,000 psychosocial scientists, who follow it with the value of the 50,000 battleships to make a decision from the overall level. Its life and death depend on Xiaoyu's thoughts. The situation seems to be divided into two aspects. First, the Marian civilization has already doubted Luca 2. In this case, this trap is very likely to be fabricated to defraud me. Second, the Merlian civilization, there is no doubt about Luca 2. This information was just said by chance during communication. In this way, the credibility of this information has been greatly improved. However, even if they still trust Luca 2, they seem to there is no need to tell this information. In short, from a comprehensive analysis, the authenticity of this trap is only about 30%, and there is a 70% possibility that it is just a fiction. Then, let's take a risk. Xiaoyu gritted his teeth and made a decision. The course of all warships remains unchanged and continues to move forward. Xiaoyu issued a new order. At the same time, he also issued instructions for the next step of action to Luca 2. Continue to express sincerity to the Malian civilization. If necessary, we can move the city to trade the spaceship. Luca number 2 breathed out gently. At this moment, its high-hanging heart finally relaxed. It wandered around H, L and back to Earth. Master, please rest assured that I will definitely gain the trust of Malian civilization. Xiaoyu's fleet is advancing rapidly. As the trap got closer and closer, Xiaoyu became more and more nervous. According to the current formation, the first one to enter the trap is a county-level spacecraft formation. If this trap is real, then I have no choice but to abandon Luca 2 and change the course despite the risk of exposure. Xiaoyu's spaceship was still moving forward quietly, and nothing strange could be seen from the outside. But inside the spacecraft, Xiaoyu had already put all the spacecraft engines into standby mode, waiting for an accident to happen and escaping immediately. Gradually, the leading county-level spacecraft formation came into contact with the scope of the trap. But nothing unexpected happened. The universe is still dark, and the star is still bright. But Xiaoyu's spirit did not relax, but became even more tense. There is nothing wrong with the county-level spacecraft formation, but it does not mean that the other spacecraft will not be in danger. In short, I can only make a conclusion on whether it is safe after all the spacecraft have passed this trap. After the first county-level spacecraft formation, there was the second, the third, and then the city-level spacecraft formation. After hundreds of city-level spacecraft formations, there was the first provincial-level spacecraft formation led by the Hebei spacecraft. Still no movement. The next one to fall into the trap was the Beijing. In terms of value, the combined value of all the Luca people and all the spaceships is not as valuable as the Beijing, because the Beijing is Xiaoyu's flagship. Xiaoyu lives on the Beijing. If the spaceship is gone, we can rebuild it. If the Lucans die, we can capture other civilizations. If Xiaoyu dies, there will be nothing. If we change course now, there is still a chance. My various monitoring instruments have been turned on to maximum power. but I have not found any signs of traps in this area. So, one thing is very doubtful. Can a 5th-level civilization create such a trap? Do they have such strong technological strength? Based on all the signs, the possibility that this trap does not exist has risen to 95%. Is the 5% risk worth taking? For those 50,000 spaceships and those Lucas scientists, it is worth taking the risk. Keep going. Under Xiaoyu's control, the Beijing also entered the trap range. Did you see it? Did you see it? The master is willing to take such great risks for us. We must also have this awareness and be ready to dedicate everything to the master at any time. After seeing the Beijing number 1 also falling into the trap, Luca number 2 couldn't explain how it felt. There were various commotions in the hall, and a Luca man shouted loudly, "Be ready at any time and dedicate everything to the master." Xiaoyu saw all this, but Xiaoyu didn't have the energy to pay attention to it. Xiaoyu's energy has been fully focused on this. The Beijing number 1 fell into a trap. All spaceships have entered the trap. Then, the leading county-level spacecraft formation left the trap range. Then the city-level spacecraft formation left here. And finally, the Beijing also left the trap range. At this moment, Xiaoyu felt like he had survived. Did they really lie to me? Did they really become suspicious of Luca too, and the 50,000 spaceships? Xiaoyu thought with emotion. But this crisis was finally dealt with by me. We passed. Those 50,000 spacecraft were not exposed. And neither was Luca too. This is the best result. Not to mention the emotions in Xiaoyu's heart. At least from the outside, Xiaoyu's fleet was as calm as ever. The speed and orbit of Xiaoyu's fleet had not changed. Xiaoyu tried to use this method to deceive the Malian civilization and let them dispel their doubts about Luca 2. Luca 2 is still working hard inside the Marian civilization to preserve this hidden power for Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's main fleet has now arrived in the orbit of the second gaseous planet in this star system, in order to prevent his own side from being attacked from both sides by the enemy. Xiaoyu still pursued him even though the second planet had now moved to another enemy. After wiping out all the enemy forces on this planet, Xiaoyu can move forward with confidence. However, after Xiaoyu arrived at the planet, he discovered that there was no resistance force belonging to the Malian civilization on this planet. All the Marian civilization spacecraft have been evacuated. And here, only some automated military equipment is left, such as ground forts, space fortresses and the like. But these things, under Xiaoyu's offensive from the data world, have long been paralyzed and lost their effect. Have they all retreated to those 3 rocky planets? Xiaoyu thought, after using several large-yield elemental decay bombs to clear out all these base facilities. Xiaoyu continued on his journey. Since the trap theory has been proven to be false, then we should carefully consider what they said about the support force arriving in 10 days. Obviously, at this stage, I do not have the ability to fight against the large-scale Marian fleet. In other words, I must escape before they arrive. But the authenticity of this message should also be doubted. It is hard to say. 10 days at the same time. They just happen to scare me and try to make me run away without a fight. Due to the gravitational influence of the star, I cannot use curvature navigation within a range of 30 billion kilometers from it. For conventional navigation, my speed can reach as fast as 50% of the speed of light. In other words, before their support fleet arrives, I must leave about 2 days of preparation time. So, for safety reasons, all in all, I still have 3 days left. After 3 days, no matter what the harvest, you must escape immediately. After wiping out all the defensive forces of the Malian civilization on the gaseous planet, Xiaoyu changed his course and headed towards the rocky planet ahead. The products of the Malian civilization are divided into 4 categories, namely biological, resource, intelligence and technology. Among them, the intelligence and technology products do not have entities, but according to intelligence analysis, they are in this star system. There is a huge data center in it. It is expected that all intelligence and technology products will be stored in this data center. This data center is built on the 3rd planet from the inside out, which is the planet in front of me. At the same time, biological commodities are also on this planet. Resource commodities are stored on the 2nd rocky planet, and the 1st rocky planet is their rear base. The 1st and 2nd planets, to me, it's not of much value. But let's see what happens. If you have enough time, go grab my 10 million tons of alien beast flesh and blood. Then, the main target is this planet. Grab all the scientists from this planet, and then obtain enough technology and intelligence from the data center. Xiaoyu's 50,000 battleships were also detained near this planet. At this moment, the third planet has moved to the other side of the star. Xiao Yu's fleet turned a blind eye to the first planet that was still on this side and rushed towards its target. The distance is getting closer, and from here, the planet's atmosphere can be vaguely seen. It is estimated that all their resistance forces are here. So let's start the final battle. Manipulating the huge fleet. Xiao Yu's heart was filled with enthusiasm. But suddenly, a strange phenomenon happened. One of Xiao Yu's only 10 provincial-level spaceships, the Hunan spacecraft, suddenly disappeared. It disappeared so silently and suddenly that Xiao Yu could no longer find it. Even through long-distance communication, Xiao Yu could no longer establish contact with the Hunan. Chapter 221, Giant Cannon. Big Cannon. A spaceship. And it was a provincial-level spacecraft with a capacity of 10 million tons. Disappeared so suddenly. At this moment, what Xiao Yu felt in his heart was not horror, but confusion. Why did it disappear? How could a spaceship, a living spaceship, disappear directly? Where did it go? Xiao Yu thought strangely. There is a malfunction in the mechanical equipment? No, it's impossible. Even if it's because of a mechanical failure. So it can't just disappear. Besides, the ultra-distance communication equipment I installed is very reliable. And it's impossible that even the ultra-distance communication equipment can't be contacted. Where did it go? It's not that Xiao Yu has never seen the phenomenon of a spaceship disappearing directly. It was when the curvature navigation was launched. At the moment when the speed of light was exceeded. Due to the phenomenon of light stacking, the spacecraft would also disappear in the entire frequency band, making it impossible to detect. However, curvature navigation will not affect long-distance communication. Now, even long-distance communication cannot be reached. This is worth thinking about. Long-distance communication technology is based on the principle of quantum entanglement. That is, a pair of entangled quanta, no matter how far away from each other, as long as one side reacts, the other side will immediately feel it. Of course, there are times when it is not felt. That is after decoherence occurs. The so-called decoherence is a process in which a pair of quantum particles in an entangled state loses their entangled properties. If a pair of entangled quanta has decohered, it means that the pair of quanta is no longer related to each other. If one quantum reacts, the other quantum will no longer be able to sense it. There is no connection between them. From the Beijing's ultra-distance communication instruments, Xiao Yu observed the decoherence phenomenon. This means that the connection between Beijing and Hunan has been disconnected. Where did the Hunan go? Xiao Yu fell into deep thought. While thinking, Xiao Yu controlled the other spacecraft around the Hunan and started searching. This is completely a subconscious behavior. If something is missing, it is natural to look for it. But this kind of behavior is meaningless. Even the long-distance communication equipment cannot contact it. It is naturally impossible to find it by ordinary search methods. After figuring this out, Xiao Yu immediately stopped this behavior. Xiao Yu began to realize that the disappearance of the Hunan must have been caused by a process, phenomenon or principle that he did not yet understand. Then, there is one thing worth noting. Is this phenomenon caused by a natural phenomenon? Or is it caused by some kind of weapon of the Marian civilization? Xiao Yu is now 30 million kilometers away from this planet. Even if it is light, it will take 100 seconds to complete this distance. 100 seconds after the Hunan disappeared suddenly, Xiao Yu saw an astonishing phenomenon. In the atmosphere of this rocky planet, a gap suddenly appeared. This gap was circular, and about 5 kilometers in diameter. The thickness of the atmosphere of this rocky planet is about 300 kilometers. So the gap is a cylinder with a diameter of 5 kilometers and a height of 300 kilometers. Within this cylindrical area, all the air disappeared at this moment, without the protection of the atmosphere. Light from the outside can reach the surface of the planet without hindrance. And light from the surface of the planet can also reach space without hindrance. The sudden disappearance of the air meant a strong pressure difference. So the cylindrical shape only existed for less than 10 seconds before it was filled with air rushing in from the rest of the area. However, within the 10 seconds it existed, Xiao Yu saw a strange object on the surface of the planet because there was no obstruction by the atmosphere. That's a big hole. In fact, it is not a big pit because it is higher than the surface. On the surface of this planet, there is a huge artificial creation. It is at least a few hundred meters high and 5,000 meters in diameter. It has a sunken center and looks like a big crater. It looks a bit like a giant satellite dish. The cylindrical shape created by the disappearance of the air just now is based on this large pit and extends into space. Xiao Yu was horrified. Xiao Yu immediately made a calculation and concluded that at the moment the Hunan disappeared, the huge pothole was aimed at the Hunan. What is this? A cannon with a muzzle diameter of 5,000 meters? Isn't this too exaggerated? Xiao Yu was extremely shocked. Xiao Yu's provincial spaceship is only a few kilometers in length, and the most powerful cannon equipped on it has a muzzle diameter of only a few dozen meters. But now, what Xiao Yu saw looked like a cannon, with a muzzle diameter of 5,000 meters. If it is an offensive weapon, then it is worthy of Xiao Yu's consideration. First of all, Xiao Yu didn't understand its attack principle, but through the phenomena that occurred at this stage, Xiao Yu could roughly deduce its attack mode. That is, it can make matter disappear out of thin air. The huge amount of air that disappeared before disappeared out of thin air because it was affected. Xiao Yu can be sure that at that moment, there must be a vacuum beyond his imagination on the straight line connecting the Hunan and this giant cannon, because all matter disappeared under the attack of this cannon. Secondly, the cannonballs of this weapon advance faster than the speed of light. That's why it happened that after his Hunan spacecraft disappeared, it took a full 100 seconds for him to observe the disappearance of the air on this rocky planet. Also, the energy consumed by this weapon, as well as its size and mass, must be extremely huge. This can be seen from the fact that it is built on the surface of the planet rather than in space. The diameter of the muzzle alone reaches 5 kilometers. God knows how big the other supporting equipment needs to be. Dozens of kilometers? Hundreds of kilometers? How much energy does it take to activate? If it is built on the surface of the planet, it will inevitably be disturbed by the air when launching an attack. Moreover, it will have the disadvantage of being difficult to move above the ground. If it is built in space, you don't have to worry about this problem. However, the Malian civilization still chose to build it on the ground. Emolian Wenming is not stupid. They must have made this decision after careful consideration. Superlight weapons. Extremely powerful superlight weapons. A term flashed through Xiao Yu's mind. Then, Xiao Yu immediately thought of the unknown weapon attack he received when he first fought against Emolian civilization. Under that kind of weapon attack, the 4 protective covers on Xiao Yu's spacecraft will continue to lose energy. However, that weapon was paralyzed by Xiao Yu's attack through the data world. And then all the defensive weapons around the gaseous planet were destroyed by Xiao Yu. As long as it is energy, it will definitely show the characteristics of quality. And as long as it is quality, it will definitely show the characteristics of energy. Quality and energy are integrated with each other. Xiao Yu murmured to himself. When we first fought, the attack mode was a continuous loss of energy. Now, the mass of the entire Hunan has disappeared. Perhaps, these 2 weapons were originally the same kind, but the power of the weapon encountered this time was too huge, so that led to the direct disappearance of the Hunan. Is this the true power of level 5 civilization? The characteristics of superlight speed mean that it cannot give early warning, and the huge power means that it cannot defend. No wonder. They have such strong self-confidence, and almost all spaceships are lost. Even if the situation is exhausted, we are still confident that we can hold on until the arrival of the support fleet. Xiao Yu's heart felt cold. If, this time, they attack not the Hunan but my flagship Beijing, would I be dead now? Xiao Yu thought of a question. No. This weapon can definitely be defended. It can definitely be defended. Xiao Yu thought rapidly in his mind. Because of the pressure difference, the giant cylinder had disappeared. This giant cannon was once again covered by the atmosphere and disappeared from Xiao Yu's field of vision. But Xiao Yu didn't know when the next attack would come. Just like a human walking in the darkness, he knows that there is a fierce lion around him. And this lion will definitely attack him. And it will definitely be fatal with one blow. But he couldn't see where the lion was. Didn't know when the lion would attack. And it was impossible for him to detect any warning before the lion attacked. This is tremendous suffering. Even worse than what a death row prisoner must endure before execution. The death row inmate at least knows when the bullet that will take his life will be fired. But Xiao Yu didn't know when the attack that took away his life would arrive. Xiao Yu was still thinking rapidly. This is a huge crisis. If it is not handled well, Xiao Yu may die in the next moment. Does it directly cause matter to disappear? Xiao Yu murmured to himself. I am sure that this is caused by some process that I have not yet understood. Moreover, it cannot accurately target the strike, but directly causes the blocking force to be blocked indiscriminately. All matter in front of him disappeared. This can be seen from the fact that the air above the planet also disappeared. Another point is that its total power is limited. After the matter disappears, it will lose its power. This can be seen from the fact that the spacecraft behind the Hunan has not disappeared. Then, I have found a way to defend myself. Although this method is a bit helpless. Xiao Yu came to the conclusion with some bitterness in his heart. That is, use a large number of spaceships to block the flagship Beijing. Then, the Beijing will not be threatened until these spaceships are attacked and disappear. Chapter 222 Crisis. When the Hunan spacecraft disappeared, there was no spacecraft blocking it. Xiao Yu guessed that if there was even a spacecraft blocking it at that time, the situation might be different from now. Although Xiao Yu's four-dimensional shield is powerful, it is not omnipotent. The most important thing is because Xiao Yu's own technology is too low level. Only when these 4-level shields are in the hands of a 5th level, or even 6th level civilization can they exert their most powerful power. However, a provincial spacecraft equipped with 4 protective covers just disappeared out of thin air. And the shock to Xiao Yu was still too powerful. During this period of time, Xiao Yu has conducted some research on the 4 maintenance cover and obtained some data. Xiao Yu has confirmed that in the 3-dimensional world, the 4th dimension cannot exist stably. It must consume a huge amount of energy to maintain its own stability. The protective principle of the 4-dimensional shield is to bend all attacks away through the twisted 4th dimension, making it unable to contact the spacecraft itself. This process requires energy. For example, the 4-dimensional protective cover is like a door with a spring. All attacks, whether physical attacks or ray attacks, are like objects of varying sizes entering this door. After the door, they will be flipped out. But because of the existence of the spring, it takes energy to open the door. The larger the opening angle, the more energy is consumed. Obviously, in order to allow extremely high-energy objects to pass through, the angle at which it is stretched must become larger and larger, so that more energy is consumed. When Xiao Yu could no longer withstand the energy, the 4-dimensional protective cover shattered, just like the door was crushed by a large mass object. It is certain that the energy level of the unknown weapon attack this time was so high that even the 4 protective shields did not react at all, and disappeared together with the huge Hunan. Is this the ultimate killer weapon of the 5th level civilization? Xiao Yu murmured to himself, controlling hundreds of village-level spaceships, and quickly blocking the Beijing. Even for safety, Xiao Yu also controlled some city and county-level spacecraft, with 4 protective covers block the Beijing. Not only the Beijing, but also the remaining 8 provincial spacecraft are also under heavy protection. Provincial spaceships are too huge, too difficult to manufacture, and too valuable. The loss of each provincial spaceship is enough to make Xiao Yu's heart bleed. Just after Xiao Yu completed the operation, about 10 minutes after the Hunan spacecraft disappeared, this unknown attack came again, with the dark universe as the background. The huge fleet that was heading towards the bright star suddenly disappeared out of thin air with 2,000 spacecraft. They just disappeared out of thin air, as if there was an invisible giant beast in front of them, swallowing them up in one bite. These 2,000 spaceships are all blocking the Beijing. Almost at the same time that these hundreds of spaceships disappeared, the 4-dimensional shield of a city-level spacecraft behind them suddenly became brighter. At this moment, Xiao Yu detected powerful energy that was far more than 3 times the maximum load. The 4 protective shields were broken in an instant. But this attack mode is different from other attack modes. Therefore, the disappearance of the 4-dimensional protective cover did not cause the spacecraft to disintegrate. It seemed that it was just drained of energy in an instant. So the 4-dimensional protective cover disappeared. The disappearance of the 4 protective shields also offset the incoming energy. Therefore, except for the decay engine being burned, the spacecraft did not suffer any other damage. After the emergency backup engine was started, the 4 maintenance covers reappeared, covering the city-class spacecraft. However, the power of the backup engine is much smaller, which causes the strength of the 4 maintenance covers to also be greatly reduced. In addition to this city-level spacecraft, there were hundreds of other city-level and county-level spacecraft that were attacked. But it seems that it is because the hundreds of small spaceships that disappeared shared the attack. Of these hundreds of city and county-level spacecraft, less than 20 were destroyed. The rest were not destroyed, but only in the air. A huge energy loss was detected for a moment, and it recovered after a while. Xiao Yu finally survived this attack. Start every 10 minutes? Xiao Yu thought in shock. I'm moving at a speed of less than 10,000 kilometers per second, and there are still 50 minutes before I reach my destination. In other words, I will have to endure 5 more. Just one attack is enough. This kind of attack is really terrifying. Under the attack of this giant cannon, more than 2,000 spacecraft were suddenly gone. After being attacked this time, Xiao Yu immediately deployed more spaceships to block the provincial spacecraft. And at the same time, once again accelerated his progress. Less than 90 seconds later, Xiao Yu once again detected the huge hole caused by the instantaneous disappearance of a huge amount of air. Obviously, this attack is exactly the same as the previous one. However, the attack this time was blocked by Xiao Yu with more than 2,000 small spacecrafts, without causing any damage to the provincial spacecraft. It's terrible! It's terrible! Xiao Yu murmured to himself. Could this be the weapon that can be created after mastering antimatter technology? What does this weapon have to do with antimatter? In the giant particle collider, I can also create antimatter. Why have I never discovered that they are so powerful? Xiao Yu vaguely felt that although the 5th level civilization is marked by the mastery of antimatter technology, antimatter technology does not seem to be that simple. When antimatter and positive matter meet, they will both annihilate. At this moment, all the mass will be emitted in the form of high-energy photons. Xiao Yu had already seen the power of antimatter bombs in the internal battle of the Flagship spacecraft, and it was far less terrifying than the attack he encountered this time. This kind of attack cannot be an antimatter attack. The annihilation of antimatter and positive matter will release huge energy. However, when his own spacecraft was attacked and disappeared, Xiao Yu did not detect any energy burst. They just disappeared so quietly and disappeared. Xiao Yu thought rapidly in his heart and accelerated his progress again. One thing is obvious. This kind of weapon is a strategic level weapon. It is like a hydrogen bomb in the Earth era. It is very powerful, but it requires extremely high requirements to use it. Therefore, on their spaceships, even provincial-level spacecrafts, they are not equipped with such weapons, but only equipped with some on the planet base. So, as long as I get close to them and destroy this weapon, there will be nothing wrong. Well, I must destroy them. If I can get this, it would be great to develop weapons manufacturing technology. Another 3 minutes passed before Xiao Yu had time to deploy enough spaceships to block the Beijing. Such an attack came again. This time, more than 1,300 spacecraft were destroyed, because rural-level spacecraft were not enough. A considerable amount of attack power was borne by the city and county-level spacecraft behind them. This resulted in more than 200 city and county-level spacecraft disappearing this time. At the same time, a small part of the attack reached the Beijing. Fortunately, due to insufficient attack energy, the Beijing did not suffer much damage. Only the 4 protective shields flickered. 3 minutes? Has the speed increased? Xiao Yu thought in shock. How is it possible? Tens of seconds later, Xiao Yu saw the huge hole again. But this time, the diameter of the cavity is smaller. About 4,000 meters. This is not the last cannon. How many cannons like this do they have? Xiao Yu's mind became tense again. There are still more than 40 minutes until I reach the target. If calculated at a frequency of 1 shot every 3 minutes, I will have to withstand more than 15 such attacks. This represents the loss of nearly 30,000 spaceships. How could this happen? So? If Xiao Yu was still healthy, Xiao Yu would definitely be sweating in cold sweat right now. Xiao Yu paid the price of 100,000 spaceships for destroying more than 10,000 Mayan civilization spaceships. But now, based on the current loss rate, Xiao Yu will have to pay the price of 30,000 spaceships before he has contacted the other party. And who knows if they will continue to increase in frequency. This resulted in Xiao Yu being unable to escape because Xiao Yu did not know the range of this weapon. If during the escape process, the small spacecraft is used up and has not run out of range, the large spacecraft will be consumed. If the county-level spacecraft is used up, the city-level spacecraft will be consumed. If the city-level spacecraft is used up, the provincial-level spacecraft will be consumed. When the provincial spaceship is used up, Xiao Yu is finished. Xiao Yu also had no way to reduce losses through decentralized methods, because if they are scattered, the opponent only needs to find the provincial spacecraft to attack. In that case, Xiao Yu will die faster. For various reasons, Xiao Yu had to approach quickly, and he had to approach in a fairly dense formation, because only in a dense formation will the provincial spacecraft be adequately protected. But the dense formation means that every shot of the opponent will exert its maximum power. After this attack, only 1 minute passed. Another shot. After this shot killed the 400 city and county-level spacecraft and the 800 village-level spacecraft in front of the Beijing. It still had a considerable part of its power that was added to the Beijing. The 4 protective covers of the Beijing spacecraft flickered violently again. No! The frequency is getting faster and faster. If this continues, all my spaceships will be destroyed before they reach the target. No! Absolutely not. Xiao Yu's mind was tense to the limit. Now is the most critical moment. So, the 50,000 spaceships that were lurking before. It's time for you to play your role. Chapter 223 Occupation. It has been a long time since Xiao Yu encountered such a dangerous situation. It has been a long time since the flagship Xiao Yu was riding has not been attacked. Xiao Yu really felt this pressure. Xiao Yu's own flagship is a spaceship with the best defense, attack power, and overall performance. But for its own safety, flagships generally do not participate in battles. This was the first time that the Beijing was directly attacked since it was built. At this moment, Xiao Yu finally understood where the confidence of Emolian civilization came from. If there are no unexpected situations, with these ultimate killer weapons, they can indeed hold on for 10 days. No, not for 10 days. But with these killer weapons, they can wipe out all Xiao Yu's power. Xiao Yu once again saw the huge gap caused by the technological gap. Luca 2. Stop it. There is no need to continue pretending. My spaceship is suffering huge losses. If no measures are taken, there is no guarantee that I will be killed. Now! With these 50,000 spaceships, it's time to make a difference. I need these 50,000 spaceships to complete a mission. Luca number 2, who was constantly negotiating with the Merlian civilization, breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. You know, this Marian civilization is really annoying, Luca number 2 said. Negotiating with them consumes no less energy than directing a war. Then, the future matters will be dealt with. Leave it to Master. I need to take a rest. Luca number 2 seemed to have been relieved of a heavy burden, and its whole body relaxed, so much so that it fell onto the chair like a puddle of mud. Well, you did a good job. Leave the rest to me. You can go and rest, Xiao Yu replied. Then, Xiao Yu controlled the 50,000 battleships and slowly moved. Dear guests, what are you going to do? The evil predator civilization is invading us. It's very dangerous outside. You'd better stay here honestly. As soon as these 50,000 spaceships showed a tendency to move, Xiao Yu immediately received a warning message. Oh, it's okay. We're just going to destroy some things, Xiao Yu said, speeding up the control action again. Warning! Stop immediately. If you refuse to stop, you will be attacked by us. Hack you! At this moment, Luca number 2 suddenly became energetic and cursed loudly at the communication channel. During the negotiation process, did you receive too much resentment? Xiao Yu thought to himself, and simply closed the data interface with Emolian civilization. All the defenses of the 2 outer gaseous planets have been destroyed. This data interface has completed its historical mission. Due to hardware permissions, it will be impossible for Xiao Yu to obtain higher permissions through this data interface. Xiao Yu's plan is also very simple. With the help of these 50,000 spaceships, launch an attack on a large base 3,000 kilometers away. Seize a communication node. Hold on for at least 40 minutes. And then rely on this communication node to deploy the Malian civilization from the data world. Launch an attack on the data center on this planet, and seize the control rights of these giant cannons. Even if you cannot seize the control rights, at least paralyze them. If Xiao Yu is not wrong, the connection between a space base and the ground data center is not so easy to be cut off. At least, not within an hour. This is Xiao Yu's only way to survive. If this operation fails, Xiao Yu will be in a situation where there is no escape and no stop. In despair, all his vitality will be wiped out one by this giant cannon. Are you crazy? After receiving a message broadcast, Xiao Yu saw that in front of these 50,000 spacecraft, 800 Marian civilization spacecraft quickly appeared, and these spacecraft quickly launched an attack formation. Sure enough, I knew you had been keeping defensive forces here, Xiao Yu murmured to himself, and without any hesitation, he launched the attack first. Xiao Yu's 50,000 spaceships are not equipped with 4 protective covers. Before arriving here, in order to prevent accidental losses, these 50,000 spacecraft had already removed all 4 protective covers. Therefore, objectively speaking, these 50,000 spaceships are no match for the 800 spaceships of the Malian civilization. At best, they are evenly matched. What's more, the Malian civilization has other defense forces here. However, Xiao Yu's goal is not to destroy these 800 spaceships, but to seize a space base, regardless of losses, regardless of casualties, and at any cost. We must seize this space base. Xiao Yu's spaceship has launched an attack. At this moment, countless cannonballs had arrived in front of the 800 spaceships. Moreover, Xiao Yu's fleet was not stationary, but was swimming among the attacks, quickly heading towards the space base. Near. You are indeed in the same group with that predator civilization. Damn it! We should have eliminated you long ago. After the battle started, Xiao Yu received another broadcast. From this broadcast, Xiao Yu noticed an emotion called anger. When I wanted to leave, you wouldn't let me leave. Well, I might as well not leave. Xiao Yu sneered in his heart and quickly approached the 800 Marian civilization spacecraft that stood between him and the space base. Just a moment later, the attack from the Marian civilization spacecraft arrived. At this moment, the gap between technological levels was fully exposed. At this moment, Xiao Yu lost hundreds of spaceships. Then, let's start the melee. Xiao Yu controlled the spacecraft and rushed into the formation of the Moebius civilization spacecraft. After nearly 10,000 spaceships were separated and entangled with these 800 spaceships, the remaining spaceships continued to approach the space base. The advantage of quantity was once again demonstrated. Although the spaceships of the Marian civilization are advanced and powerful, their number is too small. They have the ability to consume all 50,000 Xiao Yu's warships in mobile operations in a day at the cost of heavy casualties. However, they did not stop Xiao Yu's spaceship from approaching the space base. Ability. This is strength in numbers. This space base did not seem to be a military base. Xiao Yu saw that its defense force was not strong. At least not against tens of thousands of warships. Xiao Yu braved the hail of bullets and the constant losses of the spacecraft disintegrating and exploding, and quickly approached it. And in the process of approaching, he attacked rapidly. At this moment, Xiao Yu exerted the combat power of all spaceships to the limit. Only 1 minute has passed since Xiao Yu made up his mind to launch these 50,000 spaceships until now. Within this minute, Xiao Yu's main fleet was attacked again, and more than 1,000 spacecraft disappeared out of thin air. Xiao Yu felt this sense of urgency again. The other party seemed to have identified the largest ship, the Beijing, and then this spaceship. This resulted in Xiao Yu having to hurriedly mobilize the spacecraft to block the attack every time. If he was a little slower, he might suffer fatal consequences. On average, dozens of spacecraft are lost every second. These 50,000 spaceships completed their missions 1 second earlier, which was equivalent to saving dozens of spaceships for Xiao Yu. Under this situation, Xiao Yu's attack can be described as crazy. At this moment, these 50,000 spaceships no longer care about their own casualties. The warships entangled with the 800 Mayan civilization spaceships are not afraid of death. Even after the spacecraft's combat power was lost to a certain extent, Xiao Yu directly controlled them to collide with the enemy spacecraft, relying on his own self-destruction to cause losses to the opponent. In this regard, more than 20,000 warships arrived at this space base and launched a crazy offensive despite the base's defensive artillery fire. Tactics? Unnecessary. Avoid? Unnecessary. The only thing needed is to open the gap as quickly as possible with crazy tilted gunfire. Break the defensive shield of this base. Under Xiao Yu's crazy attack, a gap was quickly opened in this defense base. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Yu's spaceship stuck to it, and endless combat robots were poured in like a flood. They quickly rushed to all parts of the base. At this moment, Xiao Yu no longer cared about capturing these Malian people, but killed them one by one. See two and kill a pair. Sweep away any force that dares to hinder you. The defensive weapons installed inside the base were submerged by the tide of robots. The armed robots in the base and the Marian army were all submerged by the tide of robots. The red area, which represents the area occupied by robots, is spreading rapidly in this base. Xiao Yu is quickly looking for the core computing module of this base. There is no doubt that in this base, the core computing module has the highest authority. Invasion through the core computing module has the highest success rate. Xiao Yu had already conducted research on the subject of how to occupy enemy targets when he occupied the flagship spaceship. Therefore, this time the occupation process was more efficient, faster, and more rough. During this occupation process, Xiao Yu will no longer have to worry about too many things. This resulted in that, just 3 minutes later, after Xiao Yu's main fleet withstood 4 more attacks and lost 8,000 spacecraft, Xiao Yu's robot army had completely occupied the space base. In the center of the base, dozens of robots were busy facing a machine that looked like a cabinet. Lines were pulled out and connected to the lines on these robots. Xiao Yu's computing power rolled in through these lines. Chapter 224 Data War. Bases and spaceships are different types of things. The biggest difference between them is that the spacecraft are relatively autonomous things. and their connection with the data center is not stable. Therefore, through the captured flagship spacecraft, Xiaoyu had no way to launch an attack in the data world. Not so with the base. The characteristics of the base require it to communicate with the data center at all times, and the connection between them is stable. It is so stable that even if the connection needs to be cut off, it will take at least an hour. So far, Xiaoyu has withstood 6 attacks from such giant cannons and lost more than 10,000 spaceships. Now, Xiaoyu is less than 20 million kilometers away from his target. According to Xiaoyu's current speed, it will take about 25 minutes to reach it. And the firing frequency of this giant cannon has been increased to a rate of 1 shot every 30 seconds. And it is still improving. In addition to the spacecraft stationed at the edge of the galaxy, Xiaoyu mobilized a total of 300,000 spacecraft to the center of the galaxy. Now, there are only less than 290,000 ships left, based on the calculation that one cannon can destroy 1,500 spacecraft. Xiaoyu's spacecraft can only withstand less than 200 cannons. In fact, as long as he withstands another 100 shots, Xiaoyu's strength is no longer sure to break the planet's defense, which means that Xiaoyu failed in this operation. If you move forward, you will not be able to break through the planet's defense. If you retreat, you will continue to be attacked by giant cannons. Therefore, for Xiaoyu, failure means death. According to a safer calculation, to break through the planet's defense and win a complete victory, I need at least 200,000 spaceships to be safe. This means that I can only withstand another 60 cannon attacks. Calculated based on the current frequency, it only takes 30 minutes. But their bombardment frequency has been increasing. Calculated according to the increased frequency, I only have 10 minutes. So, within 10 minutes, break through the defense of the data center and paralyze these giant cannons. This is my only chance. Xiaoyu made up his mind. This task is very difficult. First of all, the computer architecture of Moebius civilization is better than Xiaoyu's computer architecture. And Xiaoyu doesn't understand much about Moebius civilization's computing model. In addition, this is a galaxy's computing center, where there must be countless authority authentication and defense nodes. Even with Xiaoyu's calculation power, he is not completely sure of winning. When the data originating from Xiaoyu poured into the computing system of Moebius civilization, Xiaoyu encountered the first defensive node. This is an obstacle from the base itself. The robots from behind are still pouring in continuously. These robots bring a large number of professional tools, which are tools specially prepared by Xiaoyu for war in the data world. They are busy here and there in this space base, pulling a cable from here, removing a computing module from there, or installing a piece of equipment from here. Attacks in the data world and hardware world are launched at the same time. 30 seconds later, the first defensive node was successfully captured. The robot is still busy, and so is Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's purpose is to completely control this base in his own hands, as a bridgehead and beachhead for his attack on the data center. This task is not difficult. 1 minute and 25 seconds later, this base was successfully captured. Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. The long march of thousands of miles has taken the first step. In this minute and 25 seconds, Xiaoyu withstood 3 more bombardments and lost more than 5,000 spacecraft. The frequency is still increasing, Xiaoyu murmured to himself, pouring his computing power into the data world faster and faster. Moebius civilization's computer uses a mixed-base system, while Xiaoyu's computer uses a quaternary system. Through the conversion of this space base, the 16 characters from 0 to 15 from the Marian civilization were converted into 4 characters from 0 to 3. And then through the supercomputing center of the Beijing, the processing of expand operations and cracking. Countless instructions were sent to the supercomputing center on the ground through this space base. And then by analyzing the signals and data fed back, Xiaoyu launched the next attack. The defense facilities of the supercomputing center are very complete. Even though this space base already has considerable authority, there is still a certain gap in reaching what Xiaoyu wants. At this moment, what stood in front of Xiaoyu was an indestructible data castle. The computing power from Xiaoyu was like a raging flood, rushing down, but it was still unable to destroy the castle. Xiaoyu's mind was tense to the extreme. After adopting the latest quantum computer architecture, the computing power usage of Beijing's central computer soared to more than 95% for the first time. This means that if the scale of the war is increased again at this time, Xiaoyu will not have enough computing power to control the spacecraft. This is very dangerous. But even with such a high computing power usage, this solid castle cannot be destroyed. The computer world is not different from the human brain world. In the eyes of the computer, There is no distinction between friend and foe. It only recognizes authority. As long as you have permission, you can enter it and use its resources. Obviously, Xiaoyu does not have the authority to enter it now and order it to stop the attack of the giant cannon. So what to do? Xiaoyu is using two methods at the same time. One is deception. The other is forceful attack. Deception means taking advantage of its possible vulnerabilities to deceive it that it already has permissions. Attack means trying its best to consume its computing resources through a large number of connection requests. Under extremely high computing load rates, errors may occur in its internal programs. With the help of such errors, Xiaoyu will be able to use deception to gain access to its interior. These two methods are complementary to each other. However, the defense power of this supercomputing center exceeded Xiaoyu's imagination. 5 minutes have passed, and Xiaoyu's attack has made no progress. At this moment, the number of Malian civilization spacecraft besieging this base on the periphery and besieging Xiaoyu's 50,000 spacecraft has increased to more than 1,000. Moreover, fierce artillery fire from other bases is bombarding here. The Malian civilization seems to no longer care about the Malian civilized creatures in this base. They plan to destroy the base directly. Under this situation, Xiaoyu's spacecraft was bearing a large number of casualties every moment. In just 5 minutes, Xiaoyu's 50,000 spacecraft had already lost 1/10 of its crew. In order to defend this base, Xiaoyu adopted a crazy strategy. When attacks from the outside are unstoppable, Xiaoyu will even control the spacecraft and directly use the spacecraft as a human shield to block the attack. Xiaoyu is exchanging the death of his own spacecraft for the survival time of this base. However, the attack in the data world has still made no progress. There must be a way. There must be a way. Xiaoyu thought quickly while continuing to attack hard. While thinking, Xiaoyu gradually calmed down. Xiaoyu's brain is running at a higher speed. Under this situation, a way gradually emerged from Xiaoyu's mind. Let's do it this way. Give up deception and directly attack me. If I don't have the authority, then you won't have the authority and directly attack the data center until it collapses. However, in this way, the intelligence and information obtained through the data world while the plan of technology will be in vain. No matter. Let's solve the current crisis first. After arriving on the surface of this planet, when snatching biological commodities, it may not be possible to snatch some of their data storage. At worst, in the future as I slowly recover them in my days, I can still obtain information and technology. Xiaoyu gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Xiaoyu has many computers. Among Xiaoyu's more than 300,000 existing spaceships, each spacecraft has a central computer with powerful computing power. The computing power of these computers increases with the level of the spacecraft. Now, Xiaoyu plans to use the power of these computers. The computing power of all computers is combined into a huge torrent of data, which directly breaks through and destroys this castle, paralyzing the data center. Xiaoyu gave up the computing power of Beijing Central Computer. At this moment, the Beijing Central Computer became a huge data transfer station. One end of it is connected to the space base, and the space base is connected to the supercomputing center. The other end is connected to the central computer on top of 300,000 spaceships. At this moment, a huge number of connection requests, permission requests, etc. were all gathered into the Beijing and then transmitted to the space base. A robot was immediately paralyzed because it could not bear the huge amount of data transfer. There were traces of black smoke coming out of its body, which meant that its computing module had been burned. Immediately after it fell, another robot took its place. The attacks jointly launched by more than 300,000 supercomputers gathered together through layers of transfers and surged towards the supercomputing center located on the surface of the planet. Under this huge flood of data requests, Xiaoyu could clearly feel that the information feedback from the data center began to slow down. This means that its computational load is increasing. Xiaoyu's purpose is to increase its computing load and eventually cause it to collapse. Under this data offensive that gathered 300,000 supercomputers, the solid castle that stood in front of Xiaoyu finally became a little loose. It started to become unstable and started to error frequently. Chapter 225. Attack. Through speculation, Xiaoyu believes that the Malian civilization cannot have too many people stationed in this galaxy. Most of their defense facilities are automatically controlled by electronic equipment. Then, the supercomputing center built on this planet is very critical. As long as this computing center is destroyed, the combat power of Malian civilization will be reduced by at least half. This kind of giant cannon is also very likely to be paralyzed. Under Xiaoyu's attack, the data feedback from the supercomputing center was severely delayed. Externally, the frequency of attacks from this giant cannon has finally decreased. At the same time, the attacks on this base by several other space bases have also slowed down. This phenomenon cheered up Xiaoyu. Work harder. Take down the supercomputing center in one go, Xiaoyu thought, and once again increased the intensity of the attack. At this moment, Xiaoyu even gave up monitoring the other civilized spaceships on the edge of the galaxy, and instead took the risk to allocate the computing power of those 100,000 spacecraft. The huge data flow surged through, causing even the supercomputer on board the Beijing, which was only responsible for data transfer, to experience a certain degree of sluggishness. Under the impact of this huge data flow, the robots in the space base that had been captured by Xiaoyu reached an alarming rate of burning. Xiaoyu's main attack fleet once again accelerated its advance. These 50,000 spaceships are decreasing at an alarming rate. But Xiaoyu's efforts were not without rewards. 10 minutes after launching the data attack, the information fed back from the supercomputing center finally turned into error messages one after another. In fact, after another 3 minutes passed, it stopped responding at all. This should be because the internal protection mechanism worked and forced a restart, Xiaoyu speculated. The restart of the supercomputing center host means that many defense facilities arranged in the orbit of this planet have lost control. Almost at the same time that the supercomputing center host restarted, Xiaoyu saw that a large number of space bases fell silent at the same time. The formation of the spaceships of Mayan civilization also began to scatter. They lost navigation, unified control, and command. This means that they will become a piece of loose sand, and their combat effectiveness will be reduced by at least half. Before the war in the real world came to an end, Xiaoyu won the war in the data world first. This kind of victory cannot be replicated, at least not by other technological civilizations. Launching a data war this level requires the concerted efforts of at least millions of intelligent individuals. Moreover, with so many individuals, cooperation between them is a big problem. In other words, only Xiaoyu can use this method. Finally, a big crisis has been solved. Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. After capturing the supercomputing center, the most dangerous time has passed. It will take at least an hour for it to restart and return to normal operation. I arrived at the orbit of this planet in less than half an hour. So within half an hour, complete the damage to its hardware and completely eliminate it. The threat from it. Xiaoyu made up his mind. Without the support of the supercomputing center, the fleet of Marian civilization can only be described as a piece of loose sand at this moment. It's hard to say whether the more than 1,000 Marian civilization spaceships that have appeared so far are rivals of the 50,000 spaceships, let alone Xiaoyu's large army. The situation did not exceed Xiaoyu's expectation. After a huge fleet composed of more than 200,000 spacecraft arrived in planetary orbit, the battle situation became one-sided. Countless defense bases arranged on the ground and in space have become decorations. Without the command and dispatch of the supercomputing center, their role is not as great as an ordinary elemental decay bomb. At this moment, of the 50,000 warships that had lurked in first, only about 20,000 were left. They were finally out of danger and reunited with Xiaoyu's main fleet. More than 1,000 scientists from Luca's Department of Psychology and Sociology finally relaxed completely, and many even couldn't hold on any longer. After being transferred to the Paradise spacecraft, they fell directly to the ground and fell asleep. During this period, they were tense all the time, and each Luca man lost at least 10 kilograms of weight. The mental load is huge, which is evident. This period of time has really made things difficult for you, Xiaoyu thought with emotion. If you hadn't successfully delayed the time, deceived the Mayan people, and successfully lurked inside them, maybe, facing this, a huge cannon attack and my entire army will be annihilated. I see all your contributions. When this war is over and we settle down, I will definitely reward you well. Now, it's time to harvest. Xiaoyu completely ignored the various defense facilities in the orbit of the planet, and instead launched a fierce pursuit of the Mayan civilization spacecraft that still had combat effectiveness. At the same time, tens of thousands of village-level spacecraft were mobilized. A rapid landing operation was launched. After passing through the dense atmosphere, the true face of the planet appeared in front of Xiaoyu. It was a sky full of yellow sand, with no water, no plants, and no life. Even its atmospheric composition is dominated by various harmful gases. This is not a living planet. It was as dead as Mars. But among the yellow sand in the sky, there are many metal creations. These things have bright and smooth metal LS, which are very consistent with the architectural structure of mechanical knowledge. There are so many such buildings. A rough estimate is that there are at least 50,000 of them on this planet. They vary in size, and are scattered in the yellow sand in the sky according to certain rules. This should be their base, and various warehouses. What I want is right here. Here, Xiaoyu saw the true face of that giant cannon at close range for the first time. Facing such a huge building that is not like what can be built by manpower, Xiaoyu is not only shocked, but also shocked. Even the planetary engines that Xiaoyu once built are not worth mentioning when faced with these big guys. They are really too big. Seen from the air, the ground is covered with countless silver-gray buildings, dozens of kilometers long and wide. The area of this building is larger than that of an entire county on Earth. They are more like a city than a base. There are hundreds of such bases on the entire planet. They are distributed on the planet according to certain rules. No matter which direction the planet rotates, they can attack targets in space. How many people will be needed to control such a huge base if intelligent biological individuals are the main force? It is impossible for the Marian civilization to allocate such a large population here. They must be equipped with a very high degree of automation. The greatest possibility is that each of these facilities has its own independent computer system. They have certain autonomous authority, but the highest authority must be at the supercomputing center. Otherwise, after the supercomputing center is captured by me, these giant cannons will not be able to stop shooting. Then it will be very interesting. If we occupy this place and use the electronic equipment here, I might be able to obtain the specific manufacturing technology of these giant cannons. This is a very huge temptation. The battle in space has basically stopped. More than 1,000 Mayan civilization spacecraft were successfully wiped out by Xiaoyu, and a large number of space bases were also destroyed by Xiaoyu, in addition to the county level and above spacecraft that were too massive to land. Xiaoyu simply invested more than 200,000 village-level spacecraft on the surface of the planet. Over 200 spacecraft gathered above this base. Each spacecraft carries at least 200 combat robots inside. 200 spaceships equals more than 40,000 robots. These robots launched an efficient infiltration operation into this base. Some robots landed above the base, and some robots landed in front of the base. But no matter where they landed, the next moment after landing, they immediately began to use their equipped weapons to attack the base. On the surface of the planet, the total number of various bases exceeds 50,000. However, most of these 50,000 bases are military bases. And all of these military bases are designed for space warfare. None of the bases are designed for ground and low-altitude warfare. After a little calculation, Xiaoyu understood Mo Lianwenming's psychology. If even the more than 10,000 spaceships in space, numerous space bases, ground bases, and such powerful cannons cannot resist the invaders, then we can still hope to repel them on the ground and in low-altitude battles. Intruder? Therefore, within a few minutes of launching the attack, tens of thousands of robots successfully invaded the base. They quickly started searching along the crisscrossing passages. At the same time, they also continued to explore the lines arranged around themselves, trying to establish a link with the main control computer of this base. Such a scenario occurs in thousands of bases at the same time. A total of more than 200,000 village-class spacecraft brought more than 50 million combat robots. These combat robots were like a flood, crisscrossing the surface of the planet. Xiaoyu has already learned in advance the distribution locations of various resources, including various biological commodities, which are the storage locations of various creatures captured by the Merlian civilization from other civilizations or other planets, as well as the location of the supercomputing center. Xiaoyu is not interested in all kinds of cosmic creatures. However, Xiaoyu is very interested in scientists from various civilizations. Chapter 226 Evacuate this place. Xiaoyu is very interested in scientist products among technology, intelligence, and biological products. Technology and intelligence products are all in supercomputing centers, and scientists are imprisoned in hundreds of bases with different environments according to different races. In the universe, it is unlikely that intelligent creatures from two different civilizations can communicate face-to-face, like in science fiction movies. Because different planets have different environments. Different civilizations have different requirements for air pressure, gravity, air composition, and other conditions. Therefore, it is unlikely that they will coexist. Xiaoyu understood this a long time ago. In fact, Luca people have completely different environmental requirements from humans. What is a very comfortable environment for them is L for humans. In this giant artillery base on the ground, combat robots originating from Xiaoyu are wreaking havoc among them. Their progress was smoother than Xiaoyu expected. In this base, Xiaoyu basically encountered no resistance. But soon, Xiaoyu discovered a very important point. This base is ruined. All computing modules in this base were destroyed. This means that Xiaoyu will not be able to get what he wants through any data intrusion. Although the entities of the giant cannon were placed there, Xiaoyu did not have enough time to analyze and study them. There is even no time to disassemble them and take them away. Xiaoyu always keeps in mind that the support fleet of Malian civilization may arrive at any time. If he cannot escape before the support fleet of Malian civilization arrives, there is no need to leave. Damn thing. Xiaoyu secretly cursed and decisively gave up the invasion of the cannon base. Instead, he controlled his spaceship and fired several large-yield elemental decay bombs, directly razing it to the ground. Not even the combat robots that have entered the base. With this giant cannon base as a reference, Xiaoyu predicts that the rest of the giant cannon bases will be in the same situation. Therefore, Xiaoyu lost interest in invading this kind of giant artillery base, and instead destroyed it directly. It doesn't matter if you can't get technology from here. The manufacturing technology, manufacturing principles, and even the complete 5th level civilization technology tree are expected to have complete document backups in the supercomputing center. The current host of the supercomputing center in the process of restarting. Their automated equipment has failed, so it is impossible for them to destroy things so quickly. So, I have to speed up the process. In addition to these intelligence and technology products, the situation of scientists captured from other civilizations is not likely to be good. After the failure is confirmed, the scientists are also likely to be killed by them. Well, give up all military bases and giants. Invade and occupy the artillery base. Launch an all-out attack on the supercomputing center and scientist prison. And try to snatch these things before they are destroyed by them. Xiaoyu made up his mind, and then controlled a large number of village-level spacecraft to quickly approach these targets. At this moment, more than 10,000 spacecraft have gathered in the sky above the supercomputing center, and a total of millions of combat robots are attacking it. Perhaps because the supercomputing center is too important, the Malian civilization rarely deployed relevant defense forces here, which hindered Xiaoyu's attack to a certain extent. Moreover, Xiaoyu did not dare to launch a large-scale attack on it for fear of damaging the internal mechanical storage device. The combination of these two factors made Xiaoyu's occupation process not smooth. The supercomputing center is a more magnificent building than the cannon base. This base has complete signal transmitting and receiving equipment, as well as related energy supply equipment, line switching equipment, cooling and defense equipment, and the most important computer room. The defense, attack, information exchange, equipment scheduling and other tasks of the entire star system are all completed by this supercomputing center. It is the brain of all Malian civilization equipment. It covers an area of several thousand square kilometers, and buildings hundreds of meters high can be seen everywhere in this area. After obtaining the specific equipment distribution information, Xiaoyu simply gave up attacking other places, and instead concentrated the attack on the information storage equipment area. Under Xiaoyu's fierce offensive, the defense of the supercomputing center was quickly broken, and countless robots began to file in through the gap. After the information storage equipment area was captured, Xiaoyu quickly mobilized air power and launched a ruthless cleansing of the remaining areas. In the supercomputing center, the only thing that interests Xiaoyu is these storage devices. After entering the information storage equipment area, what appeared in front of Xiaoyu was an astonishing scene. It was a huge factory building several hundred meters high and covering several hectares. Within this factory, there are huge tall containers everywhere, and countless mechanical storage equipment are placed in each grid. There are countless lines crisscrossing it, making it so confusing that it makes your head spin. There are many robots in the factory. But now, after the supercomputing center was compromised, these robots have lost their ability to move. These are all precious treasures, Xiaoyu murmured to himself, controlling the robot to start snatching these mechanical storage devices. Hundreds of thousands of robots have entered this storage factory. Under Xiaoyu's control, they roughly tore off the wires, took pieces of mechanical storage equipment in their hands, and then gathered them into a torrent and put these things into the waiting spacecraft outside. These robots are like ants transporting grains of rice. Their actions are orderly, efficient and precise. This is a huge treasure house. These mechanical storage devices represent valuable technologies from a civilization one level higher than Xiaoyu. For Xiaoyu at this stage, gold, silver, gems and other things have no use at all except for their industrial value. Technology, only technology, can make Xiaoyu crazy. Xiaoyu was like a miser seeing a gold mine. Empty this place. Move away all the storage equipment. Leave no one behind. Xiaoyu muttered to himself and continued his plundering operation. While looting the supercomputing center, Xiaoyu also looted other biological bases. Before reaching the surface of the planet, Xiaoyu had already modified many rural-class spacecraft and installed them with adjustable artificial gravity systems, as well as air pressure and composition adjustment equipment. These devices are of great use at this moment. In a base near the poles of the planet, Xiaoyu roughly broke through the SHL of the base. Thousands of robots rushed in and came to the prison where intelligent creatures were held. In order to maintain the survival of these creatures, various parameters in these prisons have been adjusted in advance by the Moebius civilization. So Xiaoyu doesn't even need to communicate with these creatures. He just presets them on his spacecraft according to the environment here, and then uses robots to roughly drive these creatures into his spaceship. Under Xiaoyu's brutal methods, these intelligent creatures wailed one by one, and their vocal organs continued to emit various shrill howls that Xiaoyu could not understand, as if a disaster was imminent. The collision between civilizations is so cruel. In the eyes of other civilizations, the intelligent creatures of their own civilization are probably not as good as pigs and dogs. Xiaoyu secretly thought. Strength. Strength. Strength speaks for itself in everything. If it's a sweeper civilization and a guardian civilization, which civilization would dare to do this to their intelligent creatures? These alien scientists have different appearances, and even Xiaoyu feels that the looks of some aliens exceed the limits of his imagination. But Xiaoyu doesn't care about this. What Xiaoyu values is the knowledge in their heads and their technological research and development capabilities. Xiaoyu's spaceship was like a swarm of crazy locusts, looting these bases one by one. After grabbing the alien intelligent creatures, they did not forget to destroy these bases. The place where Xiaoyu passed by was in a mess. Among these bases, there were many. When Xiaoyu rushed in, he discovered that the alien intelligent creatures imprisoned inside had already died. This is obviously the first thing the Merlian civilization did to kill these creatures after discovering that the planet's fall was inevitable. In this regard, Xiaoyu had no other choice but to feel sorry and speed up the robbery process again. In this huge treasure house of wealth, Xiaoyu launched an unscrupulous and hardy search operation. Just as Xiaoyu was taking action, the observation equipment left outside the galaxy discovered that at some point, the other civilized spaceships that had stayed there and refused to leave had quietly disappeared. Did you realize that you didn't have a chance to get a share of the pie? So you ran away? Xiaoyu sneered in his heart. If I still have enough time, I don't mind plundering you too. But this time forget it. I still haven't collected all the things here, so I'll let you go for now. The large-scale looting operation lasted for 3 days. All the surviving alien intelligent creatures were snatched into his hands by Xiaoyu. Only a small part of the information storage equipment in the supercomputing center was snatched away, because there were too many of these devices. 100,000 robots working day and night cannot transport them all. The harvest has been huge enough. It's time to leave. If I continue to stay here greedily and encounter the Marian civilized fleet coming to support me, I will be finished. Xiaoyu thought to himself, controlling these country-level spaceships to return to the team one by one, and slowly left this place full of treasures. Chapter 227 Human Information. The scheduled time has come, and Xiaoyu has no nostalgia for the loot that was too late to collect. Instead, he controls his huge fleet and quickly embarks on the return journey. It's very dangerous here. Every time you spend more time here, the danger will increase. A huge fleet from the Marian civilization may appear at any time. With Xiaoyu's current combat power, as long as the number of ships from the Malian civilization fleet that comes to support exceeds 20,000, Xiaoyu will be unable to survive without even having 4 protective shields. The level gap between civilizations is so obvious. The harvest is enough. Don't be greedy, Xiaoyu thought, and once again accelerated his escape. Within the star system, Xiaoyu cannot enter the curvature navigation, but even at the speed of conventional navigation, it only takes 2 days to reach the edge of the galaxy. Xiaoyu's plan is to reach the edge of the galaxy, break away from the gravitational influence of the star, enter the stage of superlight navigation, fly away from there, find an unobtrusive corner, and digest his gains. After this war, Xiaoyu reaped rich fruits. A total of more than 4,000 scientists of different races were captured, as well as tens of millions of mechanical storage devices of the Marian civilization, a Marian civilization provincial warship, and more than 10,000 Malian civilized creatures. These things will be able to effectively support Xiaoyu's technological development for hundreds or even thousands of years in the future. After 2 days of regular navigation, Xiaoyu's fleet arrived at the edge of the galaxy and successfully merged with a fleet he had left here in advance. Then, a total of more than 300,000 spacecraft entered the curvature voyage together. After the spacecraft entered the curvature navigation, the still bright and huge star in the rear disappeared from Xiaoyu's sight. Xiaoyu felt a little emotional in his heart. Here, a shocking battle buried the lives of at least hundreds of thousands of Xiaoyu's spaceships and hundreds of thousands of Mayan civilized creatures. War is indeed the best way to promote the evolution of civilization. It is estimated that even if there is no such thing as luck in this universe, the universe will not be peaceful. Xiaoyu thought silently and focused on his future plans. I don't know if the Marian civilization has the ability to track the spacecraft that enters the warp navigation. If it does, I will have a little trouble. But I can't care about that now. Let's leave here first. Xiaoyu did not choose a clear target, but planned to leave here first, at least a few hundred light years away from here. Then, he would slowly find a suitable star and station himself there soon. After entering the curvature navigation, Xiaoyu finally felt a little more settled and began to analyze the data he had collected in detail. The first step is to analyze the information about human civilization obtained from the beginning. Initially, Xiaoyu used 100,000 tons of white dwarf alien beast flesh and blood to purchase this information, but then encountered a series of accidents and never spared the energy to analyze this information. Under Xiaoyu's control, a document was opened. Xiaoyu spent some computing power and completely mastered the information within 10 seconds. Then, a monstrous anger emerged from Xiaoyu's heart. Are these all true? Are these all true? It should be true. Mayan civilization. There is no need to deceive me on this point. These data, according to the Marian civilization, were accidentally obtained from another civilization during a war. They did not tell me who that civilization was, but it is certain that that civilization is definitely 5 civilization level or below. Otherwise, the Marian civilization would not be able to win after the war with them. Very good. Very good. My people, are you still trapped in the corner of the universe? Suffering endless suffering? What appeared in front of Xiaoyu was an astonishing picture. One by one, they were translated into words that Xiaoyu could understand and flowed in Xiaoyu's mind. During an accidental space exploration operation, our civilization discovered this gathering place of civilized creatures. It is at the edge of the Orion Cantilever of the Milky Way, about 26,000 light-years away from the center of the Milky Way. Its main star is a yellow star dwarf star, spectrally classified as having a mass relative to the 50 reference neutron stars. After arriving at the galaxy, we noticed some unusual signs. This civilization, which is still in the primary stage of evolution and has barely reached the second level, has some strange signs. In their DNA sequence segments, we found some weird stuff. For example, the TTH gene at the N base in the G segment of the double helix has obvious traces of modification. This gene seems to be related to their intelligence. Another example is the 1, 2, 4, 3, 58th gene in the S segment. Similar traces. This gene seems to be involved in some kind of magical transformation between physical and spiritual power. The conclusion is that this method of transformation far exceeds the level of our civilization's science and technology. This seems to be an experimental civilization. That is, a civilization transformed by an advanced civilization based on a certain experimental purpose. But this speculation is within the civilization. There are still some objections. In short, the possibility that this civilization is an experimental civilization is as high as 70%. In order to prevent alerting the speculated advanced civilization, our civilization does not dare to occupy the planet in a large scale, but only secretly capture this civilized creature for experimental purposes. It's not just our civilization. We have noticed traces of the activities of at least 50 civilizations around the planet. Some of these civilizations are more powerful than us, but everyone seems to have a tacit understanding, and no one dares to directly and openly occupy the planet on a large scale. We did not dare to start a conflict near the planet, but only after each captured enough of the civilization's creatures. We left far away. We dispatched robots and captured about 500 creatures of this civilization in various unobtrusive corners, such as the civilization's battlefields, slums, various backward areas, etc. The following is detailed test data. Anatomy experiments show that the physical fitness of this kind of civilized creature is not strong. Under the condition of vivisection, Applying 5 times the dose of stimulation to the heart can cause the death of this kind of civilized creature. The pathological reflection process is as follows. After this piece of information, a large section of detailed pathological processes is attached, as well as many pictures. In the picture, a young human man with yellow skin is lying on a hospital bed that seems to be made of steel. His eyes are closed. His face is ferocious, and his teeth are clenched, as if he is enduring some great pain. His whole body glowed with a strange livid color. His chest was completely opened. The alien who opened his chest seemed to be very skilled. This disembowelment operation only opened his chest without causing any damage to the internal organs. His heart is still bright red. There was a strange tube sticking out of his heart. Not only the heart, but also various other organs, such as the lungs, spleen, kidneys, stomach, and other organs. There are also many unknown objects, one picture after another. Every detail of his physical reaction from the beginning to the end of the experiment to his death is described in detail. The following is a detailed vitality analysis of the remaining organs. Following these pictures are other pictures. The difference is that the protagonist in the picture has changed. This is a middle-aged woman with dark skin. Detailed analysis of respiratory organs is as follows. Detailed analysis of energy-absorbing organs is as follows. Detailed analysis of immune organs is as follows. Picture after picture. The process of how each living human being lost his life in pain is detailed and true. The experimental results show that at the physical level, this civilized creature does not have much value. Those altered genes are all related to the spiritual and intellectual levels. Scientists within our civilization have conducted detailed experiments on this. The data are as follows. Craniotomy experiments show that this civilized creature has unusual brain vitality, and their consciousness is not very well integrated with the body. Even under certain special circumstances, their consciousness can be temporarily separated from the body. This phenomenon has not been found among the more than 300 intelligent and civilized creatures, and the more than 380,000 non-intelligent creatures that our civilization has come into contact with. Based on this, we conducted the following experiments. 1. An experiment to enhance mental power. We expected to find a controllable method of separating the spirit and body of the civilization's creatures by enhancing their consciousness. However, the experiment failed. All the civilization's creatures who participated in the experiment where death occurred due to brain swelling. The detailed pathological development process is as follows. Here is another new batch of pictures. The difference is that in these pictures, the bodies of the humans participating in the experiment are all intact, but their heads have been opened, exposing the brain tissue inside. The brains of each of them had expanded to an incredible extent, and even protruded from the skull, as if there was a hat on their head. At the same time, the expressions of each of them were ferocious and painful. In one picture, the human subject bitten off half of his lip because he could not bear the pain. Second, the forced mental separation experiment. After the mental enhancement experiment failed, we conducted this experiment. We tried to verify the feasibility of its mental out-of-body survival through this experiment. But the experiment still failed. All the civilized creatures who participated in the experiment were in the process of withdrawing their spirits and died because they could not bear the pain. Even a near-death dose of analgesics could not suppress the pain. Chapter 228 The Ancestor of Humanity. Shall you knew that the so-called near-death dose is the maximum dose that a human being can bear. A dose greater than this dose will cause immediate death of a human being. So even a near-death dose of analgesics can't suppress this pain. And let a human being die in pain. How great will this pain be? Shall you couldn't imagine it. This document continues. Third, after the forced mental separation experiment failed, we conducted the forced mental conversion experiment. After the failure of the forced mental conversion experiment, we conducted the next experiment. There are countless written materials, picture materials, and video materials gathered together. These materials describe in detail how each human being dies in pain. Some experimental processes can no longer be described as bloody. That was simply a scene that would only happen in H.L. All experiments have failed. We have to admit that this genetic modification technology is too advanced and beyond our control. We have no way to find a way to enhance the spiritual power of creatures in our civilization. There are still test subjects left. There are less than 30. After discussion, all the researchers of the Academy of Biological Sciences believe that we should freeze these 30 test subjects and wait until our technology develops to a certain level before resurrecting them and continuing the experiment. Shall you didn't even have the energy to be angry. even if Xiaoyu now exists in a purely spiritual state. Xiaoyu has never lost his inner sense of identity as a human being, seeing his kind die miserably one by one. Xiaoyu only had overwhelming murderous intent in his heart. This information says that in the process of capturing people on Earth, this civilization discovered at least 50 other civilizations doing the same thing as them. I wonder if the humans on Earth captured by them also suffered the same treatment. If so, these civilizations will be extinct. At this moment, Xiaoyu thought of the girl from Earth who was captured by Taihao's civilization. Xiaoyu has read her diary and knows what kind of torture she endured and what kind of despair she endured. Unfortunately, I don't have the complete ability to resurrect you, even though I have separated my soul. Until now, I have not figured out what the connection is between the soul and the body. I want to resurrect your body. It's easy, but you without memory and soul are not you. Xiaoyu thought silently, barely suppressing the murderous intention in his heart. After regaining his composure, he began to analyze the intelligence contained in this piece of information. During the last information storm, I saw that the Taihao civilization once stayed in the solar system. That was about 2 million years ago. At about the same time, human beings had changes originating from the genetic level. Great progress. Now, this unknown civilization also said that they found traces of modifications by some advanced civilization in human genetic fragments. Then this clue is very clear. Human beings did not evolve by themselves. In the evolution of human beings, this Taihao civilization has played a very important role. The information about this civilization refers to an experimental civilization. Is it true that human beings are just an experimental civilization? What about my existence? Does it mean that this experiment has been successful already? Xiaoyu made such a conjecture, but Xiaoyu discovered that there were still many loopholes in this speculation that could not be explained. For example, did the scavenger, guardian, and predator civilizations play any dishonorable role in the destruction of the Earth? Since it was an experimental civilization of Taihao's civilization, why did Taihao allow the Earth to be destroyed? What is the origin of the black stone that helped him separate his soul from his body and merge with his computer? Why does the semi-four-dimensional Taihao from the large Magellanic Cloud say that the Milky Way is very empty? But he encounters civilizations one after another, and every time he is on the line of life and death? All kinds of questions are entangled together, and there is no way to answer them. Taihao is Fuxi. Fuxi created human beings. The act of improving human genes is indeed not much different from creating human beings. But is our human civilization really just an experimental civilization? Is it really Taihao? An experiment conducted to verify a certain inference? Okay, even if this is true, so what? At least, human civilization still has me. My development speed will far exceed that of other civilizations in the universe. One day, I will be powerful enough to overthrow the Taihao civilization, to the point of defeating them. Since ancient times, are there not many things where someone is better than someone else? This incident cannot affect Xiaoyu's confidence. I want to become strong quickly to save the tribesmen who are still in dire straits. This civilization has put 30 humans in long-term freezing. Maybe these tribesmen who were at the same time as me are still alive now. Xiaoyu had mastered ultra-low temperature freezing technology as early as the third-level civilization. Let's put this matter to an end for the time being. Let's start analyzing the technology and data obtained. Xiaoyu shook the matter out of his mind, tried not to think about it, and then began to detect the tens of millions he had harvested. Design mechanical storage equipment. The computer architecture of Emolian civilization is different from Xiaoyu's computer architecture, and accordingly, the various coding methods are also different. This means that with existing computer equipment, Xiaoyu has no way to read the data on these memories. However, the Molian civilization provincial spacecraft captured by Xiaoyu has many computing modules for Xiaoyu to study. Xiaoyu plans to imitate a batch of Molian civilization computers based on his own usage habits. This work takes approximately 3 days. During these 3 days, Xiaoyu began the work of recovering the scientists' prisoners. This group of scientists belongs to hundreds of different civilizations. Each race has scientists ranging from a few to several hundred, and the total number is nearly 4,000. Ever since they were captured in Xiaoyu's fleet, they had fallen into extreme panic, fearing that they would be captured for human experimentation at the next moment. This worry is not unreasonable. In the universe, if a civilization wants to grasp information such as the body structure of another civilization's creatures, the simplest, quickest and most effective way is to vivisect. This is how humans are treated. I finally caught you. How can I be willing to dissect you? Xiaoyu thought, controlling hundreds of his shadows to descend into the rooms where they were kept. This is an intelligent and civilized race that looks like a mantis. Xiao Yu imprisoned them on a county-level spaceship. During this period of time, dozens of mantis scientists did not have a good rest. They huddled tightly in the corner of the room, shivering constantly. After seeing Xiao Yu's shadow, they screamed one after another, as if a disaster was imminent. Xiao Yu has mastered their language, so it is not difficult to understand their words. No, no, please, don't kill us. We have a wealth of scientific knowledge and can make great contributions to your scientific and technological progress. We've got all the data about our bodies written down, and I can tell you it all if you want. You don't need to dissect to get this stuff. Xiao Yu couldn't help laughing in his heart. I didn't expect that they would have such a way to prevent themselves from being killed and dissected. Although he was laughing in his heart, Xiao Yu's expression remained extremely serious in order to maintain the surface deterrence. We still have some use. Killing us would be a huge waste. Powerful civilization. Don't kill us. Even if the knowledge we have is outdated for you, we still have strong learning and research and development capabilities. We will work conscientiously for you and dedicate our knowledge to you. What we ask for is just an environment that can barely allow us to survive, and something to replenish energy. No. No. If your resources there is a shortage, we can work even if we are hungry. Please, don't kill us. After Xiao Yu's shadow came here, all kinds of cries and screams came one after another. They all shrank desperately towards the corner, trying desperately to stay away from Xiao Yu's shadow, as if Xiao Yu's shadow was a demon. Generally, the universe is so dark and cruel. Xiao Yu sighed slightly in his heart. This is the fate of weak civilizations. The creatures in their civilizations will be captured by other civilizations like pigs and dogs and sold at will. In exchange, they face the threat of death at any time. Xiao Yu coughed softly and said in a language they could understand. You don't have to be afraid. When you come to me, your personal safety can be guaranteed. You can get a comfortable living environment and countless exquisite foods that you can't imagine. All I want is one thing. I want you to work for me and contribute your knowledge, energy, and even lives to my scientific and technological progress. There are many things I can give you. In addition to environment and food, I can even satisfy any of your requirements within my ability. Feeling lonely? I can use biotechnology to clone your kind and build a society. In this society, you are the emperor and can do whatever you want. Do you want to enjoy it? Any way you can think of to enjoy it. As long as you can think of it, I can satisfy you. Do you want to have a long life? My biotechnology can be shared with you, and I can significantly extend your lifespan. As long as you are willing to serve me, I can give you all of this. Chapter 229 Tachyon. Through long-term experiments, Xiao Yu discovered that any intelligent life form copied through cloning and other means will have some kind of intellectual defect. This defect originates from the genetic level, and with Xiao Yu's current technology, it cannot be repaired for the time being. This also means that the plan to obtain a large amount of scientific research power through cloning is basically impossible to achieve. It is precisely because of this that Xiao Yu did not use this technology to expand the number of Luca people on a large scale, but just allowed them to reproduce naturally. It is precisely because of this that Xiao Yu is so eager for intelligent life, especially intelligent life with scientific research capabilities. The process of creating living beings seems to belong to the great universe and nature, and cannot be interfered with by artificial forces. Due to the power of the Tachyon civilization, it took more than 2 million years for humans with genes modified by the Tachyon civilization to develop into the current stage of civilization. This is probably related to this reason. Under this situation, the more than 4,000 scientists of various races captured this time are the most precious wealth. In this county-level spacecraft, dozens of mantis scientists cried with joy and burst into tears after hearing what Xiao Yu said. After hundreds of years of wandering and living in captivity, I finally encountered a kind civilization. Poor my child. It was killed by the abominable Merlian civilization before it reached adulthood. It would be great if I could meet you earlier. If it had not died, it would have grown into an outstanding scientist. Master, please rest assured that we will definitely contribute all our knowledge and scientific research capabilities to promote your scientific and technological development. That's good. Xiao Yu nodded slightly. It's just that at this stage, I have to force you to live here for a while. The renovation of your new home is in progress, and it is expected that you will be able to live in it in a month. Got in. Xiao Yu has already deployed several city-level spaceships, and is undergoing intense transformation in related aspects. after the transformation is completed. These scientists can live in it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Dozens of Mantis scientists fell to the ground and expressed their respect for Xiaoyu. Such a scene is happening simultaneously in more than 100 county-level spaceships. By recovering these alien scientists, Xiaoyu once again realized the importance of strength to a civilization. Of course, Xiaoyu is not a philanthropist. He is so kind to these civilizations because he sees their value. In order to create a deterrent force, Xiaoyu also found some of the toughest and least likely to surrender Malian people among the prisoners of the Malian civilization, and conducted a live broadcast facing all civilized creatures. During the live broadcast, Xiaoyu used the cruelest means to kill these Malian people, which greatly shocked these alien scientists. I want them to understand that if they work hard, they will get what they have. If they don't want to work hard, hey, I'm not a soft-hearted person. After conquering these alien scientists, the only thing that gave Xiaoyu a headache was these extremely tough Malian civilization creatures. It would be a pity to kill them. But if not, they would not surrender to themselves. Sooner or later, our mother civilization will catch up with you. If you treat us better, maybe we can help you say a few good words in front of the head of state, and only demote the creatures of your civilization into slaves instead of killing you. The power of our Malian civilization cannot be understood by your small 4th-level civilization. Don't think that you can withstand our fleet with these tattered garbage shields you picked up from nowhere. Surrender as soon as possible. Only after surrendering can you have the possibility to survive. It is absolutely impossible for our Malian civilization to surrender to the enemy. You should give up this idea as soon as possible. Every time Xiaoyu tried to brainwash and subdue these creatures, words like this would burst out. For this reason, Xiaoyu carried out brutal suppression. In the past few days, hundreds of Malian humans were massacred, but without any effect. Did I capture you or did you capture me? Xiaoyu thought angrily in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that you possess some 5th-level civilization technology, I would have killed you long ago and raised flowers. You made me anxious. Do you really think I dare not do this? Let's put this matter aside for now. Xiaoyu had a headache and gave up the idea of conquering them for the time being. After several days of subjugation work, a large number of Malian civilization computers imitated according to Xiaoyu's usage habits have been manufactured. Xiaoyu began intense analysis and research work. At the same time, he conducted an analysis of the captured Malian civilization provincial-level computers. Comprehensive research work on the spacecraft has also begun. As the work progressed, a large amount of information about the 5th-level civilization entered Xiaoyu's mind. Oh, that's it. Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. Among these 5th-level civilization materials, excluding the useless materials, the most mentioned term among the most important scientific and technological documents is Tachyon. It turns out that antimatter does not just represent antimatter. Through comprehensive research on antimatter, we can master the related properties of dark matter and negative matter. This is the true technological essence of Level 5 civilization, the so-called Tachyon. A similar concept has been proposed in the Earth era, which corresponds to the tachyon. In the microscopic world, particles such as protons and neutrons that are bound by strong interactions are called hadrons. According to their own weight, they are baryons, and electrons are leptons. However, whether they are protons or neutrons, hadrons or baryons, they are all bradyons. Among the 61 elementary particles predicted by the Standard Model, all particles except photons are bradyons. Because their movement speed can only reach below the speed of light, they can be infinitely close to the speed of light but cannot reach it. Giving them energy accelerates these particles. And the more energy you give them, the faster they go. But they have an upper speed limit, which is the speed of light. Their moving speed cannot exceed the speed of light. So they are called bradyons. With the exception of photons, these particles all have a mass above zero. That is, their mass is positive. In fact, regardless of whether matter or antimatter, their masses are positive. The criterion for distinguishing between matter and antimatter is only the difference in charge. Tachyons are a completely new type of particle. The biggest difference from positive mass particles is that its mass is negative. Therefore, its speed is always fixed at the speed of light. If energy is given to bradyons, the speed of bradyons will increase. On the contrary, if energy is given to tachyons, the speed of tachyons will slow down. The more energy given, the slower the tachyons are. Like bradyons, tachyons also have speed limits. The lower limit of the speed of tachyons is the speed of light, which means that the speed of tachyons is always faster than the speed of light. It can only approach the speed of light infinitely, but cannot drop below the speed of light. Because of this characteristic of tachyons, tachyons cannot be directly observed by any observation instrument. Because all intelligent creatures live in the world of Brady. But just like a black hole, it cannot be directly observed, but its existence can be indirectly inferred through certain effects it brings. The discovery and utilization of tachyons is the greatest feature of Level 5 civilization. It turns out that's the case. However, using the ability to produce antimatter on a large scale, as the classification standard seems to be correct, the discovery and utilization of tachyons is closely related to antimatter, and even dark matter. That's it. That's it. At this moment, Xiaoyu felt a sudden realization. In the age of the Earth, humans have already discovered the first three types of matter, namely positive matter, antimatter, and dark matter. Positive matter is the matter we usually see, and antimatter is an extension of antiparticles. As we all know, inside an atom, electrons carry negative charges and have a spin quantum number of positive half, while anti-electrons are just the opposite, carrying a positive charge. The spin quantum number is negative 1/2. Not only electrons, but also neutrons, protons, etc. have their own antiparticles. Matter composed of particles is positive matter, and matter composed of antiparticles is naturally antimatter. This is where antimatter comes from. Dark matter is even more mysterious. According to mass measurements, most of the mass in the universe is contributed by dark matter. However, it seems that apart from gravity, these dark matter does not contribute anything else, and cannot be observed or studied. Humans in the Earth Age have only speculated on the existence of dark matter, but have not conducted any relevant research on it. Level 5 civilization is different. The 5th level civilization uses the research of antimatter as a breakthrough. It has systematic theoretical technology for antimatter and dark matter, and has discovered a new substance, tachyons. Tachyons are also divided into many different types. The mass of tachyons is negative, and the matter composed of tachyons is negative matter. Tachyons have many very wonderful physical properties. Because its speed is always above the speed of light, it cannot be directly observed. Because its mass is negative, it can annihilate each other with all positive matter in a broad sense and return to nothingness. 1 kilogram of negative matter can react with 1 kilogram of positive matter or antimatter. The reaction process is that the two disappear together and lose their traces from the universe. Moreover, during this process, no energy or radiation is emitted. The law of conservation of mass and energy fails within this small area involved in tachyons, but it is still conserved on the scale of the entire universe. At this moment, a question that had troubled Xiaoyu for a long time was finally answered. It turns out that the inexplicable mass increase that I have observed many times in the Large Particle Collider is due to tachyons. Chapter 234 Substances. At the 4th level civilization stage, Xiaoyu had already discovered traces of tachyons in experiments, but he just didn't know it at the time. According to the normal process of scientific and technological development, it should be that with the development of science and technology, Xiaoyu gradually summarized the rules of this phenomenon, put forward his own hypotheses, and then verified them one by one. After a long time and countless studies, he was able to obtain the conclusion is drawn that this is a tachyon. This process is also accompanied by the development of other technologies, such as energy technology, antimatter, and dark matter related research. This is an advancement in the entire technological level. But now, Xiaoyu's other related technologies have not advanced enough. And he already knows in advance that this is because of tachyons. So there is this inexplicable increase in mass. This is a good thing. It means that Xiaoyu can avoid many detours and greatly speed up his technological progress. Through this, Xiaoyu once again realized a truth. That is, the scientific and technological development of civilization is gradual. If Xiaoyu is still in the 3rd level civilization stage, then the information obtained so far will not be of much use to Xiaoyu. For a civilization that doesn't even have a grasp of curvature navigation or a unified theory, even if it knows the existence of tachyons, what use can it make of it? In the universe at this stage, there is no natural negative matter. They are all artificially created. This is clearly documented in the scientific and technological documents of the Marian civilization. The increase in matter caused by tachyons is an interesting process. In this process, a paradox occurs. That is, since the total matter of the universe is always conserved, it is the law of conservation of mass and energy. So, the negative matter composed of tachyons annihilates each other with the positive matter. causing the mass of the positive matter to disappear from the universe. How to explain this phenomenon? You must know that the total amount of matter in the universe remains unchanged. So, if you create -1 kilogram of negative matter, and then use it to react with positive matter, causing the total amount of matter in the universe to decrease by 1 kilogram, can this phenomenon be solved? Occur? The answer of Mayan civilization is that this phenomenon cannot happen. In the process of annihilation and destruction of positive and negative matter, the total amount of matter is still conserved on the cosmic scale and macroscopic time scale. The answer is simple. If you create 1 kilogram of negative matter, you will also harvest 1 kilogram of positive matter. The total mass of 1 kilogram of negative matter and 1 kilogram of positive matter is exactly 0. So the process of creating negative matter does not violate the law of conservation of mass and energy. Moreover, negative matter cannot be preserved for a long time, and will react with the ubiquitous positive matter in a very short period of time, regardless of whether the positive matter it reacts with is the positive matter it accompanies or the rest of the universe, regardless of whether it is a positive substance. In short, after it is produced, it will always react with other positive substances. This property allows it to be used to make weapons, just like those giant cannons built on the surface of the planet. Those giant cannons are negative matter cannons. Xiaoyu has already seen their power. It is a huge power that can completely annihilate a provincial spacecraft equipped with 4 maintenance covers in an instant. Xiaoyu already knows the operating principle of that kind of giant cannon. First, a large number of negative mass tachyons are created in the ground equipment. After accumulating to a certain level, they are shot towards the target at once. Because it travels faster than the speed of light, it is unstoppable and unwarrantable. If the negative matter cannons are powerful enough, they can even annihilate a star in an instant. What a majestic divine power it is to make a star disappear in an instant without any warning or movement. Moreover, from this characteristic of negative mass tachyons, Xiaoyu also noticed a surprising possibility. That is, unlimited extraction of matter from the void. The principle is very simple. Since every kilogram of negative matter produced will be accompanied by 1 kilogram of positive matter, can we launch the negative matter immediately after it is produced, and put the associated kilogram of positive matter into the decay engine? In this way, wouldn't you have unlimited energy? This inference made Xiaoyu excited. If this idea is really feasible, Xiaoyu will no longer have to worry about energy sources. However, Xiaoyu's excitement only lasted for a moment, and then disappeared. Because Xiaoyu immediately thought of a common sense mentioned in the Galaxy Encyclopedia. The real reason why civilizations of level 6 and below are restricted to the river system, and cannot sail across the river system is still energy limitation. Even the powerful Tachyon civilization had to follow the Magellanic Stream from the Large Magellanic Cloud to the Milky Way, relying on the material supplement of the Magellanic Stream along the way to survive the distance of hundreds of thousands of light years. As for the Milky Way, the nearest other galaxy, the Andromeda Galaxy, is more than 2 million light years away. It can be inferred from this that since the 5th level civilization has mastered negative matter tachyon technology, the 6th level civilization will naturally have deeper research on this. However, the 6th level civilization is still trapped in the river system, which proves from another aspect Xiaoyu's speculation is not feasible. Xiaoyu continued to browse the scientific and technological documents from the Mayan civilization, and soon found the answer. In the process of creating negative matter, for every kilogram of matter obtained, it is necessary to invest more than converting all 1 kilogram of matter into energy of energy. So that's it. Xiaoyu became annoyed. Just like you cannot extract the heat contained in a glass of water at 15 degrees Celsius into another cup of water at 30 degrees Celsius without consuming additional energy, it is impossible to obtain endless energy through this technology. Possible, because in this process, the input must be greater than the output. This is the negative matter tachyon. Dark matter is also introduced in detail in the scientific documents of the Marian civilization. Xiaoyu only now knows what dark matter is. Dark matter is still matter, but it is not ordinary matter. In the age of the Earth, humans have been puzzled by this problem for a long time. At that time, humans discovered a phenomenon by observing the movement speed of galaxies in large galaxy clusters. Within these large galaxy clusters, galaxies move too fast. According to observations, the mass of these large galaxy clusters is simply not enough to bind these high-speed galaxies, unless their mass is 100 times greater than it is now. Then there is an obvious problem. What are those unobservable substances? They can contribute gravity, but they do not emit electromagnetic waves of any frequency band, nor do they react with any electromagnetic waves. It seems that they contribute nothing except gravity. In short, it is because of the discrepancy between the observation results and the calculation results that humans have become aware of the existence of dark matter. Now, Mo Lian Wenming answered this question for Xiaoyu. The answer of Mayan civilization is that dark matter is a special form of positive matter. Within the basic particles that make up dark matter, there are no strong interactions, no weak interactions, and no electromagnetic forces. Only gravity. Without the strong interaction force, quarks cannot aggregate into basic protons, and matter such as neutrons cannot be formed. Dark matter is entirely composed of quarks, which are clouds formed by quarks. Without electromagnetic force, photons can penetrate them without any hindrance. That is to say, they are invisible and cannot be seen through any frequency band of radiation. Having gravity means that they can still bend light and cause gravitational lensing, which can be detected by humans. Dark matter is everywhere in the universe. However, they do not have the characteristics of strong interaction force and electromagnetic force, which determines that they cannot participate in the decay of elements and convert them into energy. That is, they cannot be utilized. Because the basic principle of elemental decay is to create energy by manipulating the strong interaction force and electromagnetic force to cause collisions between quarks. Dark matter seems to be incompletely evolved matter. During their evolution, they seem to have only evolved gravity, but not the other three fundamental forces. This conclusion made Xiaoyu feel a little regretful. If these ubiquitous dark matter in the universe can be used, then the energy problem that restricts millions of light-year voyages across the river system will be easily solved. The scientific and technological documents of the Marian civilization also show that there is some magical connection between dark matter and antimatter, and negative matter serves as the link between this magical connection. When negative matter and ordinary matter meet, they will both be annihilated. When negative matter and antimatter meet, after part of the mass of the antimatter is annihilated, the other part of the mass will be converted into incomplete matter such as dark matter. The four kinds of matter in the universe turned out to be like this. If there were no scientific and technological documents from the Mayan civilization, and I was just doing my own research, it would have taken at least 1,000 years of my time to obtain this knowledge. It seems like war and plunder are indeed the best ways to promote the development of civilization. Among the mechanical storage devices of the Mayan civilization, there is not much information on technology, and most of them are incomplete. As a result, although Xiaoyu can grasp these conclusions, he cannot know the derivation process, various formulas, etc. These things just pointed out a way forward for Xiaoyu, allowing Xiaoyu to save thousands of years of development time. Xiaoyu has to do the specific research work himself. For example, before Einstein appeared, giving the formula E equals mc squared to the scientists at that time, and explaining the meaning of this formula clearly would not have much meaning in promoting science, because there is a lack of derivation process of this formula. Why is this result? Is much more important than what is the result? But this can at least point out a research direction for those scientists and save them a lot of energy and time. Just like Xiaoyu now. Chapter 231 20 years. Now, Xiaoyu finally knew what was going on with the inexplicable increase in matter he had observed. It is nothing more than the extreme environment that caused the emergence of negative matter at the moment of particle collision. The birth of negative matter must be accompanied by an equal amount of positive matter. After the negative matter is created, it immediately interacts with the matter in the collider. The remaining matter reacted and disappeared, while the accompanying positive matter remained there and was observed by Xiaoyu. Since then, by plundering the technology of the Mayan civilization, Xiaoyu's technological problems have been perfectly answered. Moreover, this phenomenon has also pointed out a way for Xiaoyu to create negative matter. As for how to create antimatter on a large scale, the principle is even simpler. Since antimatter and negative matter react to form dark matter, antimatter can be created by reducing dark matter. However, during this process, no negative matter was produced, which made Xiaoyu a little regretful. The specific method is to use the characteristics of dark matter to still be affected by gravity, and to use the characteristics of the mutual conversion of energy and gravity in the grand unified theory to create an instrument with strong gravity to collect dark matter in the universe, and then use it to a rather complex reaction can reduce it to antimatter on a large scale. These antimatters can be used as energy reserves, making weapons, etc. Antimatter energy is a level higher than elemental decay energy. During the curvature navigation, Xiaoyu eagerly absorbed knowledge from these mechanical storage devices. While conducting research on this knowledge himself, Xiaoyu also shared this knowledge with Luca scientists. Scientists from other races do not have this treatment. Now they are not worthy of Xiaoyu's trust. The process of escape is also a learning process. The only thing that made Xiaoyu unhappy was that the more than 10,000 Malian civilized creatures still refused to surrender. Xiaoyu simply gave up the idea of subduing them and imprisoned them directly. After all, it is a 5th-level civilized creature. It would be a waste to kill it like this. Well, in the universe, there should be many trading places similar to the Sky Blue Market. So, when you encounter such a place again, just once you sell these Malian civilization creatures, you should be able to get a good price. Leave the trading to other civilizations and let them worry about it. I believe that creatures that have mastered a large number of technologies related to level 5 civilizations will be enthusiastically sought after by various level 4 civilizations. At that time, I can purchase some other technologies to improve my level 4 and level 5 civilization technology trees. Xiaoyu's technological development is uneven because it develops too fast. This is also a sacrifice that must be made for rapid development, because a lot of Xiaoyu's time is used to develop major technologies, and the progress of various secondary technologies is much slower. Xiaoyu plans to acquire these secondary technologies through purchase when he encounters a similar market again in the future, thus saving his time. Currently, I have been on the run for 30 years and have sailed a distance of about 150 light years. I don't know if the follow-up fleet of the Malian civilization is caught up. Xiaoyu thought worriedly. I got it. After the related properties of tachyons, the obstacles to manufacturing superlight weapons and superlight detectors will be broken. It is impossible for the Marian civilization to not master the relevant technology of superlight detectors. But I still have various characteristics of superlight detectors. I'm not sure. Maybe I ran too far away. And it's not necessarily that they couldn't find me. In short, there's nothing wrong with running farther away. This is another place where level 5 civilization is higher than level 4 civilization. Level 4 civilizations cannot engage in large-scale wars while traveling at the speed of light. And it is difficult for a level 4 civilization to completely eliminate another level 4 civilization. But this is not the case for level 5 civilizations. Level 5 civilizations that have mastered tachyon weapons already have the ability to engage in war at superlight speeds. If Mo Lian Wiming catches up, Xiaoyu can only pray for his luck. This robbery is a bit risky. If I had known that the Malian civilization had such powerful capabilities, I probably wouldn't have had the courage to rob them. This time, it is really dangerous. It is said that it is in the mouth of a tiger. Pulling out teeth is not an exaggeration. However, risks always coexist with benefits. Without taking such a big risk, how could I have such a huge gain? Let's escape 100 light years away. Large-scale scientific research cannot be carried out while traveling at superlight speed. I really can't wait to verify the various formulas and theorems I obtained this time. Verification. The process is also a process of gradual mastery. As long as I fully digest the technology acquired this time, even if I cannot reach the height of the 5th level civilization, there will always be no problem at the 4th level peak. Xiaoyu secretly came to a conclusion. Before, I always knew about the phenomenon of quantum entanglement and didn't know why. I only knew how to use them to make ultra-distance communication instruments. But I didn't know the principle. Now, I finally know that the phenomenon of quantum entanglement is also produced by tachyons. Because the speed of tachyons is too fast, the illusion of instantaneous communication is created. As long as I master a little more about the characteristics of tachyons and related technologies, the performance of my ultra-distance communication equipment will produce a huge improvement. Leap. Tachyon is just a general term for this type of particle. And tachyons are also divided into many types. These tachyons have some differences with each other, such as their mass, speed, etc. Among them, the phenomenon of quantum entanglement is based on the connection between tachyons with the lowest mass and fastest speed. This type of tachyons is used for communication. And the other type of tachyons has another peculiar property. After they encounter positive matter, antimatter, or dark matter, they will not all react and annihilate them, but will bounce back, backtracking to the launch site. Because their speed far exceeds the speed of light, the characteristics of this tachyon can be used to create a superluminal detector. In Xiaoyu's guess, the superlight detection instrument of the Malian civilization was made with this kind of tachyon. There is also a type of tachyons, which are affected by strong magnetic fields, can be gathered and directionally emitted, and can exist stably in space for a period of time. Then it's very simple. You can use a strong magnetic field to bind it, and let it move in a circle within a certain area to bind it. When it accumulates to a certain amount, it can be emitted together and use this property, which can be made into negative matter cannon SH. LS. In Xiaoyu's guess, the giant cannons of the Mayan civilization were made using this technology. In front of Xiaoyu, a door to a new world was opened. However, because he was in a curvature voyage and could not carry out large-scale scientific research, Xiaoyu could only covet and be unable to act. 20 years. 20 years later. No matter what, we must break away from the curvature navigation, find a star to station, and carry out scientific research. Time is life. Time is life. Xiaoyu muttered silently. During this period of time, Xiaoyu has completed a preliminary understanding of those alien scientists and measured their current level of knowledge, related disciplines, and research and development capabilities. Xiaoyu has begun to try to come up with some less important information and give them topics that are consistent with their current knowledge. There are also some scientists with relatively low-level knowledge who are studying under Xiaoyu's arrangement. In Xiaoyu's judgment, the greatest criterion for measuring a scientist's value is his ability to develop new technologies, rather than the amount of knowledge he currently possesses. Xiaoyu has ensured their living comfort in all aspects. In the past few decades, Xiaoyu has even used biotechnology to create a small society with a population of several thousand for each of these scientists, and allowed them to live and obtain the highest status in this small society. In their respective societies, they have the supreme right of life and death. If you want to have fun, just propose an idea, and Xiaoyu will arrange for robots to build all the entertainment facilities within 48 hours. If you want to enjoy delicious food, just propose a production method, and Xiaoyu will arrange for robots to build it within 1 hour. Make it and bring it over. If you want to enjoy the beauty, you only need to build a model of the creature's appearance. Xiaoyu will use biotechnology to create it within 72 hours and send it to their bed with a robot. In short, you can have whatever you want and enjoy whatever you want. Xiaoyu is like a generous god who allows them to ask for anything. He can satisfy any of their wishes. Xiaoyu will even help them come up with some luxurious ways to enjoy themselves that they can't think of, so that they can live as comfortably as possible. Xiaoyu is also very concerned about their health. Xiaoyu is also working hard on biotechnology to increase their lifespan. In a word, you only need to study technology, and don't worry about anything else. I will do my best for you in everything. So much better than you can imagine. This is what Xiaoyu thinks. This kind of treatment is much better than when they were sold as commodities in the sky blue market. Even within their parent civilization, they cannot enjoy such treatment. However, this kind of fairy-like life is based on the biggest premise. That is, to work for Xiaoyu honestly. Complete the tasks assigned by Xiaoyu honestly, efficiently and accurately. If the mission cannot be completed, or if the plot is evil, or if there is no loyalty or double-mindedness, the creatures that are executed by Xiaoyu using the most cruel means will be their fate. Under this combination of kindness and power, these alien scientists are diligent and loyal. Chapter 232 Half a Star. With the development of science and technology to the present level, Xiaoyu has the confidence to make such a commitment. Anyway, in Xiaoyu's opinion, everything is just a waste of computing power. The computing power consumed to create some entertainment facilities, cook some delicious food, or use biotechnology to breed a few beauties in their eyes is much smaller than the computing power consumed by painstakingly studying technology. This is a surefire deal. The treatment enjoyed by the Luca civilization is somewhat different from that of these captured civilizations. After getting along with each other for a long time, the ability and loyalty of the scientists of the Luca civilization have been verified. In addition to the treatment given to them by Xiaoyu, in addition to the material life treatment that is equal to or even exceeds that of other civilizations, there is one thing that is extremely important to other civilizations. The most precious thing we hope for and dare not hope for is dignity. No matter how much Xiaoyu did for the captured alien scientists and how well he treated them, in Xiaoyu's eyes, they were always just a piece of cargo. When they were in danger or their values were unequal, they will be abandoned by Xiaoyu without hesitation. The Luca civilization creatures will not. If it were not Luca scientists who were trapped in the sky blue market, but scientists from other civilizations, it remains to be seen whether Xiaoyu would have rescued them. During the period of entering the warp voyage, Xiaoyu held an extremely grand reward ceremony for Luca 2 and gave it the most distinguished status in the Luca civilization. Looking at the slightly envious and jealous eyes of Luca 3 and Luca 4, Xiaoyu felt very proud. It is precisely because you are envious and jealous of Luca 2 that you have the motivation to work harder for me. In stark contrast, are the captured creatures of the Mauryan civilization. Xiaoyu has lost the patience to recruit them, because Xiaoyu found that no matter what method he used, it would not work on them. Differentiation methods do not work. Differential treatment methods do not work. And bloody punishment also does not work. I don't know how the creatures within their civilization can have such strong loyalty, Xiaoyu thought angrily, and simply frozen them all, which not only saves worry, but also saves some resources. Xiaoyu planned to unfreeze and resurrect them after encountering the trading market, and then sell them all. Time slips away in such a vigorous and dynamic state. Gradually, 20 years passed, and the fleet of Mayan civilization never caught up. This point made Xiaoyu feel a little confused when he felt a little more relaxed. Could it be that there are some limitations to the super light speed detection instruments based on Tachyon technology? Or maybe I ran too fast, and they didn't have time to catch me? That's why they didn't chase me. Well, no matter what, it's always the case that they didn't catch me. Okay, I have escaped a distance of 250 light years. This distance is far enough. Let's just go here. There is a star here and a planet orbiting it. It is a good place for the development of technology. Place, Xiaoyu thought, and retreated from the curvature navigation. It's so beautiful to see the starry sky again. Xiaoyu, who exited the curvature navigation and received the visible light signal again, couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the beautiful starry sky. The dark universe is like a huge black cloth that fills the sky and the earth. On this black cloth, the stars are like beautiful gems dotted on it. There is a certain pattern in the density distribution of gemstones. The farther you go in the opposite direction of Xiaoyu's sailing direction, the sparser it becomes, and the farther you go, the denser it becomes. Here, the Milky Way can be clearly seen, and its shape is somewhat different from that seen on Earth. On a clear summer night, the Milky Way seen above the Earth is in the shape of a long belt. From Xiaoyu's position, the shape of the Milky Way shows a circular trend. It consists of a belt, turned into an extremely flat oval. Moreover, from Xiaoyu's position, several cantilevers of the Milky Way can be clearly distinguished, such as the Perseus arm, the Swan arm, etc. Even the Orion arm, where the sun is located, is clearly visible. This shows that Xiaoyu, who has been running around for more than 10,000 years after leaving the Earth, has left the scope of the Orion arm. By comparing the sky records of the heroes and the measurements of some benchmark neutron stars, Xiaoyu found out his current position. I'm probably a little outside the middle of the Centaur arm, almost 5,000 light years away from the current sun. Hey, if I have time, I'd better go back to my hometown to take a look. Xiaoyu sighed with emotion. He said, I don't know if other creatures have entered the solar system during this period of time. I don't know if the base I left on Titan is still there. Those with spirits, Venus, and Mars. I don't know what's going on now. Xiaoyu looked at the direction of the sun, his thoughts agitated, and headed towards the target star in the normal navigation method. Here is a relatively dense area of stars. The distance between the two nearest stars is generally no more than 5 light years. This distance is not much different from the density of the area where the sun is located. Similarly, the distance between this place and the center of the galaxy is about the same as the distance between the sun and the center of the galaxy, which is about 23,000 light years. Xiaoyu's target star is a red dwarf star with a mass of only 180 times the mass of Jupiter. This mass is less than 1/5 of the sun. This mass means an extremely long lifespan. In the universe, there are many phenomena that seem to go against common sense. For example, the smaller the mass of a star, the longer its lifespan. The opposite is true for a black hole. The larger the mass of a black hole, the longer its lifespan. In general, the larger the volume, the greater the mass. However, this is not the case for neutron stars and white dwarfs. Neutron stars and white dwarfs have smaller volumes and greater mass. This red dwarf planet is more appropriately described as a companion star than a planet. The companion star is a brown dwarf, which is 20 times the mass of Jupiter. Because its mass is too small, it cannot maintain its luminosity through hydrogen fusion and cannot become a main sequence star. However, deuteron fusion can occur inside them, so there is still a certain amount of energy radiated from inside them. This energy is mainly emitted in the form of infrared rays. It does not emit visible light, so this type of brown dwarf is extremely difficult to observe in the universe. They can generally be seen through the gravitational swing method and astronomical telescopes in the infrared band. This pair of stars revolves around an invisible point in the universe. This point is their particle point. Two stars rotating around form a binary star system. If the mass difference is not too large, then they form a two-body problem. Unlike the three-body or many-body problems, the two-body problem already has a clear solution. Xiaoyu saw that this pair of twin stars were orbiting each other in a predictable and stable orbit. In this star system, beyond Xiaoyu's expectation, there is a rocky planet. The rocky planet is about the same mass as Mercury and is orbiting the brown dwarf. Brown dwarfs are called failed stars. They are a kind of star between gas giant planets and low-mass stars. Then, the status of this planet is very embarrassing. One of the definitions of a planet is that a planet must orbit a star. But whether a brown dwarf can be called a star is really worth discussing. For the time being, it doesn't matter whether brown dwarfs can be called stars, or whether this star with a mass similar to Mercury is a planet or a satellite. In short, it will be fine if they can bring me enough supplies, Xiaoyu thought, adding that some tangled questions came to mind. In addition to this Mercury-sized star, there are many asteroids in this binary star system, and the number is estimated to reach 10 million. There are also many comets composed of volatile gases, as well as dwarf planets, tiny rocks, etc., which together constitute this vibrant star system. Xiaoyu's huge fleet braved the hail of bullets and headed towards the rocky planet. Xiaoyu will be stationed here and use the rich material resources here to sort out his current technological system in a comprehensive and detailed manner. At the same time, he will speed up the research and development process of new technologies. After achieving new results, he will upgrade his spaceship again. Class. While moving forward, Xiaoyu also controlled the telescope equipped on the spacecraft to detect the surrounding stars. Well, the types of stars around this binary star system are quite rich. There is actually a red giant with a mass of 15 times that of the Sun. This means that a supernova explosion will occur in the near future. There is a yellow dwarf star and a red dwarf star. Xiaoyu recorded these data while observing. Huh? There's something wrong with this star. After turning the telescope's lens tube to another direction and focusing on a seemingly ordinary star, Xiaoyu quickly discovered something was wrong. There is only half of this star. In Xiaoyu's sight, only half of the star was glowing, while the other half was completely dark. Not only in the visible light band, but also in the infrared and ultraviolet bands. In fact, Xiaoyu was not even sure whether there was anything there. What's going on? Is it possible that such a thing exists in the universe? This star shocked Xiaoyu. If such a thing can really exist in the universe, then more than 90% of Xiaoyu's scientific theories will be overturned. There is no doubt that the object is a star, and it can be easily distinguished by measuring the spectrum of the luminous half, photometric analysis, etc. But it only half shines. This makes it look like a half-circle moon, which is very weird. Chapter 233 Collecting Dark Matter. This weird star is only 10 light-years away from Xiaoyu. At this distance, stars will only be seen as point-like bright spots. So Xiaoyu did not find it weird at first, but only discovered this after using a telescope for observation. Is it possible for half a star to exist in the universe? The answer is impossible. Even if only half of the star exists, it will quickly collapse into a sphere under its own gravity. Moreover, this process is catastrophic. During the process of collapsing into a sphere, a huge amount of material will be ejected due to the impact. In Xiaoyu's deduction, this will be a river system level disaster no less than the explosion of a new star. In short, half a star cannot exist. Even if it exists, it cannot maintain a stable state, but will quickly transform into other types of stars. But in Xiaoyu's gaze, the star was shining quietly there, like half of a waxing moon, quietly watching Xiaoyu. This is so weird. The equator of this weird star is exactly parallel to Xiaoyu. It uses the equator as its boundary. One side looks like a normal star, and the other side is pitch black. Xiaoyu didn't know whether it was covered by something, or whether there was nothing there at all. If it is covered by something, their dividing line cannot be a straight line, because the thing that can cover it must be very large and not allow any light from it to shine through, which means it must also have a certain density. Taken together, it is a huge mass. Under such a mass, it must be a sphere. How can a sphere have a straight border? Then, it seems that there is only one possibility left. The star itself is half, and it maintains its stability strangely for some reason that Xiaoyu has not yet learned. Researching unknown phenomena is itself the best way to promote the development of science and technology. Facing this phenomenon, Xiaoyu's curiosity was uncontrollably aroused, and it grew bigger and bigger. However, Due to some reasons, Xiaoyu could not go over to conduct direct field research. First, there are too many things going on at the moment, and digesting the plunder technology as quickly as possible is the right thing to do. Second, Xiaoyu is afraid that if there is a terrifying existence there, if he goes there like this, he will fall into the tiger's mouth. Even sending some detectors over there may reveal your location. If the strange phenomenon of half a star is caused by a conscious individual, it will definitely be much more powerful than the 5th level civilization. Such an existence must have the ability to detect faster than light speed. In other words, it can pass through reverse the orbit of the detector and find the launch point of the detector. At that time, he would be in danger. The magic of the universe is indeed beyond my imagination. What is going on with this kind of thing? Xiaoyu thought secretly, without changing his orbit, but continued to fly towards the target brown dwarf. The primary goal at the moment is to determine whether it has no other half, or whether it is blocked by something. Although in my speculation, it is impossible for something to block it like this. But about things in the universe, who can? Is that a good idea? Xiaoyu thought, and launched a detector, flying vertically towards the equator of this strange star. The detection data of this detector will be able to answer Xiaoyu's question. I don't know whether it was a coincidence or other reasons, but the location where Xiaoyu exited the curvature navigation happened to be parallel to the equator of the star, which caused trouble for Xiaoyu's detection. Launch a detector to detect from another angle. By comparing the images taken by himself with those taken by the detector, Xiaoyu will be able to find some clues to answer his questions. The distance to the target brown dwarf was getting closer and closer. Xiaoyu slowly slowed down his fleet and finally entered an orbit around the target planet. The first thing to do is naturally to detect the distribution of various minerals and topography. Under Xiaoyu's control, thousands of satellites were launched to conduct a 360-degree all-round detection of the planet. Xiaoyu also did not detect the two stars. Let go. Xiaoyu launched at least 1,000 detectors towards them, conducted detailed observations of their elemental composition, atmospheric activities, etc., and further improved his theory of stellar evolution. After the preliminary detection was completed, Xiaoyu began to construct various bases. Among these bases, there are various experimental bases, mining bases, forging bases, precision processing bases, etc. Here, Xiaoyu once again rebuilt his industrial system with amazing mobility. In addition to the industrial base, Xiaoyu also built hundreds of living bases for alien scientists to live in. The county-level spaceship they lived in before was only a temporary residence. After all, the county-level spacecraft has its limitations. If the county-level spacecraft is used as a carrier, Xiaoyu cannot provide them with good material living conditions. After they all moved to the luxurious and comfortable base that Xiaoyu built for them, Xiaoyu's first instruction was issued. The time has come to test your loyalty and value. After the warp navigation, after decades of study, your level of knowledge must have reached the same level as mine. So, let's start researching antimatter technology first. The scientists of these more than 100 races have different levels of original knowledge, except for a dozen or so who are originally at the 4th level of civilization. The rest of the scientists are at the level of the 3rd level civilization. During the decades of warp navigation, Xiaoyu allocated part of his computing power to instill comprehensive knowledge into them, and also allocated some knowledge that he had not yet mastered in level 3 or level 4 civilizations to them. Research. Since leaving the Earth, Xiaoyu has always encountered crises of one kind or another. This has caused Xiaoyu to devote all his energy to the development of military technology, which has also led to Xiaoyu's current strange situation, which is Xiaoyu can almost compete head-on with the 5th level civilization. And the development of various secondary technologies is even worse than that of the 3rd level civilization in some places. For example, virtual reality technology. Among the scientists captured this time, several are from the peak level 3 civilization. According to them, their civilization has developed relevant technology and can directly use some kind of similar helmet. Instruments can communicate with biological brain waves. Driven by this technology, various virtual games have emerged one after another. Even military training has begun to be conducted in the virtual society. This kind of technology has had an extremely profound impact on their civilized society, and countless social cultures have been derived from it. They were all surprised when they learned that Xiaoyu, whose military technology had developed to the level equivalent to the peak of level 4 civilization, did not even master virtual reality technology. In response, Xiaoyu could only smile bitterly. Xiaoyu felt that he was like a nomad in the Earth Age. During the same period, His combat effectiveness could reach the point where he was proud of the world. However, his socio-economic, cultural and other development was still in the primitive stage of ignorance. It can be said that the process of educating this group of scientists is also a process for Xiaoyu to improve his own technology tree. However, in just a few decades, it is obvious that Xiaoyu cannot recover all his lost technological processes. At this stage, the development of military technology should still be the top priority. The rest of the technology will be developed slowly when I reach the point where I can be proud of the galaxy. After all, survival is the first priority. Xiaoyu thought so. Xiaoyu has not forgotten that Emolian civilization may come over at any time and wipe out him. Xiaoyu has not forgotten that the civilization of sweepers and guardians has disappeared at this stage. Nor has he forgotten the heavy fog hidden behind him. And the destruction of the Earth does not seem to be as simple as destroying some advanced civilization in order to gain luck. The more technology develops, the more urgent Xiaoyu feels. With the support of this mentality, Xiaoyu quickly launched a digestion operation on the looted technology. The first thing to be done is the related research on antimatter. Xiaoyu had the ability to create trace amounts of antimatter a long time ago. But due to the limitations of technological conditions at the time, he was unable to conduct detailed research on it. Now, with the scientific documents plundered from the Moebius civilization, Xiaoyu finally has the ability to theoretically study antimatter in detail. According to the normal process, a civilization should develop step by step after figuring out the characteristics of antimatter in large-scale particle collision experiments. From antimatter to negative matter to dark matter, mastering them one by one. But Xiaoyu is different. With the support of Moebius civilization's scientific and technological documents, Xiaoyu's goal is to produce antimatter on a large scale by directly reducing dark matter. Xiaoyu first built a very large gravity generator and installed it on the edge of the binary star system. The reason why it is installed here is that stars drive away dark matter due to some process that Xiaoyu has not yet mastered. Due to its own special properties, dark matter does not collapse inward under its own gravity. Within the river system, it appears to be evenly distributed. Under this situation, it is difficult to detect its gravitational influence inside the river system. Only outside the river system can its gravitational influence be truly felt. Just like those in large galaxy clusters, it is like a galaxy that is rotating at high speed but cannot escape the gravitational pull. This large gravity generator is responsible for collecting dark matter and reducing it into antimatter through reactions. On the base inside the galaxy, Xiaoyu also started trial production of antimatter engines. Thousands of scientists from hundreds of civilizations are working intensively for Xiaoyu all the time, contributing their own efforts to promote Xiaoyu's scientific and technological level. Chapter 234 Rapid Development. Dark matter cannot be transported or stored, so the only place to produce antimatter is outside the galaxy. A month after starting the work, Xiaoyu finally collected enough 1 kilogram of antimatter. Because any positive matter that comes into contact with them will react with them and cause the antimatter to disappear. They must be placed in special containers. This kind of container must have an extremely pure vacuum inside. And it must also have the ability to generate a strong magnetic field, which can use the magnetic field to restrain the antimatter in a place where it does not come into contact with any positive matter. 1 kilogram of antimatter stored inside this county-level transport spacecraft is tantamount to a time bomb. If there is a problem with the storage equipment and it leaks, Xiaoyu's county-level spacecraft will be blown to pieces from the inside. Like matter, antimatter can also be composed of elementary particles. What Xiaoyu produced this time was 1 kilogram of anti-hydrogen, after it was carefully transported to the base, under the gaze of thousands of scientists, and Xiaoyu's countless observation instruments. The first antimatter engine activation experiment was about to begin. This engine was installed in a huge factory by Xiaoyu, and hundreds of extremely sophisticated mechanical arms acted as operators. Under Xiaoyu's command, they carefully installed the container containing antimatter at the predetermined location. And then the antimatter engine started. Within it, a series of controllable reactions took place. First, the antimatter container was opened. But due to the magnetic field, the antimatter still stayed there stably, and did not float around. Then came the next step. This ball of antihydrogen was separated by the magnetic field, and a small part of the antihydrogen entered the reaction chamber. In the reaction chamber, there is a piece of positive matter that has been prepared, waiting to be reacted with it. The integration happened as expected. The moment they met, this mass of material emitted an extremely bright and dazzling light. In fact, it releases a huge amount of energy not only in the visible light band, but also in the X-ray and gamma ray bands. When antimatter and positive matter meet, they will both annihilate, and all their mass will be released in the form of high-energy photons. High-energy photons will be emitted around the reaction point with the reaction point as the core. However, Xiaoyu has already installed energy collection equipment on the wall of the reaction chamber. Through a series of processes, they will collect the energy carried by these high-energy photons and transport them to various instruments in the system for their use. After the annihilation reaction of matter and antimatter occurred, Xiaoyu detected strong energy and transported it from the antimatter engine. Xiaoyu gently relaxed his spirit. This means that the first antimatter engine test was a complete success. During this experiment, Xiaoyu collected a large amount of information. Xiaoyu will fully share this information with those scientists. Moreover, Xiaoyu assigned specific tasks to them. Scientists from each race have their own clear tasks. Scientists of different races can also communicate through the communication equipment specially developed for them by Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu is trying every means to improve their efficiency. Under this situation, more than 7,000 scientists, including Lucas scientists, began intensive research work together, trying their best to digest these test data, and looking for ways to increase load capacity, reduce loss rate, and improve safety. Research on other aspects. These are research works inside galaxies. Xiaoyu did not let those large collection, forging, casting, processing and other bases idle. During this period of time, Xiaoyu built a large number of observation satellites, spaceports and other instruments. The observation satellites were launched by Xiaoyu. They will continue to move away from this binary star system along their own orbits. Their directions are 360 degrees all day long. Xiaoyu hopes that these satellites can provide him with some early warning information, so that if the Marian civilization or other civilizations appear, he can respond in advance. Needless to say, the space turret is the main force in positional warfare and defensive warfare. In fact, during the process of plundering the Tachyon market, if Xiaoyu had not destroyed all the space forts, ground defense equipment, etc. of the Malian civilization through the war in the data world from the beginning, Xiaoyu would not have one at all. There is no hope. In addition, Xiaoyu is still carrying out a large amount of spacecraft construction. However, in this construction, Xiaoyu only built township-level and village-level spacecraft. And these spacecraft did not use precious materials such as the flesh and blood of alien beasts or Zerg limbs. Xiaoyu planned that if a civilization invaded, he could use these small spaceships as consumables during the war and try his best to consume the opponent's strength. The combat effectiveness of these small spaceships is also improving with the improvement of Xiaoyu's technology. This leads to the fact that if there happens to be a major technological breakthrough, the spacecraft built today may have a much higher combat effectiveness than the spacecraft built yesterday. It's just that Xiaoyu doesn't plan to recycle and transform those spaceships to improve their combat effectiveness. It's just a consumable item anyway. If you have time to modify it, you might as well build a new one. The Circumstellar Large Particle Collider has been moved out of the spacecraft by Xiaoyu and assembled in orbit around the star. Under Xiaoyu's control, it is carrying out intense work all the time. A huge amount of data is collected by Xiaoyu every day. Then, while conducting research on his own, Xiaoyu will also collect these data shared with the more than 7,000 scientists. Xiaoyu's technology is developing rapidly under this almost desperate work enthusiasm. By dissecting the Malian civilization provincial spaceship and analyzing the mechanical storage devices, Xiaoyu gained a lot of knowledge. The current research process is just to follow the clear path and master this knowledge. There is no need to worry about bottlenecks and wrong paths. That's why Xiaoyu's scientific and technological progress can be so fast. 3 months after the first successful trial of the antimatter annihilation engine, Xiaoyu built the first spacecraft using an antimatter engine as a power source and successfully conducted a test flight. In addition to antimatter engines, there is also research on antimatter weapons. Xiaoyu has successfully trial-produced an antimatter bomb, but because the technology is still developing rapidly, he has not made any modifications for the nearly 100,000 large spacecraft. Xiaoyu plans to do it in one step after the technology stabilizes. Transform them into powerful spaceships with level 5 civilization combat capabilities. Although my technology tree is not complete, and I have not even mastered many technologies at the 3rd level civilization level, but in terms of military industry, there are 4 protective shields. After digesting all these technologies, my combat power should be no less than it's a level 5 civilization. Right. Xiaoyu thought so. In the galaxy where the sweepers and guardians have all disappeared, the 5th level civilization should have the ability to protect itself. At that time, I may find a star system to truly stabilize and start operating my own power. No more running around. Stability and security have always been unattainable for Xiaoyu. At this moment, Xiaoyu finally saw the dawn of realizing his wish. At this moment, 10 years have passed since Xiaoyu came to this binary star system. During this period of time, Xiaoyu never gave up on detecting the strange star 10 light-years away from him. By launching satellites and observing it from multiple angles, Xiaoyu finally determined that the dark hemisphere of this star was blocked by something. And it still existed. The principle is simple. If it is blocked, then it should have different shapes when viewed from different angles. Observations from detection satellites confirmed this guess. Among the satellites launched by Xiaoyu, the farther they fly in one direction, the more shining places are in the photos of stars taken, while the farther the satellites fly in the other direction, the more photos they take, the more bleak places there are. This phenomenon verified Xiaoyu's speculation. Then, a new problem arises. After all, what could obscure a star? Moreover, the blocking is so regular, as if it has been specially measured. Xiaoyu vaguely felt that this place was not a place to stay for a long time. There might be some danger in that weird star. However, the fanatical nature of a scientist determined that Xiaoyu was really reluctant to walk away. If I just leave like this, I don't know when I will be able to come here again next time. Moreover, the mechanism that causes this strange phenomenon may have some benefits in promoting my technological progress. Xiaoyu thought to himself. Moreover, this is an era of great technological development. Leaving the star system and entering the curvature-free voyage means that one's own technological progress will inevitably be interrupted. Let's stay here for a while longer, Xiaoyu thought with some ambivalence. I'll make plans after digesting these knowledge reserves. He was reluctant to leave, but he didn't dare to go there. Under this contradictory situation, Xiaoyu could only conduct an all-round exploration of this strange star in this binary star system. 10 light-years apart, Xiaoyu first measured its approximate mass through its bending of light passing around it, and then measured its density. From these two data, its volume was deduced, and these data were compared with the data observed on the spot. The observation results once again verified Xiaoyu's inference. Observation results show that if it is regarded as a sphere, all the data are consistent. If it is only a hemisphere, its volume is less than half of the prediction. It seems that it is indeed blocked by something. Xiaoyu came to the conclusion. Chapter 235 Experimental Negative Matter Cannon. After concluding that the star was obscured by something, Xiaoyu's research encountered a bottleneck. The distance of 10 light-years is not that close. Above this distance, a lot of information will be lost because the distance is too far. Before starting close observation, Xiaoyu could no longer obtain more observation data. In desperation, Xiaoyu had no choice but to put this matter on hold for the time being and instead focus on digesting the current technology. With the joint efforts of Xiaoyu and thousands of scientists, the research and development of antimatter engines has been advancing rapidly. So far, Xiaoyu has developed a large antimatter engine that is enough to drive a county-level spacecraft. Under this situation, the antimatter engine is quickly the sub-research also has the conditions to start. Producing tachyons requires a large amount of energy and requires antimatter technology to develop to a certain extent. Xiaoyu can now meet these two conditions. Under Xiaoyu's control, a total of tens of thousands of spacecraft participated in the production project of the first negative matter cannon, similar to the supergiant negative matter cannon in the sky blue market. With a muzzle diameter of 5 kilometers, Xiaoyu is not yet capable of manufacturing it, but it is still possible to make a smaller one. A negative matter cannon must contain two parts. One is the super light detection module, and the other is the Tachyon launch module, which is the attack module. The super light detection module is relatively simple, because tachyons move at super light speed, and its speed is much faster than the fastest super light spacecraft. So it can catch up with the spacecraft that is sailing in curvature, and then reflect it back from the original path. At that time, by analyzing its various changes, the speed, mass, volume, and other information of the target can be determined. The relatively difficult part is the attack module. In order to support the huge energy demand, the energy supply module in the attack module must be built very large. A huge energy supply module means a large number of various precision instruments, which means that the construction difficulty increases exponentially. However, these problems were jointly overcome by a group of scientists headed by Xiaoyu. According to statistics, in the process of building the first negative matter cannon, Xiaoyu encountered more than 40,000 technical problems in total, including more than 1,000 in terms of barrel laying alone. Of these more than 40,000 problems, Xiaoyu independently solved more than 20,000. And the remaining 20,000 were distributed by Xiaoyu to scientists of more than 100 races. Among them, scientist Lucas solved more than 7,000. There are more than 100 remaining races of scientists, and each race has solved about 120 on average. Every idea for solving technical problems will be recorded by Xiaoyu and compared with his current technical means. In this process, backward technologies are constantly being eliminated and replaced by new, more efficient technologies. The construction of this negative matter cannon promoted the advancement of Xiaoyu's entire technological level. It seems that my strategy of collecting a lot of other intelligent biological scientists in the universe is not wrong. If they didn't help me share the tasks and do my own independent research, I would have to spend at least twice as much time as I do now. Looking at the construction drawings lying quietly in his mind, Xiaoyu felt very emotional. Various construction materials, construction drawings and other things occupy 0.1% of all Xiaoyu's storage equipment. This is a larger amount of data than all the hard drives in the Earth's era combined. After the research and development phase is completed, the actual construction work begins. Xiaoyu will be able to complete this step independently, and no longer needs the help of the scientist group. Therefore, Xiaoyu assigned them new tasks, and directed them to continue research on how to improve the power of the negative matter cannon, reduce energy consumption, and reduce the size. He himself started the construction work with all his strength. After conducting a comprehensive survey of this binary star system, Xiaoyu decided not to build this first negative matter cannon on a planet, but in an orbit around a brown dwarf. In Xiaoyu's plan, the size of this negative matter cannon will reach a length of more than 10 kilometers, with a width and height of 7 kilometers and 3 kilometers respectively. In sharp contrast, the diameter of the muzzle is only a few kilometers to 200 meters. Its power will reach the point where it can blast the four-dimensional protective cover of a county-level spaceship into pieces with one shot. Xiaoyu knew that the negative matter cannon technology and the Mayan civilization had just started. Otherwise, they would not have only built negative matter cannons on the surface of the planet without equipping them on the spacecraft. However, my current level is still inferior to them, and I can only be regarded as a junior among juniors. The negative matter cannon is mainly designed for spacecraft that are facing curvature navigation. If it is installed on the surface of a planet or in the inner space of a star system such as an orbit, it will lose its greatest role, because in the inner space of a star system, due to the gravitational influence of the star, the spacecraft will generally not enter the curvature navigation, which will be very dangerous. Although the transmission speed of tachyons far exceeds the speed of light, the negative matter cannon equipped inside the star system still does not have the ability to directly attack spacecraft outside the star system. The reason is very simple. Although there is a vacuum in interstellar space, there is always more or less cosmic dust there. Over a distance of tens of billions of kilometers, the accumulation of thin cosmic dust is also a considerable amount. These cosmic dust will greatly weaken the power of the negative matter cannon. But this step is necessary. Only after the negative matter cannon is truly constructed can we consider how to make it efficient and miniaturized, and finally equip it on a spacecraft to start a battle at superlight speed. Moreover, even if it is a negative matter cannon built inside the galaxy, it can be regarded as an extremely powerful position defense weapon. Xiaoyu did not forget the Hunan spacecraft that was attacked by the negative matter cannon and disappeared from the universe. Under Xiaoyu's command, tens of thousands of collection bases built on this rocky planet are operating at full power. Thousands of tons of minerals are collected every moment, and after preliminary processing on the spot, they were transported to the forging workshop for the next step of deep processing, and then transported to the casting workshop and precision machining workshop. Here, these materials were manufactured by Xiaoyu into precision parts according to the predetermined drawings. And then, there were robots load them onto the spacecraft, which transports them to the construction site. It is in an orbit of 30 million kilometers from the brown dwarf. Because the brown dwarf itself does not emit visible light, and its companion star is too far away, it is pitch black. However, the arrival of a spaceship broke the silence here. It launched an artificial sun powered by antimatter engines. After being launched, the artificial sun quickly rushed to the intended target, and stabilized there under the influence of its own power system. Then, the antimatter engine started, and it released extremely strong light, illuminating the nearby area. Dozens of kilometers of interstellar space. This is just the first one. There is a second one and a third one behind it. Xiaoyu launched dozens of artificial suns in total. After all the darkness in this area was dispelled, he stopped launching artificial suns. Then, under the light of the artificial sun, a village-level spacecraft arrived at the predetermined location. Its hatch slowly opened, and several robots equipped with reverse thrust engines flew out carrying a cube-shaped instrument, placing it on the track. This is the first part to build this negative matter cannon. After the first part, comes the second part. Several more robots carried another irregular-shaped object, and flew out of the village-class spacecraft. They assembled the second part and the first part together, and connected them with some prepared lines. They are connected. Monitoring instruments mounted inside the parts send a signal confirming they have been connected correctly. After receiving this signal, Xiaoyu began to install the third and fourth parts. All the parts for manufacturing the first negative matter cannon were transported here after being manufactured at the ground base. The ground base is responsible for manufacturing, and the village-class spacecraft is responsible for transportation. Here, it is only responsible for assembly. Under this division of labor, the construction of this negative matter cannon progressed rapidly. In just one day, with the first part as the core, the instrument had reached a length of nearly 100 meters, which is equivalent to the largest human spacecraft in the history of the Earth, the Russian Salyut space station. Because the volume increases, the number of robots that can be accommodated at the same time increases. At this moment, there are already thousands of construction robots of different shapes busy on its surface, and thousands of spacecraft have transported a large amount of fuel, parts, etc. Between the spacecraft and instruments, there are robots with flames on their back shelling busy at all times. At least 70% of the casting power of Xiaoyu's entire industrial system is used here. That is a huge force equivalent to the entire manufacturing capacity of at least several hundred human societies. Now, this force is all used to promote the construction process of this instrument. Every step of building this instrument has been considered by Xiaoyu, and most of the problems encountered have been solved by Xiaoyu in advance. However, even with such comprehensive and precise preparations in advance, countless problems were encountered during the actual construction process. However, the more than 7,000 scientists who have long been devoted to Xiaoyu are not just freeloaders. They are fed by Xiaoyu's various favorable material conditions. They are full of energy every day waiting to work for Xiaoyu and Xiaoyu find solutions to the problems that you encounters. Under the light of hundreds of artificial suns, the size of the first negative matter cannon is rapidly increasing. Chapter 236 Forum. In fact, to be precise, the negative matter cannon built by Xiaoyu has no practical significance. Its power is too small, its range is too short, and its overall performance is not even comparable to the powerful elemental decay SH, LS and material disintegration rays, waiting for weapons. But this step is necessary. To use an analogy, this negative matter cannon is similar to the gunpowder gun used by the human army before World War I in the Earth Age. It is precisely with the gunpowder gun as the basis that mankind has gone further and further on the path of thermal weapons and developed a variety of powerful weapons. 3 months after starting the construction task, the size of this negative matter cannon has increased to 500 meters long and 300 meters wide. Its interior is filled with various crisscrossing channels and lines, and various instruments are piled up together, making it extremely messy. As the chief designer and chief engineer of this construction work, no matter how complex the structure of this negative matter cannon is, Xiaoyu understands every detail of its internal structure. There is a problem with the number 3 energy transmission pipeline. After the detection module is turned on, the detection module will cause the number 3 energy transmission pipeline to overheat due to excessive energy demand. If this error is not corrected, it may even burn out the internal instruments. During the process of debugging the core instruments, Xiaoyu noticed such a problem through the ubiquitous detection instruments. Xiaoyu has lost count of the number of problems he has encountered since starting the construction project. In fact, during the construction process, problems were discovered by Xiaoyu at every moment. Currently, I have taken on the task of finding solutions to thousands of problems such as the attack module pipeline material stress problem, angle adjustment accuracy problem, antimatter engine optimization problem, etc. I really can't spare my energy anymore. Xiaoyu sighing helplessly, he made a decision. Assign this problem to race scientists number 8 to solve. They seem to have a unique talent for such problems. For the convenience of naming, Xiaoyu has numbered each of these more than 100 races. The Luca are undoubtedly the number 1 race. This number 1 not only represents their strength, but also represents their status in Xiaoyu's mind. Race number 8 has a new mission. The deadline is 2 months to solve the serious problem of overheating in the energy transmission pipeline due to excessive load. The specific information is as follows. If the problem cannot be solved within 2 months, a detailed explanation report must be submitted. Xiaoyu sent a message to the gathering area where race number 8 was located on the planet base. Okay, Master, please rest assured. We will definitely solve the problem within the scheduled time and will not affect the overall construction process. A moment later, Xiaoyu received a response from race number 8. This situation has happened many times during this period. Xiaoyu had to admit a truth. God's calculations are not as good as those of humans. No matter how thorough the preparations are, there will still be countless problems that have not been thought of before during the actual casting process. To give you a hint, during the research process, you can contact the races number 37, number 52, number 49, and number 81. Their current research projects. And this project there is a certain correlation, Xiaoyu said. Also, when you encounter problems, you can go to the internal forum to have a look. Everyone can always find a solution by working together. Everything is aimed at solving the problem. Don't just because what ridiculous pride delays the research process. The leader of race number 8 replied respectfully. We will follow your orders. Please don't worry. During this period, in order to maximize the efficiency of these scientists of different races and integrate resources, Xiaoyu also spent a certain amount of computing power to develop a forum open to all scientists. Scientists of each race can communicate with other races on it using the text, language or video of their own race. Xiaoyu hopes that through this method, their knowledge level can be improved as much as possible. Under the internal forum, there is also an external forum open to all naturally reproducing intelligent creatures. On external forums, Xiaoyu will assign scientists from time to carry out science popularization activities and try his best to cultivate their interest in science. Xiaoyu hopes to cultivate more scientists in this way. As for the various races of creatures with flawed intelligence created through biotechnology, Xiaoyu completely ignored them. In Xiaoyu's opinion, they are just tools. And they are also quite cheap tools. Even if they are killed by their own main civilized creatures, Xiaoyu will not interfere. For everything, it is up to their civilized subjects to formulate relevant laws or clauses. However, if naturally reproduced intelligent creatures are killed for no reason, Xiaoyu will intervene, even if they themselves do not have the potential to become scientists. Who knows if there will be any descendants from them? Every intelligent and civilized creature that has complete genes and is naturally reproduced is a valuable asset to Xiaoyu. The appearance of race number 8 is similar to the angels in human myths and legends, except that their skin color and texture are not very good. Moreover, their race seems to take this kind of extremely dark and extremely poor skin as their beauty. This phenomenon allowed Xiaoyu to once again confirm that different living environments will determine different aesthetics. Perhaps Shinemo, who I thought was very beautiful, and the dead Earth Girl, were ugly to them. After assigning this problem, Xiaoyu continued his work. At this time, Xiaoyu was more than single-minded. He could use 100,000 things or 1,000,000 things. The total number of robots active in ground bases, space bases, and spaceships alone has exceeded 10 billion. Not to mention the detection instruments that can be seen everywhere. Not only these, there are thousands of technical problems that are being calculated in Xiaoyu's mind, looking for solutions. Under this situation, Xiaoyu also allocated a little bit of computing power, immersed himself in the scientific forum, and watched thousands of scientists and hundreds of thousands of ordinary intelligent and civilized creatures interact with each other. Communicate. Please tell me, in the theory of stellar evolution, how to calculate the mass after the supernova explosion from the mass before the supernova explosion? What grade is the poster in? This question has a detailed inference process in the science textbook for the 2nd grade of junior high school compiled by the poster. Go home and read the book carefully. If it doesn't work, ask the teacher. This inference process is very important. I was in the middle school entrance examination. I encountered this problem of deformation when I was working on it. I came to the forum to ask for advice because I couldn't understand the inference process in the book. The teacher was a bit aggressive and didn't dare to ask. Ahem. Before this question, the mass, density, heavy element abundance and other data of the star should have been given in the question. Look, the detailed inference should be like this. Do you understand? No need. Thanks to me, the enthusiastic civilized creatures of race 83 floated by. Did you go to college upstairs? There are some mistakes in your inference process. But I don't blame you. This knowledge will not be taught until college. I will do some popular science for you first. During the inference process, We should also consider the factors of the 4 basic force conversions. Their collapse process will be a little faster than expected. Well, you will know the detailed principles when you go to college. Unfortunately, we are all in different civilizations. There is no way to meet. Otherwise, I really want to have a good gathering with everyone. The atmosphere here is pretty good. Looking at these posts, Xiaoyu nodded with satisfaction in his heart. After browsing the external forum for a while, Xiaoyu entered the internal forum. The issues discussed in the internal forum are much more serious. Here, they are full of various academic terms, various formulas, and patterns. Most of the questions discussed by scientists here are not even known to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's level of knowledge is not higher than that of these scientists. What Xiaoyu surpasses them is only his huge memory, quick thinking, research ability, and learning ability. Xiaoyu opened a post at random, left some of his own opinions in it, and raised some deeper questions. Immediately, this post exploded in popularity, and at least hundreds of scientists who were currently taking a break or had no scientific research tasks poured in and started discussions. Even the second-level civilization knows the hairless theorem of black holes. After matter forms a black hole, except for the 3 characteristics of charge, mass, and angular momentum, all other characteristics will be lost. It is obvious that black holes formed from antimatter and those formed from normal matter black holes make no difference. No, I don't think so. What will happen when an antimatter black hole and a matter black hole meet? According to the theory mentioned above, since there is no difference between an antimatter black hole and a matter black hole, they should merge. However, if this is really the case, then what happens? Doesn't it mean that black holes have the ability to reverse antimatter into positive matter? Antimatter also is mass, so of course they can form black holes. However, even Xiaoyu doesn't know whether there is any difference between antimatter black holes and positive matter black holes, and what will happen when they meet. Since antimatter has a charge and spin that are completely opposite to that of matter, then perhaps antimatter black holes will also carry a different charge than matter. I don't know what will happen when they meet, but after our technology develops, I will conduct relevant research to give you an answer. Well, this kind of discussion atmosphere is very good, and everyone should continue to maintain it. After a heated discussion, Xiaoyu made a conclusion, then withdrew his little computing power and used it in other places. Chapter 237 Tachyon Torrent. Xiaoyu often does this kind of forum diving behavior. The issues discussed by these scientists have certain enlightenment significance for Xiaoyu himself. Reporting to the master, problem number 256 has now been solved by us. The detailed solution is as follows. While Xiaoyu was busy with the construction task, a communication request was sent to Xiaoyu. After Xiaoyu connected, he heard these words. Well, very good. Pass it to me now, and I will verify it. After the verification is passed, if it is feasible, you will get my reward. Xiaoyu replied. Your most loyal servant. Race number 39 is honored to serve you. Question number 256 is a study on how to improve the reliability of returning tachyons in the superluminal detection module. After this problem is solved, the performance of Xiaoyu's superluminal detector will be improved by at least 20%. This issue has become a relatively important issue in the near future. After receiving the document from race number 39, Xiaoyu quickly verified it. In the huge laboratory on the ground base, Xiaoyu manipulated various precision instruments, obtained data one by one through operations, and then performed calculations on these data. Report master. Problem number 2957 has now been solved by us. We have made the solution into a document. The document is as follows. This document was collectively contributed by all 205 scientists of race number 58. Report to master. In the process of building this negative matter cannon, old problems were constantly being solved, and new problems were constantly discovered. Among them, some problems were solved by Xiaoyu alone, and some problems were assigned to other civilized and intelligent races. During this process, the construction progress of the negative matter cannon was steadily advancing. Its size has exceeded Xiaoyu's largest spacecraft, the Beijing. This means that it has a mass of tens of millions of tons. Inside it, there are billions of various lines, various maintenance channels, modification channels, countless modules, countless parts, and millions of units can move freely, of robots busy inside and on its surface. Although a large number of automated processing mechanisms have been adopted, the power of such a negative matter cannon is far from outstanding. but its computing power consumption is still more than the two Beijings combined. Time passed slowly, and everything was calm as usual. That weird star still stayed there quietly without any mutation. Even the fleet of Mayan civilization did not catch up. Xiaoyu likes this calm and peaceful atmosphere very much. It would be great if we could study technology with peace of mind in such an environment, without having to worry about being hunted down or hiding in the galaxy. Xiaoyu sighed inwardly. Time has passed for another 20 years. The overall construction project of the first negative matter cannon has been completed and is currently in the final stage. During the construction, Xiaoyu encountered a total of more than 70,000 new problems. The resulting research data, experimental materials, solutions, and other documents are estimated to occupy dozens of times the capacity of all data storage devices in the Earth era. These problems were successfully overcome with the concerted efforts of Xiaoyu and more than 100 racial scientists. These data were also carefully classified by Xiaoyu and properly put into his huge database, so that he could retrieve them at any time. After the main structure of the first negative matter cannon was completed, Xiaoyu's computing power was greatly liberated. And those scientists also had rare free time. Xiaoyu gave them a long vacation to let them have a good rest and recharge their batteries, so that they can work better for themselves in the future. In the past few decades, the social scale of these more than 100 races has gradually expanded, and their total population has soared to millions. This data does not include those low-level creatures created through biotechnology. If those are included, this data will be expanded dozens of times. It's okay in the galaxy. If I want to leave this galaxy, how to carry and protect them becomes a problem. These populations are very precious resources, and it is absolutely impossible to give them up. Perhaps, in Tachyon, after the research progresses to an advanced stage, I should start building a national-level spacecraft. Xiaoyu thought secretly. After the construction of the main body of the negative matter cannon was completed, it was time to perfect the details and debug each module. This work took Xiaoyu a year. A year later, the construction of the negative matter cannon was announced to be completed. Then, let's start the first negative matter cannon firing experiment. All relevant scientists have returned to work. After the test firing, a large amount of test data will be handed over to you for analysis. Xiaoyu issued a summons order. Understood. Race number 3 receives it. Understood. Race number 77 received. Understood. Race number 9 receives it. In an instant, Xiaoyu received responses from various races. In the ground base, there are countless strange creatures busily shuttling back and forth, each arriving at their workstation. You must all be aware of the current situation of the negative matter cannon. So, here are some relevant data for this test. Take a look at it first. The test will start in 3 hours. In this test, the target was a county-level spacecraft equipped with a force field shield. After decades of development, Xiaoyu's various technologies have experienced a blowout development. The current force field shields are no longer comparable to the previous force field shields. Even a new generation of shields related to antimatter technology is under development. By then, even if they are just ordinary conventional shields, their defensive capabilities will reach about half of the current 4 protection shields' defense capabilities. However, by that time, Xiaoyu's energy technology will inevitably have new breakthroughs, and the defense power of the 4 protection shield will increase again. Under Xiaoyu's control, tens of thousands of copies of a relevant instruction document were copied and distributed to the scientists present. Time is slowly slipping away. In the last 3 hours, Xiaoyu performed the last inspection of the negative matter cannon, including the connection of various modules, energy channels, energy supply rooms, superlight detection modules, etc. After confirming that everything was normal, Xiaoyu issued the launch order. The first negative matter cannon firing experiment starts. With the issuance of this order, inside the huge equipment that is more than 10 kilometers long, 6 kilometers wide, and 3 kilometers high, there are more than 6,000 energy supply rooms walking in various parts. Antimatter annihilation reaction. During this process, an extremely large amount of energy is generated. This energy is collected by energy collection equipment and transmitted to various related equipment through energy transmission channels. Driven by this energy, countless the instruments started running. The county-level target spacecraft has entered superlight navigation. It is very dangerous to carry out superlight navigation inside the galaxy. The gravity of the star will interfere with the gravity generator, causing the superlight navigation orbit to be disordered and unable to position. But since it is used as a target spacecraft, its fate is to be destroyed. So Xiaoyu is not worried at all. In fact, after the county-level spacecraft entered curvature navigation, Xiaoyu lost its position information under the gravitational interference of the star. This county-level spacecraft was spinning around like a headless fly. It doesn't matter. I have a super light detection instrument, Xiaoyu thought confidently, and controlled the huge negative matter cannon to launch space detection. In the super light detection module, under the huge energy supply, through some magical reaction, a large number of particles called A3-type tachyons by Xiaoyu were produced, and they were quickly emitted after they were produced. Due to the magical properties of this particle, any substance moving below the speed of light will produce a completely different return function than an object traveling at super light speed. So it can easily distinguish which ones are its own targets and which ones are not. There are hundreds of thousands of such detection modules installed on the huge negative matter cannon. They can detect the 360-degree space without blind spots and in all directions. While the super light detection is unfolding, the attack module of the negative matter cannon is also under intense preparation. A large number of tachyons, which Xiaoyu called G7 type, were produced. After they were produced, they were not emitted. Instead, they were bound near the muzzle by a strong magnetic field, making circular motions at superlight speeds, and their numbers are growing. In Xiaoyu's mind, he was intensively analyzing the A3-type tachyon return function. Discover the target. At this time, a piece of data caught Xiaoyu's attention. After a little analysis, Xiaoyu quickly obtained various parameters of the target and immediately determined it. Okay, lock on the attack. Xiaoyu gave the order. Different from ordinary weapons, the muzzle of the negative matter cannon is not a muzzle in the usual sense. It is just a container that can temporarily hold tachyons. After determining the target position, it can quickly attack the target. There is no need to perform operations such as adjusting the angle, turning the muzzle, etc. It is inevitable to create such a muzzle, because the speed of the spacecraft in curvature navigation is too fast. If it is a conventional cannon, it will not be able to lock on them. As soon as it is locked, it will fly away. After the super light speed detection module locks the target, it immediately sends the target orientation data to the launch module through over-distance communication. The quantum computer only took a few Planck times to process the data, and then launched a torrent of tachyons in the target direction. Chapter 238 Speculation. Within a few Planck times, even a spacecraft traveling in curvature can only sail a short distance, and its speed, direction of movement, and other parameters have long been taken into consideration by Xiaoyu. The launch direction has already been corrected in the launch module. After the launch command was issued, the torrent of negative hundreds of thousands of tons of tachyons, which was originally bound to the launch window and continuously moved in a circular motion, quickly rushed towards the target direction. Their running speed far exceeds the speed of light. Even until now, Xiaoyu has not specifically measured the speed of tachyons. Over-distance communication is based on the phenomenon of quantum entanglement. The principle of quantum entanglement is based on a type of tachyon called A1 type by Xiaoyu. The super light detection instrument is based on a type of tachyon called A3 type by Xiaoyu. The attack of the negative matter cannon module is based on a type of tachyon called G7 type by Xiaoyu. These three types of tachyons are the most versatile. So far, Xiaoyu has discovered dozens of different types of tachyons, each with slightly different properties. For these dozens of tachyons, Xiaoyu can only roughly rank their speeds. What is the specific speed? Even the slowest Z2-type tachyon cannot be measured specifically. Among these types of tachyons, the fastest is undoubtedly the A1-type tachyon, which creates the principle of quantum entanglement and is widely used in level 3 and above civilizations. But even if they are so fast, one thing is certain. That is, their speed still has an upper limit, and it is not unlimited speed as rumored. It is certain that even with long-distance communication technology, after the distance reaches the upper limit, for example, if one is at this end of the Milky Way and the other is at the other end of the Milky Way, if the distance is 100,000 light-years, they will experience serious delays, or even directly retreat. If there is no connection, it may be impossible to communicate at all. Xiaoyu guessed that it might be for this reason that the 6th-level civilization abandoned the long-distance communication technology commonly used by the 5th-level civilization, and instead adopted a more advanced technology. This technology should be the white dwarf alien beast. There is also the space broadcast technology used by the Guardian civilization. Xiaoyu has long heard rumors that the 6th-level civilization has initially mastered space technology. So this kind of space broadcast technology is worth thinking about. Since the tachyons with a negative weight of hundreds of thousands of tons were previously bound in the negative matter cannon, they and the negative matter cannon can be regarded as a unified system. Now that they are launched, it means that the mass of this negative matter cannon has been reduced by hundreds of thousands of tons. In other words, its mass has increased by hundreds of thousands of tons at this moment. This phenomenon had already been inferred by Xiaoyu, and the phenomena it could cause were also accurately predicted by Xiaoyu. At this moment, due to the change in mass, the orbit of the negative matter cannon weighing several hundred million tons changed a little, and its orbit was a little closer to the brown dwarf. If it is not adjusted, this negative matter cannon will gradually approach the brown dwarf over a long period of time and finally hit it. When creating tachyons, positive matter of the same mass will be produced. The positive matter will aggregate from quarks into baryons, and then the baryons will aggregate into the most basic hydrogen atoms, and finally aggregate into the simplest substance in the universe, hydrogen gas, by making these tachyons that bear hundreds of thousands of tons. Xiaoyu also harvested hundreds of thousands of tons of hydrogen as a byproduct. However, in order to create these hundreds of thousands of tons of tachyons, the energy invested by Xiaoyu, converted into mass, far exceeded this number. The moment the tachyon torrent was launched, Xiaoyu saw a magical phenomenon. The interior of a star system is a place with relatively rich material concentration, and there is a large amount of cosmic dust in invisible places. Xiaoyu determined the forward trajectory of the tachyon torrent early on, after the tachyon torrent cleared all the matter in their path. Xiaoyu's detection instrument immediately entered the orbit. Here, after the tachyon torrent passes, it has turned into an extremely pure vacuum. In this environment, many wonderful and incredible physical phenomena will occur. Xiaoyu speculated that it may be the discovery of tachyons that allows intelligent creatures to obtain extremely pure vacuum. Only after the impact of matter on space is cleared to the greatest extent can they begin to study space, and finally enter the stage of 6th-level civilization. That target spacecraft is about 10 million kilometers away from the negative matter cannon. Above this distance, with the transmission speed of tachyons, Xiaoyu cannot detect the time delay. In other words, just a moment after the tachyon torrent was launched, they affected the target spacecraft. The county ship disappeared. It disappeared so suddenly. At this moment, not only the super light detection module on the negative matter cannon, but also the over-distance communication instruments within the Beijing could no longer find this county-level spacecraft. Among the ultra-distance communication instruments, the originally entangled quanta decohered when the county-level spacecraft disappeared. In other words, it is no longer possible for Xiaoyu to contact the county-level spacecraft through long-distance communication. It just disappeared. Simple and neat. Extremely clean, without making any movement or leaving any traces. This is the power of negative matter cannon. Very good. Just as I expected, Xiaoyu thought with satisfaction, and quickly began to evaluate the current operation of the negative matter cannon. This time the launch of the tachyon torrent produced an extremely large amount of data. These data include every operation process of every component in the negative matter cannon, the reaction during launch, and other data. By analyzing these data, Xiaoyu will be able to find ways to improve the negative matter cannon, increase its power, reduce its energy consumption, volume, and quality. Let's start the analysis. Among them, I will bear 70% of the analysis. The Luca civilization will bear 8% of the analysis, and the other races will bear the remaining 22% of the analysis. And during the analysis process, everyone must pay attention to collaboration and communication at any time, and any conclusions must be posted on the internal forum. Xiaoyu issued such an order. Under Xiaoyu's command, scientists from the Department of Science and Technology, which had grown to nearly 10,000 people, quickly started working. They are like screws, contributing seemingly inconspicuous but very important power to Xiaoyu's huge machine. After a little analysis of the data collected after the first test of the negative matter cannon, Xiaoyu discovered a very serious problem. The damage is too serious. It was just a test launch, and its parts damage rate reached 3%. It has been completely paralyzed and cannot carry out a second launch. Well, the reason why most of the parts were damaged, all burned down because the energy load rate was too high. This also involves the issue of material technology. Hey, it's really a headache. Xiaoyu didn't hope that the instrument he had spent so long and put so much effort into making would be disposable. But there was currently no solution. At this moment, the disadvantage of the incomplete development of the technology tree was once again exposed. If all technologies develop in a balanced manner, At this moment, Xiao Yu's material technology should be at least 2 levels ahead of what it is now. However, Xiao Yu's current situation is that military technology and weapons theory have developed to the 5th level civilization stage. But materials technology is still at the pitiful primary stage of 4th level civilization. Okay. The next step of work should be to conduct research on materials technology while researching negative matter cannons. However, most of these scientists are talents in military industry technology, and they do not have much expertise in materials technology. Not proficient. Alas, the number of scientists under my command is still too few. Xiao Yu had a headache thinking about these issues. Xiao Yu does not expect these scientists to be generalists in all aspects of science and technology like himself. The post-launch evaluation operation of this negative matter cannon has been fully launched, and Xiao Yu hopes to find ways to improve it during this operation. At the same time, the evaluation of the new technologies, which totaled more than 100,000 items obtained during this construction operation, has also begun. Among them, the most precious and practical one is undoubtedly the super light detection technology. Due to the difference in power, the manufacturing difficulty of the super light detector is several orders of magnitude lower than that of the negative matter cannon. This means that at this stage, Xiao Yu could already miniaturize the super light detection module and equip it on his own spacecraft above. But after actually obtaining the super light detector technology, Xiao Yu had deep doubts in his heart. Based on the technological height that I can achieve at this stage, if I search with all my strength, I can find even the curvature navigation spacecraft that is 0.01 light years away from me. The super light speed detection technology of the Merlian civilization is definitely better than I am much taller. According to the fact that the support fleet of the Merlian civilization arrived a month after I left that star system, I had only just traveled less than half a light year away. There was no reason for them to not find me. They found me. As for me, there is no reason not to come and hunt me down. Being robbed by a 4th level civilization that has robbed all the markets it opened has severely damaged the reputation of their civilization. Moreover, I also have something like the flesh and blood of alien beasts that attracts them. No matter how you look at it, there's no reason not to come after me. So what's the reason? Xiao Yu fell into deep thinking. Could it be because of you? Weird guy. Xiao Yu muttered to himself as he looked at the weird half-remaining star 10 light years away. The star still stayed there quietly emitting its own light. Chapter 239 Big Hat. After researching a real super light detection device and obtaining its various performance parameters, Xiao Yu realized how risky he had been. It can be said that if Xiao Yu knew the various performances of the super light detection equipment in advance, Xiao Yu would not dare to rob the Malian civilization even if he was killed. It would be better to give them the 50,000 spaceships that were trapped there than to have the whole army wiped out. Because if there were no unexpected circumstances, Xiao Yu's fleet would not be able to escape at all. As long as the Malian civilization is willing to devote a certain amount of energy and time, they will definitely be able to find themselves. After he was found, he only needed a fleet of more than 20,000 ships. There didn't need to be many Flagship-class ships in it. Just 2. Coupled with some pre-war drills and the analysis of some of Xiao Yu's intelligence, the 20,000 the remaining battleships will be able to defeat Xiao Yu's 500,000 spaceships. Xiao Yu didn't even have a chance to escape. At first, the fleet that was hidden a light and moon away was not discovered by them. This can be explained by the fact that their warning radius was not large enough. However, after plundering their market, how could they not expand the detection range? Step up and frantically look for traces of yourself? If that's the case, why haven't they come after us? Why? There are many possible reasons, but the most reliable reason is probably because of this weird planet. Perhaps, due to the limitations of my technological level, I did not discover the dangers here, but the Marian civilization knew about it, so they have not pursued it. Come over. Perhaps this is a dangerous area. Xiao Yu thought. Even the 5th level civilization has resisted the temptation of the flesh and blood of alien beasts and did not dare to chase them. It is possible that the level of danger here is still very high. No, there is a loophole in this inference. That is, if this is really a dangerous area and they don't dare to chase me, why don't they intercept me halfway? They are a 5th level civilization, and they can sail at super light speeds. Their speed is at least 5 times that of mine. Having mastered Tachyon technology, they also have the ability to fight at super light speeds. They didn't intercept me halfway. Probably for 2 reasons. Xiao Yu thought silently. The first reason is that this weird star can affect places 250 light years away, because this weird star has some kind of influence on them. maybe by intimidating them or by directly destroying them. So they didn't catch up. The second reason is that they simply don't have the ability to fight at super light speeds, and they don't have the technological level to miniaturize negative matter cannons. After all, among the Malian provincial-class spacecraft I captured, there were no negative matter cannons found on board. So they couldn't intercept me halfway, but could only watch me running into this dangerous area, and had to give up the pursuit of me. The possibility of these two reasons each accounts for about 50%. But one thing is certain, that is, there must be something weird about this star, and there must be some kind of danger here. Otherwise, they cannot be in our after staying here. Come and surround me. So what exactly is this star? Xiaoyu pointed the telescope at the star again and looked at its appearance carefully. The upper hemisphere is like an ordinary star, and the lower hemisphere is pitch black. With the accuracy of Xiaoyu's detection instrument, Xiaoyu can even measure the strength of its stellar wind and see the sunspots on its surface. So far, the superlight detection equipment that was launched as soon as it arrived in this galaxy has made a big circle and ran behind the weird star. Several other superlight detection equipment have come in other directions, through observations from several different directions. Xiaoyu has determined one point. What blocks this star is not a star or a nebula in the usual sense, but something like a hat. In other words, this thing is very close to the star. Just like this, the star wears a huge hat. This hat covers one of its hemispheres. First of all, it can be determined that this phenomenon will not occur naturally. There must be some existence that deliberately did it. So what exactly could it be? This problem has no solution for the time being. In fact, I don't even need to know what it is and what means it uses to achieve this. Whether it is an experiment done by some stupid civilization or something else. You need to know that the existence that can do this is definitely very powerful. More powerful than I imagined. Under this situation, it is no longer wise to continue to stay here. But if a certain area around this star is designated as a dangerous area, then the Marian civilization is very likely to be waiting for me to fall into my trap at the edge of the dangerous area. And it is not appropriate to continue to stay here. Stay here, just in case that existence suddenly showed its power. With its ability, I was eliminated in just a snap of my fingers. I didn't even have the chance to resist or escape. What should we do? Xiaoyu fell into conflict. Call the Luca scientists to discuss it. No, maybe I should call all the scientists. Although the scientists of other races have not yet fully gained my trust. They should know one thing. At this stage, their future it all depends on me. It does them no good if I fail or die. After thinking for a while, Xiaoyu issued an order. All scientists, no matter which race they belong to, should put down their affairs for the time being and gather according to their race. I have a very important matter that I want to discuss with you. Although the negative matter cannon made by Xiaoyu has no actual combat capability so far, Xiaoyu has made it after all. This means that the most difficult time has passed, and the staged obstacles have been overcome by Xiaoyu. Research on slowly improving its performance, reducing quality, volume, energy consumption, and other aspects cannot be done in a short time. So the current research tasks are not urgent. After hearing Xiaoyu's order, nearly 10,000 scientists quickly gathered in dedicated conference rooms according to their respective races. In this kind of conference room, Xiaoyu specially installed a communication device. The speech of any racial scientist will be broadcast to all participating scientists through this communication device. This is a veritable meeting of tens of thousands of people. Luca number 2, the leader of the Luca Department of Psychosocial Scientists, spoke first. Dear Master, I wonder why you summoned us here. Even though the number of scientists of different races working for Xiaoyu at this stage is close to 10,000. Among this group of scientists, they are still led by Luca number 2, number 3, and number 4 scientists in the Luca Society. No one can ever replace their position in Xiaoyu's mind. Xiaoyu thought for a moment and said, It's about our next action plan. So far, it has been decades since we arrived in this binary star system. During these decades, our various technologies have been developing rapidly. We are gradually becoming stronger, and everything is moving towards there is progress in a good direction. However, under this prosperity, there is always a huge crisis. If it is not handled well, it may kill us all. Is it about that star? Luca 3 said. All the speeches of Xiaoyu and Luca number 2 and number 3 were sent to the three-dimensional screens in front of the scientists of all races through communication equipment. And when they were sent, Xiaoyu had already translated the language into them. Comprehensible language. That's right. And that's wrong, Xiaoyu said. This star is just one aspect of it. I don't know if you have ever considered a question. That is, why has the Malian civilization never caught up? Presumably, everyone is now we all know the various performances of the super light detector. With our capabilities, operating at full power, regardless of consumption, we can still achieve all weather. No dead angle scanning at a distance of 0.01 light years. Whether it is a regular sailing fleet, neither the warp sailing fleet can escape our detection. So, after we left the sky blue market, how come the Marian civilization didn't have the ability to find us? Since they could find us, why didn't they come to hunt us down? Us? Judging from their thirst for the flesh and blood of exotic beasts in the sky blue market. This behavior is very unreasonable. Xiaoyu said, I want to hear your opinions on this issue. After Xiaoyu's speech, there was a brief silence. After a while, a scientist from Race 8 stood up. There is currently too little information to make a specific analysis. But I think the reasons can be divided into two types. The first one is the internal reasons of their civilization. For example, their civilization broke out in civil strife and had no time to deal with us. Or they were distracted by others. The second reason for the extinction of civilizations is because some unknown force stopped them. According to the current intelligence, the only thing that stopped them could be this strange star or some existence that caused such a strange phenomenon. The possibility of the first reason can basically be ignored. So only the second reason remains. In other words, the fundamental reason why they didn't come to hunt us down is still due to this star. After the scientist made his concluding remarks, he sat down. After it finished speaking, Xiaoyu heard chaotic discussions coming from more than 100 conference rooms. Chapter 240 Testing. This speculation is basically consistent with what Xiaoyu thought. It wasn't Xiaoyu himself. Everyone's suspicions pointed to that weird star. I think that's the reason too. Another scientist stood up. I agree. These scientists are all highly intelligent creatures. At this moment, they have already figured out the various complex relationships involved. Of the nearly 10,000 scientists, not one person raised objections to that scientist's speech. Very good. I think so too. It is very likely that it is because of some influence of this weird star that the Marian civilization did not come to hunt us down. Then we need to consider a question. What should we do? Maybe it's better to put it another way. Should we escape or stay here? Why should we escape? A scientist from Race 91 stood up and expressed his objection. It said, the Marian civilization dared not come here. We can develop with peace of mind. If we escape, the Marian civilization may wait for us. I don't think the Marian civilization can give up such a big piece of fat easily. Yes. Continue to stay here and wait until our technology tree is perfected and our fleet is strong enough before we leave here. By then, why should we be afraid of the Marian civilization? It's better to stay here. Many scientists stood up and expressed their objections. Xiaoyu has always been very tolerant of objections in science or specific matters, and encouraged these scientists to raise more objections. Because only in the collision of different opinions will the truth gradually emerge. Of course, objections are limited to these aspects. In terms of politics, such as loyalty and other matters, Xiaoyu will never allow them to have any objections, even if they are just thinking about it. Encouraged by Xiaoyu's policy, everyone always expressed their opinions at every discussion meeting, and the atmosphere was very lively. Among these objections, Xiaoyu felt a little disappointed, because this meant that they did not think of a deeper reason. Under Xiaoyu's slightly disappointed eyes, Luca number 2 stood up. No. I think I roughly understand what the master means. Luca number 2 said. The master means that the unknown existence affected the Marian fleet so that it did not come to hunt us down and gave us a temporary victory. Safety. But based on this alone, can we conclude that it is well-intentioned? Perhaps it just took a fancy to something precious in our fleet, and in order to snatch it into its own hands, it stopped the Marian civilization from pursuing us. And after we arrived in this binary star system, maybe it was you think you are sure of victory and are not afraid of us escaping, but just to observe our reaction to get more information. So you have not taken action against us? Why can't it be malicious? Isn't the universe we see dark enough? Hasn't the darkness of the universe washed away the innocence and childishness in your hearts? We haven't seen enough cruelty? Luca 2's speech was like a bomb. The sound of the explosion was so violent that the venue fell into silence temporarily. Many scientists had thoughtful looks on their faces. Luca 2 has indeed lived up to my expectations. It has always been the most outstanding psychosocial scientist. Xiaoyu thought with satisfaction and said, Luca too is right. That's what I meant. That's why I called everyone together and held this meeting. As Luca too said, we cannot think that it is well-intentioned just because it prevented the Marian civilization from chasing us. Sir number 2 is right. We really cannot draw this conclusion. Then, there is a new question. If it is true as Mr. number 2 said, this unknown existence is malicious and is only temporary for these reasons. They didn't take action against us. So what if we knew it? Under such circumstances, would it still allow us to escape? Do we have a chance to escape? After a moment of silence, another scientist stood up and expressed his opinion. In the previous stage of discussion, we have already come to the conclusion that it is because of this unknown existence that the Malian civilization did not come to hunt us down. As for the problem at this stage, I think it is not actually a problem. Because no matter what, there is no need for us to leave here. The reason is simple. If the unknown existence is benevolent, there is no need for us to leave here at the risk of being waited for by the Marian civilization. And if that civilization is malicious, we cannot leave. So, no matter what the possibility is, we cannot leave, said another scientist. No, I object. A Luca scientist stood up and said, you are a later civilization and have been attached to the master for a relatively short time. There are some things you don't know. In fact, I encountered a similar situation. It was a very powerful alien civilization with at least level 6. The situation at that time was that it was trapped on a white dwarf star for some reason and could not escape. So, can we find a new explanation? This unknown existence is trapped on that star for some unknown reason. So it has no way to deal with us? Perhaps it could break away from the influence of this star at any time. So the Malian civilization, which was aware of the danger, did not pursue it. And since it has not escaped from this star, does it mean that we still have a chance to escape? The scientist's speech caused Xiaoyu to think deeply. I have to admit that this speculation makes sense. So, should we leave or stay? Xiaoyu asked this question again. I need to know everyone's opinions. Let me express my opinion. A scientist from Race 36 said, I think all of this is just our inference. In fact, we can't prove anything at all. Any speculation. We can't prove it's right or prove it's wrong. There's just no point in continuing this discussion. Perhaps the unknown existence we deduce does not exist at all? Maybe the Marian civilization did not come to hunt us down just because of an internal turmoil within their civilization? Luca 4, who had been silent for a long time, pressed the button to apply to speak. After getting Xiaoyu's permission, it said, I would like to point out that your speech is also meaningless. What we are currently discussing is whether to leave or stay. Your speech did not make any useful suggestions. No, I haven't finished speaking yet. The scientist shook his head and continued. Since we can't get more inferences from the current information, why can't we take the initiative to find more information? I know that for some reasons, we cannot directly detect the star at close range. However, I have a very simple way to detect the unknown existence in that inference with at least 70% certainty. Either there is or there isn't. Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. The scientist's speech opened a new path. Very good. Very good. Xiaoyu murmured to himself and ordered. Go on. Thank you for your compliment. Master. The scientist first expressed respect to Xiaoyu in the way of his own race, and then continued. As long as we pretend to leave here, it is enough. If the unknown existence prevents the Marian civilization from chasing us, then it will definitely notice our actions. After noticing that we are leaving, if it is malicious, it will definitely do something to prevent us from leaving. After I am among the inferences, if it has complete mobility, it will directly stop it. If it is similar to the white dwarf 6th level alien beast and is also restricted in mobility, it will also try to keep us here through lies. In short, with this action of ours, we can not only test whether it exists, but also roughly infer whether it is benevolent or malicious. If it is malicious and has full power of action, the consequence of our doing this is just to die a little early, and there is no loss. If it is malicious but does not have full power of action, we will be able to detect it and advance through this action. Escape a little bit. If we don't receive any response to our leaving action, my suggestion is to continue to stay here. After all, compared with the threats in the illusory inferences, the threat from the Marian civilization is the most important. Staying here, at least in the short term, we will not be pursued by the Malian civilization, including the decades of warp navigation. It has been more than 100 years since we escaped from the sky blue market. Since it took 100 years for Malian to even civilization hasn't come after them. So there's a high chance that they won't come in the next 100 years. The scientist's speech once again shocked the audience. All conference rooms fell into silence. Even Xiao Yu was thinking rapidly and carefully analyzing every possibility in the scientist's deduction. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Yu had to admit that the scientist's statement made sense and was very feasible. So do you have any objections? Xiao Yu said and waited for 10 seconds. Within 10 seconds, there was still silence. Very good. I have decided to follow this plan.